Hello everybody, I'm Scrawny and today I'm joined by Maniac and Anders because we've got a lot to unpack. We're talking Counter-Strike 2022 and we have sat down today to discuss some topics. This topic will be the dark horse of the season, and we're talking the year-long 2022 Counter-Strike. Who's supposed to be catching us off guard as a team? We've had a ton of roster shuffles. I don't know about you guys, I'm super stoked for this year just because like fresh storylines, man, fresh meat on the battlefield. And Mathieu, I'm going to put you in the hot spot. We're going to kick this off. Dark Horse 2022.
Look, I feel like Dark Horses was always the hardest category for me to pick a team because it's kind of counterintuitive. You have to pick a team that you wouldn't pick. And in that sense, it just hit me that Freya is a team I don't really think of, but are actually extremely strong. Like, it would not be a team that I would put straight up in the tier 1 at the very, very top. But then I took a second to think to myself, I'm wrong. I'm actually extremely wrong. I think Freya is a dark horse for the year. Now bringing in Safe is such an interesting player. He was so strong with pain gaming. He comes into Freya. You add Yuri and Kisarado together with that guy. You liberate Art from that primary upper role that now Safe can do. And suddenly you have the absolute recipe for success, I feel like. They made top 8 at the major with Vini and Drop. Now they changed, they bring in Safe, more firepower. They bring fire in general. For me, Freya is going to be in the top 8 this year. Easy peasy.
Top 8, easy peasy. I feel like top 8 as well is like a good, it's a good place to put your dark horse, you know, if that's what you're going to say. Anders, you want to break this one down? Or you got any strong emotions you got to get off your chest?
No, I mean, I think, first of all, if you were going to pick a dark horse, picking a Brazilian team is probably that's a good bet to begin with, just in terms of how much talent is in the space. You lined it up so well. I'm not going to be able to justify my pick.
So what do you mean? I mean, too good of a job presenting it. Now no one wants to fight me.
Yeah.
Damn it. So,
I mean,
all right.
I think there's maybe I don't think I'm gonna fight against it because it was a good pick. It caught me off guard, right? I think it caught me off guard because of the way that we saw Furious slip back under the radar towards the end of 2021 because of the whole junior edition and this change to English. Like
and
that
all the
really,
struggles.
it took Furia out of the game because prior to that they were up there.
I made up a counter. This is how I got through school to begin with. I'm good at improvising stuff. I realized that actually is my counter, is that there's so much talent in the scene. They have to make it through a whole season without getting interrupted by other potential picks that might want to join this team, you know. One of my favorite Brazilian players right now is Woody. He's out of control.
All right.
I have actually seen I don't think I've seen almost anybody that plays the way that Woody plays. It's like he has this crazy talent of he's going to be one of those players, I imagine, that will not hit some pretty easy shots, but the more pressure you add, like the more weight you put on top of him, like put him in any like one versus any 1 versus 4 where they're all around him. He's got the orb, and it's just going to get better and better. So I think there's just so much talent in the Brazilian team that actually. That could put a lot of pressure on any Brazilian team to want to make changes.
And it's crazy that they struggled for so long, right? There's so much talent in the scene, and still Furia took a very, very long time to figure out what they wanted to do. Junior Honda again, Drop with Vini, out of Vini now. So they took a long time to figure it out, but I think that's the moment now.
So I'm not going to reveal my pick just yet for this dark horse one because I've got a counter Brazilian roster to offer. Okay. All right. This is the team that I think, if we're talking Brazilian CS, as you said, like as a clean region for a dark horse pick, I think Plano or 00 Nation, excuse me, 00 Nation has actually come out of the Brazilian and South American roster shuffle with something that could be super crazy, right? You've still got, first of all, remember who takes over the helm, right? They kick KNG, they bring in Coldzera. So you've got Coldzera, best Brazilian to ever do it, right? You add in VSM, who now no longer has that, like, you know, X-Valve problem. Yeah. You add in Leo Drunky, or DRK. Here's the pickups. Malbs, right? Guatemalan fragger that just put an entire team on his back. And Try from 9Z, right? This team that came to both of the Blast Showdowns during 2021. As a team, didn't do too much, but as an individual, Try looked crazy good. So take Try and Malbs and add them along with that other 3 core. Dude, I think 00 Nation, again, Furia, proven. 00 Nation, not so much. But that's like, that to me is the Brazilian head-to-head of
the only question I have about this and how I can see your project working and your pick working is that you need to be able to look me in the eye and tell me that Coldzera is going to be 200% in the project. And it's not, no, but that's the thing, right? Because you see that in other sports, right? You see players kind of take a step back and go back to their nationals, championships or whatever, just to take it a little bit easy, make it like a golden retirement and chillax. I don't want that for Coldzera. Like, if you tell me now that he's going to go all in that team and he's going to take these two, I think Tri and Miles are the two most interesting pickups in that team for sure. Like the potential we've seen here. You need to know that there's going to be a mentor that's going to help them become something better, not just someone chilling and relaxing. If he's not doing that and he's fully invested, hell yeah, I want to see them play. But I just don't know about it yet.
Fair.
I mean, Coldzera is not an Olofmeister, I feel like. He's not at that stage of his career where it feels like it sort of could go either way. I understand that it hasn't lived up to the hype when he was in phase and all the rest. To me, it just seems like madness that he wouldn't come back and play at a high level. That would be really difficult for me to handle, you know. So I don't know if it's going to be this time around, but surely Cole will be back.
All right. Well, you're the middleman. If I put all my chips on 0-0 Nation and this guy's over here with Furia, Anders, which one of us could have convinced you?
Is that really a choice?
Which one of us has convinced you?
It's gonna have to be Furia. I'm so sorry, Connor. I know. Well, listen, my pick is even none of these. Now I even feel like mine isn't so much of a dark horse at all.
Give us the official one.
This actually is the problem with the dark horse category in my sense, is that people's interpretation of what that even means is so wide, right? Yep. Like, what is it, you know? Like, do I pick Astralis as a dark horse because of all the change? I almost want to do that for the memes, but probably not quite fair still. I think Fnatic is really interesting where they are right now.
Cool.
I think they're a fun team, quite far removed from Brazil, but I think Smouya has just been on this interesting career path for such a long time, and it really feels like he has been his own worst enemy forever. Absolutely. And it's always interesting to see whether or not that ever gets solved or not, and I just feel like it's looking like it. I mean, you don't want to curse it, jinx it or anything. It feels like he's moving in a direction where he can actually focus on the game, and he's obviously super talented. I think it's really fun to see, and I think the Crims is still there. I think people, for whatever reason, still underestimate Crims since, I don't know, the LGB days. It just feels like that's just always going to be part of it because of his style. I think it's hard to see the impact that he has in a game if you just sort of look for highlights. He does way more than people realize, I think. And I still think, you know, in the Swedish sort of talent surge that happened, all of a sudden, I still think Brolan is quite an exciting player. I think people will forget about him a little bit too. So I actually think they have a lot of sort of chips to move around Fnatic.
Yeah.
And I think it's going to be interesting.
The issue that I have when I look at Fnatic play right now is that in basic case scenario, if you have both Mezzi and Smouya going on, firing on all cylinders, right, and then you add the consistency of Crims, which I, by the way, hold in very high esteem, very, very high esteem. I've always been a Crims fan. And then Brolan is doing what he's supposed to do, then it's amazing. I do feel like both Swedes have slowed down a little bit. And like that part of the deal is not coming through yet. I think Mezzi is impressing. I think Smouya, as you said, is an enigma, but he's always going to frag and he's always going to deliver. He's like that type of player. But from the two Swedes, I've been let down a little bit. Like, I don't feel like they're quite yet there. And I think Crims was also vocal about it on Twitter a couple of times. Like, okay, this is not me. I'm not feeling it right now. Very mad with my own performance. So that has to be there. That has to be reliable. You need to know that Crims is going to do his job. You need to know that Brolan is going to act as a star. If you have that, suddenly you have a Fnatic that can have a conversation in top 10 and higher up if it goes. I just haven't seen the pieces of the puzzle align at the same time yet.
Yeah,
so
they have a whole year to
They do.
And I mean, I agree. That is the place to put some focus in right now. But yeah, it's hard to look a year into the future. That's a guess for me. Yeah,
Fnatic's a good one. I have no strong feeling against your pick here. Now my pick seems a little bit, maybe I'm region biased. Okay, so if we had come into this, conversation thinking just North America, then I think that I want to just take this period right before the start of the year to turn the spotlight onto complexity. All right. The complexity lineup is very interesting within the North American conversation because of the fact that they secured Floppy. I think that there's an argument to be made that if you wanted the two best duos in North America on one team, then Liquid would not have picked up Shox. They would have gotten OC and Floppy. Floppy has the potential to be one of the best North American players. His return from Valorant into Counter-Strike, it seems like he just already shook off any rust that would have accumulated. He's right back to like what could be incredibly strong form. So if you had a team with Elige, Naf, OC, Floppy, and then you brought Nitro back as your IGL, that to me is a top 3, top 5 team in the world. Could be at the end of the year.
Top 3, top 5.
Top 5.
We're going really
top
high.
Top 5, 100%.
All the chips on the table right now.
If you remember, think about the Liquid you saw at the end of 2021.
Yeah, the one with nothing to lose.
The one with nothing to lose.
The one that was at the end of the road.
And that's why, if you think of that Liquid, I return this conversation back to my Complexity pick. Okay, Complexity is a true dark horse, right?
Yeah.
Could crack a top 10.
Absolutely.
And within NA, I think has the ability to be either number 2 or number 1. Okay, Complexity, very interesting because you have Floppy, the player with incredibly high potential. Now, next to him, of course, is Grim and Junior. That to me is this like very interesting 3-man core. Okay, because with Grim and Junior, you have 2 players who have gone off into separate projects over the course of the last year and have been in some way limited by like exterior factor. Okay, poor frickin' Junior goes to Furia and has to be surrounded by one of the most complex, unique, interesting types of Counter-Strike. You know, he's thrown into what is art's style and has to somehow adapt while they're all speaking a second language. Like, that from the beginning just felt doomed, didn't work out. He comes back. But on an individual level, Junior has always been super strong. And within North America, Junior looks really good. He's sharp, dude. You take Grim. Grim, same thing. Goes to Liquid. Has to deal with all this bullshit that was none of his own doing.
Even worse for Grim, I think.
Dude, had to change his playstyle entirely, had to somehow slot in, and yet every once in a while gave you that performance that made you think, shit, this guy could be a top North American player.
The fact that he actually played better after he kind of almost got publicly scolded, even if they walked some of it back, I still think that's a hard position to be in, to have your teammates kind of suggest that they're not really excited enough about you. And he actually played better after that.
Yep.
I don't know. I want to see Grim do better.
For me, it's really about the mental state of these 2 you mentioned. Because I agree with you.
Yeah.
I think Floppy at this point is a guarantee. We know what Floppy is going to bring to the table. I agree with you. I think the hype is shared 100%. Now, for that team to work, you absolutely need Grim and Junior to be playing better than what they were. I don't care about the context. I don't care about the conditions. They cannot be playing the way they were playing in their respective teams. They both faced relative loss and despair in their career recently. I mean, Junior in Furia and then Grim in Liquid. I know they can do better than what they have been doing, but where are they mentally? Like, what's the mental state right now? Like, do you feel revitalized and extremely excited and hyped to be with your teammate, or is your confidence a little bit shook? Like, do you believe in yourself? Do you still do? To what extent? That for me is the topic of discussion. Like, where are they mentally?
And also, just to your pick is also particularly crazy just because of the region in terms of what actually happens to North American Counter-Strike in 2022? You know, are they going to be forced to spend a lot of time playing in Europe? Is everyone okay with that? I think, and I think another potential danger for North America in general is that so many of these players, they're super talented, and there's always that allure of sort of, you know, signing what is essentially a streaming contract instead, and kind of, you know, doubling your salary to go stream for some organizations. I'm just saying that there's a lot of incentives that point in different directions, and it's right now at least a pretty big sacrifice to play in the NA region.
Yep.
So if they can make that work through all of that, it's just even more impressive, obviously.
So what I hope will be the kind of thing that pushes them over the edge here is that you've got 5 players who, on a mental note, which I like this attack on it, right? I like this angle where it's like, if they are, you know, if their mentality, competitive essence, whatever is questionable, then that's one thing. But I think you have 5 players who are as hungry as they have ever been, because, you know, prior to Furia, Junior had never left North America. Grim had never left North America. JT's been stuck in North America for the most part, had a little bit of a stint with the Cloud9 OC Floppy combo, and again, got cut short. You can make the same argument for Floppy. None of these guys have had runway, and we haven't even mentioned Fang. It's the first time I'm bringing his name up in this conversation because he is this X-Factor anomaly, another Canadian fragger that I think, you know, behind Twists, behind Nafly, you look to Fang, and it's something, dude. I really think it is. And then you think of runway, okay? That to me is the big difference. Complexity is a part of the Louvre agreement and is a part of Blast Partner. They have nothing but tier 1 Counter-Strike on their agenda, guaranteed for the next 12 months.
Yeah.
So if you can't make it work with this context, with this situation surrounding you, then yeah, failed roster, doesn't check out. Individually, they don't have it. But in terms of all the exterior circumstances, this is a team that could really take off.
And actually, they might show up to a bunch of matches with people slightly underestimating them to begin with. Whereas I think Furia and Fnatic, people know the names, they see what's coming. Probably with Complexity less so. That could be really interesting.
A true dark horse.
Yeah,
you know, in the situation.
I would like to follow you on that one, but that's going to be a hard road.
Well, follow me, Mathieu, because we've got plenty more topics to talk about. But this is it, the dark horse of 2022: Complexity, Furia, Fnatic. Greetings, everybody. Welcome to the round table. Scrawny, Maniac, and Anders to take you guys through another Counter-Strike 2022 topic, and that is which team has been built this year to succeed? Which team dethrones NAVI?
Important. That has to be the preface of this conversation, right? We are trying to challenge the status quo. Yeah. That's what we're doing. Yeah. Because NAVI is up there, and I think NAVI is going to stay on the throne for a long time. Okay. Gambit is right behind, and I think they're going to be strong this year. We are trying to challenge the status quo. That's what we're doing.
Yeah. We're also talking about two teams that, didn't make changes. So that is its own thing. That is the continuation of 2022 are NAVI and Gambit. For that reason, we're not probably going to talk about them too much. Everything else in Counter-Strike seems to have changed. I'm going to go first. I'm going to put forth the team that I think has been built to succeed. Now, I think it's very tempting to go down the G2 road just because they were NAVI's challenger. They picked up m0NESY. They've got Nico, top 3 player, arguably top 2 of 2021. Let's not do that. And you gotta poke it. However, Vitality is the team that I believe has been built to succeed, because we are talking about a team that is bringing in arguably the most impactful and important coach of CSGO history with, of course, Magisk and Dupree, versatile players, tons of achievements under their belts, tons of different roles underneath their belts, and then this success story that was as well the Vitality trio. So you've got two big competitors merging together. This is a roster that was not built to be within top 10. This is a roster that was built to succeed and to win events, and presumably by extension of that, continuously upset versus NAVI. Now, can they do it? There's a ton of barriers. There's a ton of barriers in the way, right? We've never seen French Counter-Strike merge with anything else. We've never seen Danes play with Frenchmen. We also haven't seen the best of Astralis in this last couple of years. So is this, injection into Vitality a net positive? Or is it going to take too long to kind of get the ball rolling, that the project falls through? I don't know. But I do love this thought that we now have this trio of Astralis players added with ZywOo. Throw in Apex, who looks, freaking better and more impactful than ever in his new role and in his leadership. Seems very comfortable in his own skin at the time. I think this is the team that's really kind of, meant to do it.
I have this thing that I try to always think about when I think about any team, and that is, I think firstly, it's really, really hard to get 5 or 6 people to all point in the same direction and have the same goals. I just think that is unbelievably difficult to do, and it's not talked about nearly enough. And there's probably a lot of theories behind how to do that. I mean, Vitality, we saw them doing team building type stuff.
Yeah, and they definitely will. Yeah. They were skiing, I think.
They were skiing. They were doing so.
Living in the mountains.
Yeah, there's all this stuff, right? But that's sort of socially. Then there's sort of do we all have the same idea about do you want to be top 1 or top 3 or and when? That's the other big question that I think teams routinely fail at or don't even consider at all, right?
Yeah.
Because if you build a lineup that is going to try and win the last major of the year, let's say, then that is a different pressure than if you try and win the first one. And it will feel different. The weight on every game that you play, every different tournament, is just going to be, the closer the success goal is, the harder you're going to feel the pressure. Anytime something screws up, you're not going to think, oh, we have a lot of time to fix. Don't worry, you have some trouble, but we can fix it. You're going to think, well, we only have really 3 months to do this, and it needs to be now. So I, obviously from the outside, don't necessarily know how this plays out. I reckon that hopefully this is a conversation they had before joining Vitality, the Astralis part of it.
They consider it.
Yeah, because I think this is one of the things that worries me a little bit about the project. It's just if they come in with too much hype and too much we've spent all this money, we got everyone, this is the super team, we're going to do it right now. That's really tricky. But so I think those are 2 factors that we don't talk about really enough. And if you want to build a super team for 2022, that has to be everyone has to have a roadmap in their brains about when are we going to do this and what's the timeline for success here.
Do you think that Vitality is one of those teams that should expect the immediate success? Because again, I want everybody to just recall the fact that they went on this crazy run at the end of the year as a dead roster, right? Once we knew this change was coming, and then we got the best results out of Vitality, what felt like for a year at the very end, and then they fizzled out. If anything, we're talking about expectations. Talk about setting them higher.
I know.
That last run as the fully French team, that's got to raise the pressure in terms of the Danish guys coming in and immediately getting those results as well.
I think they have. I think they have the pieces to be very quickly performant as a team. I do believe that. There is a name. There's a guy I want to put under the microscope for a second here. It's Apex, because you mentioned him quickly. You said, no, he was looking better and better towards the years of 2021. He was being more impactful as a player, and he was feeling great. Now he has an IGL, because he was not an IGL from birth, right? From birthright. He kind of molded himself into that role. He had to do it in Vitality, and now he truly feels like a leader. He has grown into that role, and I think he's doing an amazing job now. But this is such a different environment that he has to play within now, right? He has a trio coming in from Astralis, a trio that has been winning for many, 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 many years.
Yeah.
I'm hoping that they will see eye to eye on how they want to play Counter-Strike, because otherwise he might feel himself very much at odds with what's happening on the server. But the flip side of that, and what I really like about that move, is a conversation we actually had with Apex together a couple of times, that when you bring in players like Dupree and Magisk, during rounds, the amount of solutions and informations they will provide you is something that is invaluable for an IGL. And I know is something that sometimes was missing Apex with the previous lineup. Someone that's able to tell you at the beginning of the round, listen, on my position, this is what they're doing, then this is how we win a round. That's a skill in Counter-Strike that not a lot of people have, being able to transfer that information to the IGL. Say, listen, they always smoke at 115. I think if we do a contact play right now, it can work. Dupree and Magisk will provide him these solutions. Those kinds of moments. And I think that you can use instantly. You can use that tomorrow.
I actually wonder on some level, even if there's some things that, let's say there's a bunch of things that, how you think about the game and how you think about how to solve certain sort of problems within a certain round, like how do we do a retake on the B-bomb side if we're a man down, if we really need to. Like there's lots of like a million things like that. I'm sure there's lots of that you just, that's just natural to you, and it's only when you say it out loud to someone in a new team that's never thought that way before, and they say, that's how you think, that's how you think about that, and then it becomes interesting, and like a lot of new stuff is generated that I'm assuming, like obviously you have a strategy book and like certain very hard things that you can sort of bring and say, this is what we could do, but I think there's a lot of unintended sort of side effects of that could be really interesting.
It's problem solving,
yeah, problem solving, and you have your system for problem solving, and now someone else comes in with theirs, and I think it's going to be fun. I think G2, I think Vitality is an interesting pick. I think G2 is...
That's the pick you make?
Yes,
Who was built to succeed this year? You're going with G2.
Yeah, because I know, and on some level, the whole who's the best player of like 2021 discussion is kind of stupid, and like it is.
What do you mean?
It is boiling everything down to like just a rank essentially. But in my heart, Nico is in second spot. Like it's, sure. I'd have to say that, and it's not a slight against Saiwu, who obviously I think going by the numbers and the tournaments and everything else, but I just think Nico's. I'm blown away in a different way when I watch Nico play. I think that's probably what does it for me. And I really think like it would have been a crime against Counter-Strike if Simple had never won a major, and now he did, and
how long it took,
Yeah. And I think on a similar scale, if Nico doesn't find a way to do this somehow, like it's going to be on a similar scale for me at least.
Yeah,
so I think this is, G2 is it for me to be the really lethal team that's going to be real hard to stop.
I feel like you cannot challenge that statement. Like
no.
The potential and the talent and the skill in G2 is absolutely immaculate. It's insane. I just feel like they are a bit more moving pieces and questions that's the case with Vitality, right? We bring in Alexibi, a new in-game leader that has to work with new players, new ideas, new systems. You bring in Monacy, which is going to have to make the jump from the Wii plays and the Academy Leagues of the world to now the Tier 1. Everyone agrees that he's obviously a monster, but can he instantly do it? Then you have Jax who's going to have maybe to move around and leave some space. A lot of questions. But the sentiment is that if things click, that's it. They actually they go against NAVI and they make it a best of 5.
Wait, hold on. Just on that front too. I know we're sort of, none of us are picking NAVI because that doesn't really make any sense, but we have to cement that this isn't, I think how far NAVI are ahead in terms of like, it's just so ridiculous.
I think
like,
it's
just so stupid.
Right
yeah, but I think even then it's like, for me, it really does feel like they almost cheated in finding bit. Like it's almost too much. Like it's just so stupid. So and also amazing. I mean, I think it actually sets up the story of 2022 in the most incredible way possible, because this is not just a question of like, oh, let's try and see if we can unseat NAVI. It's like this team is so ridiculously overpowered already that it's going to be very hard for anyone.
And the thing is too, if NAVI didn't have Simple, they would have Monacy. You know what I mean? Like, if G2 is their biggest competitor, let's say, for argument's sake, like, that's NAVI kind of letting him slide by, right? And we know that during the negotiations of the contract, there was supposed to be this clause of, like, a potential buyback. Like, you can buy him, but at any point, we're just going to yoink him out. You know, if you beat us in 3 events consecutively, we take him back, or some kind of clause. I think, I do agree where it's like G2, you know, they've got what could be this amazing, amazing formula. The reason I picked Vitality is because I was just looking at like less barriers of entry. And you talked about it, right? There are less barriers of entry. If we needed somebody now at the start of the year to kind of put their foot forth for international CS, it should be Vitality. If we're talking about towards the end of the year in that second major, if somebody, just because, again, there are more things that need to play catch up in Alexi B getting back to top competition, Monacy proving that he can truly do this against, you know, even that's not a huge question, but it's still one that needs to be answered.
For sure.
And so I'm willing to give G2 more time, but I'm putting Vitality forward. And we haven't really touched on FaZe.
No,
I want that mentioned.
Look, you say time, and that ties back to the NAVI argument you were just making. People need to realize that right now, a lot of teams are rebuilding their game plan. They're either adding new players or players with an S. We talk about trios of Astralis going into Vitality, G2, FaZe, all of these teams we've mentioned, all Resto Shuffles, trying to figure out how they want to play Counter-Strike. At that time, NAVI, they're just playing their own game and they're just furthering it. And so this is where you can actually, if you have the right mentality, which I do believe they have, and they have the right ethic and the right way to think about the game, they have people looking at them and they are looking towards the future. So they are always one step ahead. That's what Astralis used to do when they were, you know, so dominant, is that you would think you had figured them out, but the next tournament they had something new and you were ready to beat them, but that was just their V1. Now they're in V2, V3, V4. That's what NAVI can do now. Everyone is trying to rebuild their perfect arsenal to take them down. NAVI already have the recipe for success. They just have to keep furthering it, keep improving it, maintain your focus, maintain the carrot in front of the horse to keep going even though you're on top. If they do that, they're going to be so far ahead. I don't see them losing the number 1 spot. Let's
take that exact type of mentality, right? That sticking to your formula is in its own a way for NAVI to continue, you know, moving their warhorse forward. We kind of mentioned all these new international rosters that could have incredibly high ceilings or whatever. But if we look at, again, you know, these 6 teams, the 3 international rosters of G2, FaZe, Vitality, excuse me. Oof. G2, FaZe, a lot of Counter-Strike. G2, FaZe, and Vitality on one side, right? If we look at NAVI, who are at the top and are kind of like the kingpins to be questioned, I know that this question was sort of which teams have been built to succeed this year, but I think in a way, not changing pieces is also building into something. Like you're talking about, you're continuing on from what you have. We look at Gambit, we look at Heroic. Those are 2 teams that, like NAVI, have not changed their formula, have not changed their roster. They're taking what they did in 2021 and trying to improve on it. Can they also join NAVI at the top by continuing with what they have, while these other 3 international teams are in a rebuilding, restructuring, and improving phase? Where do you guys land when it comes to the Gambit Heroic, you know, hype trains?
Oh, they're just, funnily enough, they're also just such different teams, like from how they approach the game, right? To me, if Heroic just feel much more like a momentum-based team, like it feels like for Heroic to win, let's say, a major, it would have to be like this sort of incredible, just high, just, you know, going from one game to the next, like just all the time riding the wave all the way. And that's generally, I think very, very hard thing to make work. Like this is the problem, right? Like beating NAVI in one random game is one thing, but consistently winning throughout a tournament, riding that high is just very hard. That's something that Heroic, I think, will have to work on a lot more to try and build into the game. Like find a way to say, even when things are really screwing up badly, or there's a way to return to basics. Yeah, I don't think they have that same. No. I think Gambit is essentially all basics, which is what makes them so unbelievably rigid. Like they're such a stable team in that sense. I realized that they had that one game at the major at the end, the semifinal. That was, you know,
blew out.
That wasn't what we all expected. But generally speaking, I think they have a very strong formula, a very strong core. It's just, you wonder if that builds high enough. Like, you wonder if that system can actually take out Navi, you know?
Yeah. I really feel like the letdown that we have seen from Gambit, if you compare the second half of 2021 with the first half, I'm not going to argue that there wasn't a letdown. Of course there was. In 2021, at some point, they were unbeatable.
And we knew it was coming, right? It's the return to land.
Exactly. Return to land, I am Cologne. All the pressure was stacked upon them, and they did okay, but they obviously did not perform to the same highest standards that they had. But I do believe that because they remained unshattered, they stayed together, they learned from these mistakes, they grew up, they went better. I think they're even more dangerous this year, honestly. Just the fact that they have survived these hiccups, right? They have been let down, they have let themselves down, they've disappointed themselves and the fans. They stuck together. What do they do in 2022? They go back to their recipe. They play sub-tournaments, they go to Friends Park, they destroy everyone, they win, they build their confidence again. So honestly, for me, Gambit is going to be a conversation, and I think anytime they're going to face Navi, it's going to get tighter and tighter and tighter.
Yep, I like that you brought it there, because that's kind of where my mind's at. And in bringing these two teams up, you know, I bring them both up because they're in similar boats. You mentioned it perfectly, very different formulas. I'm right there with you. I think that if Navi are going to continue to put distance between them and the rest of the pack, that Gambit are just following in their footsteps.
I think so too.
And as they follow in those footsteps, they're going to get pushed into the mud by Navi more and more every once in a while. But, you know, with every loss comes a chance to learn. With every chance to learn comes a chance to improve, et cetera, et cetera. And we could get a really nice head-to-head throughout this year. My question is still on Heroic. Again, you know, do they need more basics in order to fall back on, right? And again, if you then make a change, let's say theoretically halfway through the year, now you're throwing yourself into that pack of teams that have changed their formula, but you're now playing catch up behind them because you didn't make it coming into the year. So, you know, I think Heroic's kind of on like a glass platform that if it never shatters is going to hold them above everybody else. But if somehow that cracks, they're going to fall down into the depths. And we've got Gambit, you know, standing up there.
It's a bit too momentum based on the side of Heroic for me to tell you right now that at any tournament they can have success. I mean, I know when they catch on fire, of course, they can go and they're going to make a series against Navi very competitive, but they can also just flop.
I mean, they almost had that at the major, right? Like barring losing to G2 in the semifinals, you know, and then we know that G2 could even push Navi towards the end just because of Nico's individual performance. Like, you know, Heroic, if everything comes together at the start of an event, huge threat.
We started talking about timescales for success, and I think in my book, I put FaZe as one of those teams that I would expect to have a longer sense of it. I think Vitality have, I think almost as a side effect of how big this change is, have put themselves in a position where they need to succeed pretty early on before people. I think from my point of view, FaZe is in an exciting spot for this reason, that I think they could take a long time to build, but have a really powerful sort of middle end to year effect.
Sure.
So I think that's like a bit of a sleeper in terms of who could really make it high to the top, I think, because of the ropes change and everything else.
Again, I feel like FaZe always kind of gets a nod, and that's where, you know, that's where I think it's
now or never. Huh?
Yeah, it's now or never, and well, now it's over. So this is it. 2022 season starts soon. We got Counter-Strike all around us. Which international rosters were built to succeed? Vitality, G2, and officially G2 as well. FaZe under the radar. We'll see what happens, folks. It is now January. These are our thoughts. See you guys next year.
Yes.
Our spring groups are back, and we are about to get cutthroat. Fight for survival starts here.
Woody trying to relocate. That's very dangerous, but he's back. Oh, and it's a 2-for-1. He gets both JT and Grim. Oh, what?
No.
Again!
That's filthy. Two players defending here. They want the fight. They're committed to it. Oh, boy. That's beautiful. Oh no, he's caught. He's caught. I mean, I can't believe he gets one. The AK is going to do just fine. Good kills from Exit. 25 kills on him.
16 to 14 as they send Complexity into the showdown. Simple in the corner hiding. Missing the first shot, but he makes up for it. 2 big headshots to follow through, and a third one trying to get close. This is a bit scary. Naf is low. There's the shot, and Perfecto, he turns it around. Yeah, why not just try and time it, see if you can get the opening that you need. Although Elish is here and stepping up in a big way. Huge double, and he keeps pushing. A triple, a quad, and he wants another ace. He almost had it.
And Navi have done it. They've outlasted the comeback. Liquid did their best, but not enough runway to work with.
Searson's just everywhere all the time. What's this angle? That's so sick. Just waiting for exactly that. That's 3 rounds in a row that Breeze hasn't gotten a chance to shoot back. Ooh. Dude, Searson sharp as ever.
Oh, Tap is dead.
Oh no, that's the. Oh, he goes down, and now, well, the rest of the team can still pick up the pieces. Sure enough, we got Tizian coming over top, but maybe not even needed. Searson, clean op shots as he finds his 21st frag. Nobody's gonna Molotov him.
Oh, I see.
As in, these guys are doomed. 3 kills for Stewie off of the back of a map 1 loss. They run this series 2-1 and send EG soaring.
Yeah.
3 names already sliced from the running as the race to reach the spring finals turns up a gear. Today, a step closer to land glory as 3 more best-of-3s lay waiting on the horizon. Joining myself, Freya, to see exactly how it goes down. Maniac, Pimp up here on the desk. Yesterday, a hell of a lot of Counter-Strike to be digesting. Any highlights for you, Maniac?
Yeah, I guess a very good day for Brazilian Counter-Strike. I think MIBR pushed their own limits by beating Complexity. They didn't come into this game as a favorite. It was a very tight game, but they make it through to the next step.
Yeah, that was impressive. Very, very impressive. On the other hand, a rough day for North American Counter-Strike, as you can see on the results, right? Complexity going down 0-2. Liquid putting up a good fight, I would say, against Navi, you know, playing better than expected, but also falling down 2-0. And then the last game, Freya, didn't really pan out for the North Americans either.
No, not a day for NA, but I believe we do have some of those in our CS Money Play of the Day. You guys have been voting over on Twitter. So what is coming in at play number 3, Jacob?
I mean, we got our boy, JT, hiding a bit in the smoke and making a play. He played well yesterday on Ancient, and he's, I would say, you know, slowly but surely stepping up with Complexity. So to see him have a highlight moment like this is great for JT, the in-game lead of Complexity, and that team, you know, they can only get better.
Number 2, we have Elish, who was fired up with the Deagle on that very round against Navi on Ancient. Beautiful first 1-tap onto Perfecto. Then the slow control, the fact that he's able to get that last one onto Electronic is absolutely sick. We see the scoreline is a bit complicated. There was still 8-15, but nevertheless, Elish had a few rounds that just remind you of how strong he is.
It's good to see him back. Another thing that's pretty good to see is Wood7 with the double-double. You know, the fact that you can do this. 1 double-double and another one coming in just a couple of seconds. I don't think I've ever seen that on Nuke in that position. So that's a highlight that I'm going to remember for a long, long time. Beautiful done by Woody.
I mean, I'm just going to say I've never seen Simple or Zyru get a double-double.
So what saying is... Oh, no. Say it.
Play number 1 of the... Anyway, let's move on. We can take a look at the brackets, see exactly how the lay of the land is looking after those results yesterday. Of course, it was Elimination Day yesterday. So those 3 teams, Complexity, Team Liquid, and Evil Geniuses, all NA squads falling down into the Gauntlet. That will be the showdown. A hell of a lot of teams will be racing with their teeth bared there. Today, now, it's semi-finals time, so no elimination here, but this could mean a step closer to qualifying for the spring finals.
It could, and I just love the fact that you see everyone who's going to win today is going to have a very, very tough game tomorrow. OG waiting, G2 waiting, and of course, FaZe waiting as well. All the winners of the group stage, right? So you have to win today. Obviously, that's a step in the right direction, but the game tomorrow is not going to be any easier whatsoever.
It does feel like the middle bracket, the tendency is a little bit reversed, what Jacob was just talking about. I think Navi is definitely looked as the favorite right there, and OG is probably the one shaking in their boots, thinking, why do we have to play against Navi, right? So down the line, could be an OG NIP, but, you know, let's take it one game at a time.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a tough gauntlet for the team to be getting through. We can take a look at our betway predictions as well coming into today. Of course, there's going to be a lot on the cards for all of our talent coming into things. Myself, Anders. I mean, Anders is going to the walls, I guess. He doesn't want to share the crown.
Now we'll get rid of him now. That's good, you know. So it's back to you and me, Freya, being the king and the queen. God. And then Matthew, I guess, you know, a second place is all right.
I am true to myself with these predictions. I'm not just playing the score. I'm actually picking who I think is going to win. So in the long run, I might be rewarded.
I'm the worst.
You're the worst. You always wait for my prediction and then you copy my homework. Yeah, you
I mean, let's just scroll back through the group chat. I also just want to highlight that Anders said in the group chat, he was one of the last to put in his predictions, and he was saying, I'm not going to let us all do the same predictions today.
The line between genius and insanity is very thin, and Anders is one that knows how to thread that needle just a little bit, so today he might just be vindicated.
I'm actually surprised that no more people pick big. I think that Astralis big game is potential for being a close one. Not a 50-50, but close to it, and I'm surprised that we all agree that Astralis apparently is going to win that one.
Yeah, no, it's going to be very exciting to see how it does lay down. Of course, that is the last game coming up today. We can take a look at exactly what is on the cards with our schedule. Astralis taking on Big, then NAVI taking on NIP, but we're going to be kicking things off, taking another new look at the new look Vitality taking on MIBR. You don't want to miss it.
I think initially I heard the rumors of Vitality making this change and thought it was probably kind of a joke, and then when it actually got announced and it actually turned out to be real, I remember thinking this is madness on some level.
Actually, at the beginning I was a bit surprised and also a bit sad for the French squad we had before.
This is not at all what I was expecting.
The French lineup is down. Now we had 3 Danes in the team.
French Counter-Strike usually is pretty insular, so the idea of bringing, you know, sort of half a Danish team onto the mix is just absolutely wild.
When I knew about the roster, I was surprised in a good way and in a bad way, because I love my French players. We've done such a good job all together for the last 3 years, even though we were not like winning tournaments. But for the good way, just like having those 3 really experienced people in the team will help us to win tournaments, and I was pretty sure about that.
If it works, it'll be very exciting because it'll open up a lot of doors to French Counter-Strike. I'm super excited for the project. I really want it to work, but I have a lot of doubts. The idea of having some core of Astralis break away from them and join Vitality is, there's so much experience and there's so much theory and understanding of the game.
It's really good to be in practice and have those people like just talking after, say, yeah, we need to improve that, we were not good there. With young players, you cannot expect those things. And we play with a lot of young players in Vitality. So yeah, having those people just refresh your mind and help you as in-game editors, so that's really good. I know we have the potential and we're gonna give everything to show this potential.
Where are Dupree and Magisk individually? If these two can actually perform on an individual level, man, you have a team that's going to leave trophies.
And down in the pit, alone fighting is Dupree. Oh. Incredible transfer, and he's going to keep going. He lines them up. It's a quad at the end.
The last couple of years have been a disaster for MIBR, let's be completely honest, but it's starting to slowly but surely getting better.
That's very dangerous, but he's back. Oh, and it's a 2-for-1. He gets both JT and Grim. Oh, what?
No.
Again.
Vitality ready to unsheath their swords as the Danes inject new armor into their arsenal. But for the EU mix, a hungry pack of underdogs await. MIBR facing one of their tallest tasks thus far in the spring groups, despite Maniac having taken some decent scalps so far.
Absolutely, I think the expectations have been met. They've been more than met if you're MIBR. Remember, we talked about their usual journeys to Europe, how it was always complicated, how they could never match up. We're talking about an event where they take a map off NAVI in best of 1, and then they beat Complexity 2-0 in a best of 3. As far as I am concerned, the journey has been a success for MIBR, and it's going to be a hell of a test right now.
I had zero expectations for MIBR coming into this path of the group stages, right? In the sense that we've seen them the last couple of times not really do much damage. We've seen the lineup being filled up with stand-ins. You know, Chelo couldn't come in this time around either. So in terms of setting up expectations, I expected absolutely nothing. So the fact that they've been able to beat NAVI in the fashion they did and win quite convincingly against Complexity 2-0 yesterday is more than I would have anticipated. So I'm proud and kind of surprised by MIBR.
And something that we have learned about MIBR thus far, it's just looking at their opening kill success, but it does come with a caveat to it.
Yeah, I guess the way I would define them is that there is an explosiveness to how they can actually procure and open a round. Definitely, they have many players who can have these opening kills. BR and Ezan is one, Exit is another one. Of course, you see 62%, but there is another problem. Lots of mistakes due to inexperience on the side of MIBR. Only 67% of 5v4 is not really enough, and 17% of 4v5. It just speaks volume to how much they lack experience and how to navigate these rounds. We had a lot of examples against Complexity rounds that should have gone their way quite easily, but it's just a little bit messy, and that against Vitality is going to be a huge issue.
It is, but it does come with a bit of flair, right? Because you know it as well, Matt, you're right. We're used to playing in European Counter-Strike and South American Counter-Strike, and in general, you know, the aggressiveness coming out from Brazilian teams is different. Yes, you're going to find a lot of opening duels, and if you're not ready for it, if you as an individual, when you talk about Vitality, is not ready for the constant pressure, the constant, you know, duels that is showing up, and the constant, I guess, unexpected way of approaching a round from MIBR, you can be caught off guard. So it's a high-risk, high-reward game, and sometimes you'd like to see teams like MIBR, you know, adopt just a little bit of the European way of the smart way of slowing down around, playing a 4v5, etc., etc. But it also comes with the caveat that what they're best at is feeling the game, be proactive, and just go for the
kills.
Yeah,
and they thrive under chaos, right? Yeah. And I think that when you look at Complexity, they don't really have the players to be able to manage that. But now we made the comparison with Vitality, and all of these players have more experience. Every single member of Vitality has more experience than probably MIBR altogether. So if you want to throw chaos at them, you want to make it a muddy box fight, no problem. Like, these players will know how to react in these situations. That's my issue, that MIBR is not able to switch from chaotic opening rounds to then just closing it with discipline. They lack that for now.
Well, one of the members of MIBR we have been putting under the spotlight is Exa, and he has been kind enough to give us a few words ahead of this series.
We heard on the interview you did with the desk yesterday that you were helping out with some of the calling, but I know that Woody was doing the calling, the IGLing before, so I just wanted to see how that's working out for MIBR now.
No, he's the IGL. He's calling every time, but sometimes I like to give him some ideas from my perspective. And yesterday, as in the CT side, I thought something good about the game, and I said to my teammates, and they believed in me, they trusted me, and the end, it was a good thing.
And that's really good to hear as well, because we were talking about it just before the interview as well. You don't have like a actual coach right now. You've got Nak who's back home and he's trying to help from online. But without having a voice behind you, is it important that everyone's able to add a bit more information to your tactics and what you're seeing throughout the game?
In the server, he's not joining because he can't. But he likes to help us before the games. He likes to talk to us. He tells us some things about our enemy, and he's very important for the team. He's a very good guy, and I like him a lot.
I really like that we got the answer to the question about the leadership of MIBR, because we had a post-game interview with at.CET where he was saying, you know, he was giving some input, and we were kind of confused who's kind of taking on that leadership role. But it sounds like they've got a pretty good balance going.
Yeah, and I'm not surprised that a man like Exit would actually have a voice, because whenever we talk to him in interviews, and what he would also say about himself is that he's got this ability to stay calm under pressure. And if you think about some of the positions he played, like the A side on Ancient, for example, he's got a lot of responsibility. He's got a lot of decisions to make on his own. Sometimes no one is here to help him. So he's not only a very skilled player, remember he was the highest fragger against Complexity, but also quite cerebral.
It's good to have a player like that, you know, who, as you said, Matthew, are playing the positions he is and then being the second voice of the team, because he's constantly moving. You've seen the highlight clips here as well, that it's not a player that is sitting still, being the anchor of a bomb side and not really seeing stuff. So the more players you have who are moving around, who are hearing stuff on the map, who are feeling stuff on the map, who then are able to convert that into being the second voice and sometimes come up with a good call or a good read, is very, very valuable for a team. So you want your players who are moving around, you want your rotators to be able to speak up once in a while and say, okay, I feel this right now, I've heard this smoke, I've heard this flash, it's gonna be like this, you know, and having that second voice is helping out an in-game leader quite a lot.
Well, we speak about the voices of the team. I'm glad to see that Apex is now back in the boot camp with Vitality.
Yes, indeed. It's great to see Apex now joining the boys in Paris. It's going to be great to see how they interact with each other, right? It's very important to be able to witness a team where they're sitting side by side. I think in terms of reactions, in terms of emotional bound, we're going to see something else coming out of Vitality today, and that's quite interesting.
Yeah, I'm just looking at this graph and looking at these players again. I feel like I've seen this before, just with different names. The fact that Saivu, and I know small sample size, is just way above everyone else, even in a team with Dupree and Magic's in it, it's just ridiculous to look at, right? Saivu is the star of Vitality. He's one of the best players in the world, and I hope that we get to see the support cast around him help him out a little more, because this Vitality lineup, we spoke about it already, they have all the ingredients, they have the support cast, they have the, I guess, foundation as well, a great organization, really investing a lot into them. There's no reason they couldn't be the best in the world.
Let's talk about MIBR coming into this, because I think he's the player, surprisingly, that we kind of have the most questions about. Of course, the new additions, we're really interested to see how they kind of integrate. But he was being built as kind of the secondary star of previous Vitality. I'm just wondering how much room he's going to be given with these big names coming in.
I think it's going to be quite a challenge for MIBR, honestly, because you say it, in the French lineup, he was kind of considered to the second superstar in the team next to Azaiwu. That's not the case anymore. It's not the case anymore. He's had to go through a whole rebuild. His position, his role, the expectations when it comes to MIBR will change. And I'm just going to put it out there. He is under a lot of pressure, because the day Vitality decided to divert from fully French-speaking team, they opened up the resources, they opened up the possibilities of players they could pick if MIBR is not able to sustain the challenge. So many international players out there, so many rifles. If he falls behind, if he is not able to lift, I guess, the responsibility, that's it. There could be someone else taking his spot. So he's walking on eggshells, and he has to prove to everyone that he can actually maintain his position.
I think he's been doing good so far, though. I think it's been, you know, only 3 maps, but we've seen him change a couple of positions, and he's still finding impact. We've seen him clutch more. He's been involved in more, you know, late round scenarios where he's clutching it out as well. So I think you're right, Matthew, for MIBR. A lot of additional pressure on his shoulder right now, but so far he's doing fine.
Well, let's see what MIBR is thinking as he caught up with Banks ahead of this game.
And in terms of you, right, towards the end of last year, your individual performance was sky high. It was probably the best MIBR we'd seen. We were seeing you grow as an individual. How much of the changes started to affect you on that side as well? Do you see that it's dropped back a little bit and it's something you need to improve on, or how do you view it?
Actually, I feel like having more responsibility at all. Like, I will say that before I had to focus a bit more on what other people were doing. But now I'm more focusing that if I have to do something anyway, on the other side, I'll have my teammates to help me and say that I'll have the help that I need behind me if I want to do something that is really important and take the space I want.
It's really great to get a bit of insight from him as well. Just as a side note, seems so much more confident in these interviews now. You know, obviously speaking English is now the mother tongue of the team as well. I'm really excited just to see his development going forward.
It's good for the brand, and I think he's absolutely right. He should focus on himself right now. He should do that. He doesn't have to cater to KO Jin and explain to him what he's supposed to do. He's got Dupree and he's got Magist next to him. He doesn't need to tell them how to play Counter-Strike. He needs to do his job. Focus on himself, his keyboard and his mouse.
And he's been doing it. He's been doing it so far. I think we don't forget how good he was, you know, in the second part of 21. He was stepping it up. It was not supposed to be Misuta being the second star. That's because Shox didn't set up. That's because the rest of the players within Vitality weren't performing up to a level that was good enough. So Misuta had to bring it on himself. He took more responsibility as a player. He even said, you know, publicly in an interview that he wants to be a player that has a bigger influence on whether you're winning or losing, and he thinks he's good enough to do that. So the guy has confidence, and I think I'm seeing it on the server. Yes, the roles he's going to play in the future for Vitality will be a little less, you know, versatile than he's used to, but so far so good. I really like the confidence and I guess the calmness coming out of Misuta.
So the star-studded Danes now coming into the roster. I know it's been a small sample size. We've only seen 3 games, 2 of which the maps were the same of Inferno. What are your key takeaways so far?
That it's been kind of like expected, right? It hasn't been blowing me out of the water, what we've seen so far from either Dupree or Magix, but it's been stable, it's been good, and it's been with very few mistakes. You're looking at the players and you're thinking to yourself, they're not really making the typical mistakes. We're talking about experience. We're talking about players who have so much know-how of how to, I guess, build up a new team, which what they're trying to do within Vitality. So kind of what expected, but I do think that we, over time, will see them grow into becoming better and better players. People seem to forget they haven't played competitive Counter-Strike in 6 months, so there's a little, you know, of getting back to it.
And you talk about building a new team, and that's what I wanted to see from the webcams, from the images. I want to see them emotionally invested in what the hell is going on. I want to see them really fully take on that new challenge and make it their life goal to actually bring Vitality to the top, because that's the only way they're going to do it after all they've achieved in Counter-Strike.
Well, starting to construct these building blocks, we do have a few words from Magix about the map pool of Vitality.
And in terms of the map pool, obviously we saw a few Infernos play, but we got the overpass in the end there. Don't have to tell me which maps it is, right? I know you want to hold on to that. But what would you say in terms of the amount of maps that you guys are comfortable on right now that you feel like, okay, look, the 100% this is a good map for us right now?
I think we have 3 of those maps right now, which obviously includes Inferno as well. So yeah, there's 2 more in the pocket somewhere. I can't tell which one, of course, but I think our map pool is looking really solid, and in the future it will only get better. Obviously, it's very difficult being a new team and making a strong map pool in less than 1 month. It's not possible. Obviously, it will take time, and we're also gonna be having some defeats on different maps before we actually get good on the map, if that makes sense. Because you always learn more from losing on the maps, and that's where you can actually evolve, like on the map a lot. Obviously, we will try to do our best in practice to keep evolving and get as good on the maps as possible. But yeah, it's gonna take time, and it's not gonna happen in less than 1 month.
I think that's just another thing that I'm really excited to see for this new look Vitality, exactly what the Danes are going to be bringing in terms of that map pool diversity as well.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how they're going to diverse it, right, and how quickly they can build up a competitive map pool. I just want to drag it back to something Maniac said before, right, in terms of how motivated are they, and are they willing to invest 100% into it? If you think about it, they're in a prime position right now to be the best team in the world. They have everything they need. Saivu next to them, Apex a great in-game leader, Vitality as an organization, and then you look towards their ex-teammates in Glaive and Siblings in Astralis right now. The opportunities they have in terms of being the best team in the world when you look towards Astralis are non-existent, whereas for Magix and Dupree, they have everything they need right now, so they should be super, super motivated.
Well, we can see that the Bet Whales are quite heavily favouring the side of Vitality, but we do need to discover and uncover what maps we are going to be playing on. Is Inferno in the mix for you again?
It could be. It could be a third map. It could be a Vitality's pick. I think when it comes to the first ban wave, there shouldn't be too many surprises. It could be, Mirage and Ancient. I think they should fly out the window. I'd be surprised to see now. The good news for MIBR and the Brazilians fan is that Dust 2 is right for the taking. That's where MIBR took down NAVI. It's a strong map for them. They go for it. Now, Vitality, you mentioned Inferno. We know it could be a pick, but they could also try and throw curveballs. They could try and overpass. They stick with the Inferno. That's not the curveball. That's what we know they can do already. They've played it twice. Now, for the third map, I think that MIBR is going to be in a tough position. Vitality now have the choice. They can go towards Nuke, they can go towards overpass, and that I don't really know how they feel right now. It's going to be the question. They actually go for Nuke, a map that MIBR can play. So for the spectacle, that's pretty cool.
I really, really do hope that MIBR MIBR would be able to make a surprise, so we get to see Nuke. A little bit disappointed that Vitality are picking Inferno. You know, from a personal point of view, it makes an awful lot of sense, but I would like to see that map pool being poked a little bit too. I would like to see them play Nuke and new maps. I think having Dust 2 Inferno as the two first maps is more or less a dream scenario for Vitality.
Very quickly, Maniac, any expectations of this new look Vitality going into Dust 2?
I think they're going to absolutely smash MIBR.
Well, I think we'll just leave it at that and see exactly how it does play out on the server. Dust 2 coming up, MIBR's pick coming into this best of 3 series to see who will continue on here and who will go to that lower bracket deciding matchup. It's coming at you with Moses and Anders, and it's going down after this break.
Here we go. First match of the day is coming up. Matters B Loom. This is Jason Moses O'Toole, and we've got an interesting game that's coming up between Vitality and MIBR. No doubt going to be exciting. The odds, unsurprisingly, going to be favoring Vitality.
As they should. Although I will say, I think Pimp landed out on the desk pretty well. I was in the same boat. I didn't really expect anything from MIBR coming into this, and I've been obviously surprised at how well they've played and continued to play. This just feels like it's such a tall task.
They took a look at the ratings on the desk, and you look at that and you think, oh dear, that's a lot. That's a lot to fight up against.
Yeah, it's a lot to overcome, and I mean a big challenge, and obviously just a wealth of experience on this Vitality team. Although fair play, still putting it together, so there's going to be some opportunities. But I mean, this team, even with kind of the inexperience, this Vitality roster, the inexperience of playing together so far, it's still going to be a team that can capitalize on some of the mistakes that we see MIBR making. Like,
yes,
you know, that isn't the cleanest game of Counter-Strike you're ever going to see, but they're able to kind of pull it out due to some skill, due to some nice teamwork, due to some tactical decisions. But still, the mistakes are there to capitalize upon, and Vitality is one of the teams who can really make you pay for those.
Well, listen, last time when I picked MIBR to beat NAVI, I used the tentative logic that it
it was because of the best of one.
Best of one.
So maybe, but now I'm going back on that. I'm saying they could beat them today because the best of 3.
Naturally.
Obviously.
As you do.
And they don't have the map pool yet, Vitality is what I'm saying. So I'm trying real hard. Here we go. It's MIBR. They're on the T side. Vitality going to be on the CT side. It's the opening game, and it's a best of 3, of course. So you know it's going to be exciting. They're out long already, but take a look at what Vitality are doing. Misuta's already running down the middle. He's got Saivu right behind him, so they have a lot of information. In fact, almost already, Vitality have kind of boxed them in on long, and they need to win this fight and get this bomb down pretty quickly on the MIBR side, but they don't have any map control anymore.
Megas has the utility as well, and he's down towards CT spawn. He's going to be ready to toss some things up as they cross over. Misuta and Apex inside the site. There's the first deep smoke. And little shots come out from Apex. Ooh, a nice goosh. That's going to force Misuta away. So this long-range battle with these USPs actually coming out pretty even against the Glocks. Not too bad for MIBR. But as you said, Vitality still have a lot of information on what's happening on this map.
Yeah, it's kind of awkward to be down here. I mean, especially if you wanted to trek back across the map now, you would have to spend a lot of time that probably you don't really want to. The smoke is up, and they don't have another one for the cross. Turtle's going to find a kill with the P250, finally, to open it up. Magus, I don't know how he gets the shot, but he does. The BRD goes down, and Saibu's going to land a shot on Joda, and he keeps going. Oh, more headshots, 3 of them in a row. And Saibu's off to a hot start, and Vitality will win the pistol round.
Where did those even come from? Did the smoke start clearing? Was he peering over the top?
Must have been catwalk, right?
Yeah, I mean, he's over here, but man, that's such a hard shot to hit. That's ridiculous. All 3. What a freak. What are you supposed to do if you're MIBR? That is some stunning stuff. 3 pixel headshots for Zaiwu.
That's actually, it's really stupid.
Oh, I bet that makes you feel like your prediction sucks.
Just wait and see. Just wait and see.
Woo. All right. Getting the day started with a banger.
That actually was tremendously cool. Well played. Second round is here, and no surprise, there's no bomb plant, so they're gonna chill out for a minute. They've got a deagle on Turtle, who's been fun. That was actually the Glock. I don't even know how that works.
No head armor. I think he must have gotten tagged up from the deagle first, and the Glock finished him off.
Yeah, but there was no assist, so I got
nothing. Maybe it's just a nice quick little double dink with or double gush with the Glock.
Maybe it was a critical hit.
Yeah, fair play. Oh, Dupree gonna not be able to spray him down, so this is getting awkward. These are the M4s that are falling, and Vitality, I mean, still in control. Still a very low percentage that MIBR can turn this around, but a decent enough start. You've taken at least 1 M4 away from the Vitality side. Apex up next, gotta be careful. This is how the rest of your teammates have gone down, but he's gonna be able to clean him up. Nice nade from Zaiwu, and it's just the final player, but he even grabs 1 more. Alrighty then. Oh, get the plant.
I was gonna say.
Just get the plant. You've done everything you can. Just get the bomb down. Get that extra 100 for the team.
That's reaching way, way, way too far, right? It's just trying to say, ooh, maybe I could fake it and then, you know, try and make it a one-on-one. But that's a super successful round for MIBR.
Spicy.
Yeah. Interesting considering what they had to make it work with. So, yeah. But maybe also a strong reminder just to Vitality to
buy helmets.
Yeah, buy helmets and just get the good lead before you really start enjoying this game, you know?
Yep. Exactly. Well, they've bought up M4s, and I mean, with so much damage done, that digs into the economy really early on. Obviously, Apex still chilling at 2,000, but everyone else is pretty busted. For MIBR, with those kills and the plant on top of it, Joda's got an AWP. Uh-oh, and he takes the shot, just a narrow miss through the door.
It's fun to attempt that. And people do sometimes just neglect to throw the smoke in the middle on the CT side because of how the map has changed, so sometimes you get rewarded for that.
Also, Dupree calling a little bit of a bluff here, not putting on any utility into the B halls as he crossed over. He's held on to his smoke for as long as possible, and that looks like it's going to make MIBR possibly kind of test in the hallway, but they decide to drift away from it.
It's tempting when you realize, wait a minute, does he then even have any nades? What's going on here? But he does. Attempted flashbang. It's a good idea, even if you don't get the kill, just in terms of the information. See guy falling back. Megas gonna realize that was probably the AWP there at top mid now on Woody instead. And MIBR, they're playing out. This is a pretty standard split that's coming out, just playing for the information. Eventually, they'll have to make up their minds.
Yeah, and Vitality's fallen into a pretty standard defense as well. Apex towards CT spawn, 2 players out towards long for the moment until they get the sound cues that Catwalk is being taken. Magisk as well, lined up in middle, and he's in a position for a crossfire with Apex in mid or to support Dupree at the B bomb site, who's still just jiggle peek in the corner.
Apex probably hearing some of those steps there on the catwalk, so very powerful setup if they wanted to run this catwalk strategy because of Apex being down there. Even with the smokes up, he's definitely going to be able to be annoying. Cyber's up at the bomb site. As we said earlier, no AWP on him yet. 20 seconds is not a lot of time for MIBR to make this play. And now they're stuck behind the smoke. 15 seconds. Oh, this is so awkward, and they're going to get slaughtered. Cyber with a double kill. 10 seconds on the clock. And again, there's just way too many people here. Apex and Magisk both defending the bomb site. And that was... Maybe you can execute that strategy at 20 seconds, but then you cannot slow down.
It's a really cool smoke from Apex, though, that he drops on that ramp. When they throw out that execution, he drops his own smoke a little bit deeper, and he uses looking over the top of it for an angle towards Catwalk so that him and ZywOo can actually peek and fight at the same point. Right there at that corner, just as they're crossing. That's the angle Apex has, and obviously ZywOo is able to peek from those sight boxes and just take on a kind of an isolated fight that Apex is also fighting without swinging too far wide to be overexposed. So cool little defensive setup there. A little trick with the smoke from Apex and Vitality. They're up to 3-0.
Some deagles and the one AK on exit. He managed to run away.
I believe they also got the free AWP.
Ooh, that is obviously a huge win. Any random game, but especially when you've got cyber warping, you've got to be just very happy about that. So everything is kind of working out. Maybe a little bit of a stumble in the second round for Vitality, but nothing super crazy.
Yeah, stumble, not a fall, not a complete wipeout, no face plants.
Just stubbed toe making your way to the kitchen in the night. Oh, cold toes.
The worst.
Yeah. I don't know why you're going to kitchen in the night, but...
What do you mean? Water? Snacks?
You wake up at night to go...
Tell me you've never done it. Tell me you've never woken up randomly at 3 in the morning and gone and made yourself a bowl of cereal. ZywOo's gonna have the first shot and the second one. His teammate's gone down to the lone AK-47, and I think now Vitality is calling for a retake and not wanting to risk any more weapons to try and stop progression into the bomb site.
There's some good shots coming out. Nothing spectacular from ZywOo, but we'll get the job done. Bomb is planted, so not a bad milestone for MIBR in this round in terms of doing some damage. And now Woody landing a headshot onto Dupree makes it a bit more interesting. Still very hard to win this round on the side of MIBR, but they're going to try anyway. Exit, who's been a bit of a star so far for the Brazilian side, trying his best, and he almost could have had Magisk then, but it's a quad kill for ZywOo instead, and they will find a 4th round.
What were you gonna say? You've never done a 3M bowl of cereal?
I am actually. I know you have like a love for cereal even. Oh, it's like a big thing for you.
I very much enjoy cereal.
But but even I actually don't eat breakfast at all. I know people say it's the most.
I don't eat cereal for breakfast. I want that to be out there into the world. It's just like the go-to snack. Sometimes for dinner, sometimes like a midday joy snack. Yeah.
Fair enough. But no, I don't think I do. I've never woken up in the middle of the night to eat a snack of any kind, cereal or anything else.
I call shenanigans on that one.
I know it seems unlikely, but it's just... I'll prove it.
Okay, sure.
I'll wear a GoPro cam to
while
bed
you sleep.
Yeah.
Oh,
we'll document it.
Nothing could go wrong there. Here we go. It looks like a contact play at the B bomb site. They're going to try and find a timing on Dupree again. Calling a little bit of a bluff. A late smoke just comes in. Oh, that might mess with the timing. They wanted to execute this, but it looks like they're going to come right through it. Looks like they don't care.
Again, you almost have to because you don't have map control anywhere else full. You know they're checking mid and long already, so you might as well just go for it. Nice entry from Turtle. Picking up Dupree, it's pretty much the perfect start here. If they get the bomb down, it's possible Vitality will give up on this round already, but a little kill from Magisk maybe could change their minds, but it's super risky to go for these 5 versus 4, 4 on 4, even sometimes 4 on 3 retake. It's just very hard to retake that B-bomb side. Yeah, we all know this.
They're not budging whatsoever. This is a save already. You're exactly right. Nice little staggered flashbang from MIBR. Dupree thought he had the timing of when to peek after the utility, and just one flashbang barely catches him. Messes with his vision, messes with his aim. 1-for-1 trade, and MIBR have their first round on the board.
Good. I mean, the timing is everything in that play.
You get it wrong by half a second and it's done.
And we've seen that. We've seen rounds like that play out so many times over the years. If dupreeh gets that first kill and everyone else from MIBR is still stuck behind the smokes, there's a great chance dupreeh's able to just keep spraying through the smoke and get lucky enough in that narrow choke point to grab one more kill, to grab maybe even 2 more kills, and put a stop to the whole hit. But good on MIBR to have some success with that, considering dupreeh has kind of opened up. We've seen a couple rounds. Granted, it's only 5 rounds so far in this game, but a couple rounds he's opened up solo at that B bomb site. And now they'll put a little bit of fear and vitality to maybe have to bring another body over there with more consistency.
Yeah, I mean, finally, something on the board for MIBR. It's good news.
The nice thing is dupreeh, since... Ooh, nice little tag onto dupreeh, speaking of which, down to 41 HP. Since dupreeh hasn't been using his smoke necessarily at the start of these rounds for the hulls, Vitality can actually mask around where they bring ZywOo over with the AWP or a double op, and the lack of smoke won't give up the play. Or to set up this play, pop flash in from dupreeh, maybe? No, Magisk is just going to go for it. dupreeh covering his retreat. 1 for 1. They would have liked to have kept Magisk alive, obviously. Close, but no cigar.
It's definitely an interesting little setup there. With at.CET now getting that kill, I think the entire MIBR team have as many kills as ZywOo has on his own. So obviously he's had a pretty decent start. Some of the kills were not high impact kills, but still. Nice little trick. I thought they were going to throw a flashbang to peek into Upper Dark at that moment too, but they did not. 6th round. And setting up the trick smoke, getting out right away so that you don't get spammed down, because that does happen now more days. And once again, they're returning a little bit to the Upper Dark position. Alone all the way. The back is dupreeh. Already low from the tag earlier, but in this position, a Molotov could be very painful, but otherwise, he could do some damage with this M4, definitely. 40 seconds left, and they're going to come test dupreeh once again. They're already flashing their way, and he's staying ducked down. The timing is incredible. Stands up for a big double, and ZywOo's been brought in as well. He's going to get the last couple of kills, and that is a very, very nice defense over at B.
Yeah, and ZywOo actually grabs the player jumping on top of the box, which is probably the most dangerous player for dupreeh in that position. Great round from dupreeh. I think he ends with a triple kill overall. This was the first, and obviously 2 here. Yeah, there's ZywOo grabbing Turtle right off the box and freeing up dupreeh to spray him down. Good win for Vitality back on the board. 5-1, and ZywOo 12-1.
Yeah, well, it's a problem at any rate.
Always is. Ooh, fast long play. Viera not going to be able to connect as Masuta crosses over to pit. Apex has a gap in the smoke, and ooh, that's a bit aggressive if he swings too wide. Got to be careful. 1 player at the corner. Pop flash coming through could make Joda very, very effective, but if his teammates all go down first, it won't much matter.
Scary spraying for the smoke like this if you run out of bullets at the end, and what a return from Joda. Big double, Masuta and Apex. Otherwise, good defense down to the pit, but eventually get beat. And that's a problem when there's not just 1 smoke, but I think 3 different smokes in action over a long or pit like that. You just have no idea where they're hiding. ZywOo's out long, and they're creeping up on him. They have an AWP on Woody, and they're going to use a Molotov to displace him a little bit. Oh, that is a nice shot onto Woody as he tries. Well, he got down to the pit at any rate.
I love this. I love that he's reaggressing to Car. Oh, it's so cool. He's going to grab 1 more right around the edge of the smoke. Joda had no idea. Whew.
And now, it's hard to make this round work from MIBR's point of view here. 45 seconds. They've kind of been shut down. And already, actually, Vitality have fallen back from long even. So they're really close to this position. That is a crazy shot. Did he flick through the doors? Because it wasn't even a wallbang. He actually tagged him through that narrow angle. 28 seconds, and they're going to try and see the get up catwalk, and it must be heard surely. ZywOo in a second could probably hear this.
Yeah, but they've played this perfectly. What a great call from MIBR. The smoke for the mid to be split. You make ZywOo kind of get aggressive so he can work with Magisk in defending it, and up catwalk you go for a free plant and a relatively difficult 2-on-2 for Team Vitality, and ZywOo's going to be flanking through long.
Turtle just taking a peek and actually maybe a little bit too aggressively. Ooh, Magisk, I don't think he had the drop down. at.CET should get this kill almost for free, but there is another problem. It's ZywOo on that AWP, and he has a smoke as well, so he could put that on the bomb and try and force the engagement for at.CET. He'd have to sort of run out into the open. Yeah, oh, he's just going to tag it the once, and he's ready for it. Goes looking. at.CET is ice cold in this. I am shocked that he has not already run up the stairs to try and take a look. And that smoke is going to be fading soon. 1 second left in the spray. It's going to be too late. And ZywOo, he's not done. He doesn't just want to win the round. He actually wanted to hunt him down.
Yeah, he's in Terminator mode right now. This is disgusting. 14-1 and a nice 1v1 clutch there. at.CET's in a really tough position, but ZywOo shuts this round down. That's the frustration of someone who knows there's just not much you can do at the moment. ZywOo's hitting everything. I love that play from ZywOo around Car. Molotov comes in, he's got the smoke to put it out, just repositions, grabs a kill, goes back to Car, which is probably the last thing anyone from MIBR expected.
Woody is quick on the trigger at the start of this round, though. Dupree, not that fortunate at the start of some of these rounds. That is a gift for MIBR that they'd better make something of it. Out long once again. Still got to deal with ZywOo somehow. I find in these situations the best way to deal with problems like this is just to pretend that they're not there.
Uh-oh. Woody might have another one. I think he saw the gun barrel just previously.
But he's not actually going to be allowed. You're right. I think he probably did. Misuta smart enough to sneak back. They're going to leave. Looks like they're leaving long. Joda hanging around for another couple of seconds, but under a minute now. Just crossed. Yeah, leave. Try and leave ZywOo alone out here. Just don't give him the fight.
Well, that Molotov is the first indication that they want to start progressing up long to Molotov off the Car, which keeps 3 players on this side of the map. Apex is going to have a big job to do, as well as Magisk anchoring this B bomb site. Again, they found a sole B defender to attack against.
Ooh, but Apex actually just made the run across middle. He might have the right idea. There's Misuta going down to Woody. Magisk not able to hold the bomb site, but excellent kills coming in from Apex. A huge double to maybe buy a little bit of time, and he has a Molotov as well. 20 seconds left. The bomb is inside of the B bomb site, so they need to move right now. The more time they waste here, the closer ZywOo's going to get with that AWP. And nobody wants that. 10 seconds, 9 seconds now on the clock. And Apex is ready and waiting. There's the Molotov going over. Is it going to be quite good enough? No, Woody. Oh, he does burn in the corner, and that's going to be the round. Apex, absolutely brilliant play.
Magnificent. Double kill on the entrance to slow things down, to stop them cold. MIBR a bit hesitant to move forward after that. And the Molotov to win the round. You said they had to capitalize on that opening kill, and they can't do it. They got everything they wanted in this round. Although, except for ZywOo. One of those games where not only is he hitting everything, but nobody can kill him. Just for whatever reason, no matter what kind of a jump you get on ZywOo, he's not falling easily.
Woody again. Start out long. So they're doing something. I want to say, in terms of the preaching game, I want some of my points, you know, no one could see ZywOo playing this well. I'm just saying. Joda comes in, tries to get a bit of revenge, but again, it's that Danish duo over at the B-bomb site. This time, they actually both go in for the aggression, and they trade favorably.
Ooh, this is a big play from Apex. Timing is everything. Timing is everything with Woody.
Oh, he's gonna walk in right in front. That is so unfortunate.
Yeah.
If Woody unscopes at any moment, the Apex is gonna be here, and he has all the advantage, right?
Okay, well, ZywOo's dropped off the AWP. He's got M4 in hand, but an off angle in towards the long cave. Great shot. There he is. He's mortal with the M4 in hand, and now Woody's able to cut the map, split the map in half, and he's at least got the information of where Magisk is. He's holding him from fully committing himself to trying to prevent long. But on the other hand, Magisk realizes he's got a 1v1 if he gets aggressive. A dangerous game against the AWP, but it's taking a lot of time.
Okay, well, they don't have, in spite of having a tremendous, about to be 7-2 lead, money's not that amazing on the side of Vitality, so I can respect Magisk just wanted to duck out and go look maybe for an AK somewhere if he can.
He can drop an M4 over to a teammate, and Apex can actually drop an AWP over towards ZywOo if they want it. I imagine they'll buy in the next round with that kind of an investment. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Apex probably not thinking that anyone's watching down mid at that point. About a minute and 10 seconds on the clock, and unfortunately, he is incorrect. More so, probably the fact that 2 players from MIBR had already fallen. 7-2. MIBR back on the board, just 5 rounds away. This is still salvageable, obviously.
Yeah, it is. It's hard not to get dragged into the feeling of sort of watching ZywOo's scoreline and just kind of centering the game around that. But you're right. Overall, it's a 5-round difference. Money can be broken on the side of Vitality. If they could do that, then MIBR could at least have more of a presence in the first half. So there's something to be fought for still, without a doubt. And we'll see. Some players that they haven't really put into action properly just yet. I mean, at.CET is 4 kills. He's been playing really well throughout. If they get a couple of more rounds out of him with multi-kills, it could be interesting.
Well, keep an eye on what Vitality is going to have to do in this round. They have very little utility. Masuta and ZywOo have absolutely nothing, so you have to imagine at some point they're going to pull some trickery out. Masuta relegated to the Deagle to defend long. Magisk and dupreeh over at this B bomb site. Just a pretty standard default setup from Vitality. It looks like a late long take is the call for MIBR, waiting for that flashbang to come through, and that's attacking the Deagle.
If they can make that long take, if they can put some pressure on Catwalk so that ZywOo doesn't have all the luxury of just looking down long, maybe it could work.
Now, Apex has 2 flashbangs inside the A-bomb site, so when that long attack comes in, he has some utility to activate Masuta and try and help him get a cleaner fight, but, I mean, those flashbangs got to be real good, real timely, and again, it's that Deagle.
Well, let's see. You've painted the picture for us now. Oh, he's going to get one for free the first time. That was an enemy flashbang. There comes Apex grenade to follow it up, and he definitely could have had it. That actually was a very good grenade. Apex goes down up at the site, and ZywOo's already fallen in this round without a kill, so that's a rare thing so far in the game. dupreeh, yeah, don't be unhooking that silent terminal. That's not what he wants. Ooh, God. That's interesting. The Molotov might make it very tricky, and the flashbang certainly will. MIBR, very well executed so far in this round. They're going to make a run for it.
I think Masuta is going to be bummed out he didn't get that second kill with Apex's flashbang. He had a couple shots. He had plenty of time to line up the second Deagle hit to actually land.
Yeah, that was... I mean, the theory behind it was pretty much perfect.
Yep.
Just needed a little bit on the mechanical side at the end.
I mean, especially after a shot like that. That's actually great, and the follow-up just wasn't there, but this is the shot that really does it. Shoulder peeking, ZywOo goes down, and Jota with a brilliant trade. So a third round on the board for MIBR as they claw themselves back into this game.
And they steal that AWP onto Woody.
And they've taken the money away from Vitality's defense. It's going to be these 2 M4s. I don't think Vitality, outside of an upgraded pistol, outside of a little bit of utility, I don't think they're too excited about investing a whole lot into this next round.
Feeling nervous yet, Jason?
Nope.
Oh, all right.
But, I mean, I will say, I mean, as they've done throughout this event, I mean, MIBR continuing to kind of surprise here, getting battered but staying in the game and now rattling off 2 in a row. Even some of the rounds they've lost earlier felt like they were kind of in their favor, so it's not that bad of a game that MIBR is logging right here.
If we do have a little bit of a technical timeout, but if you want, Jason, I'll allow you to switch predictions if you want to jump on the MIBR track.
Oh, that's very generous of you.
Yeah.
No, I'm good. I'm comfortable where I am.
Not going to extend the same thing the other way?
No. You dug your own grave.
All right.
There's only so many times I can let you do this.
It's a little bit ungentlemanly, but fair enough. Yeah, we're about to start in the 11th round here. And, you know, we talked about mistakes. I think the desk talked about it too, how MIBR have definitely been making mistakes throughout their game so far that we've seen in the tournament. They're going to get punished probably at a higher rate in this kind of a game.
Yep.
So this is the sort of round that you just must win. You can't allow Magisk and dupreeh to run wild on you with these M4s. You have to... These are just some of the really nice rounds. They're right there for the taking. You just have to sort of buckle down and make sure that you don't get dropped by the M4s. So... see if they can make it through that, because you're not going to get many chances like this, and I mean you're not going to get many rounds either from so far where ZywOo, for instance, doesn't have the AWP. That's a luxury all on its own. Good work.
I was excited for that play from Magisk. Good heads up from Woody. And now quickly it's just dupreeh with the M4, so a little bit of a creative push through the smoke in mid, and Woody handles it, and now there goes dupreeh. So MIBR, these some of the skill that we've seen throughout this event from MIBR is really being activated now, or slow to kind of come with. Some of these open space duels with the AKs are looking very nice for the MIBR side. It's just Apex with the P250.
Well, you know what they say, Jason. South America, best America.
Oh, okay. Calm down.
Well, it's the 12th round.
Actually, I guess at the moment with the tournament results the way they are, you're not wrong.
People were having a rough time yesterday on Twitter. I know this. There was a lot of anguish going on. I guess I understand, but at the same time, I'm actually way more excited about the North American scene than I have been for a long time. I actually think this is a great season for it.
I am too, but I think it's going to get worse before it gets better.
That could be true.
I think we'll see towards middle stages of the year, we'll start to be able to get a little bit more realistically excited. Fast-paced out towards long. Good trade. ZywOo is able to take down Turtle. That's very aggressive. That takes a lot of attention and resources, but it's back to the B bomb site we go. 4 players against Magisk.
He used that smoke at the corner and supporting flashbangs to hug the wall and run behind the smoke. That worked so well. What a double. He was backtracking, firing that gun, and he almost could have had that one as well. But yet it goes very, very low. And it's a 2-on-3 that is massively favoring Vitality. Oh, man. That was a solid defense for Magisk.
Now, they know where one of these last two players of MIBR are. They don't know where the second one is. So ZywOo's getting a bit aggressive in towards Cave, as you can see, pushing in. But I think he might have pushed out if he had seen, if they had found both players towards B.
Yeah.
But they've got everything covered for the moment. The Vitality defense is spread 1, 1, and 1 across the map. But Apex and dupreeh in pretty decent position. Same with ZywOo. To just get one and survive.
And he's just going to stick around. Ooh, Woody walking into it. AK in hand, giving over the AWP to his teammate who was low on health, and he's not going to be able to win that fight. So now they've got him boxed in. BRE turning around at the right time, and actually will find a no-scope of all things. That's a medium range for no-scoping. 30 seconds. The bomb is in middle. He's not going to win this round.
No, I'd actually throw the op away as well.
Yeah, just make sure.
Actually, he might be saving it at this point. 20 seconds. Yeah, he's not going to move forward.
Yeah, but he obviously can't know what we know, which is that they're really far away. But on some level, you're right. That actually is a super valid move sometimes to just say, okay, I can't save this, so you can't have it either. It's a bit childish, really. If I can't have the choice, then no one can. But
yeah,
makes sense.
We've all been there. Well, this is, MIBR is really picking it up. ZywOo's cooled off a little bit. He was, what, 14-1 at one point. At the moment, that's like about the last 3 rounds. I think he's grabbed 2 kills or so. 3-4 rounds, only 2 kills on ZywOo. And that's given MIBR a little bit more space to work with, where he was just trouncing them and shutting everything down across the map earlier for the first 8 or so rounds of this game. This has given a little bit of a window of opportunity for MIBR to claw back, and just 4 rounds behind.
They've started to smoke this off in the middle. They're respecting Woody's speed on that AWP. They've already been tagged and even killed 1 time, so better to just make the cross. All right, still gravitating a bit too long with the bomb right now, but it's early days. Vitality don't seem to be incentivized to try. They've done a couple of rounds where they pushed Apex and stuff like that, but mainly just playing some pretty common defenses here on the CT side. Magisk and dupreeh not going for any aggression in upper dark either. It seems like MIBR are kind of expecting a little bit more in some of these early rounds. I don't think it's not a problem that they're waiting around, but they're just also not getting much for their waiting.
Yeah, they've seen a bit of aggression. I think what they're missing maybe is the fact that the economy for Vitality, I don't think they want to risk any of those aggressive plays while they don't have any money built up. And especially without the AWP on ZywOo to help back it up. Some late utility on a catwalk. There goes BIMP Amazon, completely blinded. Nice flashbang from Apex for Masu to be activated.
And he possibly assisted himself in his own death there, because the Molotov that he threw wasn't actually going to push anyone off the ledge. I think it went too short, so that's why they could even do that to begin with. And now they're trapped on long again with 30 seconds. If they want to go, they need to do that very, very quickly right now. If there's any delay, I mean, ZywOo has a Molotov. That could be enough to win the round on its own with 20 seconds. There's the flash out. They line up. Oh! Absolutely cinematic. And Woody is on his own, wondering, where's the team?
I wonder if they chase him down with 10 seconds. They've got 2 players coming up mid, Masuta and Magisk.
Do it.
Yeah. But still, without the money, yeah, they don't want to risk it. Understandable, but that means they're not going to be able to recover the AWP. Nicely done from Vitality. That's, I mean, all 4 kills enabled by pop flashes, right? 1 pop flash on catwalk to get the opening kill. 2nd pop flash out towards long. And it's like, this is kind of the situation you dream of if you're dupreeh making this play. You're hoping they all get blinded and just tuck against that wall and trying to find some semblance of safety. A nice, easy triple kill. 2 rounds left in the half. 9-4 in the favor of Vitality.
I feel like that round is what we all envision when we either get the call for a pop flash, nice hit, or, you know, we're the ones asking for it, right? We're like, that's the movie that's playing in our minds. Whoop. He wasn't peeking the corner, he just ran.
No, but I think that's a set designed play for the Vitality's looking to get ZywOo to be able to push up towards catwalk and catch someone off guard. Maybe another pop flash around that corner, and Woody just aggressively finds a way to stop it early on. Apex is in trouble as well. Vitality, yikes. Rough start to this round.
Getting a little bit too giddy perhaps now that Apex is in the office too. Everyone's just laughing and having a good time.
Yeah, true. I forgot about that. Yeah.
Let's go. Dan is
not a boring person.
No,
So,
not at all in any way.
So I can understand that. Plus, they're just the honeymoon hype. They've got this incredible team together. I can understand if they're all feeling a little bit swept up in the energy of it, but focus is important. MIBR on a mission. This can actually be devastating if the timing is right. Truly devastating.
Especially because Magus and Dupree are rotating over to the A bomb site. The call is obviously that there's no one in the B holes, that it's going to be, let's focus on long. And now the utility has come in, the idea is secure. However, Woody is watching the flank, kind of. He's out towards long. Is he going to take his attention away at any point? MIBR needs that kill. Oh, this is perfect. Oh, there's the double. He's got it. A little bit haggard, a little bit labored.
Oh, it was so close to screwing up, but he made it work. Magus taking down Turtle. Nice mid-air headshot from BRE, but he should have been dead. That's a very hard kill to get that second one. And MIBR is now out on long. They get the bomb just in time. The Molotov trying to lock him into the fight and almost burning him alive, but MIBR is very low on health. And that catwalk position that Exit is holding, he even has a Molotov up there. Very hard to do anything about. He's going to get the kill on BRE, so might not be done yet. And he has a smoke. If he smokes off the bomb, he could actually go for the full defuse. And Exit would have to swing immediately. He can't even delay it. Ooh, that's very tricky, yeah, because the Molotov comes in. He needed that. He couldn't know, obviously, but it is unfortunate. MIBR, otherwise playing an incredible round here, coming in with the flank, and it was a little bit labored, but he got the job done. It will still be MIBR winning the round.
Yeah, so close to recovering the round for his team. Actually, he did. Just doesn't turn out in their favor in the end. 9-5. Well done with the flank, MIBR. Nobody kind of watching for this. Nobody.
They wouldn't. They had someone in lower dark. They would. They're absolutely not incentivized ever to watch for that, right?
Man, what a save from BA to Anazon, though. Those two shots inside the bomb site are some pretty spectacular things. Woody has done a good job getting tags, getting picks down mid this entire half. They haven't always ended up winning the round off of it, but here they might. In these past two rounds, they might. 9-5, looking 9-6. Vitality with a bit of a busted by in this final round, number 15.
Oh, nice shot. Turtle getting put into play. There was a flank coming in, but Woody took care of that with the AWP. Dupree and Apex.
So who was 14-1 at one point? So he's gone like 2-7.
What a noob.
Through the latter stages of this opening half. There's a chance for Apex to win this. Woody's tagged up. Jota's a little bit hurt as well.
Yeah, they have plenty of time. They really need to communicate about not jumping crazily across. Like, there's no reason. Just take their time. Throw the nades. Apex is out long. Woody's keeping an eye on this. Yeah, he must know.
Apex isn't being quiet about this. He does have a kit. He does have a Molotov and a smoke. That plant position.
Where is it planted?
Right on the corner of the railing.
Okay. That's very interesting. Very rare.
That's a flex plant. That's like, we already won this round. I'm going to plant in the open.
Well, let's see. Did they?
No.
Did they already win the round or not? The smoke is up. Oh, 0.2 seconds. Woody comes in for the save. They almost wrecked themselves.
They almost played themselves.
Oh, what an end to the half. 9-6 at the end of it. We'll see. We'll come back. We'll take a deep breath. Second half is coming right up.
Who has wronged me throughout my career?
All the tournaments he's made us lose, probably cold. Be very nice.
I'd like to have my last snap either on Cash, the old Cash, or Mirage. I think these two are my favorite maps by far.
I will say Ancient. It will be a fun game for sure, so that's why.
I would want my last competitive game to be on Inferno. It's been my favorite map for my whole career, and we've had some great matches on there, and it's always a fun time to play some Inferno.
My last competitive game, I would like to be on Dust 2, probably, just for the overall CSGO feeling. Dust 2 is like the map, so. Oh, it would be like a 19-15 game, you know, overtime to get all the good feelings of Counter-Strike and all the adrenaline kicking through your blood, so. For sure, like a close game.
My last game of my career should be against the best team at that moment. and I hope that we'll be in the grand final.
I would say heroic because it's like tough opponent, and I'd like it will be a tough game for sure. It will be really cool if I will play versus them.
I would like my last game to be against the best team in the world, whoever that's going to be. Right now, it's Gambit, but who knows who it's going to be in the future. But hopefully we go out playing the best team and come out with a win.
2017 was a good year for FaZe. We were always had back and forth battles with MIBR/LG and SK. And that old lineup, and the games have always been so good with them, and probably would like my last game to be against those guys if time would let it be.
Last kill of my career should be with a Deagle. I think I'm one of the best Deagle players out there, and I think it would be nice to have a nice headshot as the last kill.
I will say Scar 20. Nice weapon for the last kill, I guess. Or negative. Like, two of this one.
You're not burning, perfect. I'm ready to flash if you want, Kevin. Red. Let's go. Flashing.
One shot. One shot. Dead.
Nice, Kevin.
Only one.
Careful long now.
I'm full blind.
I'm gonna help.
I'm fighting shot.
Can you give me HC, Kevin?
I need it.
I'm ready to flash. I'm ready to flash as well.
Just holding short. I'm coming with you.
I'm gonna help you
Yeah,
as
go
well.
close. I'm ready to flash.
I'm holding short then. One long.
Flash then.
Flashing.
Nothing short.
Nice. Last guy off.
In pits.
Wait for him. Let him save you, please.
Maybe it's not worth killing him.
Yeah, I go back.
Kill boys.
Nice, guys. Stick around, Peter.
Good job. Steady communication on the side of Vitality. You love to see it. Second half is coming up. Vitality, obviously, with a massive lead here. 9-6 going into the second half. It's pretty good. I have a bit of a quiz for you at some point, Jason. Well, I'll hold it for now. We've got the pistol round. Always bound to be action.
Love pop quizzes.
Exactly. Joda is up in the middle, inside of the smoke that was put down by Vitality, and he's listening. They have no way to know that he's there. They've already jumped past. They must have almost touched him. Bieri down the middle. He gets a couple. Joda gets nothing, but the bomb is committed to the middle, and that is very, very awkward indeed. Nade around. Yep, backup being called for. Gotta be careful you don't rotate everyone in and box yourself in. Oh! No! Apex, he stole that kill.
Uh-oh, push out long, Woody. He's got the stance and he's gonna back away. Decided he doesn't want the fight, didn't get it as clean as you wanted. However, bomb is still down. Long time for MIBR to keep their eyes on this bomb though, and kind of a tough position to really protect against it. Magisk, yep.
I actually think it's a classic mistake that you think you have to defend the bomb, so you've put everyone on it. It's not always the smart move.
Yeah, they've taken their eyes kind of away from the extremities a little bit. Good shot from Woody, but ZywOo's going to step up next. And this is a chance with that P250. Not landing the shots, though. Turtle is doing quite well, and now he's going to back over towards the B bomb site. ZywOo, got to be careful. The timing on this is everything, and he's got it with the P250. Apex still alive in mid, and he's still got a bit of utility. Smoke Molotov, but when does he want to put that into play?
This is just kind of devolved into two separate aim fights, and even the health is not going to make a big difference here. One headshot from Apex or ZywOo, and it's done. 28 seconds. A little bit of a fight here, but ZywOo will find it. And now Woody in a really tricky position. Going to be running down to meet ZywOo. He's looking for it, and he's going to be able to get the shot. 18 seconds now, and just playing for time. Trying to put all the pressure on Apex. At this point, he has to run and try and fight him. Woody needs to land a single bullet as Apex makes his way to the bomb site, and there it is. A nice triple and a nice 1 versus 2 clutch at the end for Woody.
But you can see how that round kind of devolved and degraded for MIBR with so much centralized defense around that bomb. There was a real chance there that ZywOo could have turned that completely on its head. Great shot from B at Amazon, and you got to feel bad. That play inside the smoke on Xbox felt like it could have done a lot more.
Yeah.
That's kind of a cool idea. Normally, right, you could see him peering over the smoke, wanting to use that as a one-way. A lot of times you'll see teams flash with it as well, so if they hear the fast cat play, he just pops out. This time, neither of those. but a pissed around for MIBR and a chance to tie things up.
Yeah, that would be super helpful to their mission right now. That bomb plant in the last round on the corner, does that remind you of anything? Do you want to share with the world how old?
Is this the pop quiz?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the 1.6 plants were always a little crazy. There's a silent plant you could do on elevator.
Exactly. That's what I meant.
That was banned. Yeah, you used to be able to plant like right in that corner underneath the bomb site, and that wouldn't, the beeps would not go off.
Yeah, the bomb made no sound.
The bomb made no sound, so if you were defending and you were trying to play off the sound, you'd rage. But, I mean, in 1.6, you could also boost through the floors of some maps, so you could have strategies where, like on Mill, you could be in the sewers and you could boost through the floor of the bomb site, so you could be attacking and then someone would just, like, an attacker would just pop up in the middle of the site out of nowhere, behind all your defenders.
Actually, I forgot about that, but it's true. Good times. Woody, bit of an aggressive position, but certainly catching some a bit off guard. Dupree definitely has some Deagle highlights in his career. Landing a good headshot there. Gotta be careful at this range. Turtle taking a couple of bullets, but finally comes up with a third in the string. So pretty decent round. No bomb plant be allowed for Vitality, but they're gonna obviously buy anyway. So 8 to 9, and an absolutely crucial moment for MIBR that's coming up in this round.
Yep, it's gonna be huge. Same for Vitality, though. I mean, MIBR, despite the fact that Vitality is still leading in this game, just barely, obviously, it's such a hot start as well. They were up 7-1 at one point in this game, but it's been it's been a 7-2 run for MIBR in the other direction. A little bit scary for Vitality. They got to get back on the board, and Apex gets baited into sticking around for that fight. Found a little bit of a pocket in that smoke.
That smoke looked like, at least once they got to the pit side, he was super disadvantaged. He just couldn't see anything. And then they obviously end up, there were 3 people fighting him at the same time. So not the best start for Apex, unfortunately. I wonder if Vitality, I mean, I don't think they could have been, but if they had been in position and seeing 3 people out long like that, if they would have just pulled the trigger on that B bomb site, if they were really close, they weren't, so.
Yeah.
Gonna make their way up catwalk instead. So that actually seems like a really good position to hit right now. Up against the Orc, but with the right, I mean, couple of Molotovs and smokes, they can make this work.
Well, it's all going to be about the retake, right? Because I don't think anyone's going to necessarily just throw themselves at Enazan's position to kind of help defend against this. If he goes down, it is a full-blown retake. He's going to play this passively behind this smoke, just staying alive if he possibly can. So it's going to be tough for Vitality. Already they've got Megas turning around to look at the catwalk flank, and the retake is starting to begin quickly.
Yeah, 4 on 5. Turtle's holding long. No one's coming, so he's going to be able to join up here. Joda getting caught in the middle of it. A nice kill for Misutra as well. And now it's a bit interesting. Turtle with a nice headshot. Dupree almost making his way back so that he could have been a little bit more safe. But now it's on Megas. 1 versus 3, and he's going to be found. Turtle not even afraid at all. He just ran and shot onto the bomb site. Going to be a double kill for him in the round, and that's the tie-up. That's the 9-9 scoreline that they were looking for.
That's really well played from MIBR, especially with the man advantage. Just saying, look, we don't have to actually stop them from getting into the bomb site. They're going to use all their utility here. Let it wait out. When we get all our forces in this position, when we have multiple players, we're going to find some clean fights on this retake. A pretty grueling battle to get up ramp, but nicely traded.
And, you know, BRE and he got that kill out long to begin with, but I think you set it up nicely for him in terms of not taking the fight. I feel like whenever you're in the, at least whenever I'm in this position, I always have such a strong urge to take those fights, and I think this is a nice display of what could be accomplished by just staying alive and not giving yourself up too early. Because once they have that kill, they can actually do a lot in terms of swinging long and taking the fight to Turtle, who's down there, and all the rest of it. Like, he really stuck on that position, even if it wasn't super flashy in terms of kills. I think he did a good job. Woody, close range with the AK. Got a scout and an AK on the side of Apex and Magisk. And some Deagles. Another one of these rounds for MIBR where you have to make no mistakes. You cannot lose a round like this. You're not going to get too many of them.
Ooh, that's a big win for Magisk, and no one's here. That's the sole defender. Jota's going to go up and get the angle. Smoke is going to go down, but he's found 1. Oh, a second through the smoke. Beautiful stuff. And that will activate the rest of his team to come over and obviously go for this one. Magisk has a lot more he needs to do, but he's already down. The AUG zoned in on position, and Masuta 1 versus 4 inside the bomb site. You got to get aggressive somewhere, but there's no good options for him.
They're everywhere. This is they finished this round quickly, especially with the double kill from Joda. That could have been an absolutely terrible round right there. It's a huge opening for Magisk. They could have lost the round based on that, so a little bit fortunate. Maybe not so much the first one, but the second one certainly through the smoke. A little bit of luck going their way. 10-9. MIBR take the lead.
A 9-2 run now for MIBR. Looking real good.
Do you have any idea how smug I'm going to be?
I do. I've seen it before. I've seen you that smug. I'm very experienced in that. It's the rest of the people who might not be quite accustomed to your smugness.
Well, we've got some time to get ready. Oh, I like this. They're running right through it. What an entry. The round is done. Well, I have no idea why they're running closer. Don't do this. That is he won the round right there.
I hope they call that the Hellraisers execute.
Yeah, they should.
They better. Nicely done. Knockout punch. Round's over. Now, MIBR have the choice to make, and they're making the one to just stick out towards long and just make sure they don't lose any weapons, but there was a world in which they could have started pushing out and trying to wrap around and maybe trying to force some fights at the end to see if they can take weapons away, but wanting nothing to do with it.
Apex returning to his entry fragging roots.
I like that.
Absolute badass.
Matsuta could actually go for a little bit of a hunt, but again, because MIBR called the save so early, you know that they're gonna be shored up in these positions. Yep, Molotov. Oh my lord.
He feels bad about that.
Yeah,
he actually is a bad human being.
Yep.
And he felt it.
Look at how little of a time he had to line up that shot before the smoke plumes on the smoke. It's like, all right, we take it. Surprised himself with how good he is.
Yeah, I think that was guilt. I think he felt like he just scammed them out of a round.
Those are my favorite kills to get, is when you feel guilty about what you've done. You're like, I've been on the other end of that, and it sucks.
Yeah. Well, it's a roller coaster of emotion, always on the side of Apex. That's what we love him for. 21st round, tied back up again. Cyber's back on that AWP, and on the T side, he can dictate where those fights are happening a fair bit more.
He's been very quiet throughout this MIBR comeback, though. You want to talk about the impact of Zaiwu and how much he's leading to round wins for Vitality. There's a strong correlation if you made a graph of this game of where he was having his top performances and Vitality going on that early run and then slowing down, and now MIBR coming back in this game to tie things up. 3 players for MIBR over at the B bomb site.
Yeah, expecting a B split, which if that happens, they'd be set up incredibly for. If it goes catwalk, then probably the deal is, you know, get a kill and keep it alive and make it another retake. If they split catwalk and long, I think MIBR are done for. That's going to be almost impossible to hold.
Well, it depends. The bomb is going to be on Zaiwu out towards long. I think he might just be there to enable Masuta to get out. I'm not quite sure how this goes. Maybe Apex is going to come back up, but I mean, if Turtle and Woody can coordinate and shut down at least half of this attack, but they've split now, so it puts a lot on Turtle's shoulders.
Yeah, the problem is it's going to be timed, right? So if anyone dies early on, then the second player will just have all the angles in the world to cover, and the flashes are in. Turtle, he wanted to turn for it. Oh, nice shot. Meg is taking down Woody, but the fact is, even if Woody had got that kill, he would have been dead anyway.
Most he's going to do is a 1-for-1 in that position once Turtle goes down. So the other 3 players at the B bomb site going to call for the save. They went for a blind stack, as you said, in case of the mid to B split. It doesn't pan out, and Vitality going to take a 1-round lead. Back and forth we go, baby.
Which now will be way more painful for MIBR for the economy. I mean, Turtle kind of had the right idea in terms of...
He turned away from like one flashbang right at the end. I didn't see the flash. I think he was just kind of predicting it was going to come out.
Yeah. He was off by maybe a second, so... It is very hard to play in that position, isn't it?
Well, I actually didn't mind that defense whatsoever when Woody was like playing at car or at that corner.
Makes more sense.
Yeah, and then you just play retake on the A bomb side if they go up catwalk, or you can just choose to save it from there. And that felt like that would have been a way stronger option, but I mean, obviously, a little bit of benefit of hindsight there. 11-10 in the favor of Vitality.
It's still a good position for them right here, I would say. They have actually a pretty impressive amount of money on the Vitality side. Something that MIBR will at least maybe try to have to deal with. A bit of a timeout being called now.
This has got to be from MIBR, you'd imagine.
Surely. Try and get back into this. First one being used, actually, from their point of view. So that is interesting.
Now, I think one of the nice things for Vitality is even, I mean, the last 4 rounds, they've won the previous 2, they lost the 2 before that, but all 4 of them were bomb plants. So they're starting to be able to find their way in towards bomb sites, even with a 4-2 scoreline in the second half. It feels like the T side for Vitality is successful, and that they're getting into the site, they're getting to the position of a plant, and then, yeah, you're going to see all the rounds play out from there, but you got to be happy that you're at least having success attacking these positions and not getting completely shut down. 1 round lead. Money is real good for Vitality. On the MIBR side, Woody and at Amazon down to $150. The rest of them just over 1,000.
This would be a good round for the Brazilian team to win. Put it like that. Otherwise, it could slip right through their fingers. Default setup here for Vitality. Not trying anything super crazy. A couple of nades ring out. Actually, that is a lot of damage on the exit. Surprisingly effective.
Yeah, you'll be very pleased about that one.
Limit some of his positions that he'll want to try and play from now on in the bomb site.
No AWP for MIBR. Similar setup between Woody and Turtle, although this time at least Jota's in CT spawn, and he can flirt between the A bomb site and mid, going back and forth depending on where he thinks the hit is going to come in.
And look at the nades on the MIBR side. That is a huge problem. Or it will be, especially if they want to eventually go for some kind of a retake. So, we'll see. Setting up the pop flash to try and make it through to Pre. Oh, he's going to run deep in there. Jota. Hard position to flash that one, but a good trade from Masuta nonetheless. 50 seconds on the clock, and Apex taking a look in the bomb side, but a Molotov comes out. Bomb is still out long, and Turtle is still holding it from a position that's also very hard to clear. 40 seconds, and Woody's moving forward, and he is going to get caught. Apex, very, very sharp right now. And that could be the round-winning kill right there. Turtle's trying to get into position now, see if he could do anything, but yeah, he has to go back and respect that long play.
Well, they're not going for it at all. Exit and at Amazon have not moved out of the B bomb site, so they're just saying, all right, Turtle, good luck. Find your own escape route. Try and save your weapon as best you can. But we ain't moving. Money is too much of an issue, and I think if I'm Vitality, I mean, first and foremost, you want to hunt down Turtle. You know you've got him locked into pit, but you'd like to take guns away here, and you have the money for it.
So a more fair fight when he was up against the AK, at least.
Yeah. Well, you have utility as well. So you're going to see all of Vitality come over to this B bomb site to hunt these down. I like this a lot. You've got 2 Molotovs. You've got plenty. You've got a couple flashbangs as well, and here we go.
Yeah. Take it all away from him, why not? Ooh, almost certainly should have been a kill. Deep Molotov onto Bieri, and he can't really escape. He's going to do some great damage, but ultimately burn alive anyway. I think that's well worth it.
Well worth it.
Yeah.
Yeah, the 2 for 2. Vitality's going to take that all day long.
I can kind of understand what I think what he was trying to do there, because he just put the Molotov back, and he really wants to have confirmation. Did that force them back from the catwalk, or are they still there? Because that's so much information from to work with. But of course, as soon as that kill happens, the round's probably done.
That's the problem.
Super risky
in my mind with that kind of play, is that reward, the risk reward is way off. It's way skewed in one direction, and obviously here we saw the risk of it.
Which is a bunch of them, one of them missing. He's like, whatever.
We saw Apex do this exact play earlier and get shut down. Magus has got a triple kill now. Fair play. When Apex did it, it was up against rifles. When Magus does it, it's against unarmored pistols. So,
just how life is sometimes.
Yep, just the way the cookie crumbles.
And he sat just steadfastly in the face of the nades, just completely disinterested.
Yeah, he didn't care.
Like, whatever. Keep throwing the nades. Jota with a deagle. It's about to be, or it will be, 13-10. So a sizable lead building now for Vitality. And again, their economy's been healthy all throughout this second half, at least, once they got into it a little bit. A lot of pressure on MIBR to do something in the second half all of a sudden. Will not be easy. Jota, best he could do is get the kill, get the AK, and just hope to make it into the round. Dupree really thinking about it. Do you think he's going to run in the last second?
No.
Tempting, isn't it, though? But realistically, yeah, giving up the AK might be a bad idea.
Yeah, he already knows they have, like, they've got nothing. There's nothing in there that he needs to take away from him.
You don't even have anything I want.
Nope. 13-10, 3-round lead for Vitality as they've regained control of the game. 4 in a row.
With
5 of the last 6 rounds have been bomb plants.
And they've only lost, how many, like 3 players in the last 4 rounds?
Yeah, good point. Yeah, they're rich. Rich.
Well, they're loving life right now. 24th round. AWP is on Joda this time instead of Woody. Guess because of the position here more than anything else, but could just also be that he spawned closer to long, and we'll see. Down the middle, Apex looking for something. Some really crisp shots, Apex. In terms of kills, it's 15 on the board. It's not that it's super overpowering, but it's certainly been interesting. Saivu. That looked like it was close. Joda sneaking out slowly into it. Is he going to be able to spot him? A little bit quicker there, Saivu. Looked like either one maybe could have had that one, but first kill goes the way of Vitality.
MIBR looks like they want to set up some kind of a crunch towards mid. Turtle is close on Catwalk, or the Molotov is going to force him back. But you got Woody in the tucked into the cubby right outside the double doors. You've got at Amazon at the corner as well, ready to peek and help out. They could collapse on this. It's all about timing.
I mean, if the plan isn't some sort of aggressive play here from MIBR, they're in a dreadful position. Now, it's going to be some sort of a B-split, and actually, that might be the one thing that they could hold at this point in time. 40 seconds, but they've already got 3 people on this side. Nice spray from Bieri. And now Saivu shows up with the AWP, but there's more people behind him. Exit still inside of the bomb site. Oh, he's running out of bullets. He would have had that kill surely against Saivu, but just didn't have enough left. Turtle now on his own in a 1 versus 2. He showed up about the right time, but the flash through the smoke. Can he set it up himself? Is he going to try for it or just roll the dice for the timing? Saivu's in the corner and Misuta's by the car. And he's waited all along. Smoke is fading and he's not finding anyone either. The gun barrel is going to show him. Misuta will take him down. Close round, but Vitality win it.
It did come all down to the how many bullets were left.
Yeah.
That's brutal that he has to reload there. Good round from Zaiwu. Opening pick here, but this kind of supportive play, actually not even supportive. His teammate goes down and he steps up to the plate to find the entrance. And Exit's the one who just ran out of bullets, not able to get anything else done. He's been great for MIBR throughout this event. Not able to pull him back in round 24. 14-10 for Vitality. This defense still hasn't figured out a way to stop the Vitality attack. Again, another bomb plant in that round. They've been stellar. Good aggression into lower dark. And that shrinks the map. Vitality might have to pick up the pace on this a little bit quicker than they would have initially liked.
Yeah, why not? They've got everyone here. Apex. I'm really liking Apex mood in this game. Not being too aggressive with the sprays, just some good taps. Gonna find Turtle as he tried to make it across. I think he tried to jump down and just get blown out of the sky.
AK Bieta Anazon flanking towards long. Zaiwu's just gotten to the corner though now, so this window of opportunity has slammed shut. Yeah. There's a second player here as well, even if Zaiwu was to fail. I think he just dropped over the Molotov just in case.
They're not even, I mean, it's not even worth it to really go for it. That AK is maybe the only vehicle for getting back into overtime, which is the plan officially now for MIBR. 15-10. And you're right, they have not really been able to put up a really good defense. And we're just also seeing the ridiculous firepower on the Vitality side. It's so hard to deal with.
And you're seeing conviction of calls as well. I mean, one of the big questions about this Vitality team, right, is if there's some difficulty or you know, how is Apex really going to be able to marshal kind of an international roster with these three Danes coming in and the legacy that they have? And I mean, this is one obviously a call is made. Hey, they've pushed lower dark. We've lost control. 4 people outside long. Apex just says, I'm leading the way. Come long right now. And they make it work.
Wow.
Just gaming.
That is actually a ridiculous transfer to me. I always find it impressive when people go from sort of more or less full-on spray, and then they have that like one break, and then they're back to tapping or bursting. Just looks impressive. 15-10. Joda trying to take the game back into his control a little bit. Apex is ready and waiting. Turtle will bring him down. I actually thought Apex was going to hit that shot as well.
Just some feeling.
He's in the zone. Saivu ready. He's got the right read. Bieri's right on the other side, and he's going to go down. Even if he was halfway through the wall there, still enough damage to get the kill.
I think you can tell that MIBR is feeling real uncomfortable.
Yeah.
At this point.
Who can blame them?
Yep.
even, I mean, Cyber took a bit of a break, actually quite a bit of a break in the middle of the game. He's still 23-12. He's still out-fragging everyone.
I think the real bummer is, I mean, MIBR had a great stretch in the middle of this map to close the gap, to tie things up at one point.
Yeah.
And the real unfortunate thing that's really going to hurt them is, I mean, it's a good, admirable game from them so far. Just the fact that it's going to end on a 7-0 run from Vitality, I think that's where they're going to be like, eesh.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a hard pill to swallow, without a doubt. 40 seconds. Woody set on fire inside of the A bomb site, and they're still being slow, but they have plenty of time. So frustrating, no doubt. I bet Woody would love an all-out battle here. We could snipe all over the place, but he's probably more than likely going to be choked out and just squeezed into this corner that he can't really ever get out of. It's Saibu to take him down. It's fitting. Double kill for him so far, and exit on his own. Trying to make it out of the B-bomb site. There's really not much he could do at this stage. Dupree's catching him in the middle, and he'll find the kill. It's going to be 16-10 with Vitality opening up and taking the first map in the series.
Yeah, that's really good stuff from Vitality. Obviously, such a hot start from Zaiwu to get them on the right foot. And even though there's some adversity in the middle of it, they handle it just fine and they come right back.
Yeah, I think even at the catch-up when it was 9-9, 10-10, it still didn't really feel to me like Vitality were actually pressured a lot. They feel like they still had a pretty good control of the game. But I mean, I think it's still cool to see MIBR playing as well.
Of course you would.
Yeah, of course. They've got another map coming up, so we'll see if they can continue or if Vitality are going to take the whole thing over. It's going to be right after the break.
Full eco, you probably try to be sneaky.
You study how the other team plays their ecos.
But you need to be, first of all, patient.
When you win an eco, usually you demolish the opponent's economy and you will get your economy rolling much easier.
A great round. They probably never should have won, honestly, because it was a full eco round. He catches them off guard and, yeah, just makes a good play and ends up winning the tournament like that.
It's a lot of luck, but he deserves, for sure.
Everybody's looking at the same place, basically. And it's a full eco and nobody's even considering the thought that he can be behind anyone.
A round like this, they are just saving as much money as they can to have rifles and utility next round.
Economy is like one of the most important things in this game. Nobody would expect himself to win this round. I don't think he saw himself winning this. He was like in the zone probably and he just hit everything.
Just a little Peter Feeder without no armor you can win a round again with that only.
It was quite a famous grand final.
They have a good execute and it's just swarming the site with the Tech 9s. It can be really hard for, let's say, one guy meets 2 or 3 of these Tech 9s. It's pretty hard to kill all of them.
Pretty good decision making to go Ivy behind them because he killed one guy before.
If they lose this round now, they probably lose the game. They have no money left. Good strat and they were confident in it, so they bought utility for it.
If you lose a round like this, you are the ones that are making the mistakes, and that's tilting.
I see that they full bought into this round. None of them have any money left over. So it was an all-in. Yeah, they had a plan and they executed it perfectly.
I remember this too.
Team Vitality has like no armor at all in this round. So they try to be like sneaky, hide.
More Navi's mistake again. There who want to plant bomb didn't check side at all.
It's not easy to kill like 3 guys on 3 different spots in 3 seconds.
Some really crisp shots.
What can I say?
Yeah, 1 mid, yeah. 2 mid, 2 mid, 2 mid! Outside, the outside!
I'm watching for.
Top right.
I have door.
Oh, guys.
I'm on the window.
One more. Gasper.
No. Side.
This time.
Be loading.
That's yours. Dead.
Nice. Take your time.
I'll take tunnel back.
Yeah. Door? Yeah.
Door fake.
Don't know.
Yeah, I heard him as well.
Bring back door.
Yeah, play yourself, guys.
I'm underside.
Yeah.
Can be door.
Yeah, it's fine.
Can be tunnels as well.
Oh yes.
Fine, I'm gonna check tunnel sometime.
Door. Close door.
Nice! Woo! Good job, boys.
Nice, guys.
The Brazilians resist an initial battering, but the waves of Vitality come crashing back down. And that first surge of hits, we really got to give it up for Zawu, looking incredibly in form coming into this map, hot to trot Maniac. He was 14-1 at one point in the early stages of this map.
One of the very best to ever do it, Freya. It's the same simple treatment. It's the same byproduct when you have a player of this caliber who can just pop off at the very beginning of a game and he's just going to give you round. He's going to hand you rounds. You don't even have to do anything about it. Zawu went up to 14 kills in 7 rounds. That was a 7-1 lead that started Vitality.
I'm getting a little bit tired of us constantly talking about Zawu.
No.
You're in the way. No. Let me finish, right? In the way that we do it. So let's see it instead. Let's see how he's doing it. Because Zawu is absolutely fantastic at what he does. As Match has said, we have a clip where we can show exactly what he's doing so well. It is round number 7, right? Vitality is in trouble here towards the long bomb side. They lose 2 players and Zawu is left alone to defend it. Now, what we're going to see here is exactly what we're talking about when it comes to Zawu. He's reacting so fast. The Molotov comes in towards his position and he's instantly jumping away before the Molotovs even land, going into a new position. And you can see MIBR, they're not ready for it. Easy kill for Zawu. See the next adaptation, going back in behind the Molotov in a position they are not expecting at all. And guess what? Zawu just turned around a 3v4 to now a 3v2. This is what Zawu does. That's how he's winning rounds on his own. And you can see the MIBR players, they're just going away. They don't want anything to do with Zawu in that position. Yeah. He is so good, so adaptive, and he thinks faster than everyone else.
Pure game sense. That is actually pure game sense. I mean, we could come to the same decisions, but it would take us 30 seconds or 20 seconds to get there. And as soon as he sees the Molotov, you're right, he just moves out. And then when he gets the first kill, he knows basically Car has become invisible. So he goes back to that position, grabs another kill. That's what it's called optimizing in Counter-Strike.
And I mean, maybe some props has to be given to MIBR for this one. We saw the fact that Zawu was up 14-1 by round number 7, the fact that Vitality were up 7-1. But then we look at the next 7 rounds and MIBR do manage to get 5 out of those. It's a good thing to see they're not just rolling over, admitting defeat, particularly on their map pick.
We have to respect the resilience coming out of MIBR. I don't think many teams from the sub-top could be able to stop a Vitality that's fighting full force and it's 7-1ing you and just all the memes out there just destroying. I think MIBR did an admirable job fighting back into the game, stabilizing, staying calm on the T side and winning the City pistol. And they actually made it a game out of it.
Yeah, they showed a bit of composure. Again, we can't discredit the fact that MIBR picked us 2 into Vitality. So, of course, you know, when you look at the result and the score sheet, they do end up losing 16-10 on their own map pick, which in itself is not a good thing. But I agree, it was a good fight. They were way more competitive than I initially would have feared. They won a pistol, they converted, and they showed a couple of rounds that they understood how to poke towards Vitality. I think the individual skill level on the server is, again, the difference maker right here. You saw when the game was getting close, I believe it was 10-9, 10-10. You had a feeling that, okay, this could be close, but then again, experience comes in, individual skill level, and I guess Apex as a caller had a pretty good sense of how to close out the game. So overall, way better than I expected for MIBR, and I think that's been the consensus that we all have had throughout the entire tournament, that they're actually playing a good tournament.
The problem we have for MIBR, and that's, I guess, a stage that we said before the beginning of the game, is that they had 16 opening kills. MIBR were actually in the lead. 16 out of these 26 rounds, they actually had the opening, and they struggled to convert only to 10 success. So that's the problem we were talking about. You're going up against Vitality, you find the opening, and we can give props to Woody in that regard. He had actually 5 out of 5. But if you cannot convert these 5v4s, then you're always going to left be hanging. It's just not going to be enough.
And that's the thing that we were bringing up as well, the fact that it's not the cleanest style of Counter-Strike that we see coming out of MIBR, and Vitality are undoubtedly able to capitalize on that. I just want to reflect back on a point that you were bringing up and something that Jason was saying as well during the game. The fact that Apex was looking incredibly decisive in those calls, particularly on the T side. And maybe that was a question we had, you know, with 2 big brains of Magisk and Dupree coming into the mix. How sort of authoritative was Apex going to be able to be in the server?
That's a good question, and I think we'll know more about that the further down we go. Again, I want to see Vitality in a period where they're struggling. I want to see them lose a couple of games and then see how they bounce back before I really want to make up my mind in that regard. But Another point, you know, if you want to put a nuance to being decisive, maybe it's a case of Vitality only having 1 or 2, you know, strats to run. The game plan is not, you know, plan A, plan B, plan C. They only have a plan A right now, given they haven't been together for a long time. So it's easier to be decisive when you don't have a lot of choices in one way, right? That's a way of thinking about it as well. So I do feel what we saw here from Vitality was a good executed T side, and Apex again had a great on.
What Apex needs to be able to do is whenever he's got a tactic on his mind, he needs to be able to be the first in and make the difference. That's all I'm asking for him. That's all we need for him, to know that he can hit that B timing, find the first kill, get traded, and then you have people behind him. When they play simple, efficient Counter-Strike, it's all good. And sometimes you see Vitality play default. They have players for it. You have Magisk on one side of the map. You have Zaiwu, you want to give him some time to find the kills here and there. You have Apex who's got to figure out the round. You have Dupree as well. That's a lot of thinking heads at the same time that can figure out what to do in the round. So Vitality has to be able to play both games. The very quick, fast pace, and the slow where they slowly poke and pro the opponent.
And now we move on to Vitality's map pick, of course, Inferno coming into the mix. We saw a hell of a lot of this in Group C back in the early stages of the competition. So a surprising amount of tape, I guess, to look at Vitality on this particular map.
Sure, but I think Vitality, even in the span of 4 days or 5 days since they last played it, have been able to change a little bit. You know, they learned a lot from those games, especially the loss against FaZe was a tough one for them. That's a learning experience. So Vitality is in a stage right now where every single time they play, they know something or realize something, then they tweak it a little bit. It could be the way they do the default, it could be the way they do the executes, etc., etc. So yes, MIBR have something to look at, but I don't think it's going to be as vital as it would have been had Vitality been together for 3 months, where you're not, you know, as incentivized to change stuff all the time.
Yeah, and this man on our screen, we had Misuta right there on Inferno, a bit more comfortable, I think, on that B side, pairing up with Apex. They were very much instrumental in the comeback against FaZe, and I have high hopes for that one.
Well, considering this is Vitality's pick coming into thing, let's take a look at the Betway odds. Yeah, heavily favouring Vitality, even more in the favour of the French-Danish mix. And we're going to be heading into map number 2 of this best of 3 series. Not elimination on the line, but a smoother road towards the spring finals. We're heading into Inferno, another map in the mix for Vitality, and it's coming up after this.
And we are back. This time, it is the second map. It's going to be on Inferno between Vitality and MIBR. And the odds of it, they were already favoring Vitality. Even more so now, perhaps. It's understandable.
Yeah, it really is. Especially, I think, going into Inferno, which we've seen Vitality play a little bit and obviously show some proficiency on. This is the one where they had that monstrous comeback against FaZe just last week. I think it was 3-13 at one point, and like 15-7 or something like that. And they brought it all the way back to Inferno, or overtime, and ended up winning in overtime. And yeah, obviously, we saw it on Dust 2 as well. As this Vitality team, I mean, like once they got rolling against MIBR didn't have enough responses, enough answers, enough adaptations to really throw any spanner in the works for Vitality.
It's so cool to see this project kind of come together. I was worried that it was going to be way less inspiring right out the gate, actually. So I'm just really excited to see it. I think it's really cool. First of its kind in Counter-Strike, doing something, I mean, not internationally, but just the French-Danish mix is very, very rare. I think it's happened before, so
well, also not just the French-Danish, but also having, you know, that core of the greatest, or like players from the greatest lineup of all time that have, you know, even before that, when they weren't part of the greatest lineup of all time, I mean, still players who are, you know, knocking on the door of championships all throughout their career. Like, these guys have been around for so long at the top. And just seeing that kind of a mix-up of such a historic players.
It's a hard road ahead for MIBR, without a doubt. I think they managed to impress some people in that first map, but I think that they're a more interesting team than maybe people thought coming into the tournament. But this is just a challenge that it's difficult.
And this is the great thing. Yesterday we sent teams to the Showdown. Today we're not sending teams to the Showdown. MIBR is going to get another chance. The losing team here, not that it's definitely going to be MIBR, but whoever loses between these two teams isn't knocked out of this event. They get to play in the last chance on the final day here at Blast. So, you know, even in a loss, MIBR has some things to be happy about. And certainly you're right. They opened a lot of people's eyes, and look at this. The bold play down mid, and actually Vitality set up pretty decently against it, but they have no idea what's happening just yet. Actually, excuse me, they spotted it and they set up the trap. How perfect is this from Vitality?
Oh, that is absolutely amazing. Finally, a kill goes the way of the CT side, but they just can't get out. I'm shocked that BRD even got that second kill, because he should have been dead already. Yeah, you're right. It looked like they didn't know, but that flashbang gave it away. They definitely knew what was coming. Amazing play. Woody out here, low on health already. And now it's on exit, alone. He's got the bomb. Smoke is up, though. He probably would love another kill coming through the smoke right there. Gonna get a chance to reload at the very least. This is winnable for exit, but you might need a bit of fortune going your way. Bomb is planted. He can't really challenge it, and now he's waiting for the smoke to fade and hoping to get the first bullet off, but they're both watching it. If he comes through here, very hard to not just get the kill, but make it out alive and re-engage once again. All right, he knows where Dupree is. Not quite sure about Saibu, but he's in front. P215 hand. Now he knows that as well, but he gets double-teamed. And it's a quad kill for Saibu to start the pistol with, and first round of the board for Vitality.
Great calls from Dupree and Zaiwu. I mean, that's just very much. This is a perfect flashbang from Magus. Zaiwu is able to get a couple kills, one trying to push down B. He puts down the push down mid. He demolishes the crunch from Banana, and he closes out the round. But even just shifting contact between Dupree and Zaiwu in that 2 versus 1 ensures they're never going to lose that round. 1-0 for Vitality out of the pistol.
Got very many HE grenades on the side of MIBR, so if Vitality clump up and sort of charge a little bit too much, could be trouble. It seems like they are going to be aware that that could be a feature of it. Magus is making a fair bit of noise, so we'll see if some of them are going to be bounced into the skybox here. There's a couple. They don't touch anyone. But it's always fun to see. They have smokes to follow it up, which in this second round is... Ooh, nice shot. Okay. These smokes can actually be... They actually can be round winning if you manage to save, especially the last smoke, into the last 20-ish seconds.
Yeah.
If you are successful in that, it could be huge.
I don't quite think they're going to be able to pull it off, but certainly the opening deagle shot from B at Amazon is quite nice. 5-on-4. Any more of that whittled down as Vitality continues to gain map control is going to be huge. Turtle waiting on the other side of this smoke. 3 players here. Jota in the site, exit in the smoke in A halls.
Yeah. He's picked up another smoke over at B, so they're trying to keep that occupied for as long as they can. Turtle's going to be flashed in. It's a really good idea, but
3 people waiting for him with a rifle.
Waiting deep as well. They weren't really close enough to eat the full blindness of that flashbang, and now inside the site, Jota's in an impossible situation. Good job from Dupree, jumping across and tucking into the cubby to ruin his aim.
Look at how low they are.
Yeah, that's brutal. That'll suck watching this VOD back, how close you were here.
I think especially the pit play there with the 5-7 looked like it could have done some damage, but well done from Vitality to make it through the round. They should have, and again, when you buy all those smokes, you're a little bit at the mercy of how aggressive that T side will be. You need for them to already be in a kind of mood where they're going to let you play the round slow, and they want to play it slow and all the rest of it. If they push and are aggressive like that, then you have to use the smokes eventually, and you just don't get that luxury. So, interesting round nonetheless.
Vitality's not trying to hunt this, are they? No, they're just lined up outside of B. Apex is getting a little flirty. He's got 99 health, but... Ooh. They're gonna call a stalemate. Call it neutral. Everyone's gonna get away with their life. 2-0.
Yeah, Deagle, I mean, probably, I don't know. They can let him have that Deagle, can't they? Surely. 3rd round. And, no surprise, gonna be similar kind of feel here for MIBR. Buying some more nades and even some armor on Pierre. I don't know.
He's the one who saved, so he had it from the previous round. It's all good. Just trying to do some little extra damage. Maybe some nades to soften him up. Deep down Banana to let the Deagle clean him up later. Again, it's all down to timing. The nades are out, and they do no damage whatsoever. Ooh. I think he saw the trajectory. No, but he does check it anyways. Doesn't matter. The Deagle rings out again. Another opening kill, but traded swiftly after. And a stack set up inside the B bomb site to back up that aggressive play. Vitality's too experienced to press the envelope, though, on this one.
Bomb is quite far away. Dropped. No one's holding it right now. They have plenty of time, but I don't know. Always makes me nervous when I see the bomb back in T-spawn like that. They're going to go for the opening, and by the fountain, decide who's going to be able to find a kill. Taking down at.CET. Close range for Turtle on that CSAT. 75, and is there some shots coming through?
No, that was Turtle coming through, and Apex saves his life while Masuta's handling the bomb site, so a little bit of good teamwork there.
All right.
Still, 2 players go down. Not the worst, not the best. Round still firmly in control of Vitality, obviously.
Yeah, Woody out. Taking a walk with a P250 in hand. And Dupree's picked up the bomb with plenty of time to get to the bomb site. So yeah, apart from the pistol round, which I think it was cool to see MIBR try to go for that kind of a thing, because again, when you're kind of the underdog in a match like this, it makes sense to try, I think, to try and see if you can rattle them a little bit and push them off their game. And it's a pistol round anyway, so most of the time it is a gamble. But we'll see. The 4th round here is going to be the really critical one to see what the defense will be like for the Brazilian side. It'll be interesting to see if they can mount a strong defense. So far, we saw a little bit. Ooh, Cyber disappeared from the server. But we've seen Apex on some of those entries on Dust 2. It was really delightful.
Yeah, he was starting to pick up his pace towards the end of that, really opening things up quite well. Some very precise shots, and he's keeping up his assertive nature here on Inferno as well. All of Vitality really are.
And actually, Magisk very often would play that role on Banana as well, as sort of running in first, so that they have sort of the luxury of having both Magisk and Apex who can, at any random round, you can call on. I never even thought about that. That actually is, you know, a wealth of potential entry people if you need it.
That position, though, it's not so much, I mean, obviously you like to have someone who's confident and likes to take those entry fights in that fashion, and you're right, it's nice having both of them, but it's also about the cohesion between the players playing Banana. There's a lot of protocols that go into that, how you respond to different nade sets, how you respond to different scenarios. Because, I mean, both sides of the defense and offense in Banana have a variety of different tools and a variety of different plays they can make to find an opening kill or just keep control of that. So a lot of it is the kind of the chemistry between the players you have there on defaults.
We'll see how they're going to be able to play that. I think they managed to bring Cyber right back, so drop to the admins. 4th round. All M4A1s. Not a bad amount of rifles that they got going on here. Apex is on a Galil, which at least 2 out of 5 players on the MIBR side do not have head armor. I don't think it's a big deal necessarily, but it's worth pointing out. If someone dies real quick to that Galil, then you know why.
They got that banana control really quickly. And MIBR dumped an enormous amount of nades already in the round. That's... I don't know.
Yeah, they didn't get much out of it. They don't have control of banana. They didn't do a whole lot of chip damage. Just Magus brought down to 92. Masuta and Dupree have control of hulls. And again, to acknowledge that an op is not on the field, or the assumption that an op is not in the field, Magus and Apex both being aggressive early on, peeking into that B bomb site, forcing out a smoke pretty early. So you're right, that the nades are going to start coming into factor. Exit's the only one with utility, and he's playing in pit.
Okay. Woody landing this shot. Going to be falling back into the A bomb site. He's playing the quad side. And Turtle, got to be really careful here. Simon walks right through. Ice cold, and he follows it up. Takes down Woody and Turtle both. What an absolute killer. Exit down in the pit. He's defending this bomb site on his own. His teammate's not even really moving. The bomb awkwardly is still bottom of banana. 20 seconds. So someone should go pick that up before this gets a bit weird.
It's Magus calling it in, but there's no mistakes now. They need to find this kill as Magus makes his way up. 14 seconds on the clock. Exit gets one. They need to find him. It's going to be ZywOo over towards Graveyard. Pops up. Exit didn't see it. 8 seconds, and Magus is going to be just fine. But that's an all-important kill in the pit. And there's the plant. Yeah, a couple times now. That bomb's making you nervous, isn't it?
Just a tiny bit, right?
It's making you pucker. Just a tiny amount.
I mean, if somehow Exit stays alive a little bit, if he swings the other way and he can sort of live in another couple of seconds.
I mean, there's a world where he caught ZywOo's head before. I thought from his screen we saw it. Maybe he didn't catch it. Maybe he's just so focused on his crosshair as well. But there's a world if he gets that kill on ZywOo, that round could get very, very sketchy.
Off to another 10-1 start here, ZywOo. That happened on Dust 2 as well. So really fiery start. I think...
Yeah, but this is freakish. That's 10 kills in 4 rounds, excuse me.
Yeah, it's outrageous. And I think even the style of the first 2 opening kills coming through the smoke here is just so bold. Just saying, like, yeah, you know my name. I'm just going to come through the smoke.
I honestly, I at least thought there was going to be some kind of a flashbang to get him through that smoke, but he just went for it. Woody wasn't prepared at all. One of them had been damaged heavily previously from some spam by Masuta as well, so he was a bit of an easy kill. Although ZywOo did get both headshots, so it wouldn't have mattered. 4-0. Still weapons, still rifles on the MIBR side.
All right. At least they have that. A very tough start right now. And MIBR, say, the fact that they used so many nades last time, and again, like you pointed out, didn't even have banana control or anything, kind of makes me a little bit worried, because keeping those nades alive on the CT side is the foundation of playing the CT side of Inferno on some level. This time they have a bit more control, and they managed to put Bieri all the way down. They're going to be molotoving the other side, the tree and log side. Bieri's safe for now, although he's lost his backup. At least it's traded. Magus, is he aware? It doesn't seem... Oh, he does know. He checks. Absolutely routine play coming out. And that's the B defense wiped out. I don't know if Vitality know yet, but they have a minute to find out.
Yeah, that's both players, so I mean, you might think there's a third. Uh-oh, Woody, this one's free. Dupree just sneaking through the smoke again. Masuta's going to follow it up, but that's a peek from the other side, and Magus is all alone. And again, bomb has dropped so far back. The bomb that Magus dropped at the start of the round. I think he's hoping one of his teammates would have fallen back to pick it up and join up with him in banana. Instead, he's going to have to do everything. 2 kills on him in a 1 versus 3.
Good timing for Turtle to show up right after the fact. Magus, no, 1 versus 3.
They hear that. They know.
They surely do. He's out on the balcony. He still gets the shot. Down below, he's got the bomb in hand, and a peek is all it takes. That is way too close. Nice effort for Magus, but it will be MIBR putting their first round on the board.
Yeah, but not a comfortable one. 4 kills. No. Only 1 player surviving, so still that economy right on the edge, ready to be reset. Just set up perfectly for the next round. Good kill from Woody. Good peek from Turtle as well. Both getting aggressive. But an even better round for Magus with the quad kill.
That's so hard to deal with.
He might have thought, I mean, he basically is sitting there and he's just like, look, I killed 2 in banana. Surely somebody rotated to cover that B-bomb site at some point. There's no way Woody's coming from lane. He's got to be rotating over from CT spawn.
Look at the buy from MIBR. They win the round, and they're just in an even more miserable spot. 3 people on the B-bomb side early on. Not that uncommon.
This time a bit more success in the opening damage exchange. ZywOo and Magus brought just below half HP.
Turtle's going to be put to the test up here. Yeah, the smoke. They really want to come through. You could tell a couple of people were going to try that from the Vitality side. They thought better of it now. And now they're maybe just waiting out some of these early nades to see what MIBR will be doing next.
They've drawn a lot out. Be.at Amazon inside the B bomb site has one smoke left, so if they apply any pressure, if he feels anything and gets a little nervous, because he's also got an SMG, that's not a weapon you want to take those heads-up duels with, so he might have to drop that smoke a little bit earlier than he'd like. Oh, Dupree missed his chance. He just looked his away when the exit made its move.
Yeah.
Smoke put down at the B bomb site at the 48-second mark, so it'll expire right around 30 seconds. And Jota's on his way back, so he'll have the timing to be in support.
Yeah, but is it going to be quite enough? I mean, he has to get all the way around here. Construction. Ooh, the bomb is making its way back.
Fake.
And yeah, but look at it. Woody and Turtle, they bought it completely. Exit is on his own down here. And he's about to be in a lot of trouble. Excellent spray to try and really sell that fake right now. And Apex, he's just sticking around, firing the gun into the empty air just to sell this idea. Exit is going to know now that the round is done. What a great call from Vitality.
Yeah, that's beautiful. That's picture perfect, actually. And not only the execute faked him out, but the kill from Apex seals it. That really, really sells it. That makes sure that MIBR buys it hook, line, and sinker. Absolutely perfect, and Apex now can cut off some of these guns as they fall away. A huge grab. And disaster for MIBR as they lose the ensuing round after winning with only one player surviving, out of money, and desperate to save these final two weapons.
Those are some of the harder rounds to lose, I feel like, when you get out-called like that. But the problem is you're more liable to make those kind of over-rotations when you are a little bit desperate and you can sort of feel the pressure of playing a very strong team. You feel like, oh, we've got to go, you know?
Well, also, when your anchor at that B bomb site only has an SMG.
Yeah.
Not a fun position to be in.
The anchor or the chicken, which...
Yeah, both of that. They're both, like, really upset about what just happened in this round.
Great stuff. 5-1. Vitality looking really, really good once again. Timeout being called for MIBR to discuss what is going on. How do we salvage this?
Decent amount of emphasis early on towards Rap side, getting up mid. We've seen Vitality attack that about 3 times in these first 6 rounds to varying degrees of success. I think 2 were successful, 1 was not.
I don't know if this is even a choice that MIBR have right now, but one of the consequences of all of this happening is also that Woody on any kind of AWP has just been delayed forever. So if that's something that they wanted to do as part of the defense, I mean, they haven't been able to. Wondering if that could also have a bit of an impact. Could be fun to see how he does on Inferno with a very different style of opening.
Well, he's got to get it out first, and they're dealing with the money issues at the moment. Magus goes down. Good kills. Be.at and Amazon again, a double kill, double headshots in Banana, and that's what they needed. Now, off the back of a 5-on-3, they need to have a clean win here. Previously, it was Magus in a 1 versus 3, getting 4 kills total in the round, losing in a 1v1. This needs to be a round where MIBR has like 4 players surviving, at least.
Yeah, but anytime... I mean, so anytime Sam was alive, but they got Masutra and Dupree to back him up. You're going to have to be worried about losing more than just a couple of players here. Nice little boost and a couple of good jumps there from Dupree. And he's really far forward. Hard to see if you're coming in to check this from the CT side. Molotov's down the pit, but luckily for them, Woody's repositioned himself, so he's no longer there. And yeah, you can tell they're not ready. Jota is not thinking about that position. He's just running into what he thinks is basically a safe angle already. Another Molotov set in Turtles. Taking a couple of bullets down towards the library. And Dupree trying to open it up. A nice jump from ZywOo, but he eventually is going to get tagged at the range from Turtle, and Masutra is on his own. Excellent headshot. It is back into a 1-on-1. With the bomb definitely going to be planted here, although Masutra is...
He thought it was down low. It's up top on the balcony. He's got to go jump up and find it, which is going to slow things down for Be.at and Amazon. He opened this round up with 2 headshots. Oh, that might be a missed opportunity. Masutra is so happy to be alive at the moment. Going to plant the bomb.
Oh, that could have been the end right there. He's got a grenade. Is he going to peek behind it? In the debris, he will, and he almost had it. Be.at comes through with a 3rd kill of the round for himself, and finally MIBR on a 2nd one, but that is a 3
versus 5 that ends on a 1-on-1.
Yeah, which is exactly what we said can't happen. MIBR needed a clean round to get the op out on Woody, to start feeling a little bit comfortable with their CT side economy. Vitality is just loving this, eating it all up. 5-2, but Vitality still in a great position.
So close to that whole thing blowing up. And I mean, but it still says something. We just... MIBR, even winning around, there's not going to be any high fives. There's not going to be any kind of like, yeah, we did it. Like, we're back on track.
No, it's just going to be sighs of relief.
Yeah. Very hard to deal with.
One of the few bright spots they've had is Bieta Anazon at this B bomb site when he's been playing aggressively. We saw it with the Deagle a couple of times. We saw it in the previous round the double kill. He's done a good job of holding on to top Banana, but this time he's forced back.
They landed a couple of nades this time on Magisk, so something to work with.
They took a couple in return as well.
Yeah, they did. They've managed to save more nades at this point of the game than previous. I feel like otherwise they just dump almost everything into Banana and that's it. This time they have a little bit to work with. The UMP on Woody is playing that corner over by the library and little pit. In terms of information, MIBR know nothing about what's happening in this round. They're so far back on every part of the map. Let's see. Is there going to be Turtle? Does he have... He has one flashbang for Woody to set it up. So, in theory, if they get close enough, UMP could set something. He's waiting for it. Waiting for it still. The flash is in, but he's managed to sneak through. And that is a massive problem for the defense. Apex on the other side. They locked him in from 3 different positions. Woody could never escape. They actually had him completely triangulated. And now, exit inside. Yeah, he's just trying to... He knows they're coming for him. And even if it wasn't inside, it was going to be one of the other 2. What a constricting attack on that A-bomb side.
You mentioned it, the fact that they're so passive, no one's really challenging any of those choke points, allowed Vitality to just have so many players zoned in his position. Woody has to tuck in. He's got a player fighting him from CT Arch, a player fighting him from Halls, and a player fighting him from the hay cart down low. There's nowhere he could move except tuck into that wall. That's just every option being taken away slowly but surely for the MIBR defense. A great constricting hit.
Yeah, I think he must have been thinking at some point, it can't be reasonable that I'm fighting Arch and also they're at the hay cart and also they're up in the apartments and
yeah.
I'm the only one basically that's going to be facing any one of these people.
And that's going to be the most frustrating thing.
Well then, 6-2 in favor of Vitality. Everything is just looking real smooth right now. There's not even much to criticize for Vitality. What can we bring up? They're peaking too early in their career. The honeymoon, the honeymoon is too good, Jason. When they come back from this honeymoon, everyone has to go back and you have to work a job and like do grocery shopping, all the boring stuff. It's gonna be hard.
It's gonna be very difficult for them. Real life.
I know. That's the best I.
That's the best I can do. All right, here we go. They won AK-47 on Banana. Pistols on everyone else. Deep Molotov, they're going to leave the AK-47 alone and hope this pistol stack. Here's something maybe we could criticize if they walk right into the stack and get obliterated.
Bieti pushing down. He wanted to, actually, with the AK, I mean, he has to be a little bit aggressive.
I got something for you we can criticize. The bomb always seems to be so far away. Obviously, it helps here that Magisk has been eliminated. Ooh, hello. A little double dink at range, and this is getting dicey.
Yeah, especially with Apex on the bomb, far away. It'd be a little bit weird if he has to try and find it. Bieti Anazon coming up with a good shot there against Dupree, and Masuta has to not make any noise. But the peak, I mean, he probably was favored in that one. Masuta is lightning fast to recover his aim. Joda comes in with that one, and now it's a 1 versus 2 Apex. And all right, I'm gonna give a shout out for Vitality for allowing us to put a little bit of criticism into this round for them. Definitely that bomb having to fall back and having to wait in some of these positions, not exactly ideal. Apex off angle there, just no idea Turtle was around the corner. So MIBR getting a gift in this round.
Yeah, they needed it. They needed a little bit of love. They found it. But again, what a great round from Bieti Anazon. I think he gets what, 3 kills, 2 kills, 3 kills?
Yeah.
2, I think. This is just fantastic work to keep them alive and give them some things. Dupree a little bit frustrated there, but It's all good. 6-3. And finally 9 rounds into round number 10, the op is in the hands of Woody.
That's a really long time to be waiting when you've got an AWP player. I mean, we don't know yet if it will actually make the difference. I suppose could also just be that Woody, they didn't want to like sacrifice to try and get it.
I mean, also remember, the 2 rounds they won is just 1 player surviving. So, I mean, in order to have buys to try and string those rounds together, you have to drop a weapon over instead of investing into the AWP, and that is just brutal. Now, the nice thing for MIBR, all things considered, is that the money for Vitality is pretty crap.
Yeah, true. So there's something. If you're an incredibly optimistic person, you could build a story here that this is going to be a turnaround. It would have to be one hell of a turnaround for MIBR. This rate Dupree, he's being allowed to fight here for such a long time, and it kind of draws Woody into the fight from Arch, and then he's going to get traded from Apex down to the pit. Exit is on his own, and he needs some help, but they just can't do it. Again, they set up by that hay cart so that when you swing around, you're just walking right into the shot. Devastating round coming up here from Vitality.
Yeah, and he had no smoke for that Molotov in towards the broken wall either. There was just nothing he could do. And if you're Vitality at this point, you're just like, all right, the only player who's really giving us a whole lot of resistance and trouble is Amazon and Banana. So let's keep doing these kind of constricting, progressive hits onto the A-bomb site. It's working. There's Dupree fighting. That's a really, really nice job baiting from Apex. He's more than happy to let Dupree die there so he can get the kill on Woody on Rap side, if that's the play that comes in. And I think that's even a bait that Dupree's going to be happy with as well.
Yeah, you want to do that. What did Yanko say once? A fine line between baiting and teamwork?
Yep.
It's true today as it ever was.
Yep. That should be like in the Counter-Strike Bible.
Yeah, put it like someone with Photoshop. Get it in front of some mountains, like a scenery, like one of those inspirational quotes. Like,
okay, yeah. Oh, yeah. Those are good.
Get it out there. 7-3, and the 11th round. This is very hard to find anything inspirational about what's happening right now for MIBR. It's very hard to dig for anything. We can only talk sort of about how Vitality are looking good, and they are. There's an opening kill for Joda. So, something to build on for sure. Some nice nades being traded, and Megas 1 tick from death.
A kill and down to 7 HP. Another kill for ZywOo. That's deep down mid. So this is going as well as you can hope, but Masuta is on point. Problem right now at the moment is so many players from Vitality are just feeling it and look like they're so confident. He's going to force Woody back as well. Watch towards Arch. Masuta's got another. Oh, this opens up the mid to B, or excuse me, a B split. I guess it is mid to B, but that's a Dust 2 call. Joda with the op looking towards C-spawn. Now, they should know the op is here, which I think is why we're seeing Vitality call this pause. And remember, I think we all know, if you've played Inferno, one of the most stressful things is when you lose control of CT spawn as defenders.
Yep. Yeah, especially when they slow. When they slow it down. It's one thing if they just rush straight to the B-bomb site, but this, yeah, they're incentivized to go look. They want to find out what's happening, and at.CET actually might have found one of the better positions to try and be in here, just in terms of sneaking in a kill, buying time, maybe for Joda to get here. Oh, but he's going to be found. Masuta again! A 3rd kill in the round for him. You said confidence in the middle of that. These fights that he took, he looked like he knew exactly where to find every kill.
Yeah, what a round from the young man. That's brilliant. 3 kills for him so far, and I don't know. If you're Vitality, you don't have a whole lot of money built up, but I think part of you is going to want to chase this down so early in the bomb timer as well. Go get it.
Yeah, why not? You've got them probably mentally in such a bad spot that you might as well. Apex sneaking around. Shadow is going to be showing, so a little bit of a slip up perhaps. Would have been fun if he could have found that one. Masuta is coming for him, though. He's got a little bit of time now. Hunting an AWP always scary, but even if they throw away the rifle here, it's probably not a big deal. Masuta could afford to buy a new one. On the other hand, if Joda loses this AWP, that's definitely a disaster. And there's the Molotov. There's the quad kill for Masuta. What a stunning round.
That's great. Apex finds a location. Mega's coming up just for the Molotov for that exact position. And
look at this.
This is rough.
Giga Chad play.
Oh, this is so disgusting. It's all headshots. It's all nice swings. Absolutely perfect from Masuta.
Well,
he got a lot of praise from Megas as well in the interview when Megas just joined the team coming into this event. Vegas was very, very impressed with the skills that Masuta was showing in practice. Get a little flair here in the match from him as well, and we obviously saw plenty to end last year.
I mean, there was a little bit of discussion. People were sort of bringing it up as a topic. Maybe it's because we were all bored over Christmas and all the rest of it. But people were sort of saying, "Should it be Masutra? Should it be Kyojin?" For me, that seemed like a stupid discussion. Like even at the time when it was happening, it just always looked to me like Masutra had way more depth in general. So, and I mean, it all makes sense because he's also been playing at a high level for longer than Kyojin. So it's maybe not even that big of a surprise. But yeah, I'm definitely on board with this Masuta situation. I really am. Back to pistols on the MIBR side.
Now, this was one of the rounds that Vitality found a hiccup, was one AK-47 saved and most of the USPs and P250s. Chance for it to happen again. 4 players stacked up in middle. A 5th on the way as well. But Vitality this time is going to find the correct answer. Execute from 4 players, and it's going to be nice and easy. Dupree. Just an alt mid, looking for anyone to push down and go for the flank. Ooh, a chance to stat pad.
Oh, but he gets dink immediately.
Oh, he needs to back away.
Yeah.
Yeah, reinforcements coming, doors open, which is a bit unfortunate. Gonna fight his way out. Dupree, a retreating battle. And he's gonna have to stand his ground at some point. A good transfer over, but that's at least an AK-47 passed over to MIBR.
Oh, okay. Dupree doing the best that he can in that situation. Unfortunate timing for the jump. I wish I could even convince myself that this is super important for the match. It feels like
it's costly, but
it's costly, but yeah. Does it even matter? It seems like Vitality are they're so much more confident in their T side right now.
Well, and MIBR still haven't shown that they can stop anything at the A-bomb site.
Yeah.
That's the other problem. 9-3, 6-round lead for Vitality here on Inferno. Looking to send MIBR into the last chance matches at the end of the event on Sunday.
Not the chicken.
Peace.
Just only feathers left somehow.
Make a pillow.
Yeah, you could. Put MIBR to rest on. That kind of...
Jesus.
What if they left like little sort of like a fully grilled chicken, like in a classic sort of cartoon way?
Yeah, what if like one day if we get sponsored by like KFC, every time a chicken is killed, they just turn into like a box of chicken wings or chicken nuggets?
Yeah, there's some real potential right there.
Ooh!
Nice!
From bad to worse.
The whole topic has been they cannot defend that A-bomb site. Turns out
even the walls aren't helping them out.
Yeah, nothing is working. I think what's also probably really rough is that even the 16-10 scoreline on Dust 2, still pretty comfortable, I would say, for Vitality, and overall they look confident and comfortable on that map. But definitely MIBR had sort of stretches in that game where you felt like, okay, this is a bit serious. Actually, they're putting on some good rounds here. But
yeah,
into
they're competitive.
Into this, it's just such a sort of mentally and emotionally such a huge drop-off that probably very hard to play in. They got the stack over at A still, but like you said, this has never held up. And exactly this setup has never held. They always get this kill at the arch corner or the library corner, and then the rest of them get crunched.
Yeah, this double pit could be effective. And Joda wants nothing to do with that fight. They didn't really have any flashbangs for him. Actually, Biat Anazon is at the broken wall this time. Here comes a little bit of utility being tossed out. They spot one. They can pin him down inside of the pit, but there's one on the site. I think this is going to work fine this time. There's exit. There's Joda pouncing as well. Finally, MIBR put a stop to this hit. Sinking into the bomb site, staying covered in pit. And MIBR have a 4th round on their CT side.
Whew. Yeah. Something worked out. It's a big step in the right direction. They need to get to 9-6 at an absolute minimum. They definitely need to win the pistol on the second half. Following that, it's the long road ahead.
And remember, Biat Anazon has been the one bright spot, I think, for this MIBR defense, generally over in Banana. And I think the only reason I would wonder, I mean, could see him like rotating to cheat closer towards the B or towards the A bomb site. They actually put him all the way dedicated inside the pit. Part of that was the AWP at Banana. They felt pretty confident with it. but...
Oh, snuck right through. That's a cheeky play from Turtle. Taking down Apex.
Why do you think he has 2 U's in his name?
Yeah, that's a good question.
You think it's the I like turtles kid? Because he seemed to drag out the U's. I like turtles.
I don't remember that.
Okay.
Did I miss part some internet meme?
You did. I'll show it to you after this. It's spectacular.
Okay. Trying to convince myself that maybe like 2 U's next to each other could look like a turtle and it's like it's flipped around.
You ever seen a turtle?
I had turtles as a kid growing up.
Of course you did. That explains so much.
All right. Immediately judged. We had a lot of weird animals. We had chickens too.
That's not that weird.
Yeah, we were living in like an apartment complex. So,
Okay,
so it was.
That's kind of weird.
My parents are hippies, so.
In the apartment?
Like on a balcony. That was a mess. A giant mess.
I bet they hated that.
Probably the neighbors more than anything did. So yeah, fun times. Another triangle setup. Oh, and again, that same position for Dupree. They just... And it was Joda last time that ran into it.
Times, yep.
Yep, hard position to play, and exit. They have a bit of a crossfire, but the smokes have broken it up, so... He just ran and shot. He didn't even care. Turtle's going to be going down. That is such a... What Masuda just did, even though he got traded.
Uh-oh.
Oh, wait a minute. Hold the phone. 10 seconds. The bomb. What? They've lost the round. They can't get back.
They can kill everyone, though.
No.
They got to get aggressive. They got to get aggressive and find Woody. Oh, he's going to go down. Surely. And somehow they've pulled it off. They've made that mistake so many times in this half. And you've called them out for it each and every time. And it hasn't punished them yet. Even this one. You can see the thought process. Nope. Screw it. I can't get there in time. Let's kill. And unfortunately for MIBR, it's impossible for them to know. There's no way they can possibly know, because they're probably thinking someone's in the bomb site planting right now. Let's start lining up for this retake.
You're really going to classify that as not a mistake for Vitality?
No, it's a mistake, but look, you know, if you don't get punished for it.
Well, if it's not shoplifting if no one catches you.
No, I said it's a mistake. I agree with you. It's a mistake. It just hasn't bit him in the ass yet, has it?
All right.
What are you supposed to do?
All right. That is getting away with so much. You're right. They couldn't really do anything, MIBR, but that is funny. What a funny way to end that round. Oh, man. 10-4, 15th round. One of those days. Getting away with everything. No, this one the round of start of the wallbang, was it? From Dupree?
No, that was the previous one that they actually lost. Ooh, nice attempt for Magisk, sneaking around the edge of the smoke.
I did want to point out.
Okay.
Masuda, when he's running to and sort of just spamming down the pit like that, it's obviously not the most efficient way to fire the rifle, but it does create an enormous amount of space behind him that his entire team can swing and try and make up for it. Joda, that was a nice position to try and get that multi-kill that he needed. But it's a 2 versus 3 retake. Actually, maybe one of the better chances here for MIBR to do something. Finally, it's a B hit.
I think the unfortunate thing for Vitality is Masuda had both flashbangs and he was stuck in the back of the bomb, so you'd love to have Dupree with those to just bomb him over the wall, so it's going to have to come from Masuda.
Ooh, timing is there. Dupree runs for it. Wanted to go aggressive. Yeah, but they know everything, and this is a huge crossfire. Very hard to walk into here for MIBR. 2 AKs, the spray is in, and it's Masuda. Nice double to end the half with 11-4 in the favor of Vitality. What a devastating start to Inferno. We'll be back with the second half.
No, that looks more like a gray, but it's mainly blind, but like...
Orion?
What?
Orion? Orion?
No.
No.
Let me try and see if I can help here.
Is it a T-Rex?
And then...
Something else? I don't know. So shit at that. The good one though.
Yeah, thanks. It's a Cyrex. Very iconic thing right here.
The hole?
Yes.
Oh my god, I'm so good! Red thing. Sorry man, let's do like this. It's really blue.
And then like at the edges, like down here, it's got like a fade of purple. I don't know, like a thing here as well. I don't know, it's like It looks somewhat like this.
No way, I don't.
Decimator.
It's full black with the red.
Yeah. Okay, just what is this?
Line.
What's the color?
Red. Ah, red line.
Oh, there we go.
It's old one, so you should know.
Vulcan?
No.
Frostside?
No. It's really old one.
Frostbite?
No, it's really old. It's older than that. And just imagine that back in the days.
Black laminate? Blue laminate?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Tiger Tooth?
Yeah, man. That's so good. What is this?
Banana.
Yeah. You're good. I will help you, but I'm not sure about my drawing. Something that goes in the trees. I don't know the English. I know the English, but I don't know how to draw it.
Birds? Oh, monkey.
Yeah.
Okay.
So this is the name, and then yeah, there's something else.
Monkey business.
Yes, you got it.
Flashing.
I'm ready to go.
One headshot, yeah.
Flank.
Headshot.
Dead.
Maybe side,
Upside.
maybe side.
Upside.
Side.
Nice. 2-on-2. Guys, no, the bomb.
Bomb. One
That's
tap.
a bomb.
Just save, guys, just save.
Maybe he has time. Go for the kill.
Library.
Close.
Nice! Oh, my people.
Who plants? Then we can have meetings.
Oh, great energy on the side of Vitality. And obviously, in general, they play really well. At the end of it, MIBR up there just doing wonderful work.
I think they had the same reaction we did.
Yeah.
It's funny. They didn't even even Apex just saying just save.
Yeah.
Like they didn't even think they were going to go for the kills until it just was handed to them. Yeah, they played great. I mean, actually, I don't even know if I want to say they played great. I think MIBR had a really tough time at that A bomb site. Vitality played good. I think MIBR just couldn't mount any resistance in that first half. I think also, I mean, you have to say that, like the amount of times we saw the bomb kind of far away, a little unusual. Nothing crazy. I don't want to harp on it too much, but obviously with a round like that, it's going to be a topic of conversation. Apex going to have to back away from the fight with that ugly sounding P2K.
Yeah, weird, isn't it?
Get that out of there.
I mean, the good thing about the bomb problem, we're going to call that, is so easy to fix, right?
Yeah, it is.
Could be fixed
it is the
overnight,
most minor of issues.
Yeah, so it's going to be no issue. MIBR by the sandbags, a little bit on his own. A good headshot to start with. Is there going to be a flash to set him up? There will be. Apex taking his time. He's not under any pressure. Like, I'll throw it one of these days. MIBR, it's a beautiful triple. What more can you ask for?
A fourth?
True.
You could ask for more. It would probably be a little unreasonable.
Faster flashbang from Apex. Fiddling around with the grenade in there.
It's his fault. Mega's going to switch into the side as well. Apex is very, very low. Ooh, spamming away. First kill is his. There's the peek from Apex. Goes down, but Megas has got the follow-up in the final. 12-4 for Vitality. Both pistols now won. And MIBR's hole dug a little bit deeper.
Yeah, I mean, hard to even see up to the surf at this point in time. There's no light shining down this far into it. 12-4, and the 17th round. It's all working out really well for them. Now, if you didn't know, we do have 2 more games that are coming up today. So the Counter-Strike continues. We're not done. Even if it looks like Vitality are about to finish this one a little bit early.
Yeah, coming up next is going to be NIP taking on NAVI. And
NIP winning, of course.
Okay, sure. Why not? Final game of the day is Astralis taking on Big. So we'll see the other portion of this former Astralis core continue to compete. Apex is living the dream. He's hungry, thirsty, eco Cobra, eco warrior. The SMG's chiming in, getting everything.
Yeah, he didn't want to wait around. Still doesn't. Nice cleanup. Good triple. Why not? Why not hunt for those kills? 13-4 as we go into the 18th round. AK's back in the hands of MIBR. A comeback of epic proportions on the T side if they were to try and attempt it.
Yeah, not just in the fact that they're on the T side, not just the fact that the scoreline is so overwhelming in the favor of Vitality, but just in terms of like the eye test of the style of play and the swagger that Vitality's playing with right now. It would take a lot to put Vitality off their game here on Inferno at the moment.
Dumping a bunch of nades outside of the B-bomb site with 4 people over there at the beginning. So Magus, the only weakness here would have been if he somehow... if they just rushed to top mid. I don't know why they would do that, but they did.
And actually, Vitality holding on to a bunch of nades at this B-bomb site. They brought 4 players over initially. It was Dupree and Magus, I believe. Actually, just Dupree who dumped his nades. Magus was dumping them down mid. I think Zaiwu threw a little bit of something down Banana as well. But that leaves Masuta and Apex with SMGs with so much utility at this B-bomb site. So if MIBR think they can come to Banana late and have a pretty easy kind of access into the B-bomb site because smokes might be gone or Molotovs might be gone, they're in for a rude awakening.
Nice nades. Late on Banana.
2 smokes and a Molotov. That can stall out the entire round.
Ooh, is he going to be flashed into it? Yes, he will, and timing is everything. There's the peak, and it could have worked. If that had been maybe 1 second earlier, I don't know, someone in the back took a bullet all the way back in there. Random bullets.
Turtle's got to be so pissed.
Yeah. Like, why me? I am the 4th guy in this attack, and I wasn't even trying to be close to that fight. 35 seconds. They kind of have to... they don't have to, but it's hard to fall back and go middle at this point in time.
Yeah,
so.
But as soon as they throw utility of any kind, Apex is going to drop a Molotov as well, and you have to imagine he's going to be aggressive. There's the smoke. Here's...
Oh, he's trying to optimize this so much. There it is. Only letting Woody through. At least he had the bomb. So maybe he could try and put that bomb down right away because there's not going to be enough time. Oh, no. MIBR, 9 seconds and a swing. Apex. If he got that kill, the round would have been over, but at least it's a bomb plot for MIBR. Fighting to stay alive as much as they can. Dupree sneaking in. Smoke was faded there at CT spawn, and Woody, he goes down. Jodo is low on health. Exit. Fighting to try and stop the retake that's coming. It's not going to be possible, it seems. Magus and Jodo in a one-on-one. Magus, there must be a kid somewhere, surely. He's just going to run and try and find him, and he has escaped. Jodo is so far away. He's just going to try and save it, or what? He can't really run there in time, can he? He's back with the knife out. And oh, nice bait. That is actually a crazy play from Jodo. Magus did pick up a kid. I thought he had that round.
I mean, there's no way he could know, but he probably could have stuck that bomb and just straight up won it. Not least of which because of the fake jump around the corner. Joda had to play that. I mean, 9 HP. He just had to get a bit lucky. And he got it.
That's actually pretty well played.
Yeah, well, actually, that round's super well played from Vitality as well. I think the only reason it's not in their favor is those SMGs. Apex very easily could have killed the planter with an M4.
Yeah.
13-5. Nicely done from MIBR. Nice clutch from Johto with 9 health. He's at 9 and 14.
Future generations are going to have whole hard drives filled with Apex gifts. Yeah.
Just waiting.
Endless meme catalog for every situation.
Well, he's been dropped first this round. Aggressive at the car. Turtle going to start peering into the site once that duel on top of Coffins. Zaiwu looking for 1 kill and a drop off and evacuate the position. Ooh, he's in trouble, blinded, and Woody doesn't commit to the fight. Zaiwu with an off angle has brought Woody down very, very low. Him and Dupree mounting some resistance at these choke points with initial contact. And MIBR looks like they're going to get funneled back to the B bomb site where Masuta has moved out.
Yeah, they're calling for a 3-1 setup here, Vitality, leaving Masuda on his own. He doesn't have any nades to deal with it either, but he's been playing a really cool game so far in Inferno, so maybe they just trust in him. 45 seconds now. There's a bit showing a lot of damage onto Turtle, and with Woody being low already, this is a bit of an issue. Look at the confidence on Masuda. He's not under any pressure, and he could have just as well killed 4 people right then and there. He is ice cold.
Oh, it's so brutal. And Megas even had a smoke. They're going to have to go through it. Joda down low. So was Woody, but he gets spammed. Exit. Drops the bomb over. Does not want to risk the cross. Going to be a tough 3-on-2. Follow-up flashbang is in, and Megas has put a stop to the plant. Even transfers over to Exit. We'll take it. 14-5.
He looked for a long time for that last spray, but it worked in the end. I'm so impressed by Masuda in that moment. He just looks like...
Pretty much the whole time I was like, he's going to fall back.
Yeah.
He's going to fall back this time. Oh, he got a kill. He's going to fall back. And then he just sticks around and gets another one.
That's unreasonable.
I mean, it is, but it's kind of par for the course of this Inferno game so far.
Yeah. Back to Tech9's, a Deagle, and then AK-47. It's 14-5. If there's something to be said for the hell that MIBR are finding themselves in, at least it's a short-lived one at this rate.
Yeah. Oh, that's that one got away from Apex.
Still some good nade damage there towards the bottom of Banana.
Can chuck a pigskin a quarter mile.
Speaking of which,
yeah,
how come you can drop grenades right in front of you, but you can throw them once they're live really far? Why can't you throw grenades to your teammates that are like halfway across the map, but they don't detonate because you didn't pull the pin?
Okay, that's a good question. Maybe send the Valve devs an email.
Listen, I appreciate you even try to bring that anywhere forward. Would have expected just be ignored, you know. 4-3.
I do my best to sometimes entertain your insanity.
Try.
I can't just shoot you down every time. It'd be awkward for everybody.
All right. Well, thanks.
Apex is chilling. And Dupree has one flashbang that'll throw up onto the roof. Good kill. It's coming in a little bit late. It's not there yet. There's the peak. Apex cannot handle the jumping SMG.
Yeah, but even then, good amount of damage. Very hard to make it out here.
And there's no more utility for any kind of safety for the remaining MIBR players. So Turtle, I am sorry.
Yeah, nothing that he could have done there. So we're adding a couple of kills at the end of the round. 15-5. And just...
This has been a fun little spanking. I've you don't always get to enjoy a 15-5 scoreline.
No?
This one has felt like it's been enjoyable. Maybe I'm just in a good mood today. I don't know if you've enjoyed it.
I mean, I have in the sense that obviously, I wanted to live in a world where MIBR, you know, got the upset. But that was just for my personal benefit. In reality, I think it's really encouraging to see this Vitality project off to such a good start, because I wouldn't have really quit on this project if it was off to a bad start. It's just that it's just harder to make something work.
It's nice to see the early returns.
Yeah, and we also know that now that the major's been announced, right? The pressure is on right away. You don't have a lot of time to make things work, so
yeah, essentially like 2 to 3 months where you want to be really charging up and hitting your peak. So, and remember, the nice thing about this too is the next game we get from Vitality is taking on the new G2 lineup.
Yeah.
So that's pretty sick as well.
I'm really excited for that game, actually. That I look forward to. Well, 15-5, a minute on the clock. Flashbang is there.
Yikes.
Awkward timing. Needed to be a kill right there. Exit's gone down. That might have been the only window of opportunity they had. It was to hunt down Magus, get the kill. They're going to try and fake the bomb. Very bold move. But now more backup has shown up. Turtle landing a running shot with the CSGO 75. And they're doing some decent damage in this round, MIBR. 3-on-3. No bomb plant yet. And they're going to find Magus. He was low from earlier. Dupree still in the corner, and he's going to find the headshot. Woody, as he falls off, a style kill at the end. And a huge victory here for Vitality, taking down MIBR in 2 maps.
Yeah, that was a spectacular win from Vitality. Remember, MIBR fans, they're not eliminated. We'll be seeing them on the final day. That'll be in the last chance matchup. But regardless, that's a solid. I mean, obviously, Dust 2 was solid. Inferno was a blowout. A really strong win from Vitality.
Yeah, impressive stuff. It's good to see the Vitality project.
Yes, off to a good start.
Yeah, Saibu is having his moments, but even when he's not, the rest of the team, Masuda. Ooh, the confidence for him on this map. Huge fan of that. There's actually a number of highlights from him that I could go back and watch over and over again.
Well, speaking of people you can watch over and over again, we've got the Deaths. We've got PIMP, Freya, and Maniac.
That's nice.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Yes, stellar showing from the side of Vitality. Unfortunately for MIBR, a loss in this best-of-3 series. Not eliminated from the competition here at the Spring Group, but for Vitality, rather, a step closer to land glory at the Spring Finals. Blinken, you might miss the majority of Vitality on their own pick of Inferno. We saw them playing it a lot earlier on in the group stage. So, I mean, any improvements for you from what we saw from Vitality thus far?
No, I don't think there's been improvements. I think they're just a good team on Inferno right from the get-go. Majis said in an interview they have 3 to 4 maps right now where they feel comfortable on. We have seen FaZe push them to the limits. They had to go back with that crazy comeback on the CT side. But whenever they face opponents of a lesser quality, of a lesser category, EG and MIBR now, they're just flying. They're just an extremely good team already.
I love the fact that we get to see Misuda play well. I love the fact that we get to see him play this well. He was a conversation point for us coming into the game, thinking, you know, what is his role gonna be? How much freedom does he have? And safe to say, right, he's gonna have to adapt a little bit, but the fact that he's playing so well, especially on the T side, and again, MVP in the match, is just a great side to see. We saw Apex on day 1 play a fantastic game. Now we see Misuda play well. Obviously, Saivu is a known quantity. Dupree, Magic slowly but surely getting to it. I love the fact that there's so much diversity to the lineup right now. It feels like it can come from all 5 players at any given time, and that is dangerous.
And I just want to pounce again on the Misuda point, because you have to realize, a few years back, he was an absolute rookie. When he started and he played in Vitality, he was still in high school. Brand new in the class for sure. Now he is in Vitality with Apex and Saivu, his teammates, and he's got 2 of the biggest legends of the game next to him. He's got Dupree and Magisk. He's got Sonic, the greatest coach as well, right behind him. It is so important for him to very quickly feel confident and feel like he has the trust of his teammates, feel like he's got the power to make the difference. Not that he's going to be slowing them down, not that he's going to be a liability. He is part of the project and he can have games where he has impact. These games early on in the project is so important for Misuda.
Yeah, I think that's a really important aspect to consider, especially for him, you know, feeling comfortable within this new mix of Vitality. And man, I remember those times when he was still in high school, still studying, having to separate those. No, it really wasn't. And then, you really noticed the fact, you know, when he graduated from high school, when he could devote all that time to Counter-Strike, you really notice a huge switch in terms of the firepower and the output he could put on the server.
Yeah, it's a never-ending journey to improvement, and even now he still has a lot to do. He's got some positions to dominate and master. He's going to have to hold his ground against the best teams in the world with a new roster, so the journey is still long.
But that's the thing. We heard him in the interview earlier with James saying he's willing to take that responsibility on his shoulders. He's really actually looking forward to that. He's asked for more authority.
Yeah, he's a character. You know, I like he's very outspoken as well, you know, given his current position. And Misuda is a player that I think grew a lot the past 6 months, especially in the whole time where Vitality knew they were going with this, you know, Danish iteration of the lineup, sort of. He was stepping up time and time again. You see players maybe, you know, rest a little bit. He felt that he was secure, you know, playing with this lineup for the next year. So you could argue that there was not a lot of motivation for Misuda in order to play the last couple of tournaments, but he kept on stepping up and stepping up and stepping up, taking every possibility to get better. And right now it's showing on the server.
Yeah, huge showing from Vitality. And I believe we do have Dupree on the line for a winner's interview. First of all, huge congratulations, man.
Thank you so much.
I want to ask what the atmosphere is like now that we see Apex joining you back in the boot camp. How does that kind of affect the team's preparations, and what kind of mentality is that putting in for you guys?
Obviously, it's the atmosphere has been really good for the team for a long time, obviously, but bringing Dan in brings a lot of hype and everything. So it's nice to have like the entire team and not only have a beheaded Vitality. So it's really good to have everyone here.
Dupree, congratulations, obviously, on this best of 3. I want to ask you a question that could be a bit difficult, but you and Magisk, you've gone on so many adventures in Astralis, right? So many years together, so much success. How easy is it for you guys to fully invest now into a new project, a new chapter, to just look towards the future?
Yeah, I mean, we've been all over the world and we've pretty much won whatever there is to win. We just missed Cologne. But apart from that, yeah, I mean, for me as a person, and I also think I can talk on the behalf of Magisk, is that we see this as a completely new project. Like, we've left Astralis behind and we've closed the book and we've tried to look at this like as a new challenge in some way. That now we're playing an international team. We also want to show that we can be good in that type of team. And I think that's probably why. And I think we bring a lot of good things to the table, like from our previous experience in Astralis, in terms of obviously the winner mentality, but also what we've experienced and like what we can contribute with when it comes to Vitality. So I think we are right now trying to bring the best of both worlds, which I think we have done really good so far. But obviously, there's always room for improvements.
Is that an easy process for you to find the middle ground between bringing what you had in Astralis that was working and what Vitality had that was working? Is that an easy thing to just mix these two words together?
Both yes and no. I think that we've taken, as I just said, like the best of both worlds, and obviously we are maybe playing a little bit more like Vitality was doing. I think we have taken maybe 75% of their playbook, and then we've added 25% of Astralis to that one. But obviously, it's all about the income leader as well. You know, Dan is well, Apex is a different income leader than Glaive was, and this like philosophy of the game and how they see the game and how they want to approach is obviously different. So it's also kind of a new play style that we have to get into, and obviously it will take a lot of time to like shaping it the way we want to, because it's been fun so far, but there's also been some complications that we need to leave behind from Astralis, where we used to do things in a certain way, but now we actually have to do it in a different way. So as an individual, it can be a little bit tough sometimes, but I think we're making really good progress.
I just wanted to jump in on that and ask what you feel like the single biggest adaptation you've had to make is kind of joining the side of Vitality. We sort of heard it outside the server in terms of the culture and communications, but when you're inside the game, do you feel like there's been a single large adaptation that you've had to make?
I mean, the most obvious one is definitely that we have to talk English, and I can speak on behalf of the entire team that we have to communicate in English, and it's still something that we are, you know, putting a lot of effort into becoming better at. Not that we're not good at talking English when we have like an everyday talk, but it's when it gets hectic, it's when things get stressful and everything that we need to be more focused, and we need to be more clear on the communication. And there's no real shortcut going there. It's all about keep working hard and trying to fix mistakes, and we are going to lose a lot of games just because of that, and that is just what we have we've faced, and that's what we have to deal with. There's no easy way going around it. So yeah, it's just a new big challenge, but at the same time, I don't feel like it's actually the biggest issue we have as of right now. So in that sense, it's actually pretty decent.
Peter, I'm curious, and I guess some of the viewers are curious as well, because we often see when players is not playing competitive Counter-Strike for 4 or 5 months that they lose the edge. So 2 questions in one right here. Were you afraid that when you came back from being on a break with Astralis coming into Vitality, that you lose that edge, you lose a little bit of level? And was it hard to come back? You know, is it one of those things where you have to grind a little harder to refine your level?
Holy shit, it's almost out. Sorry. Hey, be quiet, man. No, so, I mean, both yes and no, again, to that question. I think that obviously I have not played a game since the major, and coming into like a new international lineup and new teammates and communicating in English, so there definitely was a lot of thoughts in my head. And there was also a bit of nerves going into the first games we played, not obviously this one, but the ones previously. And I think it would be lying saying that I was nervous going into that, because you want to make a good effort, you want to make a good, like, you know, a good picture of yourself. And at that given moment, I just had to try and focus on not to put too much pressure on myself, and in general, just try to not have too many expectations for the teams already. It's something that we put a lot of effort into. And so far, it's been working really good. But at the same time, I'm just so happy to be back playing. I mean, I've been really enjoying my time here, and I'm enjoying playing Counter-Strike, and it's the first time in quite maybe like more than half a year that I've actually enjoyed playing games and going to practice and everything. So yeah, so far it's been an adventure that I'm really happy that I decided to go for.
Sounds nice.
Just quickly looking forward to your next matchup, Dupree. It's going to be against G2, one of the matchups I was really excited for looking at this new 2022 season. Can I just get you quickly your thoughts on this new G2 lineup?
Yeah, I mean, like they're a team that's really experienced in terms of their players. They just came from a major grand final as well. Obviously, it wasn't the same roster, but now that they've added an actual AWP to the team, I think they will also feel more comfortable in terms of having all the roles set, so they don't have to rely on someone that actually doesn't want to AWP and everything like that. And now they also changed their income leader. MIBR coming from a previous international lineup is going to help the team as well in terms of communications. And I think they've been looking really good so far. So it's going to be really exciting to play against them. And obviously it's just about what team is playing better on the day. Like, I think we can, like, both teams can win. I don't think there's like a clear favorite. The only edge that I will probably give them is that they have been an international team for longer than we have. And I'd say that's it.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see how that one does go down, Dupree. Thank you so much for taking the time to chat with us. And yeah, congratulations. Looking forward to seeing you tomorrow.
You're very welcome.
Yeah, that's going to be an incredible game to go down. The game we were all anticipating.
I can't wait. That's the one. That's the game we want.
Yeah, that's going to be the game of the day tomorrow. Well, we've got a hell of a lot more Counter-Strike on the plate today. That was only the first game of day 5 here at the Spring Group, so we can see how the Gauntlet is going to be progressing. That's the first team that we're seeing going through to that last chance as well. So it's not like MIBR are eliminated here from the Spring Groups, Jacob. They're just going to have to go through one last hurdle if they want to be going to the Spring Final.
G2 or Vitality.
That's the thing, right? They face either G2 or Vitality. I know whoever loses that game tomorrow is obviously going to be disappointed, but they will also look look, you know, in all respect to MIBR, thinking to themselves that that should be a game they could win.
Well, we've got another game on the cards. 2 more, in fact, coming your way in this next game. Sees the world #1s taking on the Ninjas in pajamas. So throwing it to a quick break, but when we're back, all the action is getting underway. So go anywhere. Welcome everybody to Hot Swaps, brought to you by Coinbase. We're going to talk about the hottest of the swaps coming into this new season. Launus, I'm going to go over to you first to start off with. Who have you picked?
MONaC to G2, the biggest transfer of the season. We actually have a situation where G2 potentially have an upper that can take on Simple at one point in history.
It's true that I think we expect a lot from MONaC, but what people don't realize as well is that he doesn't need to be performing like Simple for G2 to be able to win trophies. That's not the case. This is not the conditions he's in.
We have all seen his highlights, FPL, and what he has done in the Academy League. He has insane talent.
It'll make it easier for him to just go in and not worry too much.
Most people's bold prediction for this year, so I think that he's going to be pretty good.
I know Launus has already thrown a bit of shade at your pick for the hot swap, so who are you going with?
I don't really know why we're throwing shades at Shox going to Liquid, because that was my hot swap. Honestly, I almost fell off my chair when I realized that Shox went to Liquid.
I think saying he's the hottest swap of the year is that's totally because Maniac's got, you know, he's played with him or something.
Well, I think that we're going to be really good too, and I think that people are going to be like pleasantly surprised after a little bit. I think that there's going to be like a lot of learning that we're going to have to do.
For Liquid, like I don't think Shox is going to be the one who solves their issues.
In terms of like the new roster, I think that we're looking super strong.
Shox used to be a superstar with a capital S, an absolute superstar. He was obviously featured in all of the top 20 of the 3 first years in HLTV.
There's some question marks how they're going to do overall, but I think long term this is an interesting pickup for Liquid for sure.
I'm going to go with Rox. I think unfortunately in 2021 we didn't really get to see the best of Rox, but the biggest reason I'm really excited for this is because Rox is going to be under Karrigan once again.
When I left to FaZe, I told FaZe this is the player I want for the team, no matter how the team is going to look like.
He lines up really well role-wise with all of like the guys from FaZe. I think that's going to be like a really natural transition for him.
For me, the reason why I'm most excited for this is the fact that he's rejoining up with Karrigan. Rob's playing a round of Counter-Strike and you'll be purely amazed with what he's delivering to the server. So I think that's why I think this is going to be the hottest swap coming into this new season.
The reason why I'm so excited about Shox going to Liquid is that he's putting an end to 9 years of French Counter-Strike.
Honestly, he's got to be the hottest swap. Even when he's aiming in the wrong place, he still hits his shot. I mean, look at these flicks. It's unbelievable. I haven't seen anything like it. Carlos, you're in for a treat.
Honestly, I think Mohan's speech was amazing.
Yeah.
He really hit me with the flicks. The little message to Carlos really got me, so I'm going to join Mohan and say Mohan to the G2, that's the hot one.
I think I'm going to be flip-flopping over there as well. Well, thank you so much, guys, for joining us for Hot Swaps brought to you by Coinbase. Really excited to see how all these swaps play out in the 2022 season.
If you have Navi who found their way back to 100% level, no one in here can beat them. No one. No NIP, no OG. They won't stand a chance against a full force Navi.
It falls to Boomich. 2 players right in front. He gets them both. Blame next. What a multi-kill from Boomich.
1 on 3. For NIP, they've played well. You know, they played above expectations, but to beat Navi in a best of 3, that's going to be rough.
And Fuzi at times. Speak of the devil. Pressures on Happus. Bomb tap twice. Oh, and the Deagle lineup.
No time for the Ninjas to turtle as their toughest task lies just around the corner. The world #1's back in form. NAVI are ready to crush some shells. And looking at their return to form yesterday, Pimp, it was exactly what we expected from the CIS.
It was a good bounce back, you know, not only from NAVI, but of course Simple blowing off the server as we expect. He had didn't have a bad first day. He had a normal first day, which for Simple standards, I guess, is bad. But anyway, it was good to see him play well yesterday. And as said, you know, even in the intro right here, to beat NAVI in a best of 3 is a very, very tough task. To beat NAVI in a best of 1 online can happen, even for MIBR, but NIP is up for a big task right here. These 5 players are still on the best team in the entire world.
NAVI is now in this very uncomfortable position where every time they take a misstep, we're going to dissect all about it. And we're going to make it such a great story. And everyone was just lurking and laughing about the first bad day of NAVI. And oh my God, 2022. Just forget all about it. That was one day. They put Liquid in place. They're about to do exactly the same thing. They're reminding us all why they're up here. But I guess for them, it's great to have just a little bit of an alarm. Just realize that if you slow down, people will punish you. That's what happened the first day.
Yeah, let's put some of the players under the spotlight on the side of NAVI. I think Electronic, you guys are bringing up, is a very interesting story when we look at his results comparing online to LAN back in 2021.
Yeah, Electronic is a fine figure. You see it right here. There's a quite significant difference in output, you know, in terms of how he's playing. He just seems like a very stone-cold player when he's online, not affected by the pressure whatsoever, even elevating himself a little bit. And I think there's 2 ways of going about it. Is it Electronic who's playing better when he's online, or is it the opponents who are playing significantly worse when they're up against him? I think there's a bit of both to it, though.
I think I would go for the latter. I would go for the latter because I think that online, Electronic is a good player, but on LAN, he's an exceptional player. Absolutely exceptional. He's got that extra edge. Whenever the pressure goes up, whenever the match matters the most, you can be sure that Electronic is going to step up, and he's going to be the difference maker, right? Online is a little bit different. The games don't exactly weigh the same thing, so he sometimes slows down a little bit. So far in this tournament, he's not playing lights out. He's just quiet. That could be a problem for NAVI and something we have to keep in mind.
As somebody that did look incredibly strong for the side of NAVI yesterday, other than Simple, we got to give it a bit as well. I know we were just reminiscing about his start, his journey, his tenure on the side of NAVI, and the fact that he is such an integral part of the success of this machine.
Yeah, I think he's answering the question we had, or I guess the concern we have had, right? Could BIT continue, who's absolutely fantastic form from 21 going into 22 and still early on, but I think he's playing well. I think he's as well, you know, stone cold. Seems like a player who's not really affected by the pressure. Some could argue, you know, you're coming into NAVI, you're starting to win everything, you're the best team in the world, and all of a sudden you're part of an era, you know, in your very first professional team. He doesn't seem affected whatsoever. He's continuing to playing well, and on the server, he's delivering quite consistently as well.
He's becoming a safe value. That is what is insane. A rookie, a player that a year ago was nowhere to be found, has become now a safe value for one of the best players in the world. Someone we know is going to turn up. Someone we never question the performance anymore. And everyone was waiting for it. During the entirety of the end of 2021, we were all waiting for that performance where BIT would finally fail. He would finally go back. Never happened. Just never happened. Keeps on delivering.
And then when we look at the individuals on the side of NIP, it's not so simple, if you pardon the pun, because we're looking at players like Rez. We're looking at him to be kind of that star, the secondary star when we have Device in the server. And that's been the huge caveat. We haven't been able to see Device. Of course, we have to give him respect for taking this medical leave of absence. But he hasn't really stepped up to fill any of the shoes.
No, Rez is too inconsistent. We're talking about BIT being a safe value. I feel Rez is he's a joker in a way, right? He can play very, very well. He can be the difference maker once in a while, and when he's at his peak, there's no doubt he's a fantastic Counter-Strike player, but he's inconsistent, and his bottom level is not high enough to be a player that I would count on to take NIP to the next level, and that's the problem. In the absence of Device, you need someone else to step up, you need someone to take the change, and he is not doing it right now, and that's a problem for NIP.
You need a reason to be excited. To imagine a team lifting a trophy, to imagine a team being the best, you need reasons to be excited. And currently, when you look at NIP, I just struggle to see it. Hempus is the one name that comes to mind. Hempus is actually the one making all the plays right now, making all the waves, and have an impact. Look at this stats right here. That's from this event. He's been a one-man army. And that to me doesn't mean, or rather it means that NIP cannot be a winning team. Not if they rely solely on Hempus. It doesn't matter how good he is. I respect his individual performance. But as a team, the complete package is just missing. It's not enough for me to be excited about the team and to see a future. Hempus alone won't do it.
Well, speaking of the IGL on the side of Ninjas in Pyjamas, he did have a chance rather to catch up with Banks ahead of the series.
Hampus, your style of play, your reads, and the way you've been playing throughout so far here at Blast has been very crazy, but very successful for you. You've come away with a huge individual scoreline, but also it's put NIP in a situation where you can get these wins. But I wanted you to kind of describe to me and maybe explain to me how this risk versus reward works, because I know you guys are telling me how you're trying to balance between what the team wants to do and also what you're trying to bring into the game.
Yeah, I think like now we were playing a bit different on the T sides, and we're playing, yeah, we were playing a bit different, I can say, and like even if we play this different style, even if I feel like I can do something or I have some space to take, then I'll do it. I will go on my intuition, and I think just this. My play style is just like I've played CS for so long, and I never played the deathmatch or anything like this. I only played pugs and prags all my life, and I think just this game sense or whatever you call it just comes from playing a lot of games, and yeah, when I see an opportunity, I try to take it.
And in terms of that, like, this is really good for me to understand it, but how do you make the decision between maybe becoming too predictable in that way and also looking at your intuition? Is there a risk in that sense?
Yeah, for sure. But there's also like everyone knows how I play. Like all the teams we play against know my play style. So you can also do some mind games with it. Like some teams are, like if I go alone and they kill me, then they know like, oh, Hampus is dead, it's the other side or whatever. But you can also mind game it, like I go and die and then they are 5 meters behind me and then they all rotate to the other side and then we go 4 against 1 on this side. So there's a lot of things like this I try to do right now and just try to make more space for the team than before.
Big brain plays. I love it, mate. Now, when we are looking at the development of NIP, though, right, we've got Fosian, the stand-in, but he's now multiple Tier 1 events for you guys. But are you still trying to develop the team with him in mind, right, and just go forward? And is it very different to how you would have developed the team if Device was playing?
No, I think it's similar. We're practicing very hard, like exactly the same way we would have done if Device was here. Yeah, and we're just trying to do everything we can just to get our game to a level so it's when Device feels good and can come back that we can just fit him in and he can almost take all the position Fusi had and things like this.
And today, right, you're going up against NAVI. Now, for me, I want to ask if there's anything special you've worked on with Fosi in particular, considering he's going to have to go up against Simple. And because I look at that G2 game when he had to go up against Munacy, right, and he kind of lacked a bit of confidence, even though he was playing against the player he used to play against in the Academy League. So I'm wondering if there's anything special you've done with him this time around.
No, nothing special. We put in some more time with him. Like before practice, Daniel or Threat, they've been with him like for an hour, just watching demos, things like this, just trying to help him get better faster. And obviously facing Simple, it's a hard task. He's the greatest of all time in this game, so it will be very hard for him. But yeah, I believe if we saw the other day Simple didn't have the best games, so maybe Fusi can shut him down. We never know. We'll see today.
And have you spotted any weaknesses in what you've looked at in the games you've seen this year so far from NAVI that you can exploit?
Yeah, for sure. We've seen a lot of things that we think we can use, but they have probably watched their own games and seen it as well. So maybe some of them are fixed. We never know. So yeah, we'll see in game and take it as it comes and like feel them out if they have changed or if they play the similar way.
Good to hear them practice and preparation is going well for the NIP squad coming into this, but a huge undertaking nonetheless, and we can see that reflected in our Betway odds siding with NAVI. But we do need to see which maps we're going to be playing out on. Of course, this is now a best-of-3 series, so what are you hoping to see in this one, Matthew?
Good question. I'm hoping to see an IP float Vertigo, but they won't have to worry about it because NAVI take it away from the get-go. That allows NIP to ban Dust too. That would have been the logical way for me. Then if you're NAVI, multiple ways this can go. You can go for Mirage, you can go for an Overpass. Arguably, these would be the two picks that I could believe. Nuke could be an option. They go for Nuke, right? The map that they used to have 100% win rate on for the longest time. Couple of losses recently, but still an extremely good map. Now, NIP, I'm not exactly sure where they can surprise NAVI. Honestly, I don't exactly know where the punish lies in. They go for the Overpass, which could end up being a terrifying pick, knowing the CT defense that NAVI can put up against you when you have Bit and Simple towards the A side, blocking the bathroom position. And now for the final map, I mean, Mirage is still in there. That could be a solution that is chosen by NIP, and here we have it. So Nuke, Overpass, Mirage, 2 tactical maps. We'll see if we end up on a third.
I think this is the perfect map pool for NAVI right here. They get 3 maps where they're very comfortable on, especially the first 2. Bringing back Nuke, I love to see. There was a period where they were on 100% win rate, but Blade even said that they weren't really comfortable picking Nuke still because they showed some weaknesses. They had a couple of close games. I'm glad they're bringing Nuke back into their own map pick right here and trying to build that up again to be a safe haven for NAVI. Overall, perfect map pool, and I would say, on all 3 maps, NAVI are the heavy favorites, so it's going to take a lot for NIP to make this one competitive.
And we talked about snipers. James talked about Fusi as well. They played Overpass against Big. He had 14 kills. Hampus was the reason why they won. And that makes me feel very unhealthy and uneasy when it comes to NIP. When your sniper is not going to be enough to actually uphold his positions on overpass, you're going to have a huge problem.
I mean, coming into the first round of Nuke, we did hear from Hampus, you know, they found a few things from Navi they're hoping to exploit. Definitely different when you're going into the server to face the beast yourself. But is there anything you're looking at for NIP to maybe not get so washed out of the server?
Fusi to have a bit of impact. One thing that has impressed me a lot about this youngster coming in, we saw it during the World Finals as well, his CT sites on Nuke in particular was great. He was actually the best performer from NIP throughout that entire tournament when it came to that specific site. So for him to find impact, going toe-to-toe against Simple, that's going to be incredible tough. But there's 4 other riflers that he potentially can shoot once in a while.
Yeah, Simple's the best CT player on Nuke in the history of the map, I believe. So that's good luck to you. Fusi's coming. Fusi's coming for you. Watch out.
Yeah, I think it's a bit of a simple explanation to say we're going to put Simple under the spotlight. But nonetheless, we're going to be heading into this one head first. Of course, it is the pick of Navi coming up first. We're going to be returning to the ground of Nuke in this best of 3 series. They're going up against NIP, and it's coming up with Launders and Scrawny in just a few moments.
Good afternoon, everybody. We decided to come in a little early today, take you through 2 BO3s, because we've got a lot of Counter-Strike and some of the best teams back in the server. They didn't look like the best teams when they started the event, but Navi heavily favored here versus NIP. Don't.
He spilled soy sauce on his shirt. Where is it?
Right here. Right there. I'll change between series. Don't you guys worry. All right, we got to keep it clean. Launders, Navi, a return to form, just a slow start to the year. Why are they going to decimate the Swedes on Nuke?
They always had slow starts to the year. It felt like coming out last year would be different, but it's kind of comforting knowing that, again, Simple's human and he can have an off day, and that the team as a whole can have an off day as well. And, you know, they took some losses that obviously they were probably super tilted about. They came back, they beat Liquid. You know, it was a pretty one-sided game. Simple had a 1.47 rating across both maps. The rest of his team were just kind of okay, honestly. So, you know, I don't know. There's maybe still not, they're probably still not super comfy. Like, I'm sure if you talk to Blade, he'd be like, yeah, we were bad. We need to fix everything. But I'm sure they'll feel pretty good. Going into NIP is kind of an interesting matchup because, like, at the major, everybody wanted to see NIP versus NAVI, but of course that would be, you know, Device versus Simple. But we got one thing, something even better: Fuzi versus Simple.
Ooh, yes.
So yeah, Fuzi, you know, he had that. Yeah, you could call it a honeymoon because he had the IEM winter where he was nuts. But of course, the more time he spends on the team, the more harder teams he plays. Of course, it's going to be harder to be consistent, and we'll get to see kind of some of Fuzi's flaws. But I really think he puts in work, and actually on Nuke was one of the maps that he was best at.
Yeah, 100%. That's one of his key pieces, I think, is some of those, you know, high pressure moments with the op inside of the A site. That's where I think of when I think of Fuzi in general. But you are right. Some of that shine, that initial glow, slowed. And Navi to the T side. Their map pick, and it begins. We get the jump over towards Mini. We're going to throw utility down to the ground.
We're going to restart the Nuke streak now.
Okay, today's the day.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's get it going. Flashes over top for Boomich to make contact, and that's just smoke damage. Fuzi's going to play it patient. Here's this run up. We've got a player over towards the secret stairs who falls back. Fuzi, oh, just barely here. Boomich still alive. Could create a bit of a problem. He's going to get teammates to come help him out, right? Let Perfecto then take the next fight. And that's just a great way to keep Boomich alive, even if it's only 3 health.
Yeah, very nice scramble from Perfecto. Saving Boomich by a hair. But this means the numbers are on their side. Doolies inside a hut. Yeah. Somebody call Moses.
Still 6 pistols here for Ninjas in Pajamas. Now it's Plopsky down to minimum HP, but we do have this weird kernel defense for the Ninjas inside of hut, so I feel like Navi aren't all too confident just yet to burst down onto this A site, see if they can take other players down first, which they will. Esatag killed, down is Rez, and Simple's giving chase. And when Simple chases you, it's only a matter of time. 5 guys alive for Navi in this pistol. Very meticulous.
Yeah, man.
Piece by piece, they did it all.
Yeah, they really kept it together, and they won the pressure battle. Like, there was so much going on in that spot, and at any one of those moments, the CTs could have just opened the floodgates, got kill after kill, and then position would have got more and more simple. But Navi, even though they got gushed, even though there was this push into lobby that they weren't exactly ready for at first, they were really, really comfortable and composed the whole time. Made sure to keep their wits about them, you know, face forward, wait for the peaks, but when they didn't come, started to approach themselves. Stayed well coordinated there. It's a real uncomfortable spot. 4 Galeals here for Navi. One thing that's been really cool is watching how electronics role outside has developed over the last year and seeing how he's become more dynamic. Oh,
quick flash.
Yeah.
Rez kind of oversteps it. He was hoping he'd get something off of the flashbang and only missed it by a mere feet. Tries to force the issue because still, you're fighting off at the back foot. You got to make your moves. But it doesn't work there. But back to electronic outside.
Yeah, back in the day, well, okay, 2020, and even before that, basically his role was like, get the secret and then sit in secret. And then either flank Mini or join with a ramp hit or something to go downstairs. And that's pretty much all he did. But he's developed into so much more than that in 2021. And he's now got a variety of lurks that he partakes in. He has a number of tempos that he'll approach around with. And they use him a lot more dynamically. And it's worked really well for Navi's T sides. Overall, they still have plenty of games where they struggle more on T side and then they just bring back versus any lead on the CT side. But honestly, I think there's still even more to show from their T side overall. And they, of course, are still the most stacked roster player for player that we have. So still room somehow for Navi's Nuke to grow, even though they were on that kind of 20-win win streak.
Growth. A concept that I think the Ninjas in Pajamas, just in general, are trying to piece together with this lineup. I'm sure coming into the year, knowing that Device wasn't going to be a part of your starting 5 had to be a tough pill to swallow. But that's why they have the Academy team. The organization has been pretty clear about that. they were able to lean back, and leaning forward as the Ninjas in pajamas, they've gotten 2 kills on this round. The bomb's been planted in the meantime, but still, way more, 3 now. Man advantage, in fact, all of these coming off of Rez. I'm double checking. That's unarmored USP, and Rez has the 3K, maybe goes and grabs the Galil.
Yeah, they could maybe come forward. I mean, time's not on their side right now, but they're thinking about it.
Yeah, why not, right? Very little to lose in this situation, but then sure enough, the little is lost. Navi will get there, but beautiful mini pop-off here for Rez.
You wouldn't be a good ninja if you weren't good with USP.
Nah, that's right, sure, yeah.
You ever play that?
Very on brand.
Have you ever played that?
Played what?
USP Ninjas?
No.
It's like, it's a map, but you can't hear footsteps. So it'd be like an apartment building where you get USPs and you can't hear footsteps. So everything's silent, basically.
That's fun.
Yeah, run around and frag your friend.
I feel like I missed a golden time in Counter-Strike when the server browser was really the bread and butter.
That was very populated.
But, you know, I was playing Halo, so that's that. Here we are. Gun rounds begin. And that little caveat on that last round, I feel like, just it raises a question for me, because Rez to me is one of those guys who, like, if he starts the day strong, it could be one of those spectacular Rez showings. And 3 USP kills is a good start. Hampus towards Secret also gonna find success here for the Ninjas. First gun round and man advantage already. Op shot missed by Fuzi, and you better not miss if you come for the king. Simple.
That might have been a bit of a mind game. You know, Simple could have crossed off of that, right? So Fuzi re-peeks, probably to punish him, you know, jumping into Secret. Instead, he steps back and then comes into the exact same position. No way Fuzi's pre-aiming the same spot he just aimed at. I want to believe that Simple expected that, and he was holding for the Secret, or for the re-peek from heaven as well.
Nice boost here, though. Esatag just threw Plopsky up into the rafters from Hut, so they can at least regain some of it. And then Rez decides to go peeking outside, making sure Simple hasn't gotten off to his own affairs. Double back inside lobby here for Navi. Boomage taking damage as well, so...
Squeaky is a real problem. Oh, Rez is going to be hurt now.
Oh, yeah, he's making a move. Hyper-aggressive.
Wow, what a
Simple
shot.
has just been waiting in the shrubberies of outside. Perfecto loses his teammate next to him. Esatag tries to activate, sprays nicely into the face of Perfecto, and now it's just the mini players that needed to be cleared. The double assist from Rez comes back to help Nip as they find their first round win.
Yeah, we know all about Rez. Super inconsistent, super high peaks. The weird part about Rez is he seems to be able to peak for, like, you know, months on end, and also slump for months on end. Period of time, like right during the major, which I feel like wasn't a symptom of nerves. I can't really reason that it could be a symptom of nerves, because we have, you know, hard tournaments that he's been really good at, like all the way through, including that, you know, a long time ago MVP at IEM Lokeland with the old Nip. But for whatever reason, you know, for that major and just after, he had so much trouble. But okay, Hampus finds an opening duel versus this force buy. And he's looking for more men. Hampus is carrying on. He was top in the group, top 3, alongside Zaiwu and Rops for top performers after the group stage just a few days ago.
Yeah, it's a couple good names to be alongside.
Yeah.
Sets him up nicely. Turns Navi back outdoors. Perfecto falls away.
That was a pretty great round, though, for losing their Opper right off the bat. Losing outside control, letting Navi get a lot of space.
Yeah. I thought maybe Rez was being caught by Simple in the crack of blue. That could have been the chance for it to go back the other direction, but they still had the issue of getting indoors. You know, I think if anything, it was that boost I called from Hut to get Plopsky up to heaven. We see him finish off the round from there. But alas, this is a different round, and even with Hampus's best efforts, it's going to take the other ninjas to finish the job. Fuzi will shave one off as Navi go all in down towards the B site. Slow rotation. It's going to give a bit of time here for the offense to find their post.
Yeah, we can already see some protocols in place and approaching this control room. You see that door swing open. He doesn't jump through the window. Tries to bait some attention there, so they look like they've got some protocols going on. Can Bin and Perfecto put this together? Lots of utility left over for NIP.
Double flashbangs for Navi. That'll be Bit's hands busy. Goes for the re-peek. First one out the window. Curious to see if the Dark player commits to any kind of play. And now that Fuzi's been found out, Bit's going to use his flash to try and help himself. Sure enough, Perfecto will hold the line and picks up a flash from the fallen body. But Fuzi connects the shots. Down to the wire, though.
Oh my god.
Oh,
grabs it.
he's got it just by the skin of his teeth.
My gosh.
That's Fuzi, all 3 kills in the 3v2.
Yeah, amazing from Fuzi.
3v3.
And
this one here.
Yeah, opening duel. Well, in the first kill in the 3v3 over at ramp. That was an important name to take out of the round. And as we just saw, they could have very easily still lost this, you know. He didn't hit that last shot. Didn't get his second kill on time as well. Bet did a good job of throwing that flash. He actually had to, like, jut out a little bit.
Yep.
You saw the lip of that wall. It would have bounced the flash the other direction. But even with it being that careful, Fuzi was too sharp.
All right, that's a nice individual moment for Fuzi to kind of, especially after getting wrecked by Simple with the AK that one round.
Yeah.
You know, you're off to an 0-4 start.
Yeah.
Oh, is it going to be? And then
I think one of the worst things for confidence is when you make the risk of doing a repeak, that it gets punished. Yeah. You know, if you decide to do it.
Especially by the guy that soon you'll have to op against.
Yeah.
But it's not Simple with an op this round. As Ninjas look for that tied 3-3 score, it's the AK and Scout they'll have to go up against. And Simple, good gap through Mini. Ooh, but he loses his duel. Plopsky is going to drop him. Boomich very quickly reacquiring the gun. And now we get the Scout outdoors on Perfecto, almost caught out by Hampus.
Yeah, it might have been spotted.
So close.
But now that they've kind of scouted, and I guess looked around outside, they don't see Hampus there. Hampus still in secret. They can kind of take some space. Ooh, Rez gets dumpstered inside ramp for the second round.
Plopsky's playing around with vents. Oh, okay. Well, you take what you can get. That. Ooh, I'm requesting a replay on that one. That's just one of those satisfying kills. Feels like the last bullet's a fadeaway. Up shots missed by Fuzi, but everybody's burning down to the final line, bit to a crisp. And Boomich finished by Hampus. Electronic finds an AK-47. Just go for the save, my dude. Or no.
He's got a plant.
He's got a plant. There's nobody on this A site. Don't go for the save. Save the day instead,
He
perhaps.
can't believe it, but he still can get the plant off, no problem.
Oh, you don't give Electronic situations like this.
Uh-oh.
You don't give him the room to work with.
They're coming heaven.
He just needs to turn around or at least push forward.
Oh, he got in front of the site.
Oh, it's working.
They're giving him a lot of space, a lot of respect. Hampus can still trade this. He doesn't seem totally aware of potential. Okay.
Now he's
I think
locked in.
Hampus been spotted.
Oh,
my God.
he's got the second.
Hampus missed.
He knows. Plopsky's got the headshot. Luckily for Ninjas. Do not give Electronic that much space.
He said, F it, wide swing, and went for it. Almost. Nice try. That would have been a clip. They didn't play that 3v1 very well.
This one here.
So, yeah, that was nice. They didn't play that 3v1 very well.
No.
In the 2v1, you kind of have a bit of an excuse. But in the 3v1, there was nobody that could have refragged there from the third and second kill. So, bit of a mistake. You know, either you rush him while he's putting the bomb down, or you wait for the homies.
That's what I thought was a little curious. Like, nobody near enough to the A site to stop that. But, you know, it's a big map, Nuke.
Enormous.
Everybody's out there roaming. Square
Imagine
footage.
They took the fences down.
Wow. I think you have to fence radioactive water. I feel like there's got to be a safety rule somewhere. But I don't know the safety rule when it comes to lighting things on fire. Navi wait that out. Cross over towards Secret. Now 3 players down here. We haven't seen them get this far in this type of a play.
Yeah. Some have done pretty well with their economy, I feel like, to put together some of these buys. Slightly low on utility, but 4 AKs. Hampus, he's been pretty consistent so far. Oh, no spot one, but he gets away. That's the most important part, really. Things become quite drastic if you die in that position. And this will allow Navi to consider taking upstairs as well. They can go up through the vent if they want to. But it's a real guessing game for NIP. And for the meantime, 2 players have been called down.
Hampus little jump there, huh? Trying to take attention. Rez silently slices through Electronic. Simple the next to fall. That's 2. Boomich though, Mac 10 pushing forward. And Rez again with the multi-kills. But Perfecto plants that bomb kind of on his own. He's very much sandwiched. Rez on for the ace. Wow. 4 frags in this one, but Bit has this element of surprise. This very sketchy move as he comes back around the decon, being held by Flotsky. So many people still alive, but this was a 10-second stick. Ooh. And had he managed to get by that doorway, CSGO is doomed. Regardless, 4 rounds for the Ninjas. 4 frags for Rez.
Yeah, you brought it up. You know, the USP kills early on, the first 3 frags for the team. And we see with a little bit of space, he's really comfortable. You know, Rez might not be the ultra superstar who's got like mega awareness in every single situation, but if you do give him a little bit of space, he's got great aim and he makes solid plays overall. And that's a great example of when he's going to shine the most. Little headshot angle peak, but he's relatively expectant of it. Sure. You know, you give him odds.
Yeah. Little little.
Yeah, exactly. He's got the moves. So NIP pull away a little bit, and Navi don't appear to be too scary to them. I think the fear factor is relevant, but again, another buy. Again, I think economically, I feel like Navi have done a great job of having a chance in almost every single round.
Especially because of the electronic 1v3 attempt.
Right.
You know, that's the 3 consistent bomb plants. Not to mention he gets 2 kills off of that, so kind of keeps things nice and even.
Yeah.
That was a moment for Ninjas to pull ahead, but they're not going to get that just yet. 4 rounds of loss bonus means we find Navi back in with a bye. Now they used that wall of smokes outer last round to get down into secret. Hampus, he is within the smokes. A true ninja. Wow.
He'll
do this.
Yeah, this can be really risky. Obviously, if you come into the right side of smoke, the T's will come and wait for you. Oh, Hampus does find a small timing, but now he's left out in the open. Yeah. He's being clamped down upon from 2 positions, and I think he understands the gravity of the situation.
Yeah.
They can let him survive. He can't really escape, so now they'll approach with the Molotov. A perfect move from Navi, exposing the weakness of that position, and still keeping focus on the outside from other angles.
And on top of that, getting a player downstairs all the while. So not only are you dealing with the opening move from Ninjas, but you still get to commit to your own.
They wanted to help him, but they didn't know how. If they had someone in secret, it might have been better. Oh, good thing he jumped.
That tends to be Hampus when it comes to the Ninja's secret player pushing from B. It can't be everywhere. Electronic could find Rez or vice versa, and that would have been a critical chance to take back man advantage. Now Electronic does get the back of Rez. It just silently worked up towards Mini, thinking outdoors have been left. So I do feel like that's really the, you know, the second layer to finding Hampus outside. But we get this burst down to the B site. Quick redirection from Boomich. Simple still sitting in hot, but the bomb's downstairs, and the Ninja's nowhere to be found. Simple is powering up. Headshot, a headshot. Damn. A headshot.
He's not even bothering with the op right now. He's schooling him. Honestly, did you notice he felt like he was going for a lot of taps early on? Just like a ton of taps.
He wants to play hard mode today.
He wants to make a statement. So the BRs don't hue, as he said. I love that to be. This was nice, right?
Let's see. Should be. Oh. Yeah. One more. Oh, give it.
Oh. Wow. That's his power. And that 3v5 situation was already bad enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, rotations are not great. Hampus. Now, when you sit inside of a smoke like that, you don't have any awareness of what's going on around you besides the audio cues. If people are walking, you know, what vision they have. Also, when you come out of that smoke or when it dissipates, sometimes it's not a better spot just because you waited out some time. So it can get really risky, especially in that smoke that will consistently get spammed. Yep. So I'm not sure if Hampus got flashed and moved into that or if he had another play in mind, but we saw what he was left with after the smoke came up, and it wasn't much.
CSGO made very uncomfortable there. He's got to crawl back, and that variation that you mentioned, right? Somebody coming up from secret, sure enough, is being used. Hampus with just the deagle, because this is not the full-fledged gun rounds. This was a chance for CSGO to swing that op at the start of it. But as mentioned, right, the pressure, the utility, had to forego mini control.
Ramp is the apple of their eye. Go ahead and scoop that up. Rotation's a lot more difficult on these pistoling rounds, but the stacks can work. So we'll see. They won't be able to get through ramp, but they can get down the vents if they'd like to. this is the idea with the ramp presence. They know that no one's here. CTs are guessing. They lose a rotation spot. Now they're paranoid. Navi trying to stiffen this snack out if possible. I guess Electronic's just going to join in with the split now.
Campus, awkward one. Oh, hey there. Didn't expect that whatsoever. But the problem of not having any ramp control, you don't even get that Hail Mary of a Deagle play that Hampus could have offered. So silver lining, Essetag and Fuzi can move these guns forward.
Yeah.
Maybe the pistols deal some damage to Navi. You know, we were mentioning that some of these rounds were kept close, but Cash will stack if all 5 survive. It feels like Ninjas are okay with that. So Navi back to the lead.
Okay. When's the Navi upper hit coming?
Right, the fast one?
We're waiting for it.
Okay.
They hang it over your head. They never do it right away.
No, yeah, like a guillotine.
They let it wait.
You know, and then once your face is, you know, they still feed you.
Yeah.
They hang out with you and they talk with you.
And they just jump out and cut the rope.
Yeah. Brutal. I'm going to say not next round.
Not next round?
But the one after.
It could, yeah. It could be.
You think it's next round?
I'm going to say next round.
All right.
I'm going to say next round. I'm going to drop it.
Okay.
They know that Ninjas are low. So, of course, it's a round where anything can work.
Yeah.
Sometimes you want to save that for a real good round, but
also kind of getting through what was this this little Ninja CT side as well. Sometimes rushes look desperate. This one would be about dominance.
Yeah.
It's a power thing.
All these statements. More smokes outside. Gonna work off Electronic once again.
Ooh. Bit already outwards. Oh, there it is.
Real sneaky about it. Besides his dumpy.
Just enough for Ninjas to have to question what the hell is going on. Be a big moment for Essetag here. 3 moment for Essetag here. 3 bodies coming towards him. First one made easy. And it's simple. Somebody who I feel like is definitely powering up these last couple rounds. Ever since that AK-3K coming out from Hut.
This is weird. They actually have, you know, 2 players split in lobby, but one of them has the bomb. 2 players are already downstairs. So this looks like a really decent spot for Ninjas, but it's more complicated than they realize, and I'm not sure how much information they have for sure. They saw the smokes outside on the cross. They heard Bit drop the vent.
What's the best move now to get that bomb on site?
Yeah, it looks like they're going to try to just get downstairs to meet up. I don't know.
Nice smoke. Gonna try to go down vent. It's a roof to vent smoke with a molly just to make sure nobody's on Hut. So the utility worked perfectly. Well, that was wonderful. Nice solution to what was very, very much a problem. And now Perfecto can go for the lurk, make sure nobody chases downwards. It's going to be Fuzi to attempt that, but he dies out.
Damn.
Oof, just a clean salute. That was
great.
That was clean CS.
Yeah.
Now it's just a matter of hanging on.
They were a touch uncomfortable because they saw the op and ramp and they had the intention of taking over ramp.
Yep.
But they couldn't get the other guys back upstairs. They could have maybe gone up through vent if they wanted to, but they knew downstairs was clean, so. All right.
And they had the utility.
They worked it out.
And the protocol.
They make it look like math. They're actually, they move so well as a unit.
Yeah, but math's not real, so you'll need a different analogy. 4 up for the CT side. You know, a couple robbed AK-47s. That ain't half bad. Good chance to kick back up the dust, but being left in the dust here in this one. Navi 6-4.
Is Essetag going to keep opping? Because he's had for 3 rounds now.
Yeah.
Fuzi was on a Famas. They could switch it up whenever they'd like to. He was a little bit off, a little bit on. Had a great round, though. I feel like it's not grounds for a mid-game switch. You know, it wasn't too bad.
There it is. All is returned to normal. Fuzi back on the green.
Nice.
And Navi, or excuse me, Ninjas back on the buy. I said A hit this time. We get that same utility usage on vent. I do feel like that's going to be hot off their minds now. Like the Ninjas just lost a round to that little vent execute.
Yeah, they're ready. No lurkers on this round.
Which pushing through. There's the flash to work with. Simple setting him up. Boomich with the double. Nicely done trying to attack into this, but we've got Fuzi in the heavens. Ooh. And this is one of those positions where he just seems to piece together every angle.
This is a class position where you might vent sneak. They don't know if anyone's down there, and they put the bomb down right away. Well, they've got some space, but they probably want to take back hut or something. So Bit will get inside. And Electronic looking for a new home. Awkward. Fuzi comes out early.
Another one, and Rez up on the rafters with the retake.
Great round from Fuzi.
That's it. That's definitely his name stamped on it. The 2 shots as they came in, falls back, underhands the smoke on the paint can, returns to the action, as we saw Navi try to get themselves off site.
I wonder, did they kill Hampus? Let's see. He would have been outside, so they might have been worried about Hampus being in the vent.
That would make sense.
On a rotation upstairs, and didn't want to drop. But that's like a normal spot where you just sneak down real quick. This is great, though. I mean, he wasn't even too timid in that earlier portion, and they organized so quickly with the paint can smoke that I feel good about it. Oh, there's an earthquake going on in the Navi office.
Ooh, Electronic. Thought he was going to run down secret, but this is looking like a garage wrap. There's a player in here. Hampus, a new position.
Nice read.
Not on stairs, not in smoke, but deep in smoke, but deep inside of the garage to get the 5v4. With 2 players over towards ramp, there'll be a comfortable rotation downwards.
I don't know who does that the most, but we saw G2 do that with Nico off the corner of the last smoke before secret. Seems like they tried to use Electronic in the same way.
Just try to cheese a different route.
Yeah. Well, the idea is if he does that, then they just don't think that the other Ts are even outside. They think that everyone's back in the lobby ready to take ramp once again.
Ooh, Rez pressured position. They're coming for him, and Boomich is going to find it. Back-to-back rounds where he's clearing people off of bomb sites. Even finding the plants. Now, still, substantial damage. So you think he'd just try to hide and get this one over the line with the rest of his teammates all around him. Hampus starts to walk out from ramp. CET, he's got Plopsky not too far behind, but there is a bit of disjointedness here between both sides of this CT retake. It's 2 on each end of this. Plopsky able to trade 1, but the numbers starting to be calculated here for Navi. We've got Fuzi desperately jumping down onto the bomb. Just stray shots through the doorway to warn him what's to come, and Boomich dies as he opens it. Hampus can't find any footing in this retake, and Navi, despite the 4v5, get through.
They were like a porcupine in that retake. They all had positions. You couldn't see anybody, but there was literally 3 people ready to 3 people ready to triple peek secret if they decided to come that route. And basically every spot could have won a post plant on its own as well, you know, from the vent, control stairs, decon, whatever it was. And yeah, Navi or Nip were going ahead with that retake. Hampus was halfway through the site, didn't see a soul.
Nobody.
Meanwhile, all the Ts were actually all in great spots to defend.
Very quickly, how is that like a porcupine?
Because they were defensive,
okay,
but they were ready.
All right.
Like
a porcupine.
Yeah.
Sure.
They had the spines out.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. I got you. Just here to learn. Back in with the guns. Yeah, not going to do it twice on Electronic. Although he'll send some bullets back. Ooh, Simple trying to get himself through Mini pretty quickly. Met by CET. It's Fuzi downstairs versus Electronic. But his smoke will stave it off. It's Boomich instead this round. Unlike last, where we have Hampus inside garage, Boomich has been able to acquire some space because of this gap left open by the ninjas, and that makes it all the better.
Wow.
Rez sees people at a distance. Now this could create a timing for Boomich to come into the A site while backs are still turned. But a player towards vent in Hampus holds the line, goes for the peek out bit, looks to 180, and instead it's Electronic with another 1v3 attempt and enough time with bomb to pull this off.
Damn, full credit to Hampus for being aware. I mean, you're sitting opposite vent, you got nothing else to look at, but after Rez dies that quickly on a timing, and it's from elsewhere, and Boomich is that quickly, I mean, you know, you wouldn't think that Heaven would come on that fast, so that could have been Boomich's moment. And no one would have batted an eyelash. Just said, great play, Navi, but instead?
That's a gift. Up close, though. Is it a gift or is it a curse?
Well,
he assumes that nobody else is nearby, and
he wanted to pass it forward.
Plopsky ends him.
You know, it's like, you know, you're in the drive-thru, and you buy the person behind you a coffee. Yeah.
Bit was looking ready for that turnaround on the lobby players, but gets shut out because the individuals are looking decent enough from Ninjas. You know?
I think also I want to say Simple is I think he's egoing them a little bit. He's taking some liberties. I feel like he feels nuts right now, and he's been just like winning rounds, tapping, like swinging out by himself. There, he's like so early inside a mini by himself, and he goes for the duel. He doesn't win it, but I feel like he can get away. He feels like he can get away with a lot right now.
That's a dirty angle.
Yes, Hampus has been, you know,
very strong.
Plus kills outside versus Electronic for sure.
You mentioned it too, right? One of the highest rated players of the event coming into it.
Yeah.
We've also got Plopsky at the top of the scoreboard, 12 and 8. Ooh, but Hampus, he's the killer this time. They're hunting this player downstairs.
Wow, what is happening here?
I don't know, dude.
Hampus finds himself in the craziest place. He should be a travel vlogger, I swear.
He's in T-spawn. Fuzi's hanging out on secret ledge, and we have the Ninjas with an excellent round, albeit inexplicable.
Hampus is so zany.
Yeah, he's a dude. He does things that other people just I feel like don't think of. He's a very unique play style.
Yeah, he's got imagination.
I've heard some very choice words.
He went from there to their spawn.
Right? How?
And this kill, he's killing them coming back up from secret in the middle of the round. Just got to keep your awareness up. You know, NAVI are really hard to read though, huh? They'll like, it's hard to know when Bid is going to drop vent. At the same time, they get Electronic to go for secret. And they oftentimes have been able to both get both players down in different positions at different timings. Oh, not a bad half for Ninjas. And as everyone knows, work's cut out for them when they go up against NAVI CT side.
Yeah, no doubt.
This is still very solid.
Simple on an op. I feel like we haven't even seen it this half. So,
yeah,
better late than never.
That's true.
But it has to be him and only him, essentially. Unless those deagles pop off, but Boomich gets knocked off. Falls from the silo. Simple maybe going to look for an answer here, but also doesn't want to let his guard down to the possibility of more players outdoors.
Man,
negligible nade.
Shout out to Plopsky too. He's quietly top ranked. I would have guessed that it was going to be either Fuzi, Rez, or Hampus, but no, Plopsky's been managing to find all these kills in the margins.
A welcome sight when it comes to the Ninjas formula. Fuzi, he's going to drop Simple. While Perfecto walks around on the rooftops. It's a 3v5 that still needs to be pieced together. Bit's got his hands on an op. Fuzi's just going to tuck behind Little Blue. And Electronic inches closer. Quick snap up, but not fast enough. Maybe Hampus wants to make his move, but there's 20 seconds, so if they get slowed down by S-Tag at all, you'd think that secret peek could really come into fruition. But if he does it too quickly, it'll get caught. Oh, bomb dropped, and Navi nearly stopped. They're going to run into S-Tag, and that'll be the end of their T-side. 8 CT round wins for the Ninjas. They pieced it together. Little burst of energy at the end with 4 of the final 5. We'll see you after the break.
Whose face is that? We've got 3 pro faces smushed together in some Frankenstein-esque situation, piece by piece, from top to bottom, one at a time. Whose collection of faces it is? Lasers?
And police.
We know these guys are kind of the top of the line in terms of competitors, so I have high expectations. But whose face is that?
Oh. You can go first. You can go first. I don't know the bottom one.
And just like that, the confidence is gone. From the top? Incorrect. Incorrect.
Perfecto?
No.
What the hell? Maybe it's Georgian hair? No?
Wrong.
Yeah.
So, face number 3.
What? Canadian.
That is also correct. 2-0. You didn't even know your own teammate, Tessa.
Yeah, I would have guessed it.
I'll guess the entire thing.
3 points for me and 0 for you. Yeah, that's nice for you.
Who has this hair, bro? Who has this hair? If I give you one clue, it's going to come down to whoever has faster reactions. And I think that's what the people want, all right? Okay. So get ready. Get ready. G2.
Oh, it's I'm a nigga one. I'll take it.
Almanac, yeah.
I said Almanac first.
Yeah, but you know, it was a wrong answer. You also said Kenny. There was no buzz in between.
That's what I was trying to check. I was like, did you go with
It gets dirty, man. It's not Almanac.
I'll take it,
man. So let's hear a config for the 6-0 sweep, bro.
It's Hunter, right?
Correct.
And then it's Velde.
Boom.
Then it's Velde.
Boom. 6-0. That's a smoke. Ladies and gentlemen.
Is it already over?
Sorry, what was that last guess? Was there a buzz in there? Yuri? Oh, is that a steal?
God.
Is that a snipe?
Gajon?
Correct.
Cajun?
Cajun.
Oh, I was thinking Cajun.
Well, thinking a little too long there, Hampus. It is Yuri. It is. I'm gonna give you that steal just because that was quick, man. Yuri at the top. Who's in the middle?
Okay, I'm gonna go with Device for the eyes.
Also correct. 2-0. Sweep it.
And then Shocks for the bottom.
3-0 lead for Elige. Damn. I feel dirt. I feel like I've wronged you.
A 3-0 start for Navi on that T side, but the younger ninjas were the ones that stepped up in the end. Plopsky and Fuzi, top of the scoreboard, Launders, and now the
Scoreboard, hey there, bud.
Yeah, that there's. You already pointed at the soy sauce stain. Just leave me alone.
Oh, for the rip there, bud.
All I got is 2 10s and a 5er.
I don't have the Navi T-side win percentage across 2020 on hand, but, you know, I feel like this is par for the course. You know, they do pretty good on T-sides. They look really good, but they still don't manage to have, like, dominant T-sides that regularly. But even that aside, I mean, NIP pulling out 8, that's pretty impressive considering they don't even have Device with them. Let's see if they can make it 9.
Ain't half bad. Rez opens up towards the A site. Simple's back site. He could be the one-man army. There's 2 headshots for him already. Looking for a little bit more. Bit looks to join him through the lobby. Rez again needs an ace. We've seen pop-off moments from him.
Waited for that one.
He's got a minute, but they have his bomb. You know, it's like when the bigger kids take your stuff.
Yeah.
Do you fight or do you just...
You call bully hunters.
You just... And then they don't answer, and you're doomed. So I feel like even if Simple doesn't have one of the best, you know, sets of aim in the entire damn world, Bit was ready in the corner.
Right. But he does. And Bit was in the corner.
So with the double whammy, it is a Navi 8th round win. So tied up, Simple backside.
Did he even reload? No, okay. Wow. Overflowing with confidence. We know what the deal is. Let's gear up for the second half. It was a nice tactic, though. They did a lot with that pistol. I felt like a really full buy with the utility and everything like that. Thought that res explode in the mix.
There was a plan. They had an idea.
Yeah.
And now they drop down vent.
I don't think they...
Cheeky.
I don't know if this was heard. Oh my god, electronic.
Dude, hello? Oh my god.
Yeah, that wasn't even calmed there. I think at.CET snuck down.
All right, well, the pace of which they're hitting with this, and not to mention the A4 picked up, Hampus almost able to get the better of Simple. Yeah, I feel like Hampus didn't let go of the W key. Boomage.
What?
Hiko whips it into Fuzi. A 3v3, Navi definitely can still recover from this, but just a shocking pace to this one finds Navi a little drowsy at the wheel. Boomich with the drive-by into Esatag. It's gonna need to be Rez. He's got armor, an M4, and a bomb beyond the halfway point. He lost his teammate, goes for the peak. Now it's just down to Perfecto. He runs through the Molotov, 19 health. And this position is so good because even though Perfecto comes hunting, he doesn't know how the hell Rez just disappeared.
Yeah, Rez escapes through the molly. I mean, he doesn't know the molly's landing, but he barely survives it. It's a clutch last kill there from Rez, and NIP steal one away. What an exciting second round of the second half. I mean, this call, first of all, they execute everything so fluidly. They get down the vent. That is ridiculous. That is absolutely ridiculous. That was exactly on his head. And they electronic. I mean, he relies in that position that early into the round on some communication.
Yeah.
They have no clue. They have no clue what's coming.
Well. Ooh, quick one. Lots of bodies running through the squeaky doors. This is just a straight up hit. Hampus will find Electronic, but Boomich is deep. Oh! 2 kills.
Who is this?
After the open, already up to 3. It's a one-man army in the form of Boomich. And A site is closed.
Man, I think they even heard Hampus rocking it back around through the lobby. And Simple's in a completely unexpected position.
Boomich rocks their world.
What is Boomich on right now?
Oh!
What? What?
No.
Oh, that was from heaven. Oh my god. Oh my god.
This is Navi. Only Navi.
That was crazy.
There's just... What a world we live in. What
I love the
world.
I love the call. I love the like hit upstairs fast. Looked like it was gonna work. Boomich doesn't even reload here. Said hell
kills
no.
from Boomich.
Last bullet on his third.
At this.
No.
Look at that.
That's a still that will last years. Electronics pursed lips.
I love Navi.
That's going in the folder.
Wow.
Fun match.
Who even goes for that? Who even tries that?
Yeah.
Point me in the direction of another player that's attempted this. Oh.
Okay. So, Ninjas now feel like, okay, maybe we have to calm it down a tiny bit, but they still only have a half buy. Well, that's a force, but. It's pretty thrifty.
Ramp is free, so take what you can get. It feels like Navi understand, like, maybe we're letting Ninjas, you know, bleed a few too many round wins.
So I don't know what the idea is going to be here, but with no utility, they have to rush down some part of map control. Okay, if Rez can, you know, get a kill upstairs, then maybe people get scared, but we'll see. He's making some progress. He actually found a small gap. Oh, he'll get peeked now. They see him upstairs. Let's see if Simple moves. No, he's going to stay posted.
Sprays him down. All headshots. Wow. Every single one of the 4.
Okay.
Clean as can be, but no ace. Rez is like, if I can't get them, neither can you. Shuts it down at the final hurdle. Good deagle damage, but didn't expect Electronic to be there. It's double digits for Navi. First, 10-9 lead.
Yeah. First thing on the menu is get control of control side, because as soon as you get downstairs, you can spot the vents if they start to come out, and you can make sure no one opens the door when you go to get the bomb down. So Simple's just like, I'm just going to hold this one position. Wow. I mean, that is just ultra long range. That's like a DayZ shot right there. What is that? Just ghosts. Like, literally nothing you can do.
I really want to know what the team speak sounded like on the Ninjas camp when that happened.
I bet it was dead silent, knowing Sweets.
Sure, yeah. All right.
Or Hampus just jollily being like, wow, what a shot.
Can't believe this, bro.
I felt like he was sitting beside me.
Just the Glocks getting rocked outside. Nothing here. I mean, the ramifications of that round where Boomich gets the 3K, Bit gets whatever we call that, and then Simple finds a knife. You know, very clean shutdown in the follow-up and an easy anti-eco to follow suit with lots of bodies standing for Navi. So now, you know, that perilous task of a T side versus Navi on nuke, it's really starting to sink. Oh!
Okay, it's okay. He's sitting behind. Dude, maps are getting way harder these days.
Yeah.
Okay. Because you can't even sit behind things now.
Okay.
Now,
okay.
You can actually, now people used to sit up there and spam down. Okay.
Yeah.
But now they're shooting back
now they're shooting
in 2022.
Yeah. CS is evolving. Frag grenade meant to go through Squeaky, but instead it's Rez to bust out that smoke. Nice, clean AK headshots, making the most of the T-side rifle.
Oh, they have the sight. They're losing players.
But Simple still finds Hampus on the fadeaway. Awesome. Everybody here for Navi just kind of stuck outside the building.
Good util damage.
Uzi's planting bombs as the fire burns off. Frag falls down, and meh. Bit gets hit far worse by the frag that flies in return. What's the utility like for the retake? Incendiary for the vent. Doesn't burn anybody out of position. Smoke still from heaven with a flash to boot. And for the T side, well, it's going to be guns up and ready. More clean kills coming out from them. This A hit worked out wonderfully. They were able to make it piece together quick. And sure enough, the Ninjas answer.
Yeah, wonderfully done off the Squeaky bust. And yeah, they go real quick. It feels like this T side is just made of a bunch of fast rounds. You got one slow-paced one and that previous force-up. But apart from that, it's been fast outside to lower, fast upstairs 2 times now. And they're not scared of Boomich. Opening goes right into him. Beautiful entry from Rez. And he's teaming too. Like he's definitely on form at the moment. But not everything else is working out. But hey, 10 rounds. Another buy. They'll have to try to chew through the remaining money for Navi. But they'll still be quite pleased about that. I'm so curious what NIP are going to try this time.
It's good to see them answer pretty quick.
Oh, that's a huge spot. The Simple's just all right.
Falls out. Electronic pushes.
He knows you hate that spot, so he just gets out of there.
Yeah, I do. It's true. It's okay if you play off the blue box, though. Hampus is no cat, and I feel like he's got less than 9 lives.
Yeah.
He's already had 2 brushes with death. Third one's going to be his demise.
See, this is the kind of support Hampus kind of needed in this position, but now...
Missed shot.
Actually, yeah, Hampus removes the defender, so Electronic is really out on his own, but Hampus will forget about him.
Yeah.
And that's just 2 chances to win outside, so they get back off this. A minute is crossed, and now if Ninjas want to take it back outside, that's going to be a whole new round. So this helps out the CT side a lot. I would probably, even though it's 4v4, I'd probably rather be them. Usually, you'd prefer being the T side in most 4v4 situations, but only by a bit.
Just 3 players hard on the A site. I'm just curious to see if Bit sticks around much. Flashes over top of him. 30 seconds. He will take 1.
Oh, he's going to get out too.
Yeah, that's a great escape for Bit. And a tough position now for the Ninjas. But they do clear Bit and confirm Electronics back sight. Still, how do you get him out? Especially with Boomich offering good cover. Rez, your chance to clutch, but there's a player breathing down his neck in Perfecto. Rez trying to fight the 2 that he knows about, and Electronics going to keep that one clean. Shut down on that rotation. Nicely done by Bit to escape.
So even though they didn't use outside, they were really comfortable with the fast vent rotates and knew that it was going to be downstairs off that hit, and were able to get Electronic into the back of the site just as Bit is rotating down. This is excellent support, and we see the worst case situation. That Bit goes down without getting his kill, but Electronic is right behind him in another OP spot on the site. And then look who's next, Boomich, also in the doorway. So really good team support there from all the members of Navi. Not another fast one. Hampus the only gun for NIP.
Bet you he clears the corner. No. No smoke. Obviously, nobody crosses. Keeps it cold-blooded. Boomich a bit more docile. 1 flash on at.CET. That's all the Ninjas really have. They're going to be peeking into a predicted angle.
Upstairs is now, I guess, a little bit understaffed. Many hits coming in. Electronics down.
And Simple just fell off of heaven.
What the?
Boomich gets caught off guard, but Simple's here to stop it. That's 2 frags versus the pistol players. What about that AK on at.CET? The bomb carrier. The guy who's 5 and 16, dare I say it. Simple fakes the ladder. The off chance that somebody else had pushed close.
Yeah, and they are going to approach him from the lower side.
Yeah, at.CET with the bomb. The bomb is on that back, and the last bullet needed to finish that frag. 16 HP for Simple is what makes a world of difference. It really now falls onto the shoulders of Plopsky to come pick this bad boy up.
That was a bit of an outplay. I think Estag saw an opportunity, and he did clear it, but he half cleared it. So I didn't really believe he flicked and flicked back.
Oh,
off the ladder.
That's a wrench in the works. Plopsky! Last second sign of life looks to give cover. It needs to be bit. Molotov goes up. Now he's got this fight isolated versus Fuzi in the site. Get it while you can, because you know that Plopsky's coming through that peak, and it's predicted by Bit. Now it's just Fuzi up close. Bit's got it. And Navi, they'll take that 13th,
Dude,
but just damn, Plopsky, what a try.
Yeah, that was so nice. It's so hard, obviously, to, you know, get your crosshair back in the right spot, coming up the ladder. Of course, he does that off of the ladder entirely, but he's so close to his opponents. No question that he gets the kill, but that's still ridiculous. Really well done. And the second kill, just to, you know, stay focused and make sure. And again, Plopsy's having a pretty great game. This is also a beautiful 1v2 from Bit. Like, look how he just figures out that for sure it's going to be the left side without over-facing. And Fuzi senses the opportunity. And at first, Fuzi was the first threat. But after that amount of time, dealt with Heaven right away. Insane stuff. Hard to play against on multiple levels. Oof, that was a close one. They almost brought that same X factor that Navi have bringing to them.
Yep.
And nearly recovered.
Would have been a great round to pull that off as well, to keep things 12-11.
Yeah.
Give yourself a bit of cash.
So far, only 2 rounds in the half for NIP. See what they can do. Again, better buy, at least, to follow up. Outside control again. Hampus will go fast. Extremely fast. And there was enough noise, you know, maybe they won't be clear about how quickly he's getting down here, but how much space does he want to take exactly? Oh, he said, hey, come follow me.
Yeah, come on down. Come down the rabbit hole.
Wow, 2 go down the vent, holding in this position. How do they reclaim?
Simple pushes forward. He's 25 and 15, so definitely putting a gap between him and the rest of the server, but Hampus, so speedy, so slick on that Mac 10 as Esatag. There's a chance for him to get impact. Bursts up onto the A site, could definitely call the bomb along with him, and sure enough, that is the, you know, recipe for success.
I like this new nip.
Yeah.
It's exciting. It's fresh. I mean, they're keeping it, they're making the pace is so high.
It's just so difficult to, like, get behind it, because you think to yourself, this should have had device. You know, and to me, that's like, that just, it amplifies the skill ceiling that you would have had in terms of expectations. But let's say device doesn't exist, or device is, you know, only Danish, won't go anywhere. This is a cool lineup.
Yeah.
And then I'm right there with you. It's a fun project, especially when you think about like this rotating door of young ninjas that have come through the team. ZTR, LNZ, PHZY.
Yeah, all the acronyms.
All, you know, Scrabble gods.
But Fuzi wins, right?
Yeah, for sure. Z and Y?
Yeah, P's 3, so. Jeez.
So is H.
Damn.
Esatag stuck behind the vents. Very nicely done. Just a little minute moment.
That's sweet.
For him to stamp his name on a round that the Ninjas definitely wanted to walk away with. It's not too late.
I'll see a picture of Hampus and a picture of Art. Wouldn't be able to tell the difference.
I would.
What gives it away?
Hampus doesn't smile.
That's cap and you know it.
Yeah, total lie. All right. Things are getting a little sketchy here for Navi. You've got Ninjas closing the distance. You've got Ninjas with the better buy. Very little utility here in round 25. And this is your map pick, your nuke. You know, it's one thing to start the year with a little wishy-washy result. But the CT side of nuke is supposed to be the bread and butter. Actually, not even. That's under. That's you know, that's Pilgrim stuff. It's the prime rib. Boomish looking for the fight. Close. Yeah, go digging. Oh man, changes position. Hey. Just escapes.
All the damage matters.
Boomich looking for a little bit more. Flashed. That's when he finds one. Yeah, sure. Okay.
Did a pretty good job with that spray blind. Oh, okay. More wall bangs.
Finishes off. Honestly, as much stuff as at.CET survived that round, he kind of had that coming.
Yeah.
Boomich deserved it. Not saying at.CET deserved it, but Boomich did.
Yeah, he earned it.
Hamp is looking for some contact outdoors, but it's very passive from Electronic, and this is certainly going to be heard. So, red flag on the play.
It is a big tip this late in the round in terms of intentions. Won't feel like a fake for sure. And Bit knows that he's got Hampus coming his way soon, but he can handle his business. This guy doesn't need a babysitter.
No. Easy peasy pickups. 5 standing here for NAVI. So a very quick response to get right back on course, as if that last round never happened.
Yeah. Boomich is on one right now. This blind spray is so solid. I mean, even if I can see everything, I can't spray like that with a Palmas, so. Solid stuff throughout. You know, not going to be a surprise to most. They're slightly falling behind on the trades, you know, losing some of the craziest rounds. This is all par for the course, but still a very exciting map. Take some time to think. We've thrown out a lot of set stuff. 1 real default round. So I personally think it's a great way to snowball and scare your opponents. You get away with a lot of fast rounds right away, but when you fall back on the defaults, it kind of feels like it's like hard to get behind. You're like, oh man, now we got to go back to working hard for these rounds. But, well, look at the fast cross again. Hamp is going through with this. Doesn't mean they have to commit really fast behind this now. But, man, the rotations from NAVI have been so strong this game on CT side. So quick, so appropriate, and never, you know, too much. And I think that's been a real problem. But Hampus's job clearly here was just to get them to rotate at all.
Meanwhile, Electronic's job, hold the line. Gets one, goes back at it. Good flash assist here from Perfecto, who then goes to bat and looks to drop more bodies. The collection of players from the Ninjas that tried to push through Squeaky all just got slaughtered. They find 0 footing. Nobody gets down vent. Nobody's able to push, and it's a 15th secured for the Navi side.
I try to keep it super simple. Just get someone's attention inside lower, get them to rotate down, and then Hampus is going to, you know, come up. It's not anything special, but it is something that can work for sure. It does come down to the entries, of course, and Electronic really did a good job of holding his own inside of Mini this entire time. It was probably the key piece of the round for stopping that upper contact. And now it's 15-11, and there's not a single rifle in play for Ninjas. They're going with, wow, only pistols and all utility. It's ambitious. It's noble. I like it.
It's big brain plays. See if it pays off for them. All right, it's been a solid showing from Ninjas in Pajamas. Ooh. Rez, his 6th sense.
Sometimes you don't want to take too much time.
Electronic's able to stop him, and then... Oh, nope, doesn't get away. Hap is finding him just through the end of the smoke, and Ramp is given back over. Simple's going to be challenged here, but I think he likes the challenge. Goes back with the Deagle for damage.
Okay.
That's an op now in the hands of Fuzi, and you know what? We've seen a flash in the pan in terms of the Fuzi highlights. If anybody's got a gun, let's see it. at.CET, the bomb carrier, going to have to try and set him up. And we've got a bit of separation here between the CTs with Bit pushed up into the trophy room. Hampus has to be aware of corners. Comes around, does half of the damage, but can't push it over the line. And Fuzi's got a shark down beneath him. Perfecto, perfect position. And now Fuzi's just lost in the sauce as Navi give him 16. A win on Nuke, as it should be for the Navi side. #1 team in the world, one of their best maps, and a half that they dominate. Only needing to win one of those CT round wins by way of retake.
Yeah.
And that's Bit's clutch in the 1v2.
Right, right. Classic Navi on Nuke here. A lot of parity on the T side, but they still do good. Great CT side. Simple on top. It's got all the metrics that you look for. And he was definitely having fun with that game.
Yeah, it's the formula, right? The formula for success when it comes to the Navi side. But this party goes to Overpass soon enough.
Yes, yes. No. Ha 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 ha. Oh no.
Oh.
Almost got a bit fun.
See AWP in the air.
Oh no, no, no!
Behind me, he's trying to knife me again.
No, okay, wait. Wait, I need to reload, wait!
Oh no!
Reload! Who is flashing me? Sake. Oh no.
What?
Oh, run away! What are you doing?
Come to Papa! Ah.
A valiant effort, but unfortunately not enough to tame the beast. NIP fall out of Nuke as Na'Vi managed to seal things up. And great moments from all the individuals on the side of Na'Vi. I'm sure we're going to be getting into some specifics later, Maniac, but it's great to see that it isn't just a simple show. It's not just a star player carrying them through.
Yeah, it was very much a team effort on the side of Na'Vi. Simple was playing good Counter-Strike, but so was Electronic, so was Boomich. Bit had back for moments. You also have a Na'Vi that can rely not only on their great T strategies, but a very solid defense all around. So it's a 16-11, but a quite clear and decisive win as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah.
As far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, yes, I would say so. You know, it's a big problem for me when Hampus is doing everything we asked him for, you know, coming into this game. He's supposed to be the difference maker. He's supposed to involve himself early on in the rounds, especially with the yard control and fighting for it. He went 8 for 10 in opening duels. He had the highest ADR on NIP side. So your star player or your best player, dare I say it, does exactly what he's supposed to, and you still lose in quite a convincing fashion. That's a problem for me, because you couldn't really ask for much more from NIP, and they weren't really close either way.
Yeah, let's go back and look at that T side specifically from Na'Vi, because you wanted to put a round number 10 under the spotlight here.
Yeah, let's talk about round number 10, and let's talk about why Na'Vi is such a strong team on Nuke. We have what is an actual anti-eco, but we see an AWP, sorry, and a FAMAS being kept. So it starts off with Bit and Electronic finding their way to the B bomb side. This is the first move in a very multiple-fold round for Na'Vi. Then they find S-Tag with the AWP, and that's the signal. A lot of teams would then be out of solutions. What do Na'Vi do? They go again with the same process, same protocol, smoke in front of the door, Molotov in front of the hut, and then instead of fighting S-Tag head-on, they're going to dive down into vent. It's Boomich with the bomb, and he's going to sneakily make his way out. They had already 2 players under. They were fully under control, and now it's a 4v5. Perfecto is here with a very good clutch onto Fuzzy. Smoke is not going to help him, unfortunately. The bomb is going down, and this is Na'Vi avoiding a very big trap. This requires a lot of savoir-faire, knowing how to handle that situation. 4v5, split apart, AWP to block them, but they still find a way.
And that's where we gotta give some credit to Boomich, because he's so good in that position. He's so sneaky working out the doors. You even praised him on the CT side as well, saying that he plays that position so well. It takes a lot of know-how, it takes a lot of experience, how to maneuver around the door area on Nuke without being, you know, inefficient for your teammates. But Boomich is doing it fantastically well. That is Nuke 101 right there. You're able to manipulate with your opponent's rotations, and you completely catch them off guard. It's a beautiful round of Counter-Strike.
And I want to give Boomich props for his CT side.
Yeah.
I honestly feel like there are plenty of reasons why Navi is the strongest team on Nuke that we have, and the defense is obviously at the top of that list. The way he controls hut, door, and sometimes vent with the MP9, with the FAMAS, with whatever it is. Here it is obviously with the Deagle. He's got so many aces up his sleeves. It's really great to see him play. He's very mobile. He understands the situation quite well. He's a very integral part of the Navi's defense.
Yeah, I absolutely love watching him in this very position. We saw him with the FAMAS, you know, peeking, squeaky, and then bouncing back up onto Heart, and then going towards the door area as well. It's just the versatility he can show, and as Maniac was saying, with kind of any weapon he has in his hand.
The map awareness as well. Just in the highlight reel we saw right here, he's wall banging left, right, and center. And honestly speaking, you know, a lot of pro players are trying that, you know, and some of them don't even know that some of the walls they're trying to shoot through is not, you know, bangable in a way. So Boomich is just showing us that we are having a player that actually knows the map.
Well, let's continue to put him under the spotlight in our eco play.
Yes, eco play, Boomich, Deagle, and a turnaround onto this defense. We can have a look right here. We were talking about him and how he was handling that position. Here with the Deagle, he's about to make some excellent miracles. Great work here, triple kill quickly with the Deagle, and that's a round that is ever so important. It stops NIP completely in their tracks. They have absolutely no money behind it. Then poor Hempus later down the road is going to be walking around here, just I am Hempus, I'm having a good time. And then he's going to get wallbanged by the Deagle. That is actually insane from bit. And that, emotionally speaking, not only financially, but emotionally speaking, that's the end. That's the end. I would react exactly like Electronic. Like, what the hell did you just do? And that round really hurts. And obviously, insult to injury, the knife towards the end.
It hurts. There's nothing worse in Counter-Strike, just to get the knife in the back, and it just hurts for him.
Yeah, no, it really does. I mean, some really good looks from kind of every member of the squad going into that one. Bit as well, looking really solid too. And it just kind of goes to show why we look at Navi and say, Nuke rather, it is one of the best maps. I'm sure you kind of brought up the point that Blader, you know, wasn't feeling too comfortable in it, picking it into some of the high caliber teams, but they just look really well rounded as a squad.
Yeah, they have so many players who can make the difference. You know, they have so many good aspects to their Nuke. One thing I found very interesting in this game, and I just dived into, was the Hampus versus Electronic duel, because we spoke a lot about both of them coming into the game. You look at the opening kills right here, you look at the initial duels. Right. Electronic went 2 for 10 in opening duels, not really impressive, but he had a fantastic high ADR, so he did a lot of damage. Same for Hampus, he went 8 for 10 in the opening duels. He did everything he could to pull the NIP through this one. Where it gets interesting when you combine these two is that they actually had a lot of head-to-head duels in the game. Hampus killed Electronic 8 times, and Electronic only killed Hampus 4 times. So 8 of the 12 duels these two guys had, Hampus was actually shutting down Electronic. So when you have a player who's shutting down one of the best players from the opposing team, and you're still not ready, and you're still not close to winning the game, that's a problem, because then you look towards the rest of your teammates. Where's Res? Where's the impact from Fusi? Where's Plopsky? It was just not enough.
And you know what's crazy about Electronic? I mean, he died, you said it. He lost 8 out of 10 opening duels. He still ends up with 20 kills, 7 assists, and a crazy ADR. Yeah. Absolutely, there's no shutting him down, actually. You can't even find him as a first target. He will find anywhere rounds where he's got impact, and there is no game where he disappears.
Well, of course, a tough challenge for NIP coming into this one, as it was indeed Navi's pick. Now we're moving on to NIP's pick of Overpass, and still the odds favouring very heavily on the side of Navi. Do you feel like it's looking any easier for NIP coming onto the ground?
No, I don't, to be completely honest. No. Historically speaking, no, I don't. NIP used to be a strong team on Overpass. There was a period where we really praised them, especially for the T side. I will say, though, that without Device, NIP is not the same team on Overpass. I think Device is one of the best AWP players to play the CT side on Overpass, to constantly move around towards toilet, towards A-long, and be annoying to your opponents. Fusi, with all due respect, is not a player in the same caliber, and we lack a lot of that presence on the map from NIP right now. You see it directly in the win rate as well. Down to 25% out of 4 maps they played the last 3 months. They haven't really been impressive on Overpass, so the fact that that is the best pick they can pick up against Navi is, to me, a giant problem.
The challenge is really high for Big. The good sign, I guess the chance, if you're a Big fan, is that they were able to handle, not Big, if you were an NIP fan, sorry, they were able to handle Sursen with the AWP. And that is a great sign, because they're going to have to deal with Simple as well. Obviously, different caliber, same kind of beast.
Still continuing to put Simple under the spotlight for this one?
Yeah, it's going to be fun for him.
Where can he go wrong? Where can he go wrong to put Simple on the block?
I'd say at least 28 frags.
Yeah, well, we're going to be getting into this one very shortly indeed. I mean, is there anything that you hope for NIP to be putting up against Simple if we're sort of putting him as our star player, as always?
I hope Fusi's going to go into this game with no pressure on his shoulder whatsoever. Let him play a free roll with the AWP. Let's see if he can make some magic. He's the one player, especially on a map like Overpass, where there's so many long-range duels where the AWP really can come into play. So Fusi could be the difference maker, but I doubt it.
Yeah, somebody we put under the spotlight coming into Nuke, but didn't really get his chance to shine. But it is NIP's map pick of Overpass. Not exactly favoured coming into it, but one final lifeline to stop them getting booted down into that last chance qualifier. It's coming up with Launders and Scrawny, and you don't want to miss it.
So this match isn't done just yet, but Navi looking pretty strong, pretty clean. You know, not too many crazy moments or rounds in that last one for the NIP camp, but there's a, you know, a little clutch here, a little attempt there. It wasn't a blowout, and I think that if you're NIP and you're playing versus Navi and you don't have the star opera you're supposed to for the start of the year, then just not getting blown out.
Yeah,
you know,
it can be. It's hard because it's not one event that device is gone. Yeah, the tough part is no one knows how long device will be out. The other weird part is that Jacquinho is coming in after this event for Fuzi, so there's just so much going on with NIP and none of it's good. None of it's good. It's a lot of uncertainty, and that's not great. But they still put up, you know, a really good fight. So we got to take it for what it is. I mean, they got to be taking these games seriously. And as long as they're playing with Fuzi, they got to give it 100. They get Jacquinho, they give it 100. They get device, maybe they give it 110. You know what I'm saying?
I don't know.
But it's got to be at least 100 all the time.
Okay, well, let's see it. I'm down for it. We had some good moments from him. A little ha, put a hit on top, and you're good to go. Add it all together.
Whatever that was.
You catch up on breaking news with Andrew Callahan. Waves on deck. Big push. Fast one. Straight to the B site. Off of the flashbang. Comes from Monster. 4 dudes pushing through short side. Hampus connects to the head of Electronic. We've got a couple of bodies on the CT team just sitting down here in the dirty, dirty water. Ugh. Part of the mud. And we find Simple in a clutch. But don't look away. Now you can. ESA tag ends it. Ninjas take T-side pistol.
Let's go. Again, the T-side on Nuke, if you missed it. Very explosive, very fast. It was Hampus focused, but they said that they were kind of trying to adjust around the idea of Hampus doing crazy things. I think Plopsky talked to Banks and said kind of that, like, they want to keep Hampus doing the same crazy stuff, or he will always make those plays.
Yeah.
He's make those plays.
Yeah.
But they want to try to change the spacing around that. And I kind of thought that that meant him slowing down to their tempo a bit more. But instead, it feels like he just said speed up because he's so alpha. So now everyone else is going faster. Like, he just got 4 guys running around with him. And to be honest, I think that's to everyone's benefit.
I think that kind of play style.
It's fun.
Yeah.
It's fast. And if they lose, they get it over with faster. If they win, it's more exciting. And Hampus is happy, and if he's happy, then he's fragging.
Those are all positives.
I can't think of it. Any negatives, actually.
That play style, that strategy that Hampus kind of defines himself with, and also I would say then leads the Ninjas with. I feel like I first learned about it when watching him play Overpass. He just has some crazy short B timings at times.
I think, you know, maybe they should look at their team kind of like a Furia, because they don't have the same players, but Furia at first designed their game's philosophy around the idea that if they're going to play really great teams like Astralis, they're nowhere near that. They've got to be different and a little bit more random and crazy, and that's how they can close the gap between them and some of the best teams. And right now, Ninjas, they're at a weird space where they can experiment a little bit, and they don't have Device, who would probably slow the pace down a tiny bit. So why not, you know, to invent their own style? Okay, Raz opening kill inside the B site.
Looks to extend in. Big peek from Bumich. Stopped in its tracks. And clean cut through the B site.
Yeah.
You know, figuring out where, yes, the majority of Navi were, but 15 seconds to spare. Just very clean.
Yeah. But also, you know,
what?
NIP's brand of Counter-Strike is very vanilla in a bad way. And it was. And then I think with Hampus, that changed their identity a lot. So when we talk about NIP, a lot of it comes down to Hampus' specific playstyle. Without him, I mean, what is there to say about the way that they call rounds? You know, they call a default, a Swedish default, and then they either win or they lose. But with Hampus, that's what makes things different. So why not try to carve out his own place? And he said he didn't have many IGLs to look up to. You know, there never have been too many strong Swedish IGLs in history. Golden, Pronax, maybe, you know, Pronax, you know, the most accomplished. You know, early days, 2013 and with NIP. I mean, I wasn't as esports focused back then, but I didn't even know who the IGL was. You know, that's
fair.
How defaulty it was over in Sweden. But so right now, I think Hampus kind of has to take that mantle and carve his own path a little bit. And he has an opportunity to really create a style around him. And I think as long as he's fragging the way he is, who's not going to believe in him in terms of his ideas?
Right, 100%. Then you bolster that idea with the thought, like, maybe if what it takes is finding players who can also kind of shine within that system, find more Swedes that can buy into his strats, keep up to his tempo. Not everybody's going to be able to, but craft. You know, I feel like there's talent in Sweden.
Yeah, there was a point in time where nobody believed another country would be better overall. Between NIP and Fnatic. But some time has passed.
Yeah, and then Denmark had to get the government involved, and they made, like, we found a place that we can beat them.
Oh, it's a very deep smoke.
Deep nade? Yeah, not bad.
Hampus out in front.
Electronic going to keep it crouched.
You kind of get one dinged at any moment, but
yeah. A little reconnaissance here down towards the B site, but they're getting drawn into the threat.
It's weird.
Oh, and the molly missed. But regardless, Simple will still be found. Hampus dropped to 56, 40 seconds.
They can't displace him. They know the stack is here now.
Yeah.
Okay.
They're dealing with it. There's the Deagle to finally connect, and Bumich will find one with the USP as well, but they get through, you know? And as they start to group up for the true hit, they push it over the line.
You know, while you're still in those choke points, there is always the calm that, okay, we know there's a stack here, but as long as we have utility, we can throw it safely, we can slowly pick this apart. I mean, there's only so many places they can be. They can't smoke out our mollies, so, you know, why don't we just be patient? And they could run it back to the other side of the map, but that can make things way more messy than you like to, so it's not a bad idea sometimes to just chill a little bit, see what happens. Simple 0-3. Simple finished?
Remember that time Zywoo had a horrible overpass and we thought it was all done?
Yeah.
Maybe today's Simples. Or it's all just a ruse. Now his game begins. But Electronic is also 0-3. Not that I'm deriving any meaning from it. I'm just stating facts.
Electronic finished.
Happ's gonna take a boost. Get on up there. Lots of bodies towards the B site. 3 of them for Navi. Oh, Boomich. Ratty. CET even gets hit by the nade as well. So not only do they lose Hampus, but CET now walking wounded.
Wow, that timing could not have been better.
Fuzi gotta do it his own. Ooh. Okay. And Fuzi finds Bit's face as well. That's man advantage now. Drawn back by the ninjas. From 2 individual Galil plays, Simple's gonna get smoked off from heaven. Both the other CTs right here on site. And Rest tries to fight, but oh no. Boomich and Perfecto with a kill apiece to make that difference. And while the bomb gets picked back up at the 35-second mark, I feel like CET's had everything taken away from him. All the openings, all of the pressure, it's gone, it disappears. In fact, so much so that Perfecto follows through smoke, catching CET with his back turn. But does that give them false confidence? Does that lead Navi to believe?
They still have Perfecto out on short, though.
He's going up connector launders. He's giving him just... Oh, wait, there's a Heaven player. Hold on. Yeah, there's a Heaven player.
Oh, he missed.
Uh-oh. Fuzi's going to get the bomb in at the very least. All right, so we've found the silver lining. And why not? I was going to say, give it a good old try.
I thought it was Simple.
Me too. Yeah, I was like, because that's where he was with the op.
I was like, no way Simple missed that.
Simple letting bomb plants go down? No. Okay.
Beautiful. Oh, I don't know if he saw anything. Yeah, we just perfect timing. Really good stuff. Oh, this is ninjas. They're around right there. That trade right there. Damn, that's the one. Everything falls apart. They had they had their claws in on every single part of that. Just whiffed a spray here or there. You know, we do a little trolling.
Trolling. Meanwhile, Plopsky back to the top of the scoreboard again here on map 2. 6-1, the start. Still a race between Simple and Electronic to find their first kill.
Going right into a B hit. Uh-oh.
Nades. Oh, flash. Pushed him back in the follow-ups. Even better, he's burning. Perfecto jumps up with 1 to his name. Still 2 entries here for the ninjas and Fuzi. Dude, he's being very much left to his own thing. And now he's going to have 2 players to potentially carve off on the short flank. Oh, yikes. Oh, it's not pretty. It could still be enough, but it's not pretty. He could have, you know, kept that one clean. Maybe gets the second.
Okay, they win. He's an offer.
Okay.
Cut him some slack.
I like it.
That was some interesting. I wonder what, you know, typically if Perfecto's at barrels, he's not going to be the one to resmoke Monster. They'll resmoke it from A, or his teammate will resmoke it, because barrels is going to get mollied if he's going to sit there. And also, even if it does get mollied, you can use that smoke defensively to escape if there's pressure put on you. But he drops that smoke into Monster. It also makes a timing where he can't even get a few bullets off, because that flash who comes in a little bit late, he sees something, but he can't shoot back at it. And then he has nothing to do when he's sitting there. So he luckily gets one kill, excuse me, but that's pretty much it. So a very simple round. The only thing that ninjas do there is go towards A to smoke the molly to make it seem like they crossed, and then they just go right into the hit.
Nothing too crazy. See if they can convert it.
And ninjas could have very easily won all 5 rounds so far this game.
Definitely. Simple's not going to see it. Plopsky's already at the bottom of connector, potentially to push up. Eee, spam coming through on Hampus. I think that's my favorite B-site overpass spam. The one from outside Monster. Oi.
Quiet spot. For the timing boost.
Didn't see it?
Yeah, he didn't see it.
But it was there.
There was, in fact, someone there. Oh, he still doesn't see it.
Oh, this is interesting.
Is Esetag...
He's not even
looking. He's not going to clear it. Yeah. Oh.
Blindsided by it.
I thought maybe he found a blind spot for that boost, and he was just going to, you know, pop up and check, but...
Didn't check.
Didn't check.
Had the blind spot.
Didn't check.
You got to look both ways before you cross the street. Hampus hits bit down long. So 4v4 back. In terms of like impactful moments, what does that pick do for them here? They're still going to stay grouped up, but it's Simple falling away slightly. Not just slightly, all the way back towards Dumpster as the execute comes forward. And we still have 3 players for the Navi side just down on the B site. Now they're going to be scrambling up. Simple does come back into the heat of it all. And, for a second.
Okay.
Looked like maybe he'd have a chance to drop the other, but Fuzi bomb plant on top truck, 3v3. CT's still smoked off, gives a good chance for the ninjas to fade away. But remember, bomb is on top of truck.
Is there? Yeah.
It's not planted comfortably for long. It's not planted comfortably for bathrooms. And the fire forces Perfecto forward, doesn't clear the corner fast enough. Ooh. Excellent play from Plopsky. I feel like that front line was very important. You know, don't give up the bomb, don't compromise your post plant. Plopsky doing it and ending it there, exactly what they need.
Well, this is why ninjas love overpass. They do have a strong Swedish default. They've been really close. Again, they could have won all the rounds so far this game. This is a little weird though from Navi. You know, we have a position there. Like compare this to Nuke, where if a site was being taken, there was one guy in the site and 2 rotators ready to fight right behind them. In this spot, Simple is all the way back on the site. All of bathrooms has been given up. The entire exec comes in from ninjas, and there are 3 players still in the B site, not even in heaven in that position. The rotation's incredibly slow. They're low on information. And you got to wonder what's actually going on there.
You know, curiously enough, in the 3 games that have led us here, Navi versus MIBR, Astralis, and Liquid, Navi have taken overpass out of the pool every time. And I don't know, I felt like that was a map where Navi kind of seemed capable or were happy to play previously. And very adamant at the start of this year to just not let it be a part of the formula.
Yeah. I mean, listen, last year, like just simple, last year, every map that Navi played, which was 6 out of 7, not Vertigo, he was the best player in the world on. Like, just by the stats. So that is a weird thing that happens.
Okay. Good. And that. It's one of those moments where I'm like, I can bring up a very, you know, very niche statistic. I'll bring this up now. And then next thing you know, Simple's 1v2 because a deagle pops off and you're a little nervous, but no, okay.
Yeah.
He dies out at the end there. So this is the first showing we've got to see of it. And I feel like Nip, happy to expose their weaknesses. Show us the underbelly of the Navi beast. Buy back in for the CT side. I mean, surely it starts soon, right? I feel like I'm sitting here with expectations of Navi giving us something to talk about on the CT side, but 1 round in the first 7, and even then.
Navi on their CT side at the major on overpass absolutely slapped up Gambit to a level that I'd never seen on the map, honestly. They had 15 rounds on CT side where they had 15 different setups. Ooh. They activated on every single one of them. And again, they beat Gambit of all teams. So this is definitely not a position, a map, a half that they should be uncomfortable on whatsoever. And it looks like now they're starting to be a bit more proactive, but these first 7 rounds, it didn't feel like them.
That was a nice opener. I mean, you know, we did watch last round, Simple sitting back on this A site, just kind of waiting for executes to come in. Contrast it, short B peak, set up perfectly for the connector door swing. Bit gets to go deep off of that. Now finally, it's like, okay, Simple has jackknifed around where Navi have way better positions, and off of his opening pick, because he's taking an initiative, now Bit's able to shine, drops bomb at his feet, and this deep connector gremlin that is Bit has just secured the 2nd round win for Navi.
He drops the bomb off at his doorstep. Hampus has to switch to native now.
That's the tag.
Give it a shot. Okay.
That's it.
Yeah, so that's already a much better showing.
Because they're making moves.
Yeah. Yeah.
Look at this. Look at this concentrated effort. Teamwork makes the dream work. But this nightmare of a start from Navi could now, at this point, be undone.
But yeah, it's all not to say that Ninjas don't love this map, that they don't play it, that they don't have good wins on it. They do, for sure. Navi sporting CT win percentage actually compared to their T win percentage. 62% of their rounds in those last 3 maps coming out of last year were won on CT side. On CT side, T side is only 44. So, yeah, there might be a real opportunity here for NIP, considering Navi already started slow on their good side.
Put that out quick. Ooh, nice grenade versus Electronic. 4 guys on 40, but that's not going to stop him. Fuzi peeks right into the AK barrel. And down goes the Swedish Opper. Rez picks it back up. What's the recovery plan here? Still so many smokes and another layer just added to the monster side.
Tough to give those up in vain. I don't know if they can scramble back for it. But the A side is an opportunity. There hasn't been too many bathrooms players in general. It looks like Simple as the rotators. We're just jump spotting on the site, so Tempest can get a whiff of this vacant bathrooms area, then maybe he can organize his team around another A hit, potentially successful. Try to spot something, but this is already 1 step better, 2 steps better actually. Opening kill. Oh, wow, nice shot. All right, well, it's still, it has like even material, okay? So it's still 4v4.
But a little more interesting. And we've already seen a round where you know, Ninjas were able to just stampede into the default. This time, Simple's got a different position, and teammates somewhat closer, but he gets overrun. Boomich comes through that smoke, but already Simple's dead. Doesn't take anybody with him, and a bomb plant off the back of it. Again, it's not the most ideal position for the plant, but it's still good enough considering that Navi play off the back foot.
That was a great final flash from Rez. I mean, that's the difference right there. If Simple gets a kill, they can start to rotate in, but without that, the smokes just become way more menacing. So, gotta appreciate that flash from Rez to assist with the final piece for the A exec. And even though Navi looked a lot better on the last round, got the opening kill on this round, and made it an early 5v4, Hampus smelled out the correct site, came out, saw no one was in bathrooms once again, and they hit those entries. See, that rotation is way more painful. If Simple gets his first kill, the CT rotator gets his second, and then Plopsky has to flick and kill 2.
But not the case. How much of that, you know, I mean, you just see like the moment of activation, the second they get that kill down long as well. Simple loses his support.
That's well done. Maybe they want to try to leave. Now, normally you see Bit in the top of bathrooms. That's actually just where he spends most of his time. But this game, for some reason, he's not hanging out there very often. He's honestly a player to look up to in that spot, even with his very short tenure on Navi. Very confident on all of his fights. Can leave him alone. So we'll see. Did they switch up entirely? Has he ever played A, actually? I don't even know. Is Bit there right now? Yeah, okay.
Forward stats. Not only is he there, he's alone. Simple's got other ideas. Decides to come down onto short. Ooh. Oh. Must have been a jump peek because nobody else was there to boost.
Yeah.
Yeah, S-Attack punishing the jump peek.
Quick with it.
Blasted.
And now Navi, okay. Finally, they feel like it could be A, and they start to go forward on the bathrooms. Yeah, this is what allows people to rotate in for real. So, oh, interesting smoke. They throw it inside the bathrooms. They leave the outside wide open, which puts pressure on the stairs rotation. Simple with a huge risk, but man, it pays off.
Yeah, dodges the flash, goes right back for it, catching Rez. You knew Rez understood that there was a threat of that happening.
Fuzi's coming right into this angle too.
Picked up.
That is cool.
Easily. Nice mid-round decision there from Navi. Get up onto that A site, play it proactively, move forward, disrupt the Ninjas, but can the Ninjas recover with this redirection down to the B site? The bomb's been dropped in the open, so it makes things a little bit awkward here. It needs to be recovered by Plopsky, who would probably rather just fight. 12-3. He has been the hottest gun on the Ninja's side, and Bit's going to attack from the back. The smoke gives cover, but Plopsky's stranded inside of it. And both of these T's kind of looking forward instead, over towards Graffiti, where Electronic's able to stop the first one. Bit now just playing with his food. He knows he has Plopsky pinned into this spot. There's nowhere to run, nowhere to hide, and Simple's just going to slam him against the wall time after time until finally Navi find a third.
Man, I really wonder why it was that they went with that protocol to smoke the, the front part of the bathrooms where the T's normally smoke. To have that op on the outside, was it just to do something a little bit different? And the reason that you normally smoke divider is because that op can really chop up those angles and have only one fight at a time. But the way that Simple approaches this fight on the outside of the bathrooms, he can get peeked from stairs, right? Oh, it was perfect shot. I mean, crosshair placement's on point there. But see how he can just get swung on from stairs, if they approach him that way. You would never expect him to be that far out wide. Of course, Fuzi walks into it. It's just the perfect risk, but I really wonder, what prompted it. Either way, it's that ingenuity that'll make a bit of a difference. Yeah, Plopsky's getting bullied for every single position.
You gotta laugh about it, man. He's getting wallbang from every angle. While the sandbags guy won't peek. Nothing you can do about that one, Plopsky. And he's off to a great start here, contributing 12 kills to the 7 rounds.
Yeah.
For Ninjas.
And a super solid nuke.
Bit just sulking back slightly within bathrooms. Electronics on the outside of the connector door, but it's not like he's swinging it open. He's not spotted it at all. It's not as active as that time door was open for Simple. But that allows for the double CT-A setup straight out the gate. Simple a little preoccupied with the thought of long. So let's see if Bit's rifle can do the job this time. Close. Locks into the corner. Navi getting wind of this, though. They're starting to come upwards. It's just a little too quiet.
Oh, they're prompting the exec to go through it. Bit knows they're going to come through this in a second. Oh,
good recovery.
Control, man.
Gets himself a double. Now, Rez killing Simple kind of creates a weird spot for Bit. He's trying to keep himself peeled between these two T's, and Rez connects to the face with the Desert Eagle, but Electronics' flank could be everything. And if Perfecto serves a distraction, then it goes even better. 20 seconds left. Bomb needs to be picked back up, and Perfecto just regains vision. Able to shave one off of long. Rez with a single op shot could just end this woe for the Ninjas. He goes for the plant. Electronics gonna run this forward. Rez, gun, back up. One bullet, one chance. And Electronics right there for the taking. Rez connects it, and Ninjas lead by 5.
Damn, he's a hybrid. What a shot. Okay. Rez deals with it. He actually just keeps picking up the slack, man. There's a lot of rounds. Well, there's 3 rounds. The amount of times that Ninjas, they cannot keep up the trades, I feel like they could have just toppled over Navi, honestly, after dealing with Bit. But things just get so precarious so quickly. Definitely missing a little bit of the firepower here on the entries, but okay. Navi lose one. They've got basically no money after this. Simple with an opening. Campus tried to find a timing.
Yeah, just looks to push beyond the molly.
Crazy how low the money is for both teams. Both buys look so desperate.
Ooh, a boost. Okay, ambitious, but it works.
Okay, nice shot.
Yeah, the run boost in the last 24 hours. All right. If it works, it works.
It's a good way to get material back.
Cheesy. No movement from the B site at all off of that either. Just Electronics still staying tucked.
Yeah, that's not going to be. He has no nades, which is in a position where he wouldn't be able to use them really, anyways. But he's only got the FAMAS. Look who's come to join him.
Yeah, Simple gets in time. And the T side, well, they have the utility, but they don't use it. They just try to burst with a little bit of tenacity here. Missed off shot from Simple. 2 players on truck. Comes back, connects to the chest of Rez. And that's a bomb plant regardless.
Oh, they just keep giving something back. You know, a little bit back every single time. Another spot where Navi have no business winning, but now the retake is on for real.
Flash goes high. Triple bank push. Nobody coming from dumpster side. Fuzi. Oh, that was a very critical shot. Goes back, at least is able to recollect on the second chance. And, well, now Simple has to get the job done on his own. And yeah, he's not even going to chance it. A 9th T round win for the Ninjas. 6-round lead over Navi. Ooh, at.CET knows what's up, but Simple still sops him.
Man, he can't even... He wants to get that out, but that's kind of an expensive death, actually. They'll still be able to buy, but yeah, everyone's down to their bottom dollar. So a key round 1, and this is one where Ninjas lose the 5v4 again. They get it back off bit with a great tactic. Fuzi sent through the sky. He's only got 3 frags. He's definitely not playing that well right now. He's missing some shots, but that's a really important one. And this is the one that locks it up. When at.CET gets his kill on that second player coming into the site, position's locked up. Simple can't scale the site. He's over in bank. He has to turn it around. And I can see why, I guess, they wanted to get rid of Simple, because now he's the only gun of the round. But they know he has it.
Okay, what goes around comes around.
Well, yeah, they won't actually know about this, too.
Simple's got wings, too.
Wow.
Right in the nick of time, too. 5-7 even helps out. This is one of those rounds, right? We saw a couple times on Nuke where, like, a solo rifle were supposed to pop off, but it didn't happen. Simple will just find one.
I'm trying to see this perfecto op.
Yeah.
Let's go, baby.
Sign me up. Let's see what happens.
It's just not every day, you know? See what you can do, baby.
Oh, got a smoke. Little bonus. Putting a lot of stock in them. 3 stocks, no time limit.
It's the perfect counter tactic to the call. Exactly perfect. Catch the Hampus lurk, or catch the one lurk to coming out of monster, whoever it was. Shut down that contact explode that Hampus wanted to do so badly. But, you know, they actually haven't been able to recover some of these rifles, so it looks like they want to try.
It's going for it.
Oh,
it's going to peek that.
Oh, now they try to get going.
But that's 2 players confirmed to be there.
Hampus.
He's worked up behind them. Okay, this
is... Hampus.
Yeah, this is that. This is
20
that
seconds.
Boiling point.
He might be able to just walk this entire way out, but they might need to get the kills.
Oh, he's got just
first.
the Mac 10, too.
Perfecto!
He's landed the first one. It's all from the back now. Hampus, 7 seconds. He knows exactly where he is. Oh my God. Boomich just tucks his head and runs away.
There's no way.
So close, Hampus. Good effort, but with a Mac 10, you know, that really boils down to the final second. Woo! Navi have no clue how close that was.
You definitely crouch IRL in that position.
I did.
Yeah, I did too. I tucked my head.
Nice shot by Boomich. He hit him.
The perfect escape. It's well done. Man, if Hampus had like 3 more seconds, then he could have been the contact guy, but...
Or if the 2 players pushing Monster are able to get even 1
second, or if they got 1, yeah. Is that perfecto op? It's unstoppable.
Yeah, that's the beauty of those moments, right? Such a crazy high pressure moment. Time's ticking. Every single second you're not holding W, you feel like you're gonna throw it. You don't want to be those fools that, like, you know, get 2 kills. Not everybody's on site. Don't plant bomb.
Yeah. Never want to be that guy.
No.
And
so
Navi continued to scrape by somehow.
You know, you give Navi a lifeline. You let them have it.
Don't give them an inch.
They'll take a mile. Back at it with lesser weapons, though. So Ninjas, they've hit a bit of a speed bump here towards the end of their T side as they gun for the double digits. They are without guns for the most part.
Yes, the shoe is on the other side of the table, which has turned. You know what they say, if you fooze, you lose. So he needs to get around there, like try to find an opening with this op. He's also got pretty much the only kit right now. Second to last round of the half, of course.
I like it. Again?
Wow.
Hey, it worked last time. You know, confirmation bias. 100% success rate. But Bits tucked in his corner. No longer out there on an island behind the tree. Not to mention simple to support from sight. Ninja's playing games with this clock. It's ready. Keeps it sharp, keeps it clean. Down goes Rez. Fuzi could extend, but also possibly into Simple, who now has a smoke in front of him on the site. Bits doing wonderfully on long. Now Simple can just feel it back a little. Reel him in. Hook, line, and sinker. Headshot off of the off. All good for Navi. 5 up at the end of this one, and recovering what they can towards the end of the CT side.
Yes. 1 to go. Buy will come in. This recovery might be enough, but again, Navi not amazing on B side, and Ninjas know how to play both. They definitely can. I think they'll even power up on the CT, so it'll be interesting. I feel like Navi are probably quite frustrated coming into this match. Definitely want to hear the Blade interview after this, for sure. But I think it's all going to come down to, it feels like they're just shaking off the ring rust, you know, across their pool. And there's the question, of course, as you mentioned, of them playing Overpass normally, but not coming into this year, and for what reason?
Ninja's the first one to get to test it. Here comes the push to the B site. Perfecto, got pieces to pick up. Nice second headshot into S-Attack, spamming away on the walls. That's a confusing moment, going down inside connector. Hampus distracting the 2 CTs that are in there. And if he can kill Boomich on sight, then it's his. Simple as that. Oh, but he misses his chance, and that is where he falls. So a little recovery here for Navi at the end of the half, doubling their round count in the final 3 rounds.
In CSGO, audio is key, and in this video, we'll be showing you the best tips and tricks to confuse your opponents. This is Audio Advantage. CSGO is filled with all sorts of sounds, but not every sound you make can be heard by the enemy. Here's the sounds that, if close enough, the enemy can hear. Running, firing, low ammo, reloading, climbing ladders, landing, taking damage but not full damage unless you die, planting, defusing, fake throwing, scoping, switching fire modes, dropping guns or bomb to the ground, knifing, picking up items while running, breaking vents, glass and opening doors. But here's how you can use some of those audio cues to your advantage. The sound of throwing a grenade can be heard by you and the enemy. If you quick switch, the sound will fake and they'll think you're throwing a grenade. Tabson is looking to retake control of jungle or Mirage. It's typical to throw a flashbang while retaking this part of the map, but he doesn't have one. So, he fake throws an incendiary grenade, quick switches back to his gun and makes his move. The enemy is turned, expecting a flashbang and gets shot in the back. Easy for Tabson. Here's Simple having a little fun with fake throwing on Inferno. Suspecting there are players close who can hear him, and under the cover of a mid-smoke, he walks throwing his grenades to fake that his team are executing onto the A sides. Before the smoke fades, the enemy immediately throws another, using their last smoke grenade with almost a minute left on the clock. Just like fake throwing, reloading can be heard by the enemy, and you can cancel this animation by quick switching. This little trick is perfect for drawing the enemy into you. Here's Woxic showing how it's done at match points. In a 1v2, he fake reloads. The CTs think now is their chance to push. They gamble, only to be sprayed down and lose the round. While defusing the bomb, there's plenty of options for distraction. You can scope, switch weapons, reload, drop weapons, underhand throw grenades, and even turn that underhand into an overhead throw. All can be used to trick the enemy into thinking you're not defusing.
Dun, 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 dun.
It
plays in my dreams.
I live for this. And so do these guys. A little bit of Counter-Strike here. 15 rounds up, 15 rounds down, 6 rounds in a row, 6 rounds the lead. Ninjas hanging on to a good T side, right? We can do nothing but pat them on the back, a tip of the hat,
no, you can't.
how do you do? But Navi also kind of just that asterisk.
You can't help but tell the story from Navi's perspective, because it's always curious if they go down in a half or if they're losing a good map or whatever. I mean, this is the team right now who they have their 5. Like, they have their 5 full-fledged. They should be, ramping up. But that was a really strong half from Ninjas overall. Some great calls from Hampus. They got it together then, and now they honestly they get to look forward to CT side. I mean, Overpass is another map that's it has become CT sided, and Navi had way too slow of a start. So it's time to bring it to a third.
This is, though, I think, Fuzi's chance. Okay,
yeah, they did that with Fuzi missing a lot.
Yeah, Op's been pretty absent on the T side, and I feel like Overpass is the sniper's playground.
Yep.
So let's see if he can turn it around. Better late than never.
Just don't look at the scoreboard. Every round is a new day.
Yep. Well, no, it's a new round, but it's always the same day in Counter-Strike.
Figures.
Rez has got himself the CZ headshot. Rez likes the unorthodox pistols. Dual Berettas, CZ 75s, all that jazz. Boomich, there's a creepy crawler up ahead. Esatag in the corner. Oh. Esatag's corpse in the corner. Doesn't stop him. As Navi try to scramble into this B bomb site, they are now getting away with more than they should have had.
Yeah, they have the Heaven Smoke as well. Did they replenish it? Yeah, they replenished it as well. They kind of sealed up the corner. I don't know if when it opens up again. Oh, no, that flash is insane.
So
Electronic.
good.
That's one. He's pushing another back. Rez can't fight. No way, 3v5.
Yeah, that's what it's looking like. Oh, that's what it's looking like. Bit kind of pulled between 2 directions here, but that's going to allow for Plopsky to then cross back over. And now suddenly, this push from Navi, yeah, it's not on site. Hampus buys his time, Boomich pinched, and there's still the recovery.
Tell me how Hampus came from there.
I don't know, man. That's the thing with Hampus.
Yeah, and he was sitting behind Heaven Smoke for so long, you'd think he would have rotated earlier. But he's on Hampus time.
Yeah.
Wow. The flash tactic was sick.
So good, dude.
I mean, the thing is, it gives and takes away. They used a flash tactic for Bit as well, and then Bit had to turn from the flash and got killed because of it. But that's going to happen. Doesn't mean you shouldn't throw the flashes.
Also feels like because of that flash tactic and the push forward, yes, they get 1 kill, but then once the bomb gets tapped, they're kind of stuck on that end of it.
I think even with this pistol, you can't say that this game is wrapped up. And Ninjas know they're going up against Navi right now, so this makes it even more exciting. This used to be the classic CIS buy that was like kind of a joke. It'll be like, oh, they're just like wasting money. They like always buy Deagles when it was not, it didn't make sense, so they'd always go for the 1 AK purchase. But it's become very meta. It's definitely caught on, and it can work really well. 2 entries, that's a round if you get them back to back. And they're kind of banking on that here, saving money behind it, but keeping simple with the gear he needs.
An AK for the king, my liege. Rez, headshot. Nice and clean down long, so simple. Oof, doesn't even get a chance. Hampus hopping around alongside Fuzi, keeping things very quick. Total shutdown here on this A site. And again, once that AK hits the dirt, it's all you can really expect. Try his damnedest, but 5 alive for the Ninjas as they secure the 5-round lead.
Yeah, let me just take a little exhale, coming to this next round. They know the buy is still coming. They dealt with that very nice. Hampus, great shots. And on CT side, it takes a little bit of emphasis off the caller. It's more about the duos, right? Especially on Overpass, that's emphasized between the Opera and the Rifler, and then the 3 players on B. And the opening tactics is where you get a lot of play that makes the CT side of Overpass quite fun. I think that's why you like it as well.
Yes, of course. Super active. You can take risks. That's a lifestyle.
What a pace. No frontside bathroom smoke. They try to rush this down, look for the trades. There's no open play for the CT side. I don't know how, it feels like Navi are confident that there isn't one. That would make sense for why they make a move this aggressive.
Little boost on short, sees nothing, but there is in fact a player in there. Perfecto just beneath.
Might have heard Fuzi running away. Simple at top bathroom as fast as he was. And now I think they're just playing the game of pretending they're going to go B, but they have so much space here on the A side.
Heavy B lean could really come back to haunt the Ninjas. Especially now that Rez goes down to join them. Oh, spotted. That's pushing Boomich forward. He wants to activate this play. Fuzi's also moving inwards, closer towards the bathrooms, puts the smoke down. Now he's going to be that pocket player that pushes forward and could very well prime the rotators to get in through. Pistol player goes down. Perfecto finds the trade back through the smoke, and Bit has a good chance at timing. Hampus kind of stuck behind the van, but 20 seconds left over. Bit killed Essetag over Hampus's shoulder, so he's lost his closest rotator, and that's Plopsky now on the other end of Dumpster.
What can he see?
He gets over. Bomb plant's coming through. Simple caught off guard. He knows there's at least one more here, but it's in fact both players, both remaining Navi members right there on the truck, and they figure out what's up. Plopsky sent down, Rez sent forward. The last man left in this clutch for the Ninjas. And still Navi very uncertain, very uncomfortable. They're trying to carve out a path, a plan to win this. A good distraction from Perfecto, sets Electronic up, and Navi take the round.
Damn, he just talked really hard, let that first fight happen. Could have got cleared, but doesn't work out that way. Navi pull that one off, and it kind of looks like that round where Simple's alone on the A side, and NIP get all the space they need, clear out top bathrooms, and come close. And Fuzi does not make the wrong maneuver. He gets in front of the divider smoke, kills them as they're coming through the smoke, and the idea is that the flashes are going way past the smoke. You know, maybe someone right-clicks it, but you can hear that, and he can fight behind that smoke reliably for a long period of time. But his rotation is very slow. You know, he's, again, it's even worse than when they only had the Opera on site. This time they only had him and his FAMAS or whatever, and the next closest CT was still running up the stairs from B.
Oh, that's a tag. AK almost with the multi-kill. That was cool. That doesn't happen. I like that. Yep. That's money.
Yeah, it's a lot of money.
I love how he just... Ugh. That's some alien stuff, dude. Climbing on the walls, sideways, knife out. Yeah. Catching him.
Every round is just such a crazy
dabbing him. And Navi ultimately getting this one over the line. But still, pretty frantic, all things considered. Ninjas shouldn't have been able to get this much impact, but they did. They can be proud of that one. But slowly but surely, Navi already starting to succeed in closing this distance.
Go for it, Hampus.
One can wish.
No kit to work with. Here it is.
Da-dun, da-da-da-dun, da-dun, da-da-da-dun, da-dun, dun, da-dun.
Oh, sweet. You put your own spin on it? I'll take that $1,500.
How do you combat? Like, guys, I'm doing something.
One sliding wall.
Yeah, right. How do you order that strat? Hit him with the slippery sewer wall ride backstab. And he does it. So, again, money, but not the round win. Not quite what Ninjas are looking for after winning the first two of the CT side. Don't let Navi get close.
You kind of already are.
Don't let Navi get closer.
Yeah. This already feels a little bit close.
I feel like the end of the first half is really what kind of like, you know, kick-started that feeling.
Yeah.
Felt it in the gut.
See if they can work out the rest of this puzzle. Name of the game is be everywhere, you know, fall back accordingly, but don't give up too much space until the exec comes. And we've seen this before. Oh, Plopsky eats that. He can't really throw aggressive utility right now, but he does find a timing to peek, and he doesn't give up his position, so they just forget about him entirely.
Gets traded.
Simple escapes.
Very low. Ooh, and Hampus just through the side of it. Will finish off Simple. He was already so close to death.
They're slightly spread out here. No pressure from shore control. No push on the divider. S-Tag uses almost all his bullets, but for controls for the last one.
Oh, that's a little lucky.
Wow, that's well done.
Count your blessings, man, because that magazine was almost empty. Just manages to get it.
He also got the kill, right?
Yeah.
He also had cover here from Heaven.
Got to be like last few bullets.
Wow, with a dink.
Yeah.
Holy.
Last two, 3 shots. He gets the dink in the body. But hey, it works. You know, it works. They hold it off down on that B bomb site. And we get another solo simple AK round. Last time, no success.
It's a new day, my boy.
Rez missing the op shot. Falls away. Fuzi takes it. Playing off of spawns.
I don't really know exactly how far Simple has gotten with this AK, actually. It looks like he's always so good about clearing this, but he's already missed the timing.
Yep, exactly.
And this means Simple is going to get very, very close. And I don't think, yeah, he hasn't been spotted yet.
Oh, Simple.
Oh my God, he's dodging this entirely.
This is the kind of round.
This is wonderful work. And he might be able to see a CT in bathrooms if he waits long enough. Oh my God, no way.
Blows Fuzi's head off. That's Rez to distract him, though. Good thing there was 2 players up in bathrooms, or else Hampus is in such an awkward position. Rez has bailed him out of multiple situations. This time can only get the 2. Gonna maybe have to be Hampus. Perfecto, hands on and off. Maybe we get to see it again. But they fall away, because they do still have time. Great opening to use that 1 AK, right? You've got a single tool, crack it open, use it the best way possible. You pick up a new tool in Perfecto's sniper, and reset.
Looking to punish that jump spot.
Oh, if Rez wasn't in bathrooms, if it was only Fuzi and Hampus on site.
That would have been a sweet That would have been a sweet play. Wow.
Yeah. It's the Rez recovery.
They're still going to give it a shot, and they have front side bathrooms to plant for, actually. Oh, never mind.
Through the mid box, must have been.
Nicely done.
Just put a quick end to it all. Perfecto, better not die after time.
Yeah.
They're going to come hunting.
Oh, yeah. Let's see if they peek through long. Looks like no. He might have a escape route.
They let it go?
Safely tucked.
Plopsky's looking adventurous, but all in all, not forcing the issue. Perfecto will move forward with the AWP, and Ninjas move forward with a 13th round win.
A little scary. It was the smallest timing that Simple was able to find versus Hampus, who, you know, has very regularly just come here and just made sure that everything is all good with long. 2 players in bathrooms were quite comfortable in their position, but that was a gap for sure. Wow, Hampus is 23 and 9. Damn.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Star-studded performance. Similarly to the last round, it's just Simple who's going to try to crack this one open, but now with an
money. Wow.
Yeah, he took the sniper over. So this is Ninjas looking like a comfortable 14th, and then you've got Navi's bank bottomed out yet again. So this is just a very good showing. The CT side looks excellent.
What more can you ask for?
And the real caveat's just this next level performance from Hampus. Damn, 23 and 9.
I told you Bit would never have a bad tournament, but you know, maybe. No, I'm just kidding. He'll get it together.
Bit will never have a bad land.
Okay, yeah, we can go to that.
Yeah, sweet. Just go down the list.
Yeah. Bad major. Yeah.
Little scramble here for Navi into the short of B. Why not? Sprint around. Try to shuffle things up, because it feels like the pressure from that B site, they know, a bit too insurmountable. You peel a guy off of the A site on the jump peak, then maybe we're talking a rush, but feels like Rez and Fuzi will be a little bit more reserved. Somebody's going to play the closer corner. Fuzi to serve distraction, but he does get smoked. So the trade's there from Simple, but the corner dweller in Rez stops the bomb plant, swings out for the 2, and again, that solo rifle's just not enough. Ninjas ever closer to the coveted 16.
Yeah, I mean, they feel comfortable again. It was 11-8 there for a second, but Ninjas won both pistols. They started off with like a 6-1 score line, something like that. And now they look good, comfortable on CT side. And the money's just not right, man. This is Navi with 2 rounds where they invest a little bit, and now they still don't even have enough money to get an op or put together a full buy with all the nades they want. And the mark of overpass is the fact that it feels huge on T side. You could definitely always have a little bit more utility. That being said, there are pocket strats that you can just go into, like again, smoking the molly. That CTs use every single round to check if you're crossing to the bathrooms and then, or to the playground, and then just hitting the B site. Walkouts out Monster can work at any level versus any team. So that's something you're going to think about. The only thing that might be counting against them is the thought that, well, that might be obvious if ninjas are aware of how much money we have and they might double up towards Monster. But honestly, even I'm surprised, and I'm not sure how well they've counted, you know, how much money NAVI are missing right now.
Do or die. It's about that time of day. Nice nade. Yeah, you can shave 25 off bit, you take it. Any glaring issues on this T side from NAVI that you feel like you need to address, or just victims of the economy the last couple times?
Yeah, too slow of a start, victim of the economy. Ninja's playing well for sure, and yeah, it's some small things. I don't know about glaring, but
that's fair.
Not enough chances to play, really.
Hey, man. Devil's in the details with a game like CS. It's not always a massive issue. Not everybody can be as good as Hampus. Boomich gonna get closer with the Galil. Rez is right there. Not ready for that closer position. He was expecting the second spot, which is also occupied by, of course, Hampus. And both of them happen to die. Well, you got at.CET on this bomb site, so cool little setup here from the Ninjas. Really no eyeballs towards long whatsoever. And in this particular round, that's not gonna be an issue. NAVI are all in on this side. Bomb gets picked back up. We're at the 30-second mark, and Bomb is still just now at the top of connector. So it feels like they're going to have to just try and slam their way through something. Simple. Going to be found out towards this A site. At the very least, this is numbers advantage if they go towards B, but they fall back. 10 seconds left.
Yikes. They're out of
conceding.
Options. Yeah, they have enough utility. They just don't have time. There's too much space to get ahead of, and yeah, they could not get anything going there. That's I feel like there are going to be some words exchanged at this point.
That one ain't pretty.
That is not good all the way around. Wow. This is so well handled by Rez. And they replenish the incendiary here. Then the second one, and Sybil goes, okay, we don't even have enough time to wait for the second Molotov. Plus, the back of my foot just got tagged. Rez knows that I'm here in this corner. He's going to swing on me. I'm going to try to do it first. Meanwhile, even if Rez dies, they still have S-Tag on the site. They still have one outside the bathrooms that's completely unaccounted for. Lots of outs. And another, you know, just not great buy. This is the potential last round of the game, so they have to do it. But economy has just been terrible for NAVI throughout the second half.
Fall back with the opening kill. So
sometimes it's hard to read how much those, you know, maybe one-gun buys can capture.
Sure. That butterfly effect.
Yeah, that's probably what kind of sucked the life out of it.
Money evaporates alongside those. Wowza. Damn. I suppose there's always still a chance.
Yeah.
That right there. Serve him a reminder. 4v4 secured. Minute on the clock. CT's feeling a little frisky here, peeking up beyond the front of their bomb site, and it bodes well. They pick up a frag, leaves Hampus pretty wounded. Oh, and he just lost Rez next to him, so a clean kill from Bit back to back.
They're all up here? Oh, no, Plopsky's got to make his way over.
Yep. at.CET stuck in the corner, looking the wrong direction. Long player, just easy pickup here. Bit, he's on for the big multi-kill. Plopsky rushes down bomb. Boomich not able to get his hands off of it. It's Plopsky's almost there for the taking. He goes 20 and 13, but falls before the final frag, and NAVI with a 9th.
Wow, Perfecto with the save. Galil too, couldn't even drop back there, had to fight. That was a perfect time to swing, but the defender pulls it off even at a disadvantage. This is so nuts.
That's nice.
I mean, you need glasses and a telescope to see that head.
16 health though. 16 health on Perfecto is all that keeps NAVI in this second map. But at least it gets them into a round where they have that much better of a buy. It's never over till it's over. And we've also been waiting to see the overpass from NAVI in 2022.
They knew it was on the menu today, for sure. No surprise here from Nip. So...
As long as Nip can take one of the next 6 rounds, then this party moves to Mirage.
And I think now every single round, Ninjas will know pretty much exactly how much they have to work with. You know, those are 1v1. Knowing that Navi full force last round, that really helps you open up on the CT side, especially in terms of comfort. You can take all kinds of different fights like this one. What is that?
It's gross. Not as gross as the Zywoo 3K in the pistol earlier. I had my phone to my nose and still couldn't see those headshots. Molotov at the feet of the push. Rez, blind as a bat. Electronic. Perfectly placed flashbang. And speaking of placed nades, Boomich dropped to 53 before he can commit to this hit. Not even needed, as Simple pops the head first and foremost, and this is looking good for Navi. They're just trudging along and tearing up this A site. Everything is theirs. Every single step of the way, it goes perfectly for them.
Definitely.
Double digits for Navi. This game's still doable. It's within 5. It's going to have to be the flawless little run back, but you'd be a fool to write off the best team in the world.
They've done lots of comebacks in the last year. That's a hallmark to their gameplay. They're so good when they're down, but yeah, they're obviously they're not playing their best, so they're gonna have to keep improving. But this round, unlike the last ones, now is one where they can get an op. They'll have all of the guns they need. They have money left over, and this is where it just becomes harder for NIP to really get a feel for the situation. Certain point, they'll have max loss to work with, but you know could be a 2 or 3 round game if you just count full buys for NIP. They had 3 or 4 opportunities in a row there where Navi were absolutely against the ropes. Here's the opening tactic with a flash to Rez. Now, Rez throws that incendiary down. It seemed like the perfect timing, but Boomich was just not scared of the idea of scaling off that, and it's the right call to make. That's a nice one.
Feels a little bit like that, you know, do or die type situation for Boomich.
Yeah.
Not scared to scale because losing's even worse.
Right.
So they don't
even go for the op. They don't even need it on T side. They also, it's actually NIP who are already in a situation where they don't have much. Fuzi could save them here. He has this off. He's one of 2 guns. He's very forward aggressive. He wants to try to find something, but he drops a key opportunity, and now he's going to get wrapped upon, and he's just out here, but will he get the shot off? Take some nade damage. His teammates are dying. Simple finds the timing to peek him.
Yeah.
It's, you know, he won't do that if it's 5v5 with rifles, so he's just trying to find whatever risk he can. But yeah, drops the key shot. Even if it was hard, it was the important one. That first chance. But soon first chance will become last chance. They keep giving up ground. Navi are on the hunt.
Only at.CET now with a chance at the Hail Mary. It would have to be an incredible one as well. Surrounded by the USPs, no chance at a weapon pickup. Still plenty of time as well. It's not one of those 20-second hits. A couple pistol dinks, though. That's going to soften up Simple.
Yeah, that's 2 players spotted, so now everything activates.
Yep.
We got the run into B. They got the stairs opened up.
Done. They find their opening. at.CET does come down in time, but unfortunately, all the more difficult to get that impact when you're down to 50 immediately. They follow through, leaving both options open and securing themselves yet another round. We saw 3 rounds in a row from Navi in the first half, just to close it. You know, 3 rounds the entire half, boom, 3 to get to 6. Again, we're in a moment here where they're finding a little bit of momentum, a little bit of life. They're digging into the bottom of their pockets and pulling out whatever they can find. Miraculously, it's managing to work.
And I think they struggle with composure. I'm looking at the Mirage game versus G2 that NIP played in the group. That was one where they dropped 7 rounds at the end to get to overtime and lost. A very close call, but
it's just a matter of closing.
It's not about CS anymore, right? It's really about composure.
It's a whole different skill set. A situation not made easier by some limitations in the nades. Lopsky on a Fomus. 1 kit for at.CET. The B site. Keep eyes on that, but a nice little connector positioning here from Rez. We saw last round this you know, attack towards the fountain, And I feel like it's for that reason he's a bit wary someone could be up there, but it's not the case. Navi, they went heavy towards this B lane. And shaving off one of the 2 players in connector before this B split comes through seems like a perfect situation for Ninjas to punish. But that one's a little sloppy. CET can't finish his kill. Electronic weapon swap. And a flash through from Simple. He's going to try to just take the helm of this. Headshot into Plopsky. Hampus has got the pillar. We know this position's good multi-kill potential. Utility, good thing he moved. That frag grenade would have landed right on top of him, but still he dies. Rez comes out from the water, clears out 2 bodies. It falls onto Boomich, and he needs just one more. Now or never. And he stops it. 16-11 for the Ninjas on their map pick to take us to Mirage.
Oh, hell yeah. They closed it out. What are these crazy, I just yelling different things every single time. So many ridiculous positions, so many tilters, and Navi ultimately, they have to deal with the fact that they lost. They, you know, it came to overpass. They're good on all maps. They're good versus all teams. They're the team to beat. They're not the team to beat. They're not playing super well this year. A little bit of a hole. I mean, they lost to Ninjas who aren't even full strength, and Ninjas looked pretty solid. What does this mean for map 3? That's the question.
Big question, right? And I mean, this is what I'm looking forward to, is the fact that Ninjas last time, we just touched on the composure at the end of that game versus G2. That's what cost them. Now they're about to be eliminated and sent to the Showdown, but they've got momentum of a map 2, and they have momentum with Hampus. Hampus's individual level here on Overpass. Beautiful stuff. We'll be back soon enough with the final deciding map between Navi and NIP.
I'd rather play the SMGs.
I think would be like the best thing that could happen for the game.
Just bring some more. Astralis, of course.
So my wish list for 2022 changes for weapons, I would say that we would get a reduction in price for the A4. I think a slight nerf on the A1, so maybe like a little bit harder to control recoil.
In terms of weapon changes, I would like the M4 A1 to be more a little nerf. I think it's buffed too hard right now. So on top of my list for 22 weapon changes is I want the FAMAS to be a little bit more viable. I feel like it's not really being played that much. Most players, I mean, especially me, I'd rather play the SMGs than play FAMAS, honestly. I think the CT's just like something with the economy, maybe. I mean, right now they have the very OP silencer, so maybe they should balance that out with the M4A4, so both weapons get a little bit viable, because right now I feel like 90% is just playing the silencer.
Top of my list for 2022 in CSGO is more maps being introduced. More fluid map pool. Kind of tired of playing the same 7 maps. Just bring some more.
So I'd like a new map, like a rotation or something, I don't know. And I'd want like Dust 2 removed. I feel like it's been in the game for a long time and I don't really like it. I don't like the change they did now either.
I think it would be nice to get another map coming into the pool, like a completely brand new map. And then I think just like some small changes on like maps that we play a lot, or like removing old ones like Dust 2. I think I would just prefer that to just be removed and then put in something like completely different, or something that we had before like Cobble. Just getting one of like the maps that we used to have, just like revise it.
I think Ancient is not ready yet. I think there is a lot of wasted space on the map, and I think there needs to be some more rotations on the map.
How many trophies am I winning? That's a good question. I think 1 major trophy and 3 big tournaments. That's a goal.
I would like to win at least 1 major trophy for next year. Like actually winning the major would be like obviously the biggest wish list.
A strong first half from the Ninjas and a continuation to see them seal out Overpass and equalize this series. Just 5 rounds on the T side from Na'Vi, with most of them coming too little, too late from the CIS side. I guess an uncharacteristic lack of impact from the world number ones.
I agree with you. Uncharacteristic struggles on the T side, but also a defense that was very lackluster. Very lackluster on the side of Na'Vi. I think that Bit and Simple took a very long time to understand each other and how they wanted to play on the A side. We even saw the webcams, they were sometimes talking with each other because they were found separately, so they had to fix that mistake. And we have to give props to Hempus. Again, he's coming in with a strong T side against Na'Vi, if anyone. So yeah, respect to NIP for that one.
Hempus deserves a lot of respect. Him and Res were the difference makers for NIP in this game, without a doubt. The way he's playing Counter-Strike right now, Hempus is really stepping it up, right? The lack of device is obviously a character you can't really replace. All the respect to Fusi, it's not the same caliber of player. So Hempus is well aware, as an in-game leader, as a player, he needs to step up to the occasion. And he's been doing that ever since device left the first time around. Right now, he must be one of the best in-game leaders in the world in terms of individual firepower, and also in terms of how he creates space and how he maneuvers around for his team. I'm very impressed watching Hempus playing Counter-Strike more or less every single time he takes on the server.
When NIP is capable of beating Na'Vi 16-11 on Overpass, and your main sniper only puts up 12 frags, because he had 12 frags, can you imagine how much of a puzzle that is to solve? Being able to win rounds on Overpass, a map that relies so heavily on a sniper, and he actually don't have that. He doesn't have it at his belt right now. That's a testament to Hempus and the NIP structure in general.
Yeah, no, it definitely is, and we see Rez waking up a little bit coming into this one. It's a player we've really been looking at as when Device was in the team, kind of the secondary star to go alongside him, but definitely been wavering a little bit. Good to see him kind of waking up coming into this one.
Definitely. As a rifle, you need impact, right? And Rez is supposed to be the second star of this team, without a doubt. This game was good. The problem for Rez is that he's not consistent, right? We see him play well now. Do we expect him to play well in Mirage? Most likely not, and that's the problem for Rez. If he can replicate the performance we had here in Overpass more often and find some sort of, I'd say, consistency in the way he attacks the game and in the way he prepares for the games, then maybe Rez can still, you know, rediscover himself in a second era of his time. But for now, it's great to see when he plays well, but I want to see it more than just once in a while.
That's why he's such a frustrating character, honestly, because I'm going to be real. I have kind of given hope. If I've given him hope on Rez establishing himself as a superstar, I think he's had too many events, too many games where he missed out on it when his impact was needed. But I have to admit that whenever he shows up, whenever he's having a game, then you start to realize the kind of impact he can have. And it makes me so angry that it doesn't happen more often, because he would give so much depth to NIP. That was a very good game from Rez, but as Jacob is saying, when's the next time? Is he going to disappear from the next map? We don't know.
Yeah, I think that's the most important thing going forward for the side of NIP, rather, particularly Rez going forward. It's just finding that consistency. But then we look at the scoreboard coming into this. 3 members of the side of NIP ending on 20 kills or above. Plopty was going really hard in terms of that first half of Overpass.
Yeah, it's hard to argue, you know, and it's hard to look at when you're NIP as well. When you're Na'Vi right now, you'd say that firepower-wise, NIP were better than Na'Vi in this game, which is quite a wild statement to make. Look at the Na'Vi scoreboard right here. Look at the ADR. That is very low on pretty much all the players. I do want to say, and I do want to pose this question maybe for you, Matthew, and for the rest of the viewers out there, and I do know that this could be risky business, but at what point do we start to question the form of Na'Vi? We saw them yesterday play okay against Team Liquid, but they almost, you know, invited them back in the game. We saw them lose 2 best of ones. We see them lose a map now to NIP without device. Na'Vi are supposed to be undoubtedly the best team in the world, but they're coming into the beginning of the season showing weaknesses that we haven't seen in a very long time.
Yeah, I think it's undebatable that some of the players on Na'Vi aren't performing to the level we were used to in 2021. Electronic is a player that we put under the spotlight. Once more, he was struggling on Overpass. And I think these problems come together and come alive on the T side. Electronic is usually someone that's going to give a lot of opening kills. He's going to give opportunities and space for Boomich. And we actually have a clip that we can show for Na'Vi's struggles on the T side. Some of these rounds were very much nostalgic for the worst period of Na'Vi. Look at this. We have Boomich completely alone. If we freeze the frame right there, you'll see that Simple is so far away. The spacing is incorrect. Boomich is taking space without utility and no one behind him to trade him. What does Simple do after that? He's going to go forward in that Molotov. The Hemp is going to put down. And again, he is completely committed to that move, but alone with 20 seconds and 3 Na'Vi players left behind thinking, what the hell are we doing? These rounds are what Na'Vi used to do back in the days. These were the rounds we were criticizing Na'Vi for, and unfortunately for them, came back to haunt them today.
I think this is a great example of Na'Vi coming in, you know, to the beginning of 22, just being a little bit rusty. Maybe they haven't practiced as much as they could have. Maybe they're starting off a little bit slow. I have no problem saying that I'm quite confident that they'll bounce back within the next month or so. You know, they're slowly but surely getting started. I wouldn't worry for Na'Vi when we get into Katowice as well, which obviously will be a big big goal for Navi. But as of right now, when you look at the way they play, we see more mistakes, we see more players not playing up to their full potential. So it would be disingenuous of us to not look at them right now with a bit of a critical eye and saying, right now, Navi is not performing to what we expect them to.
Yeah, and it's definitely important to contextualize the difference between when we see them on LAN, online as well. We've had it from them themselves.
But not an excuse, right?
Exactly, because you have to be able to adapt to the environment, right? So are you seeing them having a bit more further hope coming into Mirage as a third and final decider map?
I still believe Navi is going to win this game. I still think Navi is the best team in the world, but they're showing more weaknesses, right? Losing a map here and there, that can happen for anyone. It's the fashion they do it in. I think the clip Matthew found for us right here was a great clip of showcasing, you know, an unorthodox mistake for a team like Navi. Those are mistakes that you'll iron out, you know, when you have been practicing together for a long, long time and you get into the rhythm, you get back into shape, you won't see these, I guess, atypical mistakes coming from Navi in the future. So it's a picture you look at right now that is not finished, but it'll be better in a few months.
It's a reality check. It's a reality check for Navi that even though they are the best team in the world, it's undebatable. If their level goes down 5 to 10%, suddenly that's it. Suddenly they can get challenged by the top 10s of Counter-Strike. We know that now. We move on to Mirage, and I just want to make the point that if there ever was a time to have that kind of issue, it could be now for Navi. It could be now during this last spring, right? It's a format that can be also can forgive you. I guess you missed the mark on that one, then you would have the last chance. Katowice is around the corner, so let's hope that Navi take the full measure of what's happening right now and they accept the fact that they're not playing their best level, but they have to react.
Just specifically talking about Mirage, for the side of Navi coming into this, I know you had a few frustrations on Overpass about how slow Navi were playing things, but when we look back to yesterday when we saw them playing against Liquid, it was super fast-paced from the Navi squad.
It was very much fast-paced and it was decisive, and all the individuals were taking clear duels. Boomich was in a state of grace. Once more, a name that we have to mention, coming out of Palace, anytime Navi was finding trades towards middle, Electronic was coming out of Palace having a kill towards the A side, so he needs to put his name on the board right now. He needs to have a better game.
I'm afraid. I'm a little bit afraid on behalf of Navi. It was a 16-10 game yesterday against Team Liquid. Simple was the only player who went plus. He killed 32 people and only died 11 times. In that game. It was a classic 2-point plus rating for Simple. That's what it took yesterday for Navi to look convincing and to look to dominate Team Liquid. What happens if Simple is just having a normal game and Electronic is not feeling it? As you said, Matthew, I think there's a realistic shot that we have a way closer game than anyone initially would have thought when you saw these two teams match up.
Well, the Betway odds still heavily favouring the side of Navi, but we have been pushed with third and final decider map, and it's time to see if NIP can topple the Giants. It comes down to the grounds of Mirage, and we're jumping into it in just a few.
Well, unfortunately, all good things have to come to an end, as will this series. At the end of Mirage, with Navi the Betway odds on their side of things.
Yeah, they
have showed us good things, though, Lauders.
Yes, they have, and they had 8 odds coming into map 2.
Fair.
And you know, Navi, not great though.
Not great.
Not great.
Not amazing. Not immaculate.
They won Nuke, but you know, 4-round game. That lost overpass. Like big lost overpass yesterday versus EG. You know, they just kind of just went out. Second half was comfy. Hampus playing A1 pristine Wagyu Counter-Strike. Okay,
Top tier.
Kobe Counter-Strike. Fatty Counter-Strike right now coming out of Hampus.
Thick. Nice to see as well. Obviously, like, you know, you come into this match thinking, oh, wow, you know, Nipper, you know, Hampus, he's got a high rating, but you think over time that's just gonna, you know, fall off a little bit back to where we maybe expect him.
Simple as wearing Gucci pajamas pants. I saw it.
Wow.
Let's go. But
what kind of pants are you wearing?
Uniqlo as per.
Okay. Just checking in.
Another day, another Uniqlo.
You know, I'm just creating a hierarchy here, and I'm trying to slot you in comparison to Simple.
Yeah.
He's at the top.
I'm less.
Yeah. It's okay. We all are.
Literally, my job is to watch him play and talk about how good he is.
Sorry, what was that?
Literally, my job is to watch him play and talk about how good he is.
Yes. We have one player. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you the first time.
I could get Gucci pajamas.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have to prove, you don't have to prove anything to me,
No,
Mohan.
I can.
Okay, we don't have to.
I will.
I don't know if you could. What about some Gucci slippers?
I'm trying to turn it to blue.
Hey, at least you stopped wearing socks with them.
Yeah. It's a good step up. It's a good step up.
And I don't have Gucci anything. So, to be honest, I'm not talking smack. at.CET is back in the server. That's who we were waiting for. Something in them game files, you know, integrity and whatnot.
Yeah.
Come on down to Integrity Farm.
So, well, I mean, hey, this has turned into quite a decent veto for NIP. I mean,
yes, it has.
They're playing Mirage. They play Mirage. Hampus played Mirage during the group stage. Went crazy, as per. And yeah, it's testing time. You know, you saw Simple on Nuke. He was coming out swinging like there was no chance they were going to lose the game. He was going for these taps. He was going for some no-scopes at the end. He was swinging, you know? But I think that swagger has started to leave the building a little bit. At least the office.
Okay. Crab walkers. Filthy creatures. But a part of the ecosystem. So they play their part. at.CET back towards Ticket. He's not the only one. We got crab walkers and corner crawlers. Hampus just stays tucked. They overtake jungle in its entirety. 10-man retake. Let's get it on. Oof. Perfecto dies, or excuse me, kills. Frag grenade. Decent bank. You know, that drops Perfecto to something manageable. Simple. Finds timing out from Palace. Excellently done in that regard. Man advantage back up here for Navi. Now the desperation starts to sink in. You see it. They just try to run forward on top of the bomb and slip away with a defuse, but no, sir. Not allowed. Not gonna happen. Navi, take pistol.
Everything in the strat goes so well there. They take over jungle control. It's an open, empty site. They leave Simple in the halls. Simple finds the timing. They cover Boomich, I think, who's in jungle beautifully with Perfecto. And none of the rotators can get in. And of course, they need to be able to deal with this jungle area. That's the first critical moment. CT's wide open. They know that. The bomb's planted for everybody on the right side of the site. So Navi with that one. Driver's seat, pole position. See if they can keep the momentum flowing or not.
Now you're getting in the F1 references. It's infectious.
Oh yeah, pole position.
Yep. Scout up with the pistols, silence in middle. CT's really not showing their hand at all. But they do have this kernel defense on the A side, so if Navi want more of the same from that pistol round, then they could be walking on the landmines. But look, a redirection. And instead, it's going to be Hampus on B. Hampus, I like watching Hampus play B side on Mirage. I think it's, you know, for a guy who like can get very creative and change up positions round to round pretty consistently, it's just nice to have if B becomes a part of the problem. We'll see if Navi head that way, but right now it's looking like that cat split to come through with it. Electronic and Bit in the apartments. Hamp is playing beneath the windows. Very little support.
That's a really good smoke off cat. That slows things down a lot. They're going to maybe boost around it. They're talking about it for a second, but it helps Rez get into the play. Still 3 CTs quite far away from all this action, and for some reason, NIP believe that this is some kind of fake. But Navi are not overthinking the situation. They're just going to press up on B in a few seconds.
Yeah, going to slice through this two-man stack. Ooh, Hampus has gone unchecked. Still a player up above him. Hampus gets his hands on an AK-47. 15 seconds to spare. Nice second kill here from Hampus. It creates a little bit of bedlam. Little HP for all three of the Navi players.
Man, if the rotations were there a little bit earlier.
Just a couple of seconds.
Yeah. And Hampus bought him 15 with that smoke on cat as well.
Even then, there's still a world where maybe they push this over the edge. Fuzi comes up from catwalk, finds Simple. Bit very much just stuck out in the open. No kit on the play, so it's now or never. And as they trickle out through the marketplace, they do get all 5 frags, but a 10-second defuse?
It's like right on the mark. I think they have it in the last second.
Oh, it's going to come close. Regardless,
yeah, they got it.
Super nice round.
Damn.
Oh, there's.
Yeah.
Wow.
So worked it. You got 40 seconds on the bomb. It's a quarter circle. You still have to guess, kind of.
Yeah.
If it's gonna be like right down to the second. So I'm gonna make it unfun, you know, for all those moments where like we don't have the music on or anything like that. So, but okay, they do it, man. I thought they blundered this position by not just stacking something. I mean, they even had like a force buy round, right? So you think, okay, try to rotate off that. It's a nice shot on the trade from tag, and NIP pull it off. They do it.
Big one from Hampus.
That's an AK down. They went with this play again. And now I think they're going to try to sit on it. They have Simple on the ramp. Incendiary down. Am I crazy? He did have an AK, right?
I think so. They're looking for it.
Yeah.
Where'd it go?
We're on the case.
I'm in the server. I'll go find it.
They can't though, and there's no. They must think the CTs took it, but I swear the CTs. Fuzi has an AK. Where is he at? Did they get it to him? Too many questions, not enough answers. Let's move forward. S-Tag also has one for himself.
He's on A, so that would make sense.
Yeah. All right, exec coming. Great nade.
Ooh. Double up from S-Tag. Fuzi adds one to the tally. A-site held strong until Perfecto gets his hands on a little bit, but he's going to try to pull that piece of string and unravel what's left of this. Too many bodies, too many players. Maybe a nade blew it away from them or something, but for Fuzi to have an AK, surely it had to have come.
Fuzi and S-Tag both did.
Yeah.
But I didn't think that. Maybe the AK fell forward and then they grabbed it there. But either way, they secure that. They stop the immediate threat of Simple barreling up the A-ramp all by himself. And put that one to bed. Now, we did see money trouble on Overpass when they tried to incorporate a couple of those 1 AK buys, so maybe it wasn't the healthiest decision for the economy at the time. But this early in the game, why not try it?
You say that, but then we also talked about the knockback effects last map.
Yeah.
Where they got towards the end of the half and suddenly they're short in a couple moments. We have to wonder. Coulda, shoulda, woulda. Fuzi dunks one. Ooh. 3 damage across 2 players. That's nothing.
Missed a bit there. Hit the lip. I'm going to take it slow. Ninjas have already kind of run their risk on the rounds.
Lobski, fall back here. Don't want to create that opening. But meanwhile, middle's all good. So everything being held on. Ninjas, very nicely done. Clean as can be. 5 guys up. There was a test there at the moment with Fuzi jumping, you know, could have created an opening, but other than that, all Ninjas all day. 3-1.
No problem whatsoever. Again, the story's unfolding before us as the stats seem to be out the window in these past couple of days for Navi. We know the Mirage is amazing, obviously, but yeah, NIP are good enough right now to be able to take one. This would be one hell of an upset. I mean, it's one thing to win, you know, in that first stage of the tournament, but with all that break after the losses too, for NAVI to still not pick it up, that would be startling. So, okay. That's a tag. Moving into the spot. Oh, he's going to get caught on that play. He'll drop one early.
Ooh, that's going to cost Hampus.
What?
Makes a bit of noise.
What is happening here? Fuzi top of mid, wrapping into spawn. 2 on the A ramp.
Moving parts all over the place. Look at the B
He's
site.
going to get to B, and he can come off of Cat to assist. I guess he can just escort them into the site, but they have to worry about the Fuzi cutoff as well.
For sure.
They didn't quite make a decision there, it looked like, and now they're starting to move off.
Oh,
Fuzi coming
round.
back towards Cat. This means Bit could actually get shot on the side, and it looks like that's about to... Oh no, Fuz.
More than once today.
Foozers.
More than once.
Oh.
And you know, last time they were still able to push it over the line. This time, that's a potentially round-winning moment, because if he gets that kill, then suddenly all this apartments play becomes in question. The guys at A don't feel so stranded.
You know, it's like no matter who you want to win that fight, you know, if you're a fan of one team or the other, it's just like you want that kill because it's so guaranteed to just happen. You know, he made the play, he got to the position, it was a free spray, and it just doesn't go his way. And here, Boomich just, you know, catches a really small timing. It is kind of a weird overt risk to get into the ramp that early with the smoke up when, you know, a lot of people default hold the ramp, but it's a bit gambly.
That's a big one.
That stings.
I mean, a very weird round because of all the layers to it, but ultimately...
Even if you ask Fuzi, oh, we won that round. I just missed my spray.
Comes down to that one moment, that one shot. Now Navi break through this CT spree.
Yeah.
And they do it with 4 guys alive. Tough pill to swallow for Fuzi, but you can't dwell on it. You got to move along.
He can also lie.
That's true.
He can say he got one bulleted. No one was around to see.
Dead teammates?
I don't think...
Take the chance.
No one was dead yet, right? Because, oh no, one got killed in spawn.
Yeah.
Might not have been watching.
That's the thing.
You don't know.
Yeah, you take the chance.
Tag was probably looking at A ramp, something like that around that area.
Sometimes it's okay to lie. That's one of those moments.
Yeah.
Double op setup out of Ninja, so clearly a little variation already coming through here. Tag and Fuzi. Now, we had an interview with Tag where we asked him about his opping, and he said that it really only kind of makes sense here on Mirage. If he's going to pick it up, it'll be here. This is where the roles make sense. The formula for the Ninjas.
I think we also saw Tag open G2 on Mirage and was looking good. You know, kind of fourth quarter performance. They still ended up losing the map, but you saw some impact there, opping from Ticket.
So we'll see if that's a successful endeavor here. Round 6, still early days in map 3, but I feel like we can already start to feel that pressure mounting. The reality of the situation, the loser of this sent to Showdown.
It's a blessing to go to the Showdown.
Well,
I always try to think about it as you qualify to the Showdown.
Okay, yeah, that's all right. Rose-tinted glasses.
NA had 3 teams already qualified. It's faster than anyone else. I mean, Europeans could never.
Oh man, nice clean headshot onto Simple. I love that optimism. Just when people try to kick down NA.
Yeah, we're already on the floor.
We've done something none of you could. That's funny. 30 seconds, Fuzi adds another. Electronics dead. Rez headshot. And Bit's gonna try to bring it back. Jumping AK kill. We'll let him have it. You can take that one. It's not quite a, you know, I don't know, heaven to secret double deagle wallbang.
Yeah. Yeah, he went for it. There was only a little bit of HP left there. Okay.
Simple pops up.
Yeah.
Boom.
Wow. Nice shot. And
just as easy.
Yeah, with 2 frags on him for this rounds. Well done. You know, we have seen some good op rounds. We haven't seen many good rifle rounds out of him. And you can't always get the op. You don't want to end up being a JDM. You know. Gun's too expensive. But he can op.
He can op. Yeah, a little bit of redemption here. The arc has begun for Fuzi. He's 7-3, tied alongside Hampus right now for the most impactful players on NIP. Or the players with the most kills. A very quick diversion from A to B with electronic grabbing bomb. Diversion.
Kind of said diversion, but it almost spells the same.
Same, yeah, sounds the same too.
But you were clearly unconfident.
Doesn't matter what you say, as long as you say it with confidence.
Twice, yeah.
Minute on the clock here. T-side just with the mid setup. Nothing beyond that. Bit starting to scrape away some info in the apartments. Speaking of confidence, you know, Navi kind of slowing it down these last couple rounds and walking into the oppers. This is 2 rounds in a row where the ops have really been impactful for the ninjas in pajamas. And it's Boomich opping now. So we saw Perfecto earlier in the day.
No top con smoke, or sorry, no smoke to refresh it. 30 seconds up, and Navi are going to try, but now, I mean, now it's a time where ninjas look so confident about what's going on. Wow, Fuzi waiting inside that connector smoke. The rotations are still tiered towards B. They could go A.
They could.
They could go A, but man, they got to go somewhere.
Yeah, not another one of these rounds where they just fizzle out. That's a...
Boys.
What is...
Whoa.
No.
I mean,
just dead. It's just dead in the water.
I would say they definitely had a chance to pick a site there, even if it was a little sketchy to go A and harder to go B. That's really bad. I mean, they're kind of floating right now with some of these rounds. It's not looking too good. That's really strange. I mean, it's 3v4, but they're not Gambit. They try in those 3v4s. Yeah. They had full kits. And look, we're at 28 seconds. We find this kill. Decision needs to be made.
Exactly.
And it felt like that was the one thing they were worried about turning the corner on B, and it could have been difficult. But they still had all of mid. They had the option to try either side if they wanted to.
Keyword.
Not great.
Confidence.
Yeah.
Your ninjas, you take that. You were expecting way more of a challenge. And Navi just kind of limp into this one with 2 players on Desert Eagles. Boomich has to give his gun over to Simple. Understandably.
They couldn't even known that B was overstacked. I mean, they probably had a feeling there, but yeah.
Didn't even try.
Wow. It's not something you see too often from Navi these days.
Could, of course, redeem themselves if they just burst through and take this round in the 8th. Get back to winning ways. 3 players inside of Palace. S-Attack's been a consistency towards Ticket, and Fuzi has also been floating in like jungle, window, connector. So I do feel like Navi are priming themselves to walk right back into this double op setup. And the X factor is going to be the addition of Rez playing close ramp. We're at 50 seconds, and the hesitancy is still here. Boomich versus Rez, that's going to be a big fight, but with Boomich only on the Deagle, is it much of a fight? Now suddenly S-Attack has to give up his spot. Fuzi gets 1 op shot to connect. A bit of a crossfire here between the snipers, and Rez's position goes unnoticed, but Boomich turns it with Bit, both the Deagles. Here's Hampus on the peek up from Ticket. Gets them off of the attempted bomb plant, but Simple then missing a shot and dropping bomb. 10 seconds left for them to pick that up and get their damn plan. Boomich still with just the Deagle. Offer on the stairs, missing shots. NIP still fighting, and all they have to do now is end Boomich. They've done it. Another flub from Navi.
This is tough, man. This is a hard game to digest. First of all, how do they get that close? I mean, the way that Rez and his teammate plays it here, there's no kind of cooperation between him and his CT player. They let him into the site. 3 kills come instantly, and then the bomb gets interrupted. A shot gets missed. There's even a chance in that 1v2 for Boomich. She can't find it. That is, I mean, frustrating is like the tamest word you could use right now. Wow. And if people happy to just take that. They're in the lead. They're seeing a weak Navi before them. They won that last round, having them just kind of resign to themselves, just to the clock.
Those are 2 rounds that are just... It just feels weird. Feels like something's wrong.
Yeah, so wrong.
Feels like we've got a flat tire on the Navi side. Oh, and Fuzi's going to keep it sharp. I mean, here's the thing. You smell blood in the water versus Navi on map 3 Decider, then start pulling out shots like that. Plopsky will be tested on B. Players jumping down on top of him. Disjointedness in the timing. Simple 2 seconds after the second player, who is also somewhat delayed. And so it's another relatively easy hold for the Ninjas. 7 rounds to 2.
Play that Fuzi shot back.
Twice. First of all, dropping underpass onto bit.
What is that?
Boy,
oh, you couldn't see him.
I said twice.
Damn. That's a good one.
Thanks, guys.
Double off setup working out beautifully. Triangulated Boomish just based on the trajectory of the Molotov. Pistols up again for Navi.
Wow.
Round 10. 2 rounds.
Something's funky. Tons of damage off of that grenade. Fuzi's going to be feeling himself in middle here under the threat of these pistols pushing up. Oh, another one. Oh, Plopsky dunks it. Oh, Navi's getting battered. Navi's getting beat up, bullied, busted, bruised. And it doesn't look good, dude. They are quiet.
Yeah.
They are quiet.
This map is too simple to give up. I didn't mean to pun there. Wow, that's nuts. What is this, a bowling alley?
I love that second where Electronic just stops moving, like he accepts fate. Ay, ay, ay.
Ever played squash with grenades?
No, but I imagine it looks something like that. Ninja's on fire. This is gonna, I mean, it's starting to feel like they're peeling further and further away from Navi. If I've learned anything though, of course, Navi, they can just remind you in an instant.
Copio. I'm willing to say that now.
Yeah.
After these last 2 maps, I got. Okay. What a great piece of utility out of the Ninjas. Fire looks good on their logo. See, the confidence is right behind it. And Simple with an opening to change things.
Yep.
Rez, will he look for a timing peak?
He's gonna
He
get
can
pressure.
feel the discomfort and okay, Perfecto will crush him.
There it is. Scope on that. Simple.
Back in the game.
Tagged ever so slightly, but they at least know there's a threat towards the CT spawn, and Simple's gonna have to bring the bomb. The last time we had Navi on this bomb site, things got wacky.
But let me ask you a question. Who do you think is going to win this game? We see a really good round at a Navi, but they're already behind. I mean, this is exactly what happened on Overpass. And Ninjas did close it, and they didn't even give up that much of a lead at the end. You know, they actually did just close it and make it look pretty good.
It just feels so wrong to say anything other than Navi.
Yeah.
This was the game I was the most certain about coming into today.
Yeah. Well, do you want to be right, or do you want to be brave, or do you want to be both?
That's not true. I expected Vitality to win. Hampus runs in desperately.
Oh. He missed.
Yeah, okay.
He left.
We do a little trolling.
Oh. Wow. That is not normal either.
Don't forget about your bomba.
Dude, he missed, man. What is going on?
I mean, Hampus made that weird with the crouch.
I can't believe he just left after that.
It's like, sorry, never mind.
Like, he took a second to get off it, too. The thought crosses his mind. He cannot miss twice. He shouldn't have missed the first time. He cannot miss twice.
And so he runs. Okay. So Navi remind us, they're not dead yet. The Ninjas fire extinguished, still leading by 5.
Hampus is going to be the kill leader on this series.
Damn.
Feels like no matter what happens now. Okay, maybe not. Simple's still ahead. Straight back and forth. So much early run pressure inside of middle. CT's dealing with it so well, though. Being active, being present here. Dropping in so many good HEs. And this is what Navi want to do. This is their game plan. Get out underpass, take over middle control, and they just keep getting bullied for it. But starting to walk up the A ramp. This time we don't have Rad sitting inside the site. It feels like that's where he'd be in a compromised spot. So I feel like we're in a position one better than last round here for NIP. And they've got Navi scared on mid. Do they peel back off the ramp? They still got Perfecto and Tetris. Trade comes down in front of Connector. This could make the intentions clear that it might be A, but look at how fast they've moved all the way to the other side of the map. This is a sick move from Navi.
Yep.
They just showed presence in the front of Connector, shooting to the top of it with Perfecto on Tetris. How could you not bite on this? Bomb's about to get planted, and the CTs go, damn it.
Completely fooled.
That was nice.
Good move. And that is the reason that we look to Navi. You know, they've got solutions. It's frustrating moments.
Oh, there's more that Perfecto can actually win here. I mean, if he plays his cards correctly in this spot, he can get an opper. He could probably, I think that maybe that'll be the one kill. Starting to move out to CT. Even. Oh, okay.
Yeah. Could have. Definitely, definitely could have.
He has the info for them, but now they're going to be aware of the flank.
Look at these keen beans, man. Already standing in their spawn, ready for the next round.
Yeah.
3 of the 4. Plopsky will hold in the corner. The Ninjas have to let this one slide. They fell for it. Good rotation by Navi. Good clean calls. That means to me, like, you know, communication hasn't broken down entirely for the Navi side.
Yeah, that's the Navi we know. You know, keeping options open on the T side, working mid control, but just, you know, very careful with all of the layers on their attack. You know, making sure they can always do something else.
And it's not too late to still reclaim additional rounds in this T side. But still, a scary scene to just kind of see things break apart like that at the start of it.
The 2-op setup is reaping rounds.
Alive and strong.
Yeah, the Ninjas, so I don't think they should really change much. Keep doing what they're doing.
Although at.CET has been repositioned. He was like this consistency towards Ticket. Now over towards Cat. Nice trade from Electronic. Just flies out of the Palace. at.CET gets the better of Simple. That one goes down towards mid. Fuzi. Oh, blinded.
Wow.
Nice utility usage there from Perfecto, helping Electronic, and then coming through with the bomb plant right off the back of it. Boomich close on jungle. Plopsky side of the smoke. Catches him. That one not expected. So Electronic and Perfecto here. 2 versus 3 in the post with a flash between the 2 of them. And Perfecto's going to be the one to draw attention. Smokes for the CTs, Incendiary and a frag. That's really going to cancel out Electronic, but that's the problem right there. Now they're not going to get the most out of that Incendiary. And Electronic, well, he could just swing out when the time comes. Perfecto in the meanwhile drops 1. Plopsky down to the 2 seconds. 2 seconds on this defuse. All the way he's got it. They pull it out. And at.CET with the double op shots to give Ninjas 9.
They use all of the bullets in their mag and they can't get the kill. And the smoke, they try to target him. That smoke goes down. No way. They even threw the smoke and Incendiary at the same time at Palace and allowed for a way to Navi, for Navi to get back into it. Oh, some really great cover here from at.CET in those final moments. This is ridiculous. That's, I thought, what, you know, Navi was a totally different Navi right there. They went so quickly into Connector, out for mid control. They didn't play any of the early round games, and that was actually a position where Ninjas didn't have any Connector presence for the first time in some time. And they got that quick opening kill. This time, ooh, it'll be denied, but they get one back, plus Rez is low.
Ooh, that's a big one. Boomich getting the kill off Cat. This means Plopsky, it's his moment. It's his position that could still stop this in its tracks. 3 headshots from Plopsky, bomb included. And Boomich, well now, the guy who kicked it all off has to also kick it over the line. And he's down. Plopsky, big round in the Palace apartments. He holds, plays close smoke, and just shreds Navi.
Damn. We had Boomich on a skateboard in those last moments, trying to get as many points as he could for all the movement, popping up in the window, but it's not enough to stop the plop. That's a 6 spray. I think he was in a kind of an unanticipated position. Once you get Hampus there in that spot, and they've seen B empty in the past, they could have very easily reasoned that he might have been alone the whole time. There he is. Hampus making another appearance on the board. Another opening kills. Rez last time. They got the 4v4 real quick, though. This time, there's no additional fight in front of him.
Shooting for that 11th CT round win. The defenders hungry for a mid-hold. Rez gonna be all right. Yeah, seems okay. Fire doesn't spread to his feet. Hampus distracts. We've got Simple waiting for that cat peek, and the potential is there. Plopsky just around the boxes. Rez oversteps. And Bit will blast him away.
Blitz.
Yeah, big blitz from Bit.
What it was.
Oh, no, he jumps out window into the underpass, catching Bit on the fallback, keeping man advantage. 35 seconds, and Hampus goes for the stairs peek, shaving Perfecto off of the equation. Electronic and Simple, all that's left, but it's Fuzi in the 1v2.
Oh, man. He couldn't ask for more to work with here. Full kit, all the nades. No one's crossing into the site, but they've got Simple, and he can take any line that he wants. He has an op-up. Fuzi's got his work cut out for him. He's going to see this default cross, misses the first one.
Incendiary could be big. Lands right on top of Simple. That's going to flush him forward. But Deagle shots off target. A1S swat. Oh, whoa, wall bang. That works. But where'd Electronic go? That's the question. Just occupying Fuzi's mind. And with this lock in on Sandwich and time so far gone.
It's default though.
Fuzi's
oh my God.
Gonna lose this.
Wow.
Electronic picks up his kill, but what world are we living in where not a single player from Navi has double digits in the kill department at the end of the first 15?
So hard to play against, so without a doubt.
But they didn't have the 87-0 streak, so you can't really put them on the same tier.
They could They could almost be S tier, but I feel like I'm not gonna put too many teams in S tier.
NIP 2014 as E.
Didn't NIP have that like insane record and everything? 2014, they must have been dominating, so I'll put them into S.
NIP 2014 ATA.
Honestly, I didn't watch NIP 2014, so like I don't have like a really good like scope. I just know that they won a lot, so I'll just put them at the A tier.
Oh, okay. No, you know what? The NIP 2014, put them as D.
And then C, I will put the 2014 NIP, also with Virtus Pro 2014.
I'm gonna put VP 2014 at C tier for pretty much the same reason as NIP. I honestly didn't watch them back then, but they didn't have the 87-0 streak, so you can't really put them on the same tier.
VP 2014, I think it's A tier. I feel like VP was up there with the teams that were like dominating the others.
Virtus Pro 2014 A also. I'm an authentic, I'm a bit nostalgic when I see this.
So on the S tier, I will put Virtus Pro 2014 for sure. So hard to play against, so without a doubt.
B, I will put Virtus Pro 2014 and Cloud9 2018 because it was really hard majors, and NIP 2014 as well, I think.
Cloud9 2018, I'm not sure if I'm underrating them, but I would maybe put into B tier. They were a really strong lineup, but I don't really remember them being that dominant during tournaments.
Now let's put Cloud9 2018 to C tier. I think that their win was actually like really crazy, like the mental fortitude they had to have in that major to be able to come back,
Cloud9, I remember this overtime versus FaceClan on the Inferno. It was really stressful for players, I think, and like Virtus Pro in 2014, I was seeing these emotions, and I don't know, just want to put it to the B.
Actually, maybe that's why they should be a B tier.
Well, quite the day in the office for the likes of Hampus and Plopsky and the Ninjas in Pajamas in general. They've got a hell of a lead at the end of the first 15 here on map 3, but it is Navi on the CT side. So do we come into this with tempered expectations?
Yeah, I mean, based on what we've seen, it feels like, I'll put it this way, Ninjas are playing good enough, for sure, and Plopsky, hell of a day from him overall. It's not just one map. I mean, has been awesome from him, and Hampus has been very consistent as well. So I don't know, man. I definitely don't think Navi are as good as Ninjas right now, just period. And so why not? Let's see what the Ninjas can do. See if they can close this out. They need 6, and they are getting all the entries.
He was flying. The Simple does get the headshot. They know he's here.
Yeah.
They must.
Oh my god, okay.
But keeps it clean, tries to turn it back on Rez. That would have been incredible. Boomich, half health. Feels that he's being flanked, and poor guy just misses it. Turns back.
Imagine.
There's a chance. But with the Ninjas picking up the second pistol, that's an 11-5 lead on map 3, getting ever closer to the top spot of this group.
Gotta feel like whatever Ninjas did, you know, after the G2 match, like kind of a choke, I guess. I didn't look at it as a choke. I thought that G2 actually played really well, and Ninjas kept a lot of the rounds competitive. If you look at the scorelines, it just screams choke, but I don't think that was actually the case. And they have closed out today. I mean, again, not even really close overpass when they defeated Navi. And oh, another great shot from Simple. But I mean, literally, Simple's still 12 and 13. He's hitting a number of nice shots, but that is the top frag on the map for Navi. At least it's Plopsky out. He's been a real threat.
Mm-hmm. So has Hampus. So eyes on him towards bottom mid. Uzi walking wounded.
That's an enormous kill. If it's not the top connector guy, then they're not even going to be able to start this approach towards the B site, but it's totally on now.
Little jump up here from Simple. Oh, Esatag sprays away with the Galil. Now it's going to have to be Perfecto to hold this B site.
Look at the late smoke down. Let's see if Ninjas get scared. Yeah, they don't really have a reason to, but if they overthink it.
Panic can sink in on either end. Boomich, that's quite a distance to fight with the CZ. Ooh, there goes the B player. So open wide for the taking.
Wait that smoke out. Plenty of time. Moving with a good tempo here. And Hampus, 2 rounds in a row coming through that window. We're going to keep a counter on that.
Ooh, but he's going to get sidelined. Boomich hiding in the CT spawn. Take what you can get. AK save for electronics sends him to the next one. And that is a 12-5 Mirage lead for Ninjas.
Just, man, they're T-side. Mirage is great. It's... Can't even really see this getting flipped. I mean, Fuzi's missed so many shots, and he's still 16 and 11, and he also had some good rounds. He just kind of like Drakened it this game, you know, a little bit.
Okay.
Some of the easy stuff, not so great. The only difference was like, okay, it's more of a JDM. Like the rifle work, you know, it's not a
anybody else you want to just throw under the bus while we're here?
A little Makalele-ish, you know what I'm saying? With it. You don't want that, you know. But he still put together 16 kills, and, you know, we can remember some rounds that got them back into the game.
Galil's the name of the game for this B split, and patience too, right? We said, like, let's see if Ninjas get scared, whether they get nervous, flustered, but nope. Wait out the utility, play your own, continue on. Huge advantage in that one, and they flex it. Now, of course, unfortunately for Navi, they still can't come into the buy, so 13-5 looking ever so likely, unless Electronic can pop off. But he is the bottom fragger for Navi at the moment.
Yeah, we'll see him on land.
Gets away from dodge, facing towards middle. Of course, the winner of this match goes on to play OG.
Oh, you should be able to block smokes even better, I feel like. It's...
Yeah, pick them up, throw them back.
Some of the low bounces that hit you...
Just kick them.
I mean, literally blood comes out of you, but you can't stop the smoke. It stops you.
That's a good bounce. Goes past them, so CT's play within that pocket. Deagle pushing up. Oh, Plopsky saving his teammate, and Electronic not able to capitalize off the AK. So the threats have been quelled to the favor of the Ninjas. And Fuzi's got a bit of a perch to keep the CTs pushed back. Nice spray through, finding Vid. And poor Perfecto, he's doomed. You can't hear a thing right now.
Yeah, that's pretty bad.
Bombarded. This is a beating. Ninjas, now the test begins. Simple just bought the op the moment he could.
Yeah, insta.
He's ready to turn this one upside down. It's one thing to lose, but this is borderline embarrassing.
The fashion of which, yeah. Conversely, you know, no ops needed for the Ninjas. They went from the 2-op setup where it's welcome, there's so much space for it on the CT side, to just straight rifles, like, you know, favor mobility. And the CTs go for an aggressive option. Simple is out into mid, and I think he gets counter flash, comes back, grabs Fuzi, and escapes. But what? They thought they were alone now in mid, but there was full mid control there for Ninjas. I mean, they had multiple players out there for a second. Electronic had no idea, and Simple's pissed about it. He wants to get this kill back.
Yeah, like a shark, man. He is circling right now. Blobsky, you better just hold.
Yeah.
Just hold. Simple will double back closer towards Ticket.
Hey, they weakened up mid a little bit. Makes sense to lean in this direction from underpass.
He leaves and they take
They get
the
window
boost.
again. That's a third round this half. And you know what? No B players watching it once again. Simple's not going to find this timing.
Oh, and Boomich also not going to be able to succeed at the base of mid.
Oh, and now they don't even care, you know, like they've got other problems. They're curled up inside of ladder room, getting tormented by utility. Hampus gets his kill off Cat.
Bomb dropped.
It's stuck in the window. The bomb?
Bomb drop bottom mid, 30 seconds.
They can go underpass to grab this, but oh, Simple gets one falling back. They kind of need to find this. Rez, so smart of him
20
to
seconds.
watch inside that window, and they've just got to huff it.
It's got to sprint. Thing is, Simple could get to the market window. He goes for middle instead. Rez
This slows him
confirms
down enough, yeah.
That's just enough to guarantee the bomb plant. And suddenly you have to think Simple. This op far too valuable to try and run the 1v2 risk. But then again, it's Simple, and he's probably pissed at the situation that he's stuck in. So then just play the Simple factor.
Literally.
2 kills on the round. 4 to be had.
Might have enough information to like actually continue this with just the USP. Wow.
Plopsky on death's bed, right behind bench. A single bullet to the back would get it done.
Oh, he's skipping bench. Oh, you see it incidentally. That's the question.
Jumps up and
No.
he's over. Plopsky, nicely played.
Yeah, and also Rez for getting that bomb back with the molly, but also watching the molly. How many times you see someone throw a piece of utility and just assume like they're throwing it just cause, but they never expected to see someone there, and he just made sure they did that safely. Nice play from Hampus as well. If they didn't have that little bit extra, that bomb drop would have made things way worse. No site to go to.
Looked like there was that timing there. We said that like nobody was watching the flank from Hampus through the market, but I feel like if you play Nip on Mirage, you know that he likes to do that. And the way that they push those 2 players up catwalk for Bit to check bottom mid and stop the bomb in that timing, like Perfecto was almost in a spot where that flank nets them nothing.
Yeah.
Nearly.
Yeah, for sure. And when we looked at that the G2 Nip game, remember Hampus only went into window 1 time in overtime.
Yep.
That was it. So he's so tricky about that.
And we asked him about it after in the interview, I believe. Like, you know, should that have been thrown in round 30? Because it worked.
But that's around also. The other thing is that if you're not going to go into the window, you're not going to break the grate, because then Hampus can't make that play. But they know that Simple was inside window, searching out a frag. So they had information that that grate was broken open, and they waited him out until he ended up leaving.
Now he's facing here towards Palace. 2 riflers on the other end. Spotted from behind. Serves a perfect distraction. Simple gets swept away. 3 kills immediately here for the Ninjas. You cannot take away this 15th round win. Bit, Fomus, bottom middle, that's something. And he actually doubles up. So it becomes a little curious, but still unlikely. Little to lose, though. But this wounded animal, it's going to have to retreat. They offer up 15, 10 map and match points. And while the winner goes on to face OG, it's the loser that'll be sent qualifier. Navi not knocked out just yet. It would be the first time in their history to ever be sent to the Showdown. And we've seen great teams be sent to the Showdown and come back and still make the finals of the season. But never has Navi been in that spot. And if they lose 1 more round, they could very well find themselves in that position.
Just want to give appropriate credit here to Plopsky for the day. I mean, again, has just kind of fallen to the wayside on the roster. I feel like didn't get a lot of space, came onto this team with a lot of promise, but never showed people anything. Just kind of like faded out, you know, in a big way. And it seemed like he was going to be the next to get cut if there was going to be somebody, and survived a couple of roster. Been a super solid day for him overall. And Fuzi as well. I mean, just coming up from the academy, he's got 95 ADR on the map so far. Definitely some work to do, but who thought there wouldn't be?
The op chart. It's the rifles. The rifles have given him a hard time a couple of moments today, but look, he's not firing with rifles. Op connects, trades immediately onto Bit. That's Bit at 12 and 17, potentially at the end of this match. What a shadow of themselves Navi have shown us here on Mirage. While the spotlight shines on the ninjas, looking to finish this one on fire.
Wow, this is a pretty risky call. They're going to just all march through underpass. No one here at the top of mid. No one joining them on a palace lurk or anything like that. There is enough time to actually get in here, but, you know, by all accounts, it does feel like B is coming now. It feels, at the moment, after they push this A ramp and stuff, that, yeah, they've lost control of mid for some time, so maybe they'll come back and search it out. But there's a chance they die on this peak if they mess it up, and Electronic will get a dink off, but he's gone.
They're on high alert for the ramp push.
And they have lots of time still.
Oh, but Boomich times it well. Kills Tag for free. Gets back into the cover. Rez has the smoke to plant with. This is 3 CTs from 3 very separate directions. Simple over top of Ticket. Looking for Rez inside those smokes. That's Rez now found out. Boomich gonna try to find him, but meanwhile, Plopsky gets the opening kill versus Perfecto. So Simple and Boomich, that's all that's left. And Simple, with the shot through smoke, finds Rez like a homing missile. That bullet connects. Bomb halfway gone, and Plopsky dead to rights as Boomich gets another.
Okay.
And Navi keep on kicking.
Yeah, they live another day. How the hell does Simple find that? I don't know if he saw Rez before he got into the smoke, or if he saw his shadow on the right side, which is possible. But either way, they're really searching for it. And it was this next attempt, I think, where he had spotted someone earlier, and oh my god, that's just insane.
Sure.
He was about to kill Boomich right there if he didn't get that shot off.
Okay.
So, they have no idea how close that was, but Simple tried an empty shot through the smoke earlier, so he's going to give himself credit for that. Still pretty much dead team walking right now. But the only thing that can change this is just the thought of having to close the game when you haven't just yet.
Right. I haven't heard that term since the end of 2021. Double ops up, Bit and Simple. Oh, but Fuzi's also got one. 3 ops on the field.
He's clearing this. He's clearing that. Oh, that's Boomich out.
A site soon to be under wraps.
And they're still just working on mid control with these 2 kills.
Yeah, those come in pretty quick. Fuzi takes to the top.
They know pretty much everyone's going to rotate in from CT. They're going really slowly, though.
Giving Plopsky a run for his money. 21 kills each.
They have not actually taken the site. This gives Navi a chance, but Navi could second guess themselves and think maybe this is just a double back to B. You know, we would naturally rotate over to the A site. And honestly, it's just working. It's just working. They're starting to just overstack it and wait. But the bomb is still here on the ramp.
It's a false promise. Oh, Bit. Crucial kill, Simple as well.
There's 2 spotted. That's their move now. They get into it, but it's still 3v5 to 3v3.
And that smoke trajectory tells them they know all 3 positions of the CT side in a post plant to boot. Fuzi.
Well, that smoke is not going to give him cover forever.
Nope. He had a
One
sharp
guard
start.
stuck. Is he going to clear it?
Simple comes in, gets a frag. Fuzi. Oh, what is this position? Can't get back into the cover. Perfecto's going to gun him down. It's Tag's turn. A 1v3 attempt with a flash high to the sky, the peak over top, and the CTs within that smoke. Simple is not going to give up.
Damn, what a shot.
3 frags for him in this one. Ops, a key piece. 4 of the 5 frags for Navi off of the snipers.
Why did they actually attack? They gave this, and then they gave one up on what would have been a lurk, but the bomb was still on A ramp, so they could have had, you know, they could have had a 5v3 wherever they want, if they went B or if they went A. Now, A was totally open. They didn't know that. That's fine. But if they're going to have one person come up mid and die, does there necessarily need to be a trade on B? You know, is Hampus in that position? Could he just be reinforcing the A attack? Was he the one who was supposed to take first contact, and that was the idea for him to search out B, but then he sensed an opportunity to jump on a refrag and make that round even easier? Maybe, but that was a mistake. You can kind of see the math behind it, why you just say, okay, just take this fight anyways. But either way, it gave them a clue to take the A site. They had a 3v3, they had the bomb down, and they had a chance. And then that awkward ass duel between Fuzi.
Yeah. I didn't like that.
Yeah, and CT.
But still, an abundance of money for the Ninjas, so they'll buy in yet again. They're getting to the bottom of the coffers. Ooh, look at this B lead. A boost in sight. Interesting. We saw Simple here in the pistol round for Navi on the CT half.
I hate this boost.
It's weird with guns, eh?
It's just not like you're... if you have an A1S, forget about it. A4 at least is not as long, but you cannot turn at all without someone spotting you. It really just comes down to incompetence. Like, if you don't get cleared, then you get away with it, but it's hard to multi-frag. Let's see if Electronic can make this work. They're taking so much damage here. And, yeah, they won't clear into the site. He'll get his first frag. He can't find the second, and that's the thing. Your aim is so awkward in that position. 3 players now remaining. Simple will make his way up, but he's going to get shot in the side.
Fuzi finding him off the mark. 18 health for Fuzi, 29 on Happus. Bit's gonna have to come in through the catwalk. Boomich, he's playing around the market door, and all Ninjas need to do right now is just lean back. A smoke thrown forward to create a bit of space. Bit honing in on these kills, but he's been spotted. Fuzi finishes it, and Boomich is down. The Ninjas in pajamas with a BO3 victory over top of Navi. Reverse sweep in the series. And they stick this landing. Mirage was theirs through and through.
Yeah, and so was Overpass. And on Overpass, they had 8 odds. That is a huge upset, an enormous victory, and it's really well played. Yes, we have to talk about how Navi were not themselves. They kept having slow starts, getting it together a little bit in the late rounds, but NIP showed up, and even Navi not playing up to par, NIP don't even have their full 5. You know what I'm saying? They looked solid, and they made Nuke close as well. That's a huge victory for NIP to think about for some time.
Big day for the unsung heroes of the Ninjas in pajamas. When Plopsky offers what he did, when Happus is there calling and fragging, and Fuzi's also getting this impact in the third, this is a formula that can beat the #1 ranked team in the world, and it's a BO3 on top of it. We hand this one back over to Freya and the analysts. We'll see you guys soon for the third match.
Somehow, someway, NIP managed to tame the beast. A clear-cut victory for the Ninjas coming into this, and it wasn't like they did it by the skin of their teeth, Jacob. This was a clear-cut, this was decisive, this was dominant for this week.
Yeah, they dominated Navi. They dominated the best team in the world on a map like Mirage, which we normally praise to be a very open map where you have you individuals stepping up, and they have to take a lot of courage, a lot of duels. And this game, NIP was just all over the place. I think it's fair to highlight more or less everyone, in particular Plopsky and Fuzi. Fuzi, he's a story in itself, right? Coming in, standing in instead of Device, and still relatively young, inexperienced, but I think he's made himself a pretty cool name. You know, he was a difference maker here in Mirage, definitely taking up a lot of the duels, winning them as well, and to beat Navi in this fashion, yeah, we can definitely agree, and we're probably going to talk about it later, that Navi right now are not looking good. They are a bit rusty coming into 22, but to win in this fashion is just impressive.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think you're even being a little bit kind to Navi. I think this was an embarrassing best of 3, honestly. You know, how high the standards are for Navi and what we expect from them. It's one thing to miss the first day of competition. You can talk about being rusty, you can talk about the winter breaks, but then when you have that reality check and then you go on to NIP and you lose so decisively on the last 2 maps, on Overpass and on Mirage, Mirage wasn't even a game. It wasn't even close. Like, Simple individually kind of saved Navi. He gave them oxygen for the last 2 or 3 rounds, but it was NIP through and through.
Yeah, and it's a disappointment, really, to say the least, after, you know, we saw them faltering in those best of ones. Again, we had to put that into context. First time we were seeing Navi coming into 2022 and the best of 1 format as well. Yeah. But then we were saying, you know, if they're coming into this and they're looking equally as lackluster, this is when we really have to start questioning Navi.
We have to question Navi, and we have to be critical towards Navi. Again, the beginning of the season, some teams, they attack it differently. I would assume Navi haven't been practicing as much as some of the other teams, and maybe they felt, you know, with the fantastic ending to the year they had, that they didn't need to come in and firing on all cylinders. Maybe it's one of those cases, as you see in real sports as well. Cycling is a great example, right? You can't be in your top shape all the time, so you pick your fights, and if I'm Navi, right, I would definitely prioritize Katowice coming up in a couple of weeks higher than this group stage, because they probably felt that regardless of how bad they may have been, they would still qualify. So that's something we have to take into consideration as well.
That's a problem that I have. I agree with you, Jacob. I think it would be silly for us to stand here and say, this is the most important tournament of the year. No, that's not the case, all right? There are the major coming over, there's Katowice coming over, but isn't the best preparation for these kind of events to actually win, to find your groove, to find your rhythm? That scares me. I mean, unless Navi have this incredible confidence in themselves that they know they can stomach these losses and say, listen, guys, it's going to be all right. We know what's going wrong. When we move on to Katowice, it's going to be fine. We don't know about it. We don't know how they're going to deal with these losses. And it's not the best way to go into a very important tournament to start and stumble the way they're doing.
And there's a word that you used to kind of describe Navi throughout at least the last two maps in this series. It was uninspiring. And that is kind of uncharacteristic when you're looking at the #1 team in the world.
Yes, I agree with you. I think one of the signs and one of the symptoms when Navi is out of shape is that you have these very dragged out rounds where you cannot really see the end of it. You don't, and you feel like they also don't know. It's 3 players with 20 seconds left, and one is jiggle picking to the left, one is jiggle picking to the right, and there is no clear direction. This was the Navi of old, the Navi we used to criticize, that wasn't decisive in these last few moments, and we had the ghost of these rounds coming back today.
And how much of that is powered by the individuals in Navi? That's my question, because we were praising them so much, rightfully, again, after winning the major, after starting their own era in the later stages of 21. But how much of them playing well and being able to play slow comes from the fact that they had so many different players on the server who could win the duels, even in late round scenarios? We see Electronic struggling, we see Perfecto struggling. Bit didn't have a great game either. Simple, you know, sure, he put in some oxygen towards Navi at the later stages. But normally one of the things we praised Navi for was, individually speaking, firepower-wise, no one could match them. Where's the foundation to fall back on? You can lose a couple of games, you can lose the best of one, but you cannot lose in this fashion to a very, let's be honest, right, an NIP who's also dealing with their own problems right now. So it's just, I think uninspiring is very fair to use the word for. And honestly speaking, the way Navi have been playing in 22 has just been abysmal.
Yeah, a deflated performance, unfortunately, from Navi. But for NIP, I'm sure they're feeling elated after that series victory. And we do have Plopsky on the line for a winner's interview. First of all, huge congratulations on pulling off the upset.
Thank you so much.
I want to go back to something that Hamper said in the pre-game interview. He said that he found a few things from Navi that he wanted to exploit coming into this match. So what do you think was the biggest weakness that you guys found on the side of Navi, particularly on those last 2 maps?
Well, I'm not going to go into much details in case we maybe play them again, but I think we really had a good game plan going in against them. And yeah, I mean, we didn't let them get the kills they wanted to get the advantage in the game. And I think that really worked for us. So I think we just played good and yeah, won in the end.
Plopsky, for you personally, was there anything that drove you to perform so well on Mirage, or did you just feel comfortable on the server?
I mean, I've been feeling a lot more confident like this year. Or I mean, we obviously only played like 5 games, but we have changed some roles around, and I'm getting a little bit more space, which I feel like I was needed a little bit, because I lost a lot of space during 2021, and now I'm getting a little bit back, and I can do a little bit more stuff that I know I'm confident with. So I'm feeling a much more confident already. So far, it feels good.
Yeah, it shows on the server. I hate to bring it up again, but obviously it's a known quantity that Device is not playing with you guys, and Fusi standing in. He's playing pretty well, I think, you know, even better than I think he's doing with the young ninjas. Can you try to put a few words on what he does so well and how he's helping you guys to elevate yourself?
Honestly, he's really good at making plays. Like he trusts himself a lot during the games. Like I've never seen a guy with so much confidence, honestly. He does whatever he wants, and he does it with confidence. I think that's his biggest strength, because he's always confident going into a duel, and I think that's really important. And he does a lot of things that maybe some other guys wouldn't do at this level, or like when you're joining a new tier 1 team or whatever. Like, and I feel like he's really comfortable playing with us. So, and he's a really good player, so good for us.
Plopsky, first of all, congratulations on that great best of 3. I want to Buster and Device for a second, because I am impressed that you guys can still feel motivated when you don't exactly know what the future holds. So can you tell me a little bit about how it is to deal with that situation where you don't exactly know what's going to happen in a few weeks or months?
Yeah, well, obviously it's I mean, everyone knows the situation. We've been playing with the young ninjas now for like a year, always having a stand-in-ish, like something like that. I mean, obviously it's not the best for the team, I think. I mean, it's nice to try around and give the guys a shot, but we've like changed a lot of players now. And what I feel personally is I just want to have like the starting 5 that we can all be confident with and comfortable playing with, instead of, you know, not knowing what's the future and whatever, because you're maybe not feeling so confident,
of course,
because you don't know what's going to happen. So yeah, it's a bit of a weird situation, but we're trying to make the best out of it, and so far it's actually been pretty good.
I mean, obviously we're all hoping that Device is going to be all right and coming back to your roster, but would that not happen? Would Fuzi be the player that you guys would base your future on? Do you feel like there could be something in there for the long term?
I mean, he's a really good player, and for sure he could be a tier 1 player if he continues to play like this, but that's not up to me, right? So.
Well, huge congratulations to yourself and the team, Plopsky. Looking forward to seeing you going up against OG tomorrow to fight for that spot in the Spring Finals. I mean, Plopsky makes it sound so easy to be taking down NAVI. It's like, you know what? Had a solid game plan, came in, just played our own game, feeling good. And I think we really do have to sort of pound upon that context that they're coming in with a stand-in. They're coming in without their biggest arm on their side.
They're coming in with no pressure as well. You know, there's no expectations in terms of them winning or not. Maybe the preparation is a little bit more lightly. We hear Plopsky talk about him getting more space as well. So the confidence and the, you know, ability to play Counter-Strike with no pressure at all. If they were to lose to NAVI, no one would lift an eyebrow, right? They'll be like, okay, that's what we expected. So that plays into the factor as well. I do want to pound on the fact as well that NAVI right now is playing far away from their top level. There's a reason they find themselves in the last chance quarterfinal now.
We talked about Electronic. Quick stat right here. If you want to go to a tournament where Electronic played worse than this event, you have to go back to summer 2020. He's really at 0.97. Last time he was below that was summer 2020, Cologne, Europe. We're not joking around when we say Electronic is not up to par right now, but we know he can react.
So how much stock are you putting into this? Is NIP kind of overperforming, exceeding our expectations, and NAVI, on the other hand, kind of underperforming and just not meeting the standards?
I think NAVI is massively underperforming, but it doesn't take away from the fact that NIP right now is doing a fantastic job staying motivated and staying ready for this tournament. They haven't beaten more than just NAVI, right? This is just a one-off game for them in that sense. So I'm very impressed with NIP, and I'm very disappointed in NAVI. I'm not worried though, but I'm starting to get to a point where we need to see them play better.
Yeah, of course, not the last we'll be seeing of NAVI here at the Spring Groups. It will be going into that last chance qualifier, and not the last game of Counter-Strike you'll be seeing gracing your screen today. Coming up after the break, it's Astralis taking on Big, and you don't want to miss it.
That's a strong clap.
That's, yeah, really confident.
Into the new season in 2022, I think undoubtedly is the discussion of the in-game leader. And just reflecting back onto our World Team of the Year last year, we did crown Apex as the leader. I think it was for good reason. We've kind of discussed it before. The fact that he really shifted Vitality into a different gear. Is there anybody that you want to throw into the ring, Pimp, that could potentially be taking this title off Apex?
Yeah, I think, you know, there's different in-game leaders with different tasks out there. You look at LXCB coming into G2 with having to integrate Monacy, having to figure out a way how you can play with a star AWP player without taking away too much space from Nico, and also making sure you cater to Hunter. It's going to be tough for him. When you look at the landscape of all the teams, it's going to come down to who can manage those teams the best.
There's two names that I think that are out there that you can realistically point to and say these two guys have the best chance of taking that award away from Apex. That'd be LXCB that you mentioned over in G2. I think the other one you got to bring up is Kerrigan of FaZe. Yeah. You know, bringing Rops in, that's a huge play. That felt like the no-brainer move that immediately transitioned FaZe from a competitive team into a championship caliber team. In Kerrigan, this is where he needs to get it done. Like this is all going to fall on his shoulders, because he's got Twist, who's an incredible talent. You've got Rops, who has been an absolute beast in a mouse sports team that never really actually had chance at getting trophies. You have all the pieces you need if you're Kerrigan, and that's one guy that I would peg Kerrigan above all else to be the guy to take in-game leader of the year.
He finally got, as you said it pretty well, a championship winning team, right? He has the caliber of players that can go all the way, and this is a do or die time for Kerrigan. If he can make this FaZe Clan team win with the approach he's having right now, I doubt he can ever.
This is a team that could actually just cement his legacy.
Yeah. Yes.
Like this could be like the capstone of an incredible career. Win a major, retire, go out. Just go out on top, pull a John away, get out of there.
I'll raise you, gentleman one.
I'm gonna say Apex again. Maybe playing devil's advocate here a little bit, because I think this is the ultimate testing ground for him. We've seen him do it with very inexperienced players, very young players like Masuta, Kirjan, really elevating particularly Masuta, and it's almost flipping the reverse script. Now you're coming in with some incredibly experienced players. We know they're going to be incredibly vocal as well. So I think if Apex could do it, if he can kind of tame those guys and bring him into the system and really integrate, that deserves the award for me.
Just to bounce off your thing with Apex quickly. I made a face, and I agree with you. I agree on the premise that if he makes it work, but I'm also willing to say that I think there's a 50-50 chance that Apex in 6 months is not going to be the in-game leader of Vitality, that it's actually going to be someone else. It's a big gamble to odds on it, let's put it that way, but I think there's a case to be made that we could be talking about Magic in 6 months from now.
Well, thank you very much, gentlemen, for your picks, and let us know at home if you guys agree with who we're looking at for our World Team of the Year 2022, particularly in that IGL position. We'll be seeing you very soon.
Astralis is a team that is supposed, given the status they have in the Counter-Strike world, to be a top team, right? Anything but top 5 is unacceptable for Astralis.
BlameF, though, inside smoke, the double, and now it needs to, like this, the headshot to Perfecto.
Big have potential, I guess, as we've seen before, to be a team that can go toe-to-toe against some of the best.
Smoke soon to fade. Tizian, he's just drawing them back. This would be an immaculate 1v3. No way. He finds that timing, and he walks away with the clutch.
To return to the stars is a big bite up next for the Danes. Quite literally, as Berlin International Gaming are stepping up once again to the plate. We saw them taking on another team yesterday. We haven't seen that much of Astralis though, because the last time we saw them was in that group stage. So just to set the scene for us, Maniac, what are you kind of gleaning from them thus far in 2020?
Honestly, I feel like Astralis is a worrying concern. It's a worrying concern, I gotta be honest. The first time we saw these 5 players coming together, when we were in the Royal Arena in Copenhagen, I thought, oh my god, this is it. Like, they bring in the dynamic duo, everything's firing up, Glaive is playing with the AWP, but then reality kind of crippled in very slowly, and we started to see cracks, we started to see weaknesses, and now it's a roster that's been together for more than 3 months, and it feels like it's still amidst the chaos, amidst the torment, trying to figure out what the heck, and as a fan, it's time to be worried.
There's too many problems right now within the Astralis camp, I fully agree. There's one known quantity, and that's BlameF, who I think has gotten off to a very, very impressive start with Astralis. He's the difference maker. He's the guy always pulling up, always putting in the frags. But the rest of the players right now are a question mark to me. We see Glaive struggle. We've seen Lucky struggle massively. Sup is nowhere near the old level. Even Config is night and day. So when you look at it and you look at the squad, right, there's too many unknown quantities right now for you to believe in Astralis. I hope they have Astralis. I hope they have a plan to figure that out, because I'm not, I don't doubt, that they can be good. I just question whether or not they have the player material to be a top 5 team, which is what I would expect from a team like Astralis.
Well, Matthew, you in production, you've been busy doing some maths, because there is a correlation between this dynamic duo and the success we see on the Astralis.
Yeah, we basically tried to play mathematicians and statisticians and trying to figure out the impact that BlameF and Config both together have. And what we can see is that when both of these players are below 1 point rating, then it's basically 0% chance. It's just not happening. Astralis is not winning. When one of these players, either one of these players is in, but the key number is the one on your right side, 77% win rate, 18 maps when both these players are 1.00 rating and above. Let's be very clear. We're not talking about a cause link. We're talking about a correlation. When Astralis is winning, these 2 players are performing. That's the least and the best we can say, but they need to be performing.
And I just want to add to that one, right, when we were looking into it. BlameF, again, the biggest difference maker, if I may say it, right? 38 maps they've played so far, not a single one have they won where he hasn't been above 1 rating. He is the guy. Obviously, with Config, those together, that makes a strong correlation, that makes a strong lineup, but BlameF right now is the only thing Astralis got going for them. He was a good signing, a very good signing, but we need to see more from the rest.
Well, we're going to flip over to the in-game leader as he gives us some thoughts about the firepower of Astralis.
Looking at Big today, which is a team that hasn't made huge drastic changes. We see Faven come in, but obviously your map pools do cross over a little bit here. So I'm wondering, do you think this is going to come down to a lot on the firepower and the individual level on the day throughout this game?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think the firepower is going to be really important this game because, I mean, when I look at them playing, they're really good tactically. So I think firepower has a lot to say in this game. Both team, what I think on the T side at least, is really good tactically. On the CT side, a bit similar as well, but have some differences as well. So I'm looking forward to see if they come up with something new, or if we're going to be able to expect, as we have been seeing from them, expect the same. Yeah.
Continuing to put some players under the spotlight from the Danish squad, I think we've really got to talk about Zip coming into this as well, because it has been a bit of wavering form from him and maybe some uncertainty of exactly what we're going to be seeing from him.
He got a pretty cool contract going on for him, right? I think he signed until 2025 in a period where he wasn't performing. So I don't know who this guy's agents are or how he's convincing Astralis to do that, but that was a nice move from Zip. With a contract like that, you know, a certain amount of responsibility comes with it as well. And we haven't seen Zip play well for a very long time. During the online period, we kind of gave him the excuse that, yes, when you want everything, it's hard to motivate yourself, yada, yada, yada. There's no excuse anymore. It's been too long for Zip not performing, and it's been close to unacceptable the last couple of months. So it's do or die time for him, and I'm kind of, you know, for the first time saying this, if Zip is not going to step up within the next couple of months, I don't think he's going to be in Astralis for much longer.
The dire reality is that new viewers in Counter-Strike could be looking at Zipnix thinking, why the hell is he in Astralis? For us, for the people who have been in the game for a long time, we obviously uphold him to the utmost respect, because he alone created so many standards for the roles of anchor, and we know he was a very integral part of Astralis winning, blah, 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 blah. Right now, beyond the nostalgia, not a lot of things is holding on to Zip. Honestly, individually, he's been insufficient. I need to see more. We absolutely need to see more. Otherwise, Astralis just won't have the depth in the roster to fight back.
Yeah, undoubtedly. And just to put the final member of this Astralis lineup under the microscope, we've really got to be talking about Lucky, because when we're talking about Big as well, we're putting the AWPer under the microscope too. And it's kind of an interesting, but maybe a little bit of a gut-wrenching comparison to be making.
I like how you're painting the picture without even saying it, right? But we're mentioning a lot of problems when it comes to Astralis. Lucky being one of them. Look at these statistics. His opening attempts is down to 13%. He's the AWP player for Astralis. I know, you know, for context, some of these maps, right, he wasn't playing well, but still, you gotta go out there, you gotta seek the opportunity, you gotta be more proactive with the AWP. His success rate is very low as well, and his rating has been absolutely terrible as well. To add on to it, if you go 3 months back, he's one of the players in the top 20 right now who have the lowest ADR out of all the active players. He's not dealing a lot of damage. One thing he does do well is clutching once in a while, you know, that's where he finds his limited impact. But outside of that, he's an AWP player, and you compare him to Sersan, who's the difference maker for Big. He's the best player for Big. There's just a very big disparity right now. And again, Astralis is supposed to be a top 5 team in the world, and the AWP, I would say he's not even top 20.
It's the attempt that bothers me. It's the attempt, because I feel like Lucky is now in a segment of like learned helplessness, where you're not trying to make the difference, and because you're not making the difference, you think to yourself that you cannot make the difference, and the day you have to do it, you cannot. I mean, it might sound weird to say, but that's how the brain works. If you're not trying this risk, if you're not taking the opportunities, you just might end up thinking that you just cannot do it whenever it's time to do it.
And I'm curious, how much is that Lucky not willing to take the risk, or not having the confidence to take the risk, and how much is that the game plan coming out of Ave, the coach, and Glaive? Do they not trust him, right? They brought him into the team, put him on a rifle, then put him back on the AWP. If I'm Lucky, I'm thinking to myself, at all. So where would the confidence come from? I really do feel for Lucky. I think he is a great talent, but so far it hasn't been working out in Astralis. And when it comes to the whole management of putting him on the rifle, then putting him on the AWP, I can understand why he's stripped of confidence right now.
Well, before we do start to talk a little bit more about the German side, let's get a few thoughts from that coach.
You got Astralis today, right, who at the moment are in quite an interesting spot as a team. So I want to just get your perspective on how you view them right now.
Yeah, interesting is, I think, the right word that you put it there. I don't know what to make of them, to be honest with you. I mean, the name Astralis itself sounds really, really nice off of the tongue, right? It's very prestigious, but I don't know, it's a bit weird. Like everything, they do have great players on their roster, but then somehow it doesn't seem to click. And when I watched them during the Blast finals, or in Denmark, in Copenhagen, it felt a bit weird not seeing them having a star AWPer. They do have a great AWPer in Lucky though, but they didn't let him play the AWP, so that was kind of weird. And I'm still not really 100% sure what to make of them. They do have a lot of potential, but it doesn't seem to click for them right now. But I mean, the season is still young. They've been probably grinding their asses off as well, so we just gotta wait and see, I guess.
And what kind of an advantage do you think you have over them as a team right now? Because the one thing that has changed for them, right, and I'm sure you've seen it, is if you look at like maybe a Dust 2 or a Mirage, this is where the Blame F and config effect comes into force. And they're maps that I know you guys like as well.
Yeah, we do like them. I think what kind of is our advantage has to be probably that we do have the better AWPer. We have a more experienced AWPer as well. who has already performed at high tier levels and has shown day in and day out to consistently perform well. He has a lot of experience, and I think that is a huge advantage that we do have over them, yeah.
Upon win conditions for the opposing side, because kind of for as long as I can remember, when we talk about win conditions with Big, we always harp on about CIS, and you can just really see it from some of the statistics he's been putting up.
Yeah, and luckily for the fan, he is actually showing up. He's actually showed up. Certainly is playing some of his greatest Counter-Strike again. We're back online, and he's having the impact that he always has. I think we've always seen, and we are seeing right now, great signs of tabseN and Favn as well. These two have to be performing, and I do believe that Favn is going to warm up into his role, and he's going to get eventually better and better and better. But this is the step. When we say Big is a gatekeeping team, this is the step. Astralis, with individuals, with the experience, with their logic and their game sense, should be a step above, and it would be a surprise, it would be an achievement for Big now to be able to take them down.
I agree, it would be a big achievement for them to take it down. They're still in a place where they haven't fully integrated Favn. I would say tabseN as well, being the in-game leader, that's been a conversation point for a very long time. I must admit, you know, I still sometimes wake up in the middle of the night dreaming that someday some other in-game leader will come in from Germany and free up tabseN, so he once again can be the fantastic difference maker on the server that we're used to. I think there's a lot of wasted potential within him. He can be one of the best fraggers out there. He's just not allowed to right now.
You want to have a session after we talk about your dreams? I feel like there's a lot to unpack in these dreams that are happening.
Is he a
right
psychologist?
I didn't say a red dream, did I? I just said a dream.
We have sofas in the green room.
Moving on,
Yeah,
I think we're going to check in with our Betway odds. Just really quickly skip away from that. It is siding with Astralis, but yeah, relatively quite close coming into this one. We've got to jump into the map veto to see exactly how it is going to be playing out as well. Maniac, coming to you once again. What do you think is going to be set up for us?
I think Vertigo and Ancient should fly out the window. Big actually took the risk to allow Ancient in the pool. I'm a little bit surprised. We know that they toy around with the idea of vetoing Inferno. That's the Vertigo ban coming out of Astralis. That makes sense. We have seen Big as well play a decent map against EG. Now, when it comes to picks, Big could go for Dust 2, but it's a map that Astralis are decent on. They will go once more for Dust 2. It definitely seems to be in the pool for them. Now, Astralis have Overpass right for the taking. It's a map they've been picking. Big struggled on EG. Whether or not it would be a mistake, they go for Mirage. I am kind of surprised about that. I personally didn't think they would go for Mirage, but it has to go back to the duo, Config and BlameF. We know how instrumental they are on Mirage.
That's it, right? It rides or die with them. Even against Navi, it was a very not pretty game. Back and forth, lots of clutches, lots of close moments. Maybe that win against Navi gave them the confidence to pick it here against Big. Nuke being a third deciding map, you know, historically speaking, if you're looking at this map pool for Astralis, you think, okay, Mirage, a map that is newly integrated for them. It's been very, I would say, very rocky start for them. It hasn't been stable at all. Sometimes they look good, sometimes they look poor. Nuke should be a safe haven for Astralis, even when they're struggling. But again, with Lucky being on the AWP, with Glaive back on the rifle, I don't think there's been any sort of consistency from Astralis. So to make us believe that their map pool is consistent as well, it's tough.
Well, we have got the map cemented and the teams are ready to be taking to the stage. Our final best of 3 up on our first map of Dust 2. We'll be back with Scrawny and Launders in just a few moments. Don't go anywhere.
Well, with the Navi loss all packaged up, wrapped up, and put a bow on top, we move on, folks. It's Big and Astralis to close out the evening. Astralis, clearly the Betway favors.
It's gonna be a banger.
Yeah, it's gonna be a banger. I thought at the start of the day, like, this was the one that I was kind of tossing up and down a little bit.
I think after all these losses, I'm really like rooting for the teams to get way better and Big to get like back in shape. I mean, Favin's good, so I don't think that's a question, and their old form is not where they're at, but they could be better. And Astralis are back in the boot camp, so
yeah, that's a good look.
Yeah, I mean, the closer I think Astralis are to a LAN environment with the kind of players they have, I think the better. So I think this makes perfect sense. It's good to see it. And we're kicking off on Dust 2, which I think should be an actually fantastic map to see Big and to see if they improve from yesterday and to see if Astralis are here to play, if they're feeling good, or if boot camp's not enough.
Yeah, maybe they need that full LAN experience.
Yep.
I think there is still a question mark around some of the roles within Astralis. I think that's a fair criticism of the composition of this team.
Yeah, that was an interesting comment. That's
trying to remember
who was that.
Yeah,
actually?
we were interviewing. I want to say
it might. It wasn't.
Was it Floppy?
It might have been Floppy. Yeah, he brought up that he felt like with this new Astralis, you know, you've got a little bit of overlap between Zipix and BlameF and Glaive and Config, and I never really looked at it like that because Config, you know, replacing Dupree, but then the BlameF Zipix thing, as opposed to, you know, Magisk or something, could kind of make some sense there a little bit. So okay,
there's a little
played out. Oh, Zipix in.
That's clean. We take those when we can get them, and a second. So why not? Under pressure there from the terrorists moving forward, and Zipix still able to double his value. 3v3 situation. Tizian comes in through the tunnels, and that is a beauty of an adjustment. Little quick snap up to the forehead of BlameF. Favin staring at his new shoes. Lucky's through the doorway, tries to respond to Favin. There's the window push, and there's the pistol round, folks. Big to kick it off. Now that's 7 pistol round wins in a row for Big, at least.
Yeah, EG, Astralis, whoever. Put anyone in front of them, they're going to win the pistol round. That was a very important stat in the EG matchup because those are some closer games, but it never hurts. Never hurts.
That's good to be. It's good to be a team that can so consistently win pistols.
Also, you know, even NIP were winning a lot of pistols versus Navi in that last series, and I mean, they probably could have lost pistols and still won that game. They're playing so well, but
whoa, wow, Searson,
yo,
hit that follow up.
Yep, he's hella good.
I like Searson's scout.
Yeah, he's by far and away the frag leader, rating leader of the team for Big right now. And, you know,
that was nice.
Yeah, just from what we can see, Searson's so solid this year. I'm going to say this year, even though it's just kind of start of the year.
4-0 so far. We are still kind of waiting for the other, you know, we have this conversation of like Big and their success and what even like their skill ceiling is, not just as this 5, but just as a team in general when all you are doing is choosing teams from the German player pool.
Yeah.
You know, you look like Searson, he is a next level opper. He is incredibly consistent with both scoped weapons. Him on a scout is a genuine threat, and that just gives so many more rounds, like that little X factor. You know, Searson has it.
Sometimes you can boil it down to, you know, how many people on this team are going to make the top 20 list at the end of the year.
Yeah.
And you know, with Favin, there's a chance. I mean, it's a guy who's just waiting to see. A lot of people have been waiting to see. He's the German prospect. Searson has already literally cracked top 10, which is impressive. And Tapson honestly has floated for multiple years in a row just outside of the top 20. So if the results improve, then there is some kind of world where they actually have, you know, enough players. For all those things that happen at once is one thing, and Searson wasn't on the list here last year where he was the year before, so that's another. And also, they have to do it in a world where their online results meet their LAN results. That's another thing. But I don't really feel like they lose their LAN games necessarily because they choke. You know, I really do think Big would be... I guess that's not necessarily the case anymore. I feel like Tapson's a LAN threat, but maybe not Searson, maybe not Favin.
Fair. Very fair.
A little techie.
Yeah, it's just, you know, players have to record with their own cameras, and we're just turning the cameras on for Big.
Nice.
Admin reminded them, cameras were heating up, you know, cold engine. Now we should be jumping right back into it, so nobody fret. But off of that conversation with, you know, potential top 20 players and German Counter-Strike specifically, I think there's still a question mark to me because I've just seen some really high highs when it comes to Keto.
Yeah. The
consistency,
no.
it's under question. But there have been those moments where it's like, oh, he is that solution. He is that second piece. And especially with a guy like Faven who's meant to like interject that,
Sometimes it'd be like quad on Inferno on B site and just be like 20 kills. You know what I mean? Sometimes.
It's there.
I can't actually say for sure if that's ever happened, but
it feels like it has.
Felt it.
There you go. And
Astralis used to be pretty good too.
Yeah, that is true. That is true, but in terms of short, mind you, fall finals was kind of like, I think fair to say, like an anomaly at this point. That felt like it was just going to hit the ground running. So far, I feel like the other half of Astralis that left for Vitality has kind of pieced it together better.
They look hella good on Vitality. And every time someone leaves or goes to a new team, they kind of build up their resume. They remove themselves from former players, so you could say, oh, they play well despite their circumstances, that kind of thing. Device going through that same deal, Glaive doing it with new players, all of that. But yeah, so far they can count on Blame F and not much outside of that. At least not like regularly. Big Blame. 35 seconds. Decisions will be made in a second. And I mean just about a second. I'll throw the setup smoke to draw some CT attention, but it is just pistols. Not so much
Smoke
to be scared of.
Smoke on Glaive.
Oh, they can actually throw that late. Yeah, they're going to do it now.
But then they're just going to run right through it.
No.
Blame F and Lucky. Oh. That's a couple of pistol kills, but they do clear all of the bomb site, and the bomb will be able to go down. Still, frantic moment there, created by the smoke in the mid-split. We've got Galil's up on both Lucky and Zipix, but ultimately Big were still able to just force their way through that smoke, even though it was all under question.
Yeah, they kind of pushed that a little bit. It's one thing to wait to the 30-second mark and not get pushed and execute in the site. But if a team has literally like 2 smokes to start the round off and you couldn't draw those out, you were not working the map enough in that time safely. Yeah. You could have been trading flashes, smokes. You could have done a whole fake exec to draw out the single piece of utility. So that's not a great sign for Big. And yesterday versus EG, time trouble was a big issue for them.
Ooh, Config gonna get up to some antics.
How does he die with no armor? No, okay, wow, it's close, but he can now. Of course, Searson hits the scout shot.
Right, Searson just does that. Like, okay. Sealed deal, but nice attempt by Config. Well calculated to leave himself on 11. And he had a chance there to drop a body, but it's time to buy guns for the Astralis camp.
Some people don't like that you can save in the site. What do you think about that?
I think if you're hiding behind an entire block of bricks, you should be able to.
I think they should make get better chemicals for the bomb.
Better chemical, yeah. Make it yeah. No, you can't.
It doesn't even knock down anything on the site.
It's against the Geneva Conventions. Oh, can't use gas.
Well, I need to plant 2.
That was. You know what they say? Rules are meant to be broken.
Yes. Albert Einstein.
Double op immediately out of Astralis. That's an interesting look. Config and Lucky. Swinging the cannons.
Oh, that's tricky. They throw the hinge smoke while they walk out. See if a CT would respond or shoot through the door, maybe.
A little variation, huh? Big are always thinking.
They're thinking, yeah.
Yeah.
That's what Alexi said something about them that, on the maps that like there's no innovation, Big will find something.
We saw those taps and frag grenade piles yesterday. If you guys didn't catch that in the EG game, well, you could be in for a treat once they take to CT side.
Oh, this is getting uncomfortable.
Oh, Config inside of smokes here, just very lost. I mean, this utility.
Wow.
Oh, my.
This exec is nuts.
That was impactful. The tempo on that?
Dude, I mean, they just, both positions on the site were like rendered completely useless. Those smokes were so good versus the op that was in sight. They basically had no idea there was a tease there until it was too late.
Dude.
And both fights were separated perfectly. Like, you have one guy with his back towards the opper, but there's a smoke between him and the opper, and he has that free duel versus someone on car, and the rotations are just not there at all. There's actually no one in mid this entire time, so that makes it look a little bit easier, but this is the most stress possible, and that big box smoke is everything.
Yeah. Config might as well just had a taser. Had 0 impact on that one. Didn't slow them down. Didn't stop anybody. That was huge. Huge moves from Big. So very clean entry on their first real test of a gun round and a 4-0 T-side start.
Yeah, I think I'd be feeling good about this.
Let's get it.
NKJ continues to go hard in the interviews, which is always fun. He really just be swearing like I do on cast sometimes.
Was he? I didn't catch it.
Yeah, he's saying the frick word and the...
Oh, man. Oh, dude.
And the shiz word. And,
whoa.
Oh, dude. He's just letting his
freaking shiz,
he's
man.
Just unlocking that jaw.
Hey,
letting the gums fly.
You know what? Listen, Big have a very clean image. They need a bad boy.
That's true.
They don't have one.
No, I like the edge. Yeah, I like the edge. It's something. It's refreshing. It feels like, because you're right.
Let's get gritty.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's a nice nade. I mean, not if you're Tizian.
Yeah.
Down to 51. Little jump spot around the catwalk corner, and the fallback with the incendiary to keep Keto away. Heavy A emphasis here from Astralis. And off of the back of that B exec.
Yeah, I know, right? They won't try that again.
Well,
we really showed them.
Bad news.
Yeah, you got to be careful about who's on the right side of the doors, right? No one's close as well. Of course, it would make sense that Astralis would double down, so Big try to chill. They draw out some utility, but you know what? Searson did not have a single gap at this moment. Need a flash. Okay. Now this flash will draw some suspicion, but nobody shot at Searson. And they seem to get the right, they have the right idea again. And oh, a shot gets missed. They're going to see the cross come through. Nice punish from Lucky, but look, they're in the site.
They're in.
I mean, they're in.
And with this little bit of footing, you know, Bomb's going to try to scramble over. Tabson's playing that close smoke.
Oh, he was looking down to dodge the flash. That was beautiful from Tabson.
Oh,
I was like, is he looking at the bottom of the smoke? No, he was just making sure they couldn't do anything like that because they know they can't retake the site. That's so smart from Tabson.
Damn, Big.
Yeah, that's good stuff, man. But this is a couple of bad rounds here. Couple of bad rounds here from Astralis with this, you know, mid control. They would look like geniuses if Big just went into an A exact. But right there, the whole reason Searson's holding a scope on that line, waiting to see them draw utility. They throw the smoke. The smoke goes up because he's over top of it, immediately jumps up on the box. Then they throw the flash to make sure that if anyone's there, they fall off. But he doesn't fall off the box and he doesn't get shot. So he's used himself as a way to get information even without his eyes. Searson with no eyes.
No eyes. And yet.
And still having the impact. And then when they finally cross, they know it's too late. Because they're all... Such a strong round.
So perfectly timed as well. And you could see it, man. It was cooking. It was fuming inside of the tunnels. But also fuming will be the Astralis camp soon. A very cold 5-0 start. B-site walkout back-to-back.
Yeah. Three round speed out? One versus full. Yeah, they did the full exec. Plus they did it versus the just USPs. And now they do it again.
Leaning B.
Leaning B. When in doubt, go B.
Double op setup still going to be coming into this next one with Astralis, so not willing to let that one slip by just yet.
On fire and deserved.
Very much so.
No luck involved.
In terms of players surviving back-to-back rounds where there's 3 CTs standing, for whatever that's worth, and the last one, it's the reason they hang on to the second sniper. But time to see some impact, and not nearly the 4-man start on the A site that we saw just previously. Astralis going to change things up. Wouldn't be shocked if they start playing for tunnels, maybe. Config's looking to pry eyes down it.
And now it's genius. You go A.
Who would have thought?
They're already conditioned.
Right?
This is Glaive's worst nightmare.
Oh, no. Tizian's just going to be playing passively in the T-spawn, making sure nobody can push through tunnels, or at least not beyond the halfway point.
Yeah, and they're, you know, using this time effectively, just chilling back. Really does come down to Tizian, I think, if he lets this go, because the way he's playing it means he could get pushed at any moment. Oh, a close flash to freak him out.
Oh, it hit him.
And now they're scared as hell. And now they're so scared they can't even continue the push. That's really what Tears... At least the Molly's going to come down. Oh, flash, actually.
Oh, Lucky's got it.
Oh, they gave it to him.
Wasn't the best of flashbangs. Feels like he still had vision.
Yeah. Well, that and could have flashed and he'd probably shoot and fall off.
Timing works for him. 30 seconds. Now we start to see Big, who have been kind of, I think, comfortable to play a slower game, start to realize, hey, we're off the back foot. Lucky posted on the long cross. Tabson's down as Blame holds strong in the CT spawn. Glaive just trying to catch timings there, but I don't think he saw that cross.
Yeah,
they're going to concede. They give this up.
Still one backside. I don't know if Tizian knows there was a scope backside, but he got a lot of info on that double tunnel push.
Ultimately, I feel like, you know, Big, yeah, you didn't get your cat play. You lost to the Opera on the first corner, but you know what? Let this round go by. You've already had Astralis surviving with players. It's not like you're going to bottom out their money.
Yeah, and they still made him fight for it. And if not for that lucky shot, there could have been cat in play. It was nice from Blame to, in spawn, be aware of the potential for a drop.
I feel like we could get a very polite game of Counter-Strike. That's a, you know, that's a polite ending.
Yeah.
Tried to posture.
Yeah, let's get lots of saves.
No, no needless losses for either team towards the end. Just the score goes up and the game goes on.
Another buy. That's what we want.
More of that. Smoke deep to the suicide lane, and Searson chucks a frag just in case. But no over-aggression here from Astralis.
Nice pragmatic adjustment. A couple of eyes on mid, hanging out outside the doors, not just playing in the sights. The 3-2 is getting punished. And not peek. Oh, he'll spot that. He'll spot that, and that's where you're going to set up some grenades. So this will be a hint for the CT side. Oh, and they'll try to flush him out.
Excellent.
Oh, but yeah, Tizian probably should have just waited that out. They, you know...
Especially with the smoke coming.
Yeah, with the smoke coming, exactly. With that many teammates there to one to smoke you out, that was a kind of a free route to exit, and the peak is what they were looking for.
Maybe a little flustered, but Config actually rerouting towards middle, now doubling back through the window. He's kind of in transition, just looked away. Ooh. We've seen him smoked out of these situations. Utility's been his nightmare. So even though we get Config with the opening pick, it's man advantage into the B site. Astralis are not going to go for this. This is a save.
That is a beast exec. Another sight hit on B. That flash is beautiful. What is...
This is the most peaceful game of Counter-Strike I think I've ever seen.
That's crazy that they actually got away with that. After they lost their first kill in the tunnels, 10 seconds before they execute on the same site, and they knew two players were sitting there, but the exec was so clean. I mean, just that 1 second is all they needed to be right here at the end. Oh my God.
Really?
He gets him through the smoke. He just heard a shot or two. He's holding for that peak.
Yeah. Okay, that's a little bit of an X factor on this.
Yeah, that helped. But the second player doesn't get a kill either.
No, Config. Last time he was kind of playing plat, had a smoke in front of him, got lost in it. This time there's an incendiary behind him. He's got that little pillar of cover.
I bet even if Searson doesn't get that, they still win the round. Because
yes, I'm inclined to agree.
The big box guy, it's a good spot, but it's really nice when you can fight them as they're coming out of the tunnels, not when they're all over the site.
It's just definitely easier when Searson pulls off some witchcraft like that.
Yeah, that's true.
That's true.
What's that from?
Pay money Wubby.
Okay.
That's.
I sent him boxer merch a while ago.
Really?
Yeah. He has a boxer. He has the same sweater as you, actually.
Well, I guess we're both just paid pawns.
Yeah. He didn't have to pay, just you.
Oh, damn. When's the next boxer drop?
It's Q1. Well, so yeah, in the next month or two.
Okay.
Supply chain and all that.
Yeah, you know, happens. Excuses.
Drop's gonna cost $300 per shirt. And you're gonna want it. Another B exec.
Yeah, this
guys.
Is crazy. 5 players in on it, and look again. Config's actually floating towards middle. It's like Groundhog Day. It is the same thing.
They're letting it
round after round, and they're not going to be able to stop a single bit of this. You go. Oh, you can't even save. 3 up.
Who would do that?
Big clan. Big brain Tabsent and his jolly band of German fraggers.
They got the greatest B exec ever, man. And they're going to use it until it doesn't work, man.
All these teams, man, they think you have to go A, but just keep going B, man.
Oh, man, they're chiefing right now.
Funyuns.
They are smoking that Astralis pack at the moment.
Yeah. Oy. Now as well, Big. I feel like, you know, you can justify. Now you can get a little crazy here. You wanna sweep away these saves. This is save round after save round.
This is like something you would do in a scrim. You'd play a half where you literally try the same exact so many times that the other team has as many opportunities to make all the adjustments that they can to counter it, and then that way you can learn what the flaws are of your exec. But as far as Big are concerned, there are no flaws right now.
There aren't.
Because every single time they exec, the front side smoke completely counters the off, and then they get across this side. Seriously, hit someone at mid every single round, and finally they'll go for long.
Zipix finally gets to play a little bit of Counter-Strike. BlameF here with him. Good damage. I mean, this one's a bit crazy from Big, just trying to fight their way through smokes, but there is still a little life on it till Favin gets dropped, and, well, the bomb is out there in the open. So,
honestly, Big are overrated. I feel like they should... They don't know a good strat when they have one.
I said don't go A,
I don't think anything
man.
was more clear than the fact that B was basically 100% success rate.
Ooh, and it's ended.
Okay.
Lucky finishes up. So, Astralis wins something. Flames have, you know, I feel like I can read his mind. Finally, I get to play. But I mean, contrast what we just saw with 3 guys running through smoke grenades after flashes have popped.
Good flashes, too.
Compare that to the smooth, flawless B hits that we've seen.
Yeah.
And maybe redirect. But obviously, at some point, Big get in their own head and think to themselves, like, obviously, we can't get away with this again. However,
they just need to stop B on the call.
They could. And there's a change. We've got Lucky back inside of that B site. Config's going to be taking long duty. And it's BlameF to hold that back. Instead, down. Tabson, insta headshot. And we could see a bit of a flurry here from Big if they try to force the fight forward. Searson, eyes open towards mid doors.
The scope might not have been heard.
Glaive's locked in. Smoke will allow for him to escape, and some stray shots through the doorway will not connect. Lucky's playing a dangerous game on the cusp of tunnels.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to wait until there's contact. Yeah, he's just going to wait until there's... I thought he was going to wait until there's contact on A to flank, but seeing that op, he can really take it as slow as he wants. Both waiting for each other's pushes, but it's Big who are up a frag. And it's going to be searched back now. Great move from Config.
That helps.
Keto's out. Oh, there's one falling. Oof.
Oh, Searson's chasing.
He's out there. Oh, he gets clothesline. Come on, man.
Yeah. We call those ambitious. Meanwhile, Lucky about to get a face full of Big. Ooh, nice track on a Tizian. Terrorist win. Give the kid an op.
Nice.
Sets up shop. They both push and they both get knocked.
That's nice. This is a really good move from Config. They needed just one thing to come back into it. Some clutch hopping from Lucky.
And some much needed round wins for the Danes.
There's money, but not enough. They really wanted to. They could reach and put together a buy, but they decide they're going to invest a little bit. They'll have a buy next round. They got lots of utility here. I think Dust 2 is one of the maps where little ingenuity on the eco rounds, and there's no reason to overinvest.
Killer Keto with the AK. Going to be the alpha of the pack.
Alpaca.
Alpaca. I was reading about how dogs, wild dogs, when hunting, will they'll run in a single file line through snow and whatnot, like F1 cars. You know, you break the wind, create draft.
I think that's just so they can run each other's footsteps, so they don't have to run through new snow.
Well, that's when there is snow.
Oh, is that? Oh, there you weren't saying snow. Yeah. Okay, gotcha.
And so digest that while Glaive sprays down 2 players, or don't remember it because. Probably never need that information, but this one just fizzles out pretty desperately. Big trying to push through smoke. I don't like that. I don't like that. That's a throwback to the long A doors. Sometimes maybe good.
Sometimes maybe ish.
This one falls, but Astralis will be content, you know, starting to connect shots. And with all these saves, Lucky has $15,000.
That's so much money.
Maybe with all of those saves, despite Big Clan getting 7 rounds.
True.
This is where Astralis now just rely on that bank account.
Wow.
Run this halfback.
I mean, he can be, yeah, he can put them all through college with that.
Or the retirement home.
Right.
Searson's hunting. Oh, that would have been a nice one. Tries to just slam it through the smoke, but...
Dangerous games. Oh, Lucky will finally drop him in spawn as well.
Through mid doors.
Keeping some pressure on mid. You can see that that's the adjustment that's made the most difference here for Astralis. Just not starting out the rounds 3-2. Might be a smart move here from Big, though. Astralis have pulled the guard on long, and now Big are starting to walk out.
They timed it right.
Yeah, they also can make it look like cat presence. Now, Zipix will see this, and his position's compromised, but he lives. Now they can boost. There's no one anywhere on the A site right now. Wow, nice shot, Lucky.
It works. Throw him back up. And now his attention turns towards Cross.
Oh, they helped him smoke long. Very nice.
Lucky ready. Oh, wow. Tabson, okay, gonna keep it sharp.
Is that a game?
Keep it sharp.
Is that a game changer? Oh,
could have been
mind.
if Glaive wasn't able to just walk out through long doors, killing Keto and forcing what's left of Big to go outwards. But Tabson's fighting tooth and nail. 7 health, shut down. Astralis bringing this back. That's 5 CT round wins, 4 of which in a row, 3 still to go.
Still like the mid-round idea there from Big. I think the biggest upsides here for Astralis, and one nice adjustment, you know, it looks more regular for them right now, controlling middle a little bit, not letting Big Clan get away with abusing the rotations all the time, getting this opening kill on Cat once in a while. Got a little of the X factor with the lucky shots on top of it. That's definitely his, you know, best map. And but still for Big, I mean, since the comeback, they've really given up a lot of saves, and even on that round, I think they had a good mid-round idea to go out towards long. Really only seen like that second round versus the USPs where they took too long. Other than that, they've made good time.
Yeah.
So it's just so much better than yesterday, I feel like.
Agreed.
Yeah.
I gotta say it, Keto has 0 kills. Not that it's, you know, cost him around or anything,
Don't say it. Zero kills.
Just gotta get it. I had to get it off my chest.
Yeah.
I've been watching it.
You know, I never know. I literally never see this.
Oh, share my misery. Now it's an us problem. It's also a big problem.
Huge problem.
No. As in... Why did you have to choose such a common word, Big? Acronyms and whatnot. All right. Lots of utility for this one. I do like that. I like a round with lesser weapons, but bigger utility.
Future.
Grenade could have been worse. Look at this alpha pack. Bunch of hounds. Ready to be let loose. Config opping. I like it. I don't know if he enjoys the role, but with the pressure coming at him for this middle smoke, he's going to go hunting around the side of it. Firing off. Oh! You take those when you can get them. And it's going to serve as the trigger for Big to push up the catwalk. We've got 3 CTs for the Danes leaning over on this A site. Should be a shooting gallery as they try to come around the corner. I'm glad I mentioned that 0 kills because now Keto's broken the curse. However, Big have been broken themselves. He didn't see him until the second jump up. Zipix ends it. Who would have thought? Who would have thought that at a 7-1 score, we would then get Astralis on fire with not even a single bomb plant?
True.
But you know what they haven't done in the last 5 rounds?
What is that?
They haven't gone to B.
They have.
Except that one time.
They did one time. But yeah, they don't do it as much anymore. There's direct correlation there. That's an issue.
Not even a bomb plant. I feel like with a couple of more rounds on this T side, Big, they're going to get back to what worked.
Here it is.
I like that. I like that a lot. Astralis try to throw something different at it. Not let them get into position. Not let them get comfortable.
Oh, he's still there.
Banked nade works, but Searson is in sight.
Yeah, and they have the bomb coming up behind it. They have kind of control of the window. A lot of utility here for Astralis. It's not a fun retake, but it is possible.
Big puncturing through in the meantime. I mean, their thought was mine, right? Go back to what works. We've only got a few chances. Never did we see that level of lower tunnels aggression. Config almost on the money. But not quite the mark. Smoke destined for the tunnels. A lot of utility here for the Danes. So let's see what they can throw forward, right? We look to their utility to be an example of good usage. Config lucky, kills a piece, Favin found in smoke, and that should be just enough time. A defuse for Lucky. Wow. Yep. He's got it.
Nicely done, Lucky.
Nicely done, Astralis, dude. 7 rounds. This is a tied game.
Yeah.
And it never looked like it was going to be.
Yeah. And all utility to do it. Heads up play by BlameF from the lower tunnels. HE here, plus maintain presence on the stairs. Make sure the round couldn't go anywhere but B. And yeah, I mean, 3v3 retake. It's still not fun retaking the B bomb site, but they had a lot of options with the utility to work with and could wait anything out with the time they had. So well done. Astralis had to earn it every step of the way. Still feel like Big are not playing too bad, but yeah, Astralis is way better now.
Ooh, that could have been a collateral. But no lower push means no breaks on Big. Blame F. Nice clean headshot.
Their B round.
Glave's going to try to get through the window. Keto kills him. Hop shot to the head. Then Zipix is caught out as well. So Searson doing a good job of just finding some kind of a gap here through the doorway. Config going to give himself a bit of space to work.
If they go for a plant, you know, there's only 2 guys with their guns out. That's going to tempt the CTs forward, but they weren't exactly ready to go in. They don't have a flash to go in as well. They can use the rest of their utility to put some pressure on, but
Searson right below window.
The flash might be a problem. Another fake?
Tunnel player's not watching. Tizian's still very wary of the tunnels. It's Keto's job to give cover here to Searson, who is now faked 3 times.
Could just plant backside off that, but they still haven't put the bomb down.
4th time's the charm. They commit. And now they find themselves in the post plant. Incendiary at the feet of Keto, but he still finds cover from window. Config just trying to inch in here, and the moment he does, Keto catches him. So Blame F to end off the half. An excellent recovery from Astralis. We can't take that away at all, but the B site was the consistency in the victories for Big.
We're live?
Yeah. It's only mid, yeah?
Yeah. So we can rush short and they can't go ups.
Okay, let's do that. Let's just rush short. I didn't buy nades, by the way.
Flash close, side. Inside.
Hit dead. I'm planning.
Together?
Yeah, ready?
1, 2,
3, 2, 1.
Woo! Jesus Christ.
They're smiling, man.
I'm blocking short instead.
Alright, I'm coming long. I have HE.
I have flash if you play small pit.
Long once. Ching.
One low. Both long.
I'm holding behind us.
Okay. I can smoke default after and we can like go to side.
Yeah, I think we should do that. I think he's in holes or... Yeah, I don't think he's side.
I smoke default and flashing side once. I'm going first. No way!
Yeah, we got it. Was a little concerning there.
Okay, one Nico. One double at mid instant.
Do you have time now, right?
We have time, I think. We'll find out. It's good to find out Nico.
I won't take bottom. Try flashing long for you. Flash.
Too long, 2 nades. They're going a little bit, I think.
I think I have to move to short side.
They're so fast though.
Well, if you only watch the first half of the first half, you'd think Big have this in the bag, but Astralis brought it back in the second half of the first half, and now we begin the first half of the second half.
Keto had 0 ADR after 12 rounds.
10 rounds. Sorry. 10 rounds. Can't lie to the people. Can't lie to the people. You can check your phone again. Pimp said 10.
You said 12. I have the tweet.
Uh-oh.
You said it loud, though.
Yeah, well, maybe he messaged us after 10, and then he tweeted after 12.
You had me scared.
All in all, it's Pimp's fault. That's the takeaway from this situation.
On that scrawny pack now.
Point being, slow start. But now he's 5 and 10. So if you just look at the last 3 rounds of the first half, turns out he did pretty well.
The most impressive part is that they were up 7-1 and he had 0 ADR. that's really the best part.
All in a day's work, he says. Leans back. You know, NAVI said you can't quantify players without knowing what they're like.
True. Probably the best comms.
He really contributed. But there's still plenty of time in this map and in this series. And look at him go! Keto with the 2 kills, Tabson with the double, Zipix with the answer, but Favin's the anchor. And
Eat that, Pimp.
Little Keto pop-off.
Eat that, Pimp. He's still going to bring up on the desk. You have to. He said it was like some kind of world record or something.
Oh, God. Those aren't the records you want to break. It's like playing 140-something Inferno rounds in one broadcast. We didn't ask to break that record.
Yeah.
We didn't.
That's true.
So big start off the second half with another pistol win. But at this point, I mean, you should just be banking on that.
Mm-hmm.
That is 8 at least, because I don't know whether they won a pistol before the EG match. 8 pistol round wins since I've started keeping track.
In a row. That's
in
crazy.
a row.
That's a world record.
And you know what? They tend to convert them as well. That's, you know, that's the, I think the real talking point.
EG did.
Yeah, EG did it once or twice.
Yeah.
But mathematically, it's more likely that they.
Oh, now you like math.
Get
It works for you. Classic. All right. Keto, baby. Star of the show.
Tabson flirting with the ramp. Very quiet 17th round. Wow. Smoke's blooming. Wind's blowing. Finally, the violence is getting near. But what tools do they have to work with? That's the question here for the T side. We've got the double smoke incendiary. They're trading nades as well. Bomb offered over. Lucky with the scout. Config on the front line. If it's going to be a B split, which is looking incredibly likely at the 20-second mark, then
hey, I mean, they're making progress.
We got to see what Tizian can do on this hold.
Yep.
It's him and Keto. NB9's in hand. Oh, Tizian's going to need the reload. Keto.
We out of there.
Pressure's on him. Bomb stopped within the doorway.
Still one of the tunnels.
Keto's up close. The USP works. Sure.
Oh! What? The plan, is it possible? Bomb in the door. Can't grab that back. Round's over. Can he live? 3, 2, 1. He's in the sight. They're going to rush him down, surely. Be careful.
No?
He stays alive. They're going to let him live. The guns are too good. He dies. Oh, shooting through the door. Oh, no. What a way to go. They can shoot back.
What is this round?
Not one of those one-way doors.
What is this round?
Oh, that's not going to feel good. He just died after time. Pretty much of his own volition.
Look at this.
He had full agency in that moment. He asked for it.
You can run, but you can't hide.
Why you shoot me?
Searson gonna kick it off. 11 and 6 now with that scout headshot. We try to hype up the Searson scout, the blue spruce.
Blue spruce.
You know, we don't all. You don't always have to mention the skin, but when it's Searson scout,
it's Searson, you have to,
because he'll never change. He said he changed once for a game,
and he bottom fragged or something, and then he changed back,
and he'll never change again.
I think he said someone gave him one, right? They gave him a scout.
Yeah, they gifted him some. Imagine gifting him, you know, like a nice factory new $50. Hey man, got you a cool prison. I know you love the scout.
Yeah, this blood in the water is my favorite. My grandma signed it. Here, can you use it?
Yeah, next week he's back on a blue spruce, and Favin seeing red as he fires towards the long doors. Little lineup here for Tabson. Easy peasy pickups. It's just a cleanup round for Big. That one's all too simple. 4 players survive it. MP9 on Tizian gets moved inwards, and we have Astralis on their T side bye.
True test begins.
Who's up there for the Danes? It's 13 kills for Lucky, 13 frags Blame F.
Yeah, pretty good map from Lucky. And yeah, you can really feel the rounds from both of them. Between the rifle and the AWP. AVP. The CIS always say AVP. But how do they say W by itself?
I don't know. It's a good question. I don't know.
VV.
Nobody on Cat to hold this. So Config will be allowed to move forward. He's not checking any of it with flashbangs. He's not fearful of any kind of op posturing. But Searson did start to work over there. So I believe Config has gotten across. Yeah, look, Searson just threw an incendiary deep on Cat, and Config's already ahead of it. Now, Searson works down to the CT spawn. And Config could very well be the jackknife if he comes up catwalk, but it'll boil down to timing and whether Long also falls. 2-man setup made easy.
Oh, Long gets picked apart. 45 seconds.
That's not your fault, DJ.
Plans will be made clear in a second. HE goes a little bit deep, but there's one more in the spawn. tabseN reeling back. He's trying to shove him into a mid-B, but Astralis, I mean, do they want to respect that? Looks like no. And tabseN holds his last HE on the ramp. Flank coming in. Very nice move from Favin.
Yeah, well
There's
timed.
one late in the tunnel. Sometimes this guy doesn't peek. I think Favin will be kind of aware of it, but now he's made noise.
Yeah, and Blame F finds him. Suddenly, this pushes it back into the realm of possibility. A third kill. No, Keto.
Keto!
He's got a second. Lucky finds him through the smoke. Just bare seconds left to spare, and a 2v2 is where we're left. Blame F throws the smoke back behind him, and these counter-terrorists are going to need to find a way through. So Searson's going to prime it with the flashbang, pops above, and sure enough, Tizian pushes beyond. Searson's going to be hot on his heels, but Lucky's going to have a nice position where his body's in cover, the scope is in, but the flash hits his eyes, and he misses his shot. Now the drop's been spotted, so Lucky's just gonna deal with that, stays focused on the base of ramp, and Searson knows there's nothing he can do. Blame F catching that Favin flank with then the successful entry coming up catwalk. It looked like Big had that in the bag, but no sir.
Yeah, it was. Everything was in the right position. They had everything they needed. But they failed to hold the hold on Cat too. They had tabseN on the ramp, and he had his full kit. But I think he was trying to go for that first peek, get one kill, then switch over to his utility. But he couldn't get away with the rest of the plan. Honestly, it was a nice timed flank from Favin. It was just that he started to run when he got on Cat, and Blame F would have not been aware of that if not for the running. So a small mistake, and someone was there to listen. Might have had some semblance of timing, but Favin would have had a better chance for sure. Wow. Hella grenade damage as they exit out towards Long, but it is a round where the only scary player is Searson. But this residual nade damage means even more on rounds like this. You know, Deagle's in play. Interesting spot with tunnels control, and Blame F wrapping around. I don't know if he's here to fake B or actually just do a lap and go to lower. But they have so much time to kill. Little swapski. Blame coming in late.
Tizian just turned away. He's coming back.
Yeah.
This could be an interesting one here. Ooh,
oh my god, they're smoking tunnels?
Wow.
That is so confusing, especially knowing that all the T's are out at long control, but Tizian's right, there is someone out here.
It's a good call. You can see Blame trying to piece it together. Now they're on the bomb site. They have seen nothing.
Yeah.
That damage somehow connects to Searson, and that pisses him off, so he comes up with the off frag.
They pick up the off, though. They have another person.
Yep.
Oh,
same spot. 20 seconds to spare, and they still don't know about that closest pistol player in Keto. And they've been able to fall away to the catwalk, but BlameF tries to unravel this, pushes through the B site. Tabson with that picked up off, stops Astralis. Dead in the water. They fumble the ball, and Tizian looks to end it on the fallback.
Man, I want to say that is so weird and interesting and strange and amazing and exciting and crazy. But maybe that smoke is, you know, it pushes Astralis forward because they think it's some kind of B-stack or heavy tunnels presence, or, you know, they're reading into that a little bit. Now, we're crossing the amount of time that you need to get onto the site. But shout out to Tabson as well for, you know, oh.
That's nice.
Wow, that's quick. I think it's always better to be the part-time opera. You get the highlight rounds, but you only use it when you're feeling it. And then you don't get any of the criticism for...
You get a good excuse when you miss?
Exactly.
What am I, an opera?
Yeah. But,
very cool.
Very cool.
Very cool round indeed.
VV cool.
What's wild to me is that Keto was pressed up on those boxes the entire time.
Yeah.
Still saw nobody.
No, yeah.
There's
That's how
all
it
this
happened.
chaos, you know?
That's how it happened, Pimp.
He's the civilian in the middle of it all.
Just doing his job. Someone's got to drive the buses.
Yeah, for sure. I'd like to drive a bus one day. Bet you it feels powerful.
Yeah.
Nope. Searson was scoped, ready for the peak, but Incendiary holds him back. Big looking to pull ahead with this one.
Come on, then.
Everything on the line is a huge round for Astralis. If it goes up to the 8-13 score and then the saves start trickling in.
Ooh, yeah.
Of course, Dust 2 was picked by Big. Config cooling off in the mid cubby. He's just still as stone.
Where's the fifth guy on the map? Are they boosted? Oh, they're boosted to look over the smoke. Into the tunnels. Oh, and Keto will find them as that smoke comes up. I guess Blame mistimes it as he crosses back.
I think they may have been a molly.
And I mean, Blame dying on one side of the map, you know? That says something. They don't see anything else as well in tunnels, and they're going deep, so...
They burned him out of the corner.
Oh, okay.
As the smoke was fading, so a real double whammy.
Well done.
But there's a drop there. Config finds his timing in middle, and they've got this one compromised, but now they double back. They go,
but Searson's going to the ramp. He doesn't fall for it.
What is this?
They're still up.
A wrap back around.
Oh, with the
missed shot. Smoke at his feet for Searson. I mean, a couple of well-timed kills and he'll be good to go, but this is just carnage. This is chaotic.
Oh.
What an awkward situation that Astralis were able to devise by dropping down to CT spawn, pushing out, doubling back, the cat wrap, and a commit to take themselves a ninth.
They chose the right site. They chose the right site. It was crazy, but they were about to get smoked out over on the B site, and they killed a player in CT who's going to fight them crossing cat. Searson was really smart to not move, but he missed his 2 shots. He actually used his utility really well, and he set himself up for his frags, but he missed his 2 shots. If he hit his 2 shots, of course, it's over. So, you know, it's a close call, but I think Astralis still made the right move. Searson was pretty smart to sit in his position, but it's one of those things where, you know, both teams kind of played well in a sense.
Didn't panic. Tried to hold his nerve, but you miss shots, you miss shots.
You miss shots.
At the end of the day.
Yeah. Yeah.
You got to hit those.
Got to hit those. Sun Tzu.
16-8 is lucky. 16-9, Blame F. Pulling Astralis over the line. Or at least trying to get the tie with Big. Still 3 rounds trailing.
Blame saying, hey, you know I used to be the ideal of complexity.
And on my team, when I would call strategies, this is what I would do. But you're the leader, so...
He has credited Glay for some great calls in some of the matches so far. But you know Glaive, like, he's always going to try to draw from his teammates no matter who they are.
Yep.
He just is like, in terms of an ego, it just seems so absent with him. Like, the way he talks about all of his teammates, all his former teammates, all the new players he plays with, talks about learning from Lucky. He's just, he's a sponge.
A real Chad.
Yeah. A real Lucas.
This is nice from Keto. Good positioning. Should catch him off guard. I'll go for the boost over box. Oh, but he can't get out. Well done by Glaive to catch that. Searson, though, he kills Config. That's through the mid doors towards top. Glaive, weapon swap. He's got 2 ops.
He's got 2 arms.
But they're not as big as Blame's, so he can't carry them both.
Sure.
An advantage created here by Big. That's a big pickup for Searson, in fact, to catch the top middle player. Oh, and Tabson cheats it through the doorway. Down goes Glaive, loses his head.
Yo, man, I mean, people shoot back this game.
I was thinking maybe, you know, maybe we didn't see it from Config's perspective, nor Searson's, but maybe Config was also trying to chase that bottom mid kill. You know, quickly catch Keto on the fallback, and then he just gets drawn into the opper. Whereas there was nobody to trade Glaive, there was somebody to try and stunt them top mid. Xyp9x was attempted.
They had a flash with it.
Yeah.
The smoke just came down.
They tried to throw him past.
Basically had nothing else they could do here. Flame gets spotted, crossing back to spawn.
So the bomb becomes Biggs. The Blomb.
The Plumbus.
I sent you that video yesterday, right? Yeah, okay. Just making sure you're up to speed. The Schleem is then saved for another day. Oh, this is... does Blame get away with this?
Man, he is really... I mean, he doesn't really have... Wait, was it after time?
No, sir, before.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, before. Confirmed.
Okay.
So, all things considered,
wow,
he actually got lucky.
Tizian actually drilled him.
With an MP9.
Yeah.
Config just spinning out top mid. Nice shots by Tabson. Feels a little lucky. Didn't seem like he was really committing.
No, you can't say lucky. No, don't say lucky. He saw the bullets coming through the door.
A little lucky. He was also moving backwards.
Was Config unlucky when he shot through the door with a deagle with 0 time left?
Searson nails Glaive as he tries to jump outwards from long A. So we're going back to this. Big 3 away now.
Yeah.
And this is not the first time that we've seen Astralis on the cusp of kind of having an economic problem. It's been 5 rounds back and forth, no consecutive wins for either team. And if Big can be the first to break that trend, then they're just that much closer to victory. We made the same point when they were last here. Keto, the second offer. Yeah, smacks Config down as he tries to cross over towards pit. They know that they have an offer pinned on car, so they probably didn't expect a second one in this exact same position.
Mm-hmm.
And because they don't expect it,
they lose a gun in the pit.
And losing guns is not something they can afford. Xyp9x the AK, Blame F the MAC-10, and Lucky just the Deagle. Searson trying to flash his way out of this pinned position, but oh my lord.
Nice shot.
Thing goes.
Let's see if they can recover the spot. I mean, defending against 14 would be insane.
Run boost. Hup, hup, ho. Nothing.
Nothing.
Boring.
Even a plant down would help. I mean,
yeah, man. Silver linings and whatnot.
Just the money is so low.
But double smoke cross. Nice nade for the big side.
Looks like they might be able to do it. Any more utility? Oh, wait a second.
Okay.
Xyp9x.
This is, I feel it coming, dude. This is going to be one of those weird rounds where Xyp9x just taps in like Professor X. Oh. Blame F. He's next. Takes Tabson down. Lucky drops with the MAC-10. He does get punished. Tizian's able to get the better of him, but this is an awkward 2 versus 2. Xyp9x is looking to come back into the equation. There's Blame F now cleared off ramp. It has to be the zip clutch. This is what he does. But Favin, sharp as ever.
God damn. Yo, small thing, but Tizian winning his duel when he jumped into ZT spawn, right? Like, that looked like he was dead. He was getting shot in the back.
Wow.
He actually had to hit that first bullet. A really nice attempt here from Zip. Not seeing too many highlights these days, gotta say it. So nice to see him on the board, but wow, that was not an easy retake at all. This could have gone wrong at every single turn. So, real hard-fought battle for 14. Crazy that Astralis even brought that back 3v4 with like 2 guns.
Yeah. Props to that. That was all Zip setting up the possibility of that round win.
Yeah.
The car kill, like, I mean, Searson tried hard with his flashbang to get posted back up on the angle. And he still gets blasted for it. Should have stayed tucked.
Wow, they had to save to defend against 15.
Yikes.
Yikes. Big plant.
Get the nades out from them. Oh, really?
So this is the one that BlameF avoided last time, but got mollied out of his spot afterwards. But, I mean, look how tall they are.
Like giants.
Like sequoias.
That's nice. Good imagery. Keto's going to walk into it, playing a dangerous game with all these players on the other end, and you don't know whether they're shuffling, despite being that damn close.
Yeah. I don't know if he understands how weak the buy is right now, but they still are
double whammy,
able to do it. Even extra damage. Third shot
four
for
for
Keto.
4. Doesn't drop a shot. There's the split through middle. Tizian holds that off, and the boost will be heard down in the CT spawn, but you can't stop it. Keto feeling it. Let's take a moment to appreciate this. Keto was 12 rounds in this game and hadn't done a single tick of damage. 12 rounds in. We are now at round 25. And he is 17-15, tied for most kills on Big.
How much ADR?
That, my friend, 69.
That's pretty good.
Second highest on the team. What a fantastic second half to this map for Keto. I mean, there's weak and then there's absent, and he literally was not a part of the first 12 rounds. Not even 1 damage off a nade. It's actually harder to go 12 rounds without dealing any damage.
It's impossible. I mean, yeah, you have to avoid. You got to go pacifist mode. I mean, okay, well, transfer 1. He'll eventually get traded. Well handled by Zip. He's the distraction and the entry all at once, shooting through the door. Shooting through the door first. That works out well. Called the attention of the 2 big players remaining on the map. But Blame has consistently been keeping options over and over on the B site, so he'll try to torment them, maybe with a flash here or there.
Nice retreat. They don't fall for it.
Yeah.
Big no better.
Wow, and the bomb is coming back to the B site, and, you know, they are going to go for the right gamble. But now they kill Blame, and then they turn around a little bit. This is... Oh! Lucky sitting there, controlling rotation, so knowing that they're stuck over on the B site. Searson is going to hear this now.
Yeah, he heard Lucky drop. Smoke towards doors, so he knows he's potentially going to get split, but...
You know what? Why not? Why not?
Go for it. He's being given some space. Nope, that's a piece of wood. A very dangerous-looking piece of wood.
Ooh, driftwood.
It kind of looked like a... You know, give him the benefit of the doubt. Give him the benefit of the doubt. High-octane moment.
Maybe it was woody.
So, Astralis, not done yet. It's a 10th round win.
That's the Astralis documentary title.
What?
Not done yet.
Oh, okay.
Right there.
Lucky might get Deagle smashed. Still, this is only the 3rd terrorist round win for the Danes, and it gets them to 10. You can't forget either, you know, they were sitting at a 1-7 score at one point in the first half.
Yeah.
Still then strung 6 together towards the end of it, so don't write them off just yet, but...
They gave away a couple of freebies here.
Big strats have looked good.
They ran, and they fit it all on a little sticky note.
Searson relegated to the scout, so I'm sure you guys can piece together the picture here. Tabson just constantly being fed frag grenades.
We'd actually piece together a puzzle and paint a picture.
Can you piece together? I mean, you could. What if the puzzle is? If you.
It's just the Connorism, mixing 2 idioms together. It's so good. And I honestly would not have even noticed that if it wasn't a you thing.
Yeah.
On brand.
It's all on purpose. It's all part of the game. My favorite one is still head over toes.
Oh,
nice
wow.
shot.
Did he hit both shots there?
Looked like it.
Wow.
Searson's on a scout is just like weirdly good. But ultimately, they're still going to lose their B player. Zipix pushing up on the long cross. He's got cover here in the young Opper. That's the 20th frag for Lucky. Starting to pull ahead of Blame F. Keto hanging on to the AK. That's really the silver lining for Big in this one. And now Favin's even got a gun too. So take what you can get. Astralis find 11. 4 rounds to go in regulation on Dust.
I'll have to work for it. A couple of AKs, a nice find. Searson will have Zop next round. Buys will come on in.
You got to leave the bomb site. There we go.
Wait, you have direct communication?
Yeah.
Oh.
Got him on speed dial.
He hit him with that and then got him on top. You know, with blind as well, as if it was some kind of challenge.
That's what I mean. Like
he's so good at visualization.
Yes,
that's
exactly.
what it is. I mean, it doesn't really matter if there's smokes, flashes, walls, whatever it is. If he gets a little bit of information, he can follow the target from there. If it's an audio cue.
You said, no eye Searson. It is actually that.
Yeah.
Like if you give him even a piece of the picture, he just
Searson the sightless.
Yeah. Searson the sightless.
But he's got to stay good, to get the nickname or something.
Yeah. He's got to keep it up. Big push from Blame F out long. Falls back with the 5v4. And this is the gun round that Big were waiting to try and end this map with. So that's a big pickup, considering how quickly it came at them, I believe the saying is, keep it simple, stupid. And a straight-up long doors push is as simple as Dust 2 gets.
I can't resign to this fact that Astralis just got this opening frag. So maybe Searson will look for some initiative in this spot. But at the moment, he's still doing a lot for holding off their mid B. And it's tabseN actually who's taking the liberty on Cat. Maybe off into spawn. He's on his regular trend of picking up grenades. There's always been 3 for him in CT. There's always been 3 for him in CT. On his last one, he's usually just stayed back on the site. Don't love how Big aren't finding the gap right now or looking for it.
Yeah.
Because I know Astralis are waiting to see if they look for one so they can punish, but the whole idea is that,
that's a good one.
That's an amazing grenade, actually.
Oh, yes. That it is.
That's going to power up the M4s a little bit.
Does tabseN have another? Yep, he's already got it. We've seen people just leave stockpiles in the CT spawn, but tabseN has been pretty good of just like moving that stockpile.
Maybe he knows now it's going to be a mid B just because there's no setup smoke already. And tabseN's not going to see anything. Searson's going to have some pressure put on him. Decision needs to be made 15 seconds. They got to make it. There's a chance that Keto could save this. The Blame F will win his duel.
And that's it.
And everything goes south.
That's the split.
Man, there was so little time there that there was a chance that if Searson got his frag, they wouldn't have been able to make it to the site.
All they had to do was stop that bomb. It's at 6 seconds that Config starts to punch in the digits. Opening kill sent flying was Tizian.
It did feel like that the A site was going to be the worst site to go to, so, another good call.
Yeah, right at the last second.
Out of Glaive, yeah.
Yep, they had the evacuation plan.
There's 2 things. I mean, a good IGL can call, like, an emergency rotation if it's just the right call to make, but he also has to have a team that can execute behind it. And he was clear communication, understanding of the protocols, and the ability to switch up. And just the hardest part, honestly, is figuring out who has what grenades really quickly.
Yes.
So you know what you can skip, what you can go with, and what everyone can trust.
And it worked. They got the double smokes up on the CT spawn. tabseN's able to survive. That's 2 guns moved out into round 28, where they are strapped for cash. So feels like we're going to the 29th. Round 30 looms. But every piece they needed was still there for that. That wasn't some emergency evacuation through middle where you've just got to take a big gamble and hope you don't get killed from tabseN peeking through CT. They had all the tools they still needed. Flawlessly run that one over towards the B site. And this is the 4th and final timeout from Astralis. BlameF's been very vocal in these timeouts.
Yeah, which is great.
Nice to see.
It's Dust 2 ultimately, so it doesn't take long to riff through all of the potential options and how you're going to approach things. Just identifying, you know, what's a weakness we just saw, what's something that we know works and has in the past, and what are they not going to try versus us this round that we can take and exploit. So we'll see what all that chatter was about in just a couple of seconds. It also might be trying to read into the communication, as we can see, with Big not much to invest, but a couple of guns saved from last round. They had to figure out potentially if it was going to be a force. Push is coming.
And stopped in its tracks. But there is still this booby trap within the mid doors. Oh, Favin iced out. Everything going perfectly here for the T side.
Now they're cooking.
3 insta kills, both of the weapons saved in the last round taken down, and this one is just, you know, 6th gear straight ahead, right to that A bomb site. Post plant inevitable, and BlameF's lurk is going to work wonderfully.
Oh. Take that, Pimp.
It's not wonderful. Unless you're Keto, in which case that probably felt really, really good. Blasts away BlameF.
AK delivery.
And 2 of them, in fact, trying to be saved for the next one. Lucky's looking to stop it. They've seen him. Don't peek. Don't do it to yourself. But this could actually be one of those rounds where we got to keep an eye on this. Neither of these AK-47s are safe.
Yeah, they want them, and they're just going to wait the smoke out as well.
T-side have a little bit of money to lose. Glaive on 7,000, Lucky 5. That's nice.
Late post-plant grenades, yeah.
Yeah, come get it. You want it? Come get it. And he does.
He got it.
Keto's
Last
down.
one. Flash is great. They're swinging. Oh, he can't control the spray. No body armor on that.
Very nice clear.
Zippix will take him out. That's
just very confident round, I feel like. Through and through from the start. They went forward as a pack, down mid. Everybody's watching all the potential threats, clearing out corners thoroughly as config.
They have an op still for Big. Searson did a good job of saving for that, making sure not to overinvest. And guess what? They have 2. Keto will pick one up for the B site. I think Astralis have now done a good job, a very thorough half. They're winning some of these later rounds. It's probably a little bit harder to tell what they're going to try. Long control makes sense, of course, when you got a spawn. So go ahead and grab that. Fobin successfully crosses pit, and now he's a thorn on their side. Will he overextend? He takes that duel. Oh, it's just good enough.
Nicely done. USP's out looking for the third. Zippix. Oh, good answer. Searson right there. Huge clash coming out of Big and Astralis on long A, and it leaves just 2 standing. Lucky, BlameF versus a double op and Tizian. Yep. But timing. It works. However, the sound, well, that's going to be the audio cue offered to the CT side because Tizian's down beneath BlameF, and he was just running.
Keto's going to come slow. He knows that Lucky was rotating over from long and has the op. And Searson also is a slightly immobile, but is pretty confident that no one's in long. Now, the bomb is what's coming up late, but it will be able to crawl over. Oh, but BlameF is gone.
He pushed.
It's down to Lucky.
And it falls on his shoulders. We have seen a clutch or 2 out of this kid. He is already the surefire top fragger for Astralis, and if he can pull this one off to keep them alive on Dust 2 prior to this one moving to Mirage, fingers crossed for him. But as he doubles back towards Cat, Keto's already in position. It is op versus op, and it's Lucky to pick up the first one. Now he knows that Searson was back on long, and the trajectory of the flashbang's not gonna help. He's down to half health, standing in the open, and on full display for Searson to slaughter him and the hopes of an Astralis T-side win. It's big to take Dust 2.
Not bad at all, Big Clan. They make it happen at the very end. It was a valiant attempt from Astralis. They try to do it. They put together the streak. But honestly, such a strong start from Big Clan. They started off 6-7-1. They're winning pistols left, right, and center. 8 in a row so far here in the Gauntlet. And the quality of the rounds is so much better than we saw yesterday. Faith restored.
Individual levels too, you know, tip of the hat towards that. Big just looking sharp, and Astralis will have their hands full as this one moves along. We've seen some ups, we've seen some downs on Mirage, but this is where Astralis wanted to take the series. You could argue they just barely won by the skin of their teeth versus NAVI on this map. We'll see if they can do it versus Big after this.
Yes. No. Ha 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 ha.
Although.
Oh. Oh, it's gonna be fun.
See AWP in the air.
Oh no no no! Behind me, he's trying to knife me again. No, okay, wait. Wait, I need to reload, wait!
Oh no.
Reload! Who is flashing me? Sake. Oh no.
What? Oh, run away! What are you doing?
Come to Papa!
Tunnel ist einer. Hat das einer? Beide vor B.
Zwei vor B. Ich flash mit Window, lass
Die flashen auch. Ich kann nicht. Ich bin toll.
Zwei, noch einer. Gerüst.
Ich kann durch.
Gerüst, zwei.
Ich hab Window. Tür, letzter. Letzter Tür rein.
Tür.
Nein! Junge! Insane. Nice shot. Insane. Nice shot.
A streaky first half and an attempt for Astralis to quell Big's defense, but too little too late. We were discussing how we've noticed that historically sometimes Astralis have struggled to get the momentum going early on, finding their feet, looking comfortable, and that certainly came back to bite them in this match.
Another rough start for Astralis, unfortunately. Losing both pistol rounds in a game like this obviously is not going to help them out, but as you said, Freya, slow start on the CT side, couldn't quite make it. It took them 8 rounds to finally start to string some rounds together, and one of the things Big was super successful with in the beginning of the first half was the B splits. Over and over again, they were punishing Config and Glaive on that B bomb side who just couldn't hold it whatsoever. And the fun thing is, we saw that happen to Big themselves yesterday when they were playing against EG. They constantly got punished with the B splits. So probably they took a page out of EG's playbook and applied that towards Astralis. And as we saw right now, Config and Glaive, they got to figure something out on that B bomb side because that was the foundation for Big's great first half.
It's so hard for me to wrap my mind around the fact that Config is actually the weakness on the CT side. When was the last time that we addressed Config as being a liability on the CT side of any team? He used to be the absolute wall. He used to be Mr. Multi-kill. And this time around, once more, he is the problem. He and Glaive struggled massively to hold these B splits. And that was the main reason why Big got off to a good start.
One surprise that we saw from the side of Big, Keto not really having any impact until, what was it, round number 12, I believe? But then he ends up with a decent amount of kills on the scoreboard.
I don't think, personally, I've never seen a pro game where a player 12 rounds into the game have 0 ADR. He hasn't hit an opponent in 12 rounds whatsoever. That in itself is very impressive, you know, kudos to Keto for that. But the bounce back, the bounce back.
It's a because we didn't want to break.
It's one of those scenarios where, honestly, it's harder to have a 0 ADR than have Twin. Let's be honest, right? It's harder not to hit anyone. But the bounce back from Keto, the CT side, we see the highlight package right here with the MP9, with the M4, even picking up the AWP. He was here, there, and everywhere. So, you know, the mental fortitude coming out of Keto after having probably the worst first half he's ever played is pretty impressive.
It's almost as impressive. I mean, the comeback is as impressive as the 12 rounds without an ADR. To be able to then bounce back and end up on 18 kills. And he was, from the get-go on the second half, right? Pistol round, he had the multi-kill. He had that round right here with the AWP. Close up and personal. So kudos to Keto for having the actual resilience to react and bounce back from what was an abysmal start of the game.
Yeah, particularly looking at that at a CT side for Big, other than that little mini streak that we saw of Astralis, Big looked relatively in control and actually netting a couple of rounds that we didn't really think were going to go in their favor.
No, we can probably touch on an eco play, which is Big once more playing around the smoke on the A side. We know it's in their portfolio. We know we have talked about it in different games, in different situations. Look at this. Round 12, only an AWP on 2. Sursen, the rest of Big, is tagging on the A side, and he plays around that same smoke towards Gandalf. Gets found by Zip, but Tapson is right behind it, and that will not be seen by Astralis. Tapson picks up the AWP, and he's going to be able to put not 1, not 2, but 3 kills on the board with the single AWP that Big was holding. Despite BlameF, Slurk, and finding on Favor, it's not going to be enough. Tapson is going to go again with the AWP, and this round was what Astralis needed to build up a momentum. They needed that to actually put the money on their side and have a little bit of breathing room, which they won't find playing the past to Eco.
I want to bring up a point that you also kind of bounced on in the green room that we were talking about. Actually, Lucky not putting up some bad numbers there, but that's actually kind of a bad sign when you're seeing Astralis in those strugglesome situations that Lucky isn't really enough to pull them out.
Yes, it is actually a bad sign, because if Lucky is having a bad game, then we can stand at the desk and say, oh, listen, that's because they don't have the AWP. This is why Astralis is struggling. But actually, when Lucky's putting up numbers, when he's at the top of the stands on the side of Astralis, then that means that the list of problems is actually deeper and longer than we imagine. That is what I'm getting from that game. If Astralis, with the Lucky that is performing, is not able to beat Big on Dust 2, then other problems lie somewhere else.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? It's starting to annoy me a little bit when it comes to Astralis, because we can always find a new problem. Kudos to Lucky for playing a decent game right here. He went plus 10, you know, in KD-wise, and that's impressive. He did save I think like 9 or 10 times, you know, so a lot of those kills and a lot of rounds, he had the AWP at his disposal, so you'd expect him to find impact. Good to see him do it, but you're right. Whenever we see someone play well, there's just another one not performing. So it feels like, instead of pointing fingers towards individual players, it just seems right now that Astralis as a team, as a unit, still haven't found out how to activate all the players at the same time.
I mean, for me, I cannot take my eyes out of Config. I don't know what is going on. I mean, I know he had some health issues at the time. He wasn't feeling exactly the very best. I'm just looking at his numbers in 2022. We're talking 13 maps and only 3 with a positive KD. That's a very, very low proportion, a low ratio of good maps for Config. The problem is, when you bring in that duo and you have the rest with Glaive, with Zip and Lucky, you're looking at Config to be the firepower. He has to be a difference maker, and when he doesn't, then everything looks very flat.
And an additional problem, just to pile upon this tower, if Config isn't feeling his best alongside BlameF coming into this second map of Mirage, they're the huge difference makers that we always look at for Astralis, particularly on this ground.
Astralis is not going to win Mirage unless Config finds some sort of an impact, especially these two guys. We had the stat before, and we can bring it up again, right? They don't win when these two guys are not playing well together. And Mirage in particular, we talk the Astralis side, we talk CT side as well. Config and BlameF, they play on Catwalk, they play in Connector, and those two are constantly trying to apply pressure in middle. If that is successful for Astralis, you can definitely disturb the way Big want to approach the game and attack the T side. But if Config is a non-factor again, it's only BlameF. And I know he has big shoulders, but it's too much fun.
Look, when Astralis actually took down NAVI on Mirage, these two on your screen combined for 61 frags over one map. 61 frags between these two. So when we're talking about win conditions, we're not bluffing. They are the ones that have the keys to the castle when it comes to Astralis and Mirage.
Yeah, that's some raw firepower coming into it. I mean, just a few words on Big before we do jump into Astralis' map pick. Do you see any kind of flares of hope of them being able to take this one into?
I mean, I'm curious to see what Tapson can do and what kind of pace they're coming out with. I'm very curious to see how they're going to approach the T side. If I know Tapson right, he would like to poke a little bit, try to play fast in the beginning, see if you can rattle out Astralis, see if you can contest Config in middle, in Connector. And outside of that, I do expect Big to have shown some progress on Mirage as well, because the map for them haven't really been a household name, to be completely honest. So I don't really know what to expect from Big, but for Astralis, it's all about BlameF and Config.
Well, we can take a look at what we expect from our Betway odds coming into the second map of this series. They flipped on over to the side of Big after a pretty convincing first map victory. But it does come down to the grounds of Astralis. Mirage brought into the pool by the Danes, but a chance for Big to be taking it into. We're going to see how it goes down after this break.
Welcome everybody to Hot Swaps, brought to you by Coinbase. We're going to talk about the hottest of the swaps coming into this new season. Launders, I'm going to go over to you first to start off with. Who have you picked?
M.A.N.A.C.E.T to G2, the biggest transfer of the season. We actually have a situation where G2 potentially have an upper that can take on Simple at one point in history.
It's true that I think we expect a lot from M.A.N.A.C.E.T, but what people don't realize as well is that he doesn't need to be performing like Simple for G2 to be able to win trophies. That's not the case. This is not the conditions he's in.
We have all seen his highlights, FPL, and what he has done in the Academy League. He has insane talent.
It'll make it easier for him to just go in and not worry too much.
Most people's bold prediction for this year, so I think that he's going to be pretty good.
I know Launders has already thrown a bit of shade at your pick for the hot swap, so who are you going with?
I don't really know why we're throwing shades at Shox going to Liquid, because that was my hot swap. Honestly, I almost fell off my chair when I realized that Shox went to Liquid.
I think saying he's the hottest swap of the year is that's totally because Maniac's got, you know, he's played with him or something.
Well, I think that we're going to be really good too, and I think that people are going to be like pleasantly surprised after a little bit. I think that there's going to be like a lot of learning that we're going to have to do.
For Liquid, like I don't think Shox is going to be the one who solves their issues.
In terms of like the new roster, I think that we're looking super strong.
Shox used to be a superstar with a capital S, an absolute superstar. He was obviously featured in all of the top 20 of the 3 first years in HLTV.
There's some question marks how they're going to do overall, but I think long term this is an interesting pickup for Liquid for sure.
I'm going to go with Rox. I think unfortunately in 2021 we didn't really get to see the best of Rox, but the biggest reason I'm really excited for this is because Rox is going to be under Carrigan once again.
When I left to FaZe, I told FaZe this is the player I want for the team, no matter how the team is going to look like.
He lines up really well role-wise with all of like the guys from FaZe. I think that's going to be like a really natural transition for him.
For me, the reason why I'm most excited for this is the fact that he's rejoining up with Carrigan. Rob's playing a round of Counter-Strike and you'll be purely amazed with what he's delivering to the server. So I think that's why I think this is going to be the hottest swap coming into this new season.
The reason why I'm so excited about Shox going to Liquid is that he's putting an end to 9 years of French Counter-Strike.
Honestly, he's got to be the hottest swap. Even when he's aiming in the wrong place, he still hits his shot. I mean, look at these flicks. It's unbelievable. I haven't seen anything like it. Carlos, you're in for a treat.
Honestly, I think Mohan's speech was amazing.
Yeah.
He really hit me with the flicks. The little message to Carlos really got me, so I'm going to join Mohan's. It's the hot one.
I think I'm going to be flip-flopping over there as well. Well, thank you so much, guys, for joining us for Hot Swaps brought to you by Coinbase. Really excited to see how all these swaps play out in the 2022 season.
And so here we are on the cusp of Mirage, on the cusp of a potential big win over Astralis. They're the Betway favors now. And I think that, to me, it's the standout statistic that Maniac dropped on the desk. More than 60 kills were needed between BlameF and Config in order to get that previous victory. This is a map that they introduced once those 2 players came over. It's a map that they love to play on Complexity. So to me, it has to be them.
Yeah.
You know, they have the kings to the win.
Config is more consistent on Complexity on this map. And the team was just better, of course. And they just had like a Mirage team. That was their go-to map on that former Complexity lineup. He still has the same spots, but some things changed. And because it's a new team, that's just going to happen. You just don't have the same consistency out of Config right now. When they joined the team, it looked really exciting. Of course, first land back, it was amazing. But since then, it's just you can count on. You can count on BlameF, Config. There sometimes, they're not there sometimes, and yeah, they can pull out a Mirage win. But I don't really feel like anyone should just have blind faith in them at the moment. I don't think they actually have that kind of faith in themselves right now. They definitely aren't riding as high on confidence anymore, and I think that's really a tough place to be on Mirage because there isn't too much more to get better. So even though I think normally I would say Astralis, they should pick this map up because of Big's improvements from yesterday. Even though I'd consider them the underdog, I guess overall, I feel like they're going to be able to win this map. But at one point, not that long ago, Astralis would be the choice for sure.
Right? Feels that way.
It's weird. It's very weird.
Oh, it's just been struggles for the Danes.
Yeah.
Identity issues.
Yeah, maybe Floppy was onto something.
Could have been. He's on something.
on to whatever.
Just letting our letting our 10th player get into the lobby, boys, before we kick this one off. It's a weird place to be. I mean, I think that, you know, thankfully for either of these two teams, we're not talking about elimination here with this match. It's just who goes on to have 2 chances and who gets stuck in that last chance round on the final day of the groups. The new groups format, of course, for Blast 2022, the Gauntlet run, right? That's the big ask of the big clan. They dealt with evil geniuses yesterday to make sure that they didn't go out dead last, that they weren't shipped down to the Showdown just yet. Now they could be putting Astralis in that position. All 10 players in the server ready to go. It feels like this has, you know, the pressure of a map 3, but that is only on one side of this.
Yeah.
But we're almost talking about it as if we're watching Dead Man Walking. Astralis not out yet, but 16 rounds for Big, and they will move on to try and topple this side of the gauntlet.
Remember now, NAVI are waiting on the last chance too.
Yikes.
And every best of 3 that they get, they're going to get angrier and angrier. That's scary.
I don't know. They look pretty pissed today.
Yeah.
They might have maxed out that meter. Keto, a much better start to this map.
Wow.
A kill in the pistol. tabseN falls back from jungle. It's going to be a heavy emphasis on the CT spawn, and in fact, the T's are pushing it as well. Big fight being set up here. Banked nade. Little bit of damage against Config. Little drive-by from tabseN. He connects to the head. Quick reload for Tizian. Gonna try to get back into the fight with somebody just behind him. searson coming up from connector, killed. Blame F doing a good job of diving back around the triple boxes. Lucky just locks in on default. Now a smoke on top of bomb. Curious situation. Kit for Tizian.
Oh, the bomb's planted.
Eyes up on Favin.
Wait, they can cover this.
He's got it.
No, there's no way to even stop
Can't
this.
stop it.
Oh my god, he'd need the shot.
Blame
Oh,
F.
just so right around them. Yeah, they couldn't even delay for time, and Blame will die. Wow. I don't know where Blame was going. What was the itinerary? Was he just gonna wrap? Maybe he was gonna go jungle, get into the bottom, connect. I don't even know what that would do actually. The only thing he could have done there is go to CT and then have a good fight, but that's gonna take forever. They saw him escape as well, but maybe he felt like if he just stood out there, he was useless since he just got pushed back. So awkward spot, but really good sense of urgency from Big to just move that along as fast as possible.
Tried to make it work and lost it. AAA1S double MP9. Grenades scattered on Big. Same can be said for the offense. Let's see it. A B burst. A jump peek that I don't know whether it confirmed anything.
There, I think he...
Now he seems to
just
know.
now does, yeah.
Yeah, a little too scared for that one. Great grenade damage. Config nearly blown to smithereens. So it's going to serve as the trigger. Here comes the activation. They're all going to come jumping down into their death. All wrapped up. Easy. Easy pickings.
Nicely done. 3 there. Good fallback. Protocols from Favin. Never put himself in jeopardy. He flashed and then did his final jump peek after he kind of felt like they might have been watching for him. Good sense there. But it's kind of weird because they just hide after the flash. They don't see anything. But he was still right. And that's what matters.
That's what counts.
Above all else.
AK-47's up. The buy is in. Let's see if it's a quick response or another slow start a la Dust 2. Uh-oh. Config, hot spot.
Oh no, that's so awkward. He thought he was in a safe zone outside of the molly, but he should have smoked it. That's risky, and he ends up dying. That's a free one for Big, and this is a kind of a bonus for them with the 2 MP9s.
Awful feeling for Config to give up that man advantage.
Now, you know, you don't want to game plan towards this AK. That would be really greedy, but there is the chance for them to get it later on in the round and upgrade.
Missed nade.
Uh-oh. Could have been some real damage. It looks like the cat split is coming forward, but look at Big. You know, smartly rotating around against so many rounds like this. Anti-force buys, rounds where you don't think an op is in play, low mid presence, you're going to end up doing a cat split. Bomb's still back in spawn, however. Lucky finds one.
It's a good kill to grab. Tizian's head caught out. Ooh, Glaive with the other one, but tabseN's got the double.
What a snapback.
Able to trade both those players.
This will encourage Blame forward, actually. I think he's found a timing on the lurk, but I don't think tabseN's in immediate jeopardy.
Still a doable post plant
And they know Blame's alive. Oh, off the corner of the smoke. He'll get spotted. Searson, Jesus.
What does he see there?
I think he saw a kneecap.
Well, he took him out from beneath it.
Okay, it's Zipix time.
Okay, Zipix in a clutch. 2025 Zipix. Let's see that impact. Let's see that value. This is your specialty. This is your bread and butter. And not one kill in the attempt. So 3 survivors for Big Clan, getting beyond that first buy. Also, on top of it, yeah, you lose 2 players, but they still had MP9s in the mix. So they're going to be very content with this one. It's a triple AK upgrade and a 3-0 start.
I think that's a moment where Config really wants to save a smoke for the window, but they need it to be ready for a molly to top mid. I mean, it's not a weird molly. It's very normal. So, yeah. Fell for that trap. Got a little bit greedy with just, you know, if he could stay alive or not. Maybe they really needed that smoke for that specific strat they were going to pull off, but either way, it's a free life gone. The half buy. Another slow start for Astralis. Wait, did you already see this? 9 pistol rounds in a row?
Didn't mention it, but yep.
9 pistol rounds in a row. Went for
Holy
big.
hell. And possibly more. Again, we've only started keeping track as of yesterday.
Yeah.
Somebody go digging. It's a tough pill to swallow for Astralis. You can see the frustration even on Blame F's face at the end of the round. Just not where you want to, you want to put your best foot forward to kick off this T side. Tizian, gonna put out the fire. He's got a little room to work with. Remember, just the pistols ahead of him, and a flashbang primes him for a peek. He goes out, but Glaive still has vision. And clear at that. Bit of a gap again for Searson. No bomb yet on site.
Like a molly.
Lucky's leaving. Lucky's gone.
Wait.
Everybody's gone.
Wait. Oh, because I mean they don't have any more smokes. I mean it seems crazy, but honestly, they don't really have a way to plant. They have to cover CT. They can't really cover CT without exposing themselves.
Look, Favin's leaving.
And honestly, it's actually still working. It's pretty desperate from Astralis, but honestly, it might be the right idea. Favin will have some pressure put on him. He's got a sense of the timing, avoiding the deagle. Will he get punished? He's got to get out.
The M4 is in the mix as well.
Very
Third man
few bullets.
Deagle's all around him. Oh, Glaive keeping it crisp as ever. Another 1-deag for Glaive in this round. Big impact. Going forwards, Tabson. Glaive's got another. He's doing everything until Keto kills him. Culls him from the catwalk. There's the bench wrap. Another headshot shines through for Big. And Searson, the homing missile of Oppers, just keeps it locked in on Lucky. He's got him pinned behind the bench. A swap out to the AK. Still has the advantage and connects that bullet for the win. Still, nice call from Astralis. I've got to give it props. That run to the B site, Favin's uncertainty created that pocket of a chance. Very cool.
It looks so silly, but once these smokes are gone, I mean, and they don't have control of jungle, they don't have control of CT. There's literally an op in CT. They're mollying out firebox, all of these things. It's another moment where Glaive just makes an executive decision and everybody gets behind it and actually almost works. I mean, it gets them a lot farther than they probably would have on the A side. So they get the bomb down, comes close.
Great scramble.
Yeah.
The old QB blitz. Or something sports.
QB sneak.
Sure. That's probably it. That landed.
I guess I would call it, normally I'd call it QB sneak when you go like 4 one side and the bomb just goes the other side. Just jumps out for a plant, but technically that's not even right.
Zero-sum game. Ooh, Favin. Zipix is low. Nice flick, dude, for the headshot.
That was quick. Quickie.
And he's gone.
You know what I like about Favin? I feel like we don't talk about him too much. He quietly gets to the top of the scoreboard. I don't really see him out of position too often. Just kind of been relatively consistent. I mean, that's it.
Yeah, not a guy that, like, you can't really point to mistakes. I can't even think of one round tonight or yesterday where I'm like, oh, that's his fault.
Yeah. Oh, bad spray. Like, you don't really say that with him.
That's quietly consistent.
It's kind of a big compliment for being new on a team.
I feel like sort of what Big need.
Sure. Yeah.
A quiet scoreboard climber, but
yeah, maybe.
Searson 8-1. Notable because it's Searson. That's what they need. Without him, there is no Big.
Flash to the apartments. Bobbin's trying to find contact, but it's 15 seconds, so just, yeah, exactly. Fall back. Again, just minimizing the chance at making mistakes, allowing for Keto to keep swinging this off wonderfully at that. Apparently, he's an opper. If he had hit that flick, he would have been a star opper. But it's still a stoppage here inside sight. Keto, excellent round. Favin, great support. And a last-second rotate from Tabson to just make sure no chance for Lucky.
Yeah, always the temptation to just go for the swing after you see a target. But Favin, first of all, great reaction here. And then, yeah, just pulls off, lets Keto take the brunt of the impact and doesn't have to worry about the window as well. Keto keeps going for these repeats. They could be jumping out the window, but Favin's right there to cover it. So really important he stays alive. Puts as much stress on the system as possible. And Astralis will go into their first timeout after going down 5-0 again. Map 2. That's big. I can get behind.
5 rounds straight.
Two ops now.
We highlighted the blame F and config requirement here on Mirage. 2 kills between them, both of which belong to blame. So it's not too late. That's what we learned with the first half on Dust 2. It's not too late for the Danes to kick things into gear. But right now, they're just spinning tires in the mud. Searson watching smoke. Oh, Keto opens up. That's yeah, an apartment's peak. Xipix tries to get ahead of the smoke by the looks of the radar. Oh, dies for it, but nice timing. Oh my God, blame
He doesn't see default.
Oh my lord.
Tizian's whole ass was sticking out. But he wasn't into it.
That's...
the benefits of sitting still. You blend in.
Yeah, that's true, right? They hunt by movement, like a T-Rex. But blame F bites off more than he can chew. Why are you laughing? You made me
I just
laugh.
don't know anything about T-Rex. Thought that was funny.
I just watched Jurassic Park the day before I left.
Okay.
And came here. Yes. The first one. It's on. Wow. It is just, I mean, at no point in that round, other than the blame F attempt, did it even seem like Astralis had a chance at openings.
Yeah.
This we didn't get to see. Ooh, what? Yeah, bro.
That's
an offer.
Quick. That's a tiny gap.
Tizian turns.
That's like Dust 2 door crack.
I kind of want to see again how much blame F saw of Tizian while he was perched there. But maybe if we get a tech pause or something. Not that I wish that upon us. I want the game's momentum to keep rolling, but won't be much in terms of momentum for Astralis. It's the double Mac 10 double tech Deagle buy. And a fast one. Maybe based off of how Xipix was able to get by that smoke, they think a quick tempo could work. And sure enough, they're able to jump out. The op of Searson coming in from Catwalk. He's standing in the open, still shaves 2 off of the play. Flash in his face, and his teammates run beyond him. Tabson's the first to fall, and Searson's just collecting scalps. Tizian with 1. Favin all the while, very quietly tucked on Dumpster. It is perfection.
And that's his own smoke, actually. He somehow managed to do that really quickly and set up a one-way. Call that bin Skadoodle. I actually don't know why, but always call it Skadoodle. But a new fallback plan just to keep it fresh instead of just falling back to empty. Searson will see 6 feet jumping out of the window and puts him 6 feet deep.
Wow. Is there just a player on his head?
They're everywhere. Like spider monkeys.
Climbing all over each other to get these easy kills, because this half is a blowout so far. 7-0. 3 rounds by way of defuse, one of which a 1vX. That's round 4. Config's learned. Put that fire out quick.
Yeah. Sorry about that happen again. I felt that pain though.
Yeah.
Oh, I've been there.
Searson 13-1.
My God.
Keep eyes on this guy. It's like 2020 Searson.
Mm-hmm.
The king of the online era. I feel like COVID was the favorite thing for Searson because he could just play in his house all day.
He's still doing it.
Yeah, listen, he's 13-1. Put him in whatever environment works. Smoke to window. Glaive walks out. Astralis with mid control. Keto gets tagged up, and Tapson gets caught. That's going to force the staircase player to, yeah, exactly, move out. They're trying to go for ramp. Wow, Searson with the fadeaway.
That was very clever from Searson. Instead of fighting.
Favin's coming up ticket, gets killed by Config. Searson hits that. No way.
Oh, that would have actually been perfect.
If only that arch wasn't rounded.
But Keto persists.
He's fighting for the spot of top Opper, and 14-1. Keto's given us some very clean kills. Up close, Blame F can't manage to stop Tizian. And now Zipix, he's stranded on top of the bomb while Config wraps all the way around through the murder hole on only 26 HP. It's an easy defuse. Config can't stop this. There is nothing he can do. An easy defuse, an easy 8th round, and Big show no signs of stopping.
Damn, dude. Man, they mess up a couple of small things there, but the protocols are so nice, and I love the way that Searson played that. Little bit of pressure on Connector. He goes towards his teammate. They can double up on A ramp, cover each other. He even gets an extra op shot off while he's falling back, and then does some more damage towards Triple, which is Config, who ends up playing it very passively inside of jungle. Tizian's, honestly, when Tizian swung out to the ramp, BameF is going to think he'll go pretty wide because there's no way you're going to expect me sitting in Apex in this position. And Tizian's peak is so sharp that BlameF overslips just a little bit. Searson continues with more frags, 15-1. Keto is also doing so much. And they are just decimating Astralis. This is by far the best map we've seen from Big at this event.
Holy hell. Config trying to jump down through smokes in middle, dies before his feet even find the floor. Lucky and Zipix trying to get out ramp, but hell, even if you do, look what's waiting.
This might be the first time NKJ doesn't swear in an interview.
Or
all the ones we've seen, they've all been like lots to complain about, but it seems like things are clicking now.
Or maybe he's gonna swear more than ever.
Oh yeah,
this is,
out of excitement, bring it on.
The total blowout.
True.
A very strong Big showing. $25 kills between Keto and Searson. I mean,
two goats.
The ops are unstoppable right now. Big just have the formula. And Astralis can't steal it. Lucky looking for any kind of an opening here. 35 seconds. Oh. Just grasping for anything, and it's like they're all here, but they're not. He hasn't seen a thing. Like, nobody's giving him an opening. What, you want to face that stare Opper who just keeps going for a peek, a quick fire, and a fallback? Yeah, sure, throw a Molotov. We'll extinguish it. There's nobody even there.
So sweaty. Now he's spraying it. It's like under balcony. Gonna kill him first.
He still hasn't seen anybody. He sees nobody for the 30 seconds that he's standing there.
Searson just dumpsters him with the 1 dig as well.
What are Big? Dude, it's like Big are just playing with them.
Yeah. This is pretty dirty. This is entertaining CS too. Stylish. Exciting. And for some, depressing.
Yeah.
Let's keep this kill streak going, Searson. Everyone wants to see a record.
Let's go. No deaths in that last one either. Massive impact. The solo AK and pistols all around it. Now, this is one of those weird rounds where there was timing given over. Empty A site in terms of the CT setup.
And they actually don't have anyone in CT right now.
Yeah, nothing at all. Very weird.
Okay, the default plant does open things up for the CT retake. Oh.
That's the AK dead.
Yeah.
Damage already on 2 of the other 4. The ramp players start to come back, trying to charge forward instead, but Tapson and Tizian. That's 3 kills for them. Easy retake.
They didn't have a choice but to try to, you know, get a lucky frag or 2 on that aggressive play, but it gets shut down.
Like, they just made a mistake. The biggest mistake of the half, leaving A empty.
Yeah.
And they still come back and take it back.
And it's technically, you know, it's fine as long as, you know, CT control doesn't get overrun and they have something. And they're pretty good about that. So much. Wow, that's a crazy 148, 137. Of course, no rounds lost. Helps out a lot, but they're the reason that they haven't lost any rounds.
1 map ago, Keto had 0 ADR at this point.
Yeah.
Now he's in the hundreds.
Hey.
Counter-Strike is round by round.
Stay focused.
Stay sharp.
They disrespect this top cat smoke. Searson did the cat jump. Doesn't see anyone cross. And now they'll actually pounce on this.
Really?
Just keeping it going.
Yeah, they're just pushing their luck, and why not?
I mean, they got that solid info and went for it. Oh, and another free one. Oh my God, it's wicked. It's disgusting.
He can't miss.
It's clinical.
He simply cannot miss.
It's beautiful. It's Searson.
Another. Wow. Lucky was in apartments. He was, look at the radar. He was in apartments.
Searson said, rent too high, son.
Glaive down in the underpass. I'm sorry, brother, but your fate is sealed. You'll be able to fight Tabson, but that just gets Searson one step closer. And if it's not him, then it'll be Keto and Connector.
Oh my God, dude. 20 and 1.
This is sick.
Oh, it's either.
I want to see this third one.
Yeah, this shot is crazy, bro. That shot is crazy. You can't even rotate, dude.
Oh my, how is that a headshot?
That's sick. That was a headshot?
That was how is that a headshot? Please, one more time. It's a timeout.
Level. And his total stats this event, man, Searson's been at the top. He was at a 1.18 rating coming into the series, I believe.
I just can't. 20 and 1.
Sick. Sick. I was going to do a debut demo on every new player, but I have to do this.
Yeah,
this is so crazy.
Yeah.
Just been farming.
Watch this. Okay. The first one? No, it's the second. The crouch. Zipik's crouch. Okay, nice and slow. How is this a headshot?
Oh, he crouched and he flicked up a little bit. Bow.
Bada boom. Searson, 20 and 1. Tabson, top mid fight. Gets answered back by Glaive. Good peek by Tizian. It's just such good timing. They're fighting everywhere. All the time. Round after round.
Oh, they take A-ramp control, and now Searson can focus towards mid. And they kill the Palace player, so they're not going to be worried about that for some time, if ever. Now, window is getting taken, and the way Searson moved and making a lot of sense here, and he can feel the timing. Dude, this guy is so smart. Oh!
He's dead.
Okay, what a shot. What an amazing shot from Glaive.
The king is dead. The reign is over. Until next round.
Until Keto.
Oh, that's true, right? Yeah. The prince of Big's opping.
Oh. Look at where...
Why are you here?
Tizian got here.
Why are you here? They're coming. No.
What a spot.
No,
this is going to work. He can wait. He doesn't have to shoot them.
Oh, no.
Oh, he can...
Oh, he's going to execute both. What are you doing there?
You can't...
He's just perched. You can't expect that. Keto gets the op shot. Big have not lost a round. And Tizian just...
He had to go all the way around. If you're not familiar with the map, he had to go push a ramp, jump up, and then go to where you line up nades just to get to that spot. And, you know, most of the time you think, if you can do that, they're probably not going to come to your side.
Why are you up there? And you could see Tizian's like moment of shame in the cameras after.
Oh boy.
They're trying to give him props and he's like, guys, I'm so greasy.
That's crazy.
Searson though, gonna have a tougher round this time. Tagged down to a measly 18 HP.
And Tizian's up on his favorite position, sitting here on the default where he's the most annoying.
Yo, this guy's like a cat.
Yeah, he is.
He's just
tries to go higher.
He's just got to climb things.
Oh, Tizian knows what their plan is.
Things he shouldn't be on. Flashes over the top of the site.
Now, it's probably been calm that they have taken over middle control and window. We saw Glaive, you know, get through here, but Searson is watching it. However, he's going back over, and Tabson goes to make sure no one's done anything tricky towards connector. Man, they are covering everything. I mean, absolutely everything. They've got it all mapped out.
He hears that.
Now, okay, Glaive might actually still find a timing inside a window.
But
Searson is checking on it, but...
They've done a good job of putting two Thorns into this mid setup. Glaive and Lucky can definitely facilitate Zipix on the rotate. But even then, you know, you've got to get past the... Blame F wins that fight. Last round, Tizian got the better of him.
Yeah, the problem is Blame F, you know. You don't get too scared if he gets that kill on that side of the map. And they take him out with the A ramp push.
Now, it wasn't
going towards B with 30 seconds, and Glaive feels like he has to activate. The pieces are just falling.
Coming back through connector instead. Feels like they're kind of scrambling here at the final few seconds. Lucky gonna be able to cross over. Tizian just remaining tucked. Searson 21 and 2. Oh, make it 22 and 2. Tapping away, they kill him right after the bomb plant. A 13th consecutive CT round win. They're having too much fun.
That's disgusting. Bust out the fruits.
All of them.
Missed that.
Yeah. The Tizian fruits.
Tizian used to have a bowl of fruit cut up for him for his matches based on his teammates' or his opponent's jerseys.
That's what it felt like.
Yeah. So they'd probably have some watermelons out for Astralis. Instead, he's just eating Astralis.
Yeah. Yeah, he's upgraded.
Right to the source. Amazing stuff.
Wow. Historic performance from Searson. Crazy half.
Wow.
And it's not even
Nothing's
over.
going right. That smoke goes over.
I mean, at this point, at what point do like the problems they just all start to clump. Config, he's gonna go deeper. Oh, but that's where Favin's gonna stop him.
And they lose CT control off that.
It is a bomb plant at the least. Tapson gets caught by Blamap off top stairs. Favin looking for a little bit more. Will manage to get the better of Zipix. We've got Glaive tucked in behind boxes. Oh, ambitious jump shot, bud. But
it gets him out of the spot.
That it does. Flushes him outwards, although still not certain of it. Now they know. Glaive will be traded. Searson's still alive and kicking 23 kills.
No way!
The Eagle, and again the bomb is just shrouded inside of the smoke. There's a flash on Searson. Keto's gonna take contact. Pete comes up from ramp. Searson comes off bomb, and Blame will stop the 16-0 at 13 rounds for Big.
It had to end eventually, huh? It had to end eventually. That, I mean, the Deagle, this is like watching Simple at this point, on his best day. It's wild. And I don't even, Searson got off that, right? Just to, try to hit the shot. No chance of the plant. Timeout called from Astralis. They win that, but it's so scrappy. I mean, you have 23 kills in total for Astralis.
You have 24 kills on Searson.
So. Yeah.
That's horrifying. I don't think I've ever seen Big play this like.
Yeah, this is a perfect map.
crazy.
I mean, it's Searson, but it's the whole team as well. I mean, they're all rotating really well. Protocols look solid. Everything's in the retakes.
Everybody's had a moment from Big.
Yeah,
literally everyone.
I think Tizian finally got punished for playing in his favorite position, sitting on top of default.
Can't get away with it every time. He's gonna get pressured from ramp. We'll see if Astralis can get best case scenario, a second terrorist round win. Searson does get into the palace. Here comes Tabson straight off CT spawn.
Another one for Searson.
Oh my.
Another one for Searson. He's 26 and 3.
27. Oh, clicked the wrong mouse button. Keto and Tabson gonna end it, but what in the hell is that? 26 and 3 for Searson in 15 rounds against Astralis.
Man, back in the days, I couldn't even play this tournament.
I'm a little bit biased, right?
It was like the early days of kind of Counter-Strike, and it wasn't as good and as hype.
So Astralis 27th with Kirby, I would say it's D.
Astralis with Kirby. Astralis 17. That would be on C. C.
Astralis 2017 with Kirby, I would put it on A, I think. And it's because I feel like that's the first time Astralis won the major. Yeah, I believe he won the MVP as well of that major, so...
Astralis 17 with Kirby, let's say C. I think I'm going to put Astralis 2017 and Gambit 2017 on the B tier list. Those are good teams as well. Gambit surprised everyone winning it. but they didn't really stay together to do more afterwards. So
Gambit 2017. I have bad memories about that one, but I believe it was also a decent one. They've changed the meta, so I gave it to them an A.
Gambit B.
Then I'll put Gambit on F.
Gambit 2017. I kind of want to put it on B, but A at the same time. But I think I'll put it on B. Maybe I'll put it on A as well, just because it was Zeus that won with Gambit in 2016, the major.
On A tier, I will put Gambit. Like, I remember the story that Zeus even bought tickets because he didn't believe that they will pass group stage. Cloud9, C or D?
Okay, so let's go now to the B tier list. Let's go with Cloud9 2018. The Magic in American soil. Cloud9 versus FaZe, my boy CUGK.
C.
Cloud9 2018, definitely S. It was one of the best majors.
Then I would say on B I would put Cloud9 2018. I remember one day before final, like 2 or 3 FaZe players, like Nico, maybe even Drain, they write on Twitter that it's gonna be easy final for them. And the comeback that Cloud9 did on Inferno was insane.
Cloud9 up. I have to put that on S tier.
Von Smoke.
Von hoch.
Die Jungle. A-Split. An der Rampe.
Einer muss kurz gehen, bitte. Bench vielleicht mal vor.
Die gehen CT. Ich kann CT flashen. Geht alle CT. Ich hab Flash für euch. Ich bin ans Flash.
Nur für CT legen, aber... CT einer.
Firebox.
Warte, ich leg los am Flash. Warte.
Flash kommt. Umdrehen. Boom. Drops und 2 CT. Pushen CT. Warte, ich nehme.
3, 2, 1.
Fire down. Firebox, leider Firebox. Pizza hat Kit und
Ninja und Firebox. Ninja und Firebox.
Willst du den Big diffusen?
Pizza hat das Kit. Ninja, ja?
Ja, ich halte das Kit.
Gib ihm einfach.
Das so. Der ist.
Nice.
Warte, Kill.
Der hat keinen Schuss mehr.
I love how the complete celebration didn't come in. They got the final kill. Yeah. They already won the round.
Look how happy they were at the 1-0 start.
Yeah.
Little did they know what was to come.
Right. Oh, man.
Blessed be the 14-1 half from Big.
You know, for some, the unbiased crowd, the German fans, an insane map of Counter-Strike. This is obviously horrible for Astralis, but what a day it's been for Big. Gotta really appreciate what they put together here. I mean, again, it's if you look at the scoreboard, Searson tells a story, but you look at some of those CT setups, the adjustments, the rotations, that Tizian round, the Favin plays on B, everything was looking so good. Keto opping as a secondary, truly a team performance.
Little jiggle, but nothing to be seen. Blame F thinking about it. Taps in. Oh, taps in. We got the boost towards Catwalk. That could slow down this connector play, but they're still being able to fight outwards. That's bomb spotted. Searson pushing along. Lucky's going to be able to blindside a couple. Bomb included, but the stairs peek will be the end of him. Keto, good position inside ladder room. That's Zipix cut off from the Catwalk. 2v4 is needed. And unless it's config, and entirely config in this 1 versus 4 attempt, then it is a 15-1 masterclass on Mirage. And a desperate force buy is all that separates Big from victory and Astralis from embarrassment.
No, not even a kit for him to look for. Bomb's already past halfway.
Driving down to 5, peek off of the jungle. Searson, who else to put the nail in the coffin? But one more nail is needed. 14 map and match points.
Tappy Cat. Actually insane. 160 ADR for Searson and Keto, you know, peaking over 100, and you can remember a lot of those rounds.
Searson shooting for the 30 bomb in 17 rounds. 3 kills. Definitely obtainable, especially when they're just armored Deagles and the solo Zipic Scout. But man, to be a fly on the wall in Astralis' office after this match.
Probably gonna be a little quiet.
Good damage from Zipics, at least able to turn back the initial apartments push. And that's gonna send them down underpass instead. To mid they go. And that's actually where Astralis have tried to erect this defense. But they start cutting off the possibilities of the fight. Swinging wide was Tabson. Lucky, good Deagle. Still, you know, fight tooth and nail to the very end. Searson's gonna get that 28th. He knows that Lucky was last seen cat.
The thing is, he doesn't celebrate, you know? He just stays stone cold and just keeps delivering. If he's playing well, he just doesn't slow down. Doesn't start making... He never gets sloppy. You know, you can have bad days, but...
Uh-oh. Take some damage.
He never once took his position and just took some crazy risk. It was still continuously smart peaks, the right amount of aggression.
Every moment, but the Deagles are alive here for the Danes. Tizian gonna get rid of Glaive, still one inside of jungle. Favin's coming out from ramp. Searson, there it is, 29. Shooting for 30. Oh, 23 health. Lucky's on 6.
He's getting away from it.
And he's still gonna try to plant bomb. Favin gets tagged by the scout. Both these CTs barely alive. Searson, no time. Oh, preserve the KD. Keep the KD. My precious.
It's just for the round number. Imagine it was through that.
He holds on, man. But sure enough, at least the second round for the Danes, still just kind of squeezing big. I feel like they felt the threat of those Deagles.
Consolation round. How close was it? So close. Searson is the only gun. But again, he has more kills than all of Astralis, so that's kind of fair.
Holy hell.
Technically, right now, Big have a better buy than Astralis.
Ouch, man. You know, I don't mean to make fun of Astralis, but I feel like somebody has to be...
They would, you know?
Yeah. You gotta be... Somebody has to get sacrificed for the sake of Searson's performance. And you can't sing the praise without throwing the victims under the bus. Minute for Searson to figure this out. Where do we go? What do we do? Not even utility here to play with, so it really does just boil down to the headshots.
Doing a good job staying behind the pistols, looking for some stuff, but not taking first contact.
They're pushing deep.
Yeah, it's got the convoy players coming in. Searson goes down. Okay, everyone gets melted.
Perfect.
And they hold.
More or less. Tizian finds that one fadeaway frag towards connector. Picks up an MP9 for his troubles, but no real chance. Dropping Lucky would be nice. Just, you know, shave off any of the money you can. So even if Astralis keep winning rounds, make the rebuys hard.
Tizian's like kind of a hilarious player, huh?
Yeah.
Like this, especially this game, just the way he's bouncing around on all these peaks.
He's like a little, he's like an animal.
Yeah.
You know, I will never forget that moment where he is posted outside A ramp. That is to me the defining moment of Tizian now.
That's hilarious. That was a good spot. Come back into it. It's the best. He's like prepared to both save and win the round. All in the same spot.
All in the same spot, yeah. Goes ahead to pop off. All right. A little comeback. Everybody loves a little comeback. But it's going to be Glaive under pressure here.
Yeah, and he's sitting triple. They smoke top con, so they're going to start approaching. Glaive kind of does need to frag from this spot. You know, it depends. They swing palace on him and they spot him. But yeah, he has this glorious silence them for it. Yeah, and I'll spot one.
Ooh, that's nice.
Assassination right there.
Very nice. Keep it clean, Glaive. Remind him who's boss. Blame F also finding one. Tizian. Ooh, nice deagle. Pops Glaive and Favin.
Oh, a little bit of magic.
That looked cool.
Yeah.
Looked very cool.
Maybe even just one more, but still a couple of kills for Big Clan as they will now bounce back with a bye. We've got the op in the hands of Searson, and that is what got us here to the 15x.
Claves up to 15. Blame F crosses double digits. Still a far shot away from. He's looking for their chances in this game.
Oh, no.
They'll be under there for a while.
Crawls under the desk. They can't hurt me down here.
I don't know what they were thinking.
Jokes aside, you got to be able to laugh. Come on, Astralis. It's not the end of the tournament. It's not elimination. It's just...
The famous words of Henry G. If you don't laugh, you will cry.
It's just an old classic ass whooping. Happens.
It's good for builds character.
Yeah, it does, right? What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. At least that's what you got to tell yourself. Yeah. See how much longer they can prolong what feels like the inevitable and will feel like an inevitable for many more rounds.
Searson spotted. Still got a smoke in hand. Preemptively drops it. Oh, it nearly goes too far.
So
smart. Yeah.
I feel like it wasn't going to put out the fire, but then he looked at the fire and that put it out.
Yeah. That's how ice cold he is.
I said stop.
Oh, the attack's coming.
Able to get out from doorways, but Zipix here trying to stop it. Kind of gets caught on the jump up. Luckily, Config here towards Cat. Nice double kill. Stops that apartment's push. Right on the cusp of an exit. Tapson will have a chance, but Blame F also here. So the Blame F config show towards this B site. 5 rounds for Astralis is better than 4. And that's where I end that.
Yeah. An exit 30th. That's what we're looking for.
Searson the Sightless.
What a guy, man.
You know, I feel like sometimes when you watch him play, he can feel it. He can feel the electricity in the air. You know, he can sense his enemies. Got stuck on the corner as I said that, though.
Yeah,
so.
again, to put it on a, yeah, I mean, it's really hard to find it. It's the visualization that he's just so impeccable at.
I feel like a guy like Zai.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, Zaiwu, Simple, they have that quality. That's why I kind of felt like, you know, there was a point where Searson and Poison in the online era were the two next up. That'd be like, okay, these guys are going to be the oppers that, you know, really blow up their brands and have a chance to put a stamp on it. Of course, we haven't seen from Poison, and we don't know what's happening with him. Hasn't tweeted in a minute. No teams picked him up. But also, you know, he wasn't on the top 20. So Poison or Searson really did go deep in that regard and put big on the map, especially while they were owning. I mean, he was a big reason. And the best part about him is, like, even though he's gotten so good and was so good at that peak in 2020, coming out of 2019, he was a guy who's just known to just be completely useless on T side and was not willing to take the risks. And then he started taking the risks and he started becoming a two-way player and then got that top 9 spot. And now, I mean, you even see him take those initiatives on the CT side. I mean, just all kinds of risks. Oh. And he's really developed from that perspective. Okay.
Job. Good wombo combo. Blame nade into the spray.
Into this next round. He's just saved the op, so they are forcing up slightly behind it, but not a full buy just yet. Saw some sharp rifle going to Astralis in these last couple of rounds, for what it's worth.
Gonna be posted. Ooh.
There's 30.
Gets waved. Oh, hit that. He hit. It counts.
31 shot.
30 and 6 is Searson as he falls at the hands of Config. And this round will fall along with it, no doubt. Nice. Config starting to kick it up a notch here.
Spearman.
Yeah, 3 frags for him in this one, and Zipix ends it. So, believe it or not, folks, fire here on Mirage. But it's been 5 rounds on this CT side. They lose pistol to keep Big's record going. The streak of pistol round wins.
Oh, they're at 10?
Yep.
Wow. 10 pistols in a row for Big.
Or more.
Or more.
But, barring that pistol round win, a dry spell on the T side. And yet another one where, because it's not like Searson saved the op, it's just going to have to be a little half buy. Some smidgens and schmucks here and there. Tech 9s, P250s, Glock for Searson. And an aggressive one for Blame F through the underpass, but he didn't see anything, despite probably hearing some sound. I thought I heard footsteps.
Yeah, maybe. They did walk up quite close, and Zipic's gonna get flashed in his position. He might have been spotted here as well.
Oy,
they'll jump
nice
on him, do some damage, and eventually get the kill. Yeah, that's Favin. Oh, Config getting pushed out of his spot. They start to cross. This compromises his position.
Yeah, but him and Blame able to add some damage to the tally. Searson, the one guy with the Glock, tough spot. Config, 2 headshots. And Favin, well, good luck. 1v4, Tech 9 in hand, 15 health for the 3. Not meant to be, as Astralis take a 7th. And, you know, slowly but surely, we're regaining some steam and getting back to that more respectable scoreline. If, you know, if they can get to 10, then we'll look at this second half and say, what could have been had the offense worked out?
Yeah. Yeah, we know. I mean, actually, at least with this team there, CT sides, they made that huge comeback versus Heroic at the fall final. And I think they actually made a couple of CT side comebacks on the map. But that's where I'll leave that.
We'll see if this is where Big leave Astralis. 1 more to go. Only 8 match points remain. Jump up in connector costs them. Config, front facing, on ramp. Now up to 13 kills. I'll give them credit where it's due, man. They're not going down without a fight. And it would have been way too easy to just let this one slide away. So, an attempt here from Big into the B site. Ah, Zipix looked kind of blind. Lucky also tagged down to 34, so maybe guns were the solution. Big leave a player boosted inside of the site. Tizian hops over. That's heard.
Around.
Glaive gets that audio cue. He's going to know, but he's also going to peek right into the scope of Searson. And a missed shot. Bomb, though, 1/3 of the way gone. Long flank coming through from Config all the way around the apartments, while Tabson also locks in Catwalk. That's 2 kills back. Now a 1v4. Config nowhere to be found, and as all things were pointing to, it is a big win. And a big lead at that. 16-7 to close out on Mirage. A 2-0 series. 2-0 over Astralis. And 1/2 of this Mirage map makes them look outclassed.
Yeah, and it simply was not close. What a big win. I mean, there's so much frustration between Tabson and NKJ visibly on the cams, and you know, I'm excited to see if there's going to be an NKJ interview to follow up, because again, it's been mostly losses and tough maps or close wins or whatever that he's been talking about. But this is the best day for Big, and you know, having a Searson playing like this, that's exactly what Big need. That's just what they need. The desk are tired of talking about it. The world is tired of talking about it, but at least we see it now again. So now it's just about what more can Big do at this event, because this is obviously very promising.
100%. And how many more performances like that, those S-tier performances, can we get out of Searson? We'll throw this one back over to Freya, Maniac, and PIMP.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Yes, an almost flawless CT side from Big, and on their opponent's map pick, no less. They did that defense in style, PIMP. I don't think any of us were expecting that performance to come out of Big.
No, very impressive. Yeah, Anders, I guess Anders did.
Yeah, I guess we're living in the simulation.
How does he keep doing it?
Now?
You know, how does he keep doing it? I don't know, but he must have seen something in Big and must have seen something in Searson that the rest of us didn't see. What an absolute insane performance from him in the first half. It was like he was just running around playing deathmatch. I don't want to pound too hard on Astralis, because I think the game for itself, you know, spoke. We saw what happened. Astralis saw what happened. Everyone was witnessing what happened, but we got to give credit to the players making it happen for Big. Searson, one of them, of course. At the bootcamp now as well. I think when he's playing from home, he's pretty good. At bootcamp facilities, apparently even better.
Yeah, 26-3 in the first half from him. I don't think there's any other words we really need to put to those numbers.
I'm not going to take anything away from Searson's performance, right? That was phenomenal. It was an absolutely phenomenal performance from Searson. He was doing exactly whatever he wanted. But I still need to put a caveat that I cannot even recall the last time I saw Astralis being so helpless and disjointed and disorganized and given up in the game. If Searson had so many kills, it's also because he had so good of a time aiming at targets that either weren't flashed for, either with a jiggle peaked or anything. It was very bleak, it was dry, it was too simple. And yes, Searson has the skill to punish, and he's had a wonderful, marvelous game.
I want to maybe play devil's advocate to your point here, Maniac, because of course we did see Citizen ending with 30 kills to his name, but we did see other members of Big stepping up too. It wasn't like it was just the Citizen show going into it, and the fact that they were all kind of able to capitalize on the weaknesses that Astralis was showing.
Yeah, I guess as a team, Big was just one step ahead. Of course, when you have a guy like Citizen playing the way he is, he's just going to put a lot of fear in towards Astralis, and that makes it easier for the teammates around him to also contribute and be, I guess, better than Astralis. It felt like no one answered from Astralis whatsoever. BlameF had a couple of clutches, Glaive had a couple of rounds, but outside of that, nothing came from the AWP, nothing came from Config as well in that first half. We're talking about one of the most, at least he used to be, one of the most explosive riflers in the game of Counter-Strike, and I don't know what it is. As said, after game 2, I don't really want to point fingers when it comes to Astralis and all their problems. I think right now it's a team problem. They haven't solved it at all. They haven't found out how to activate Config, Blame, and Lucky for that matter at the same time, and there's just too many problems to even begin talking about right now.
Well, yeah, an unfortunate defeat for the side of Astralis, but we do have a few words from Glaive. He is joining us for the live interview. First of all, condolences on that loss, man. Thank you so much for joining us. I do just want to ask, what do you think went wrong in the game plan coming into Mirage? I know it must be difficult just coming. You can kind of pinpoint it on. The Big really capitalized on for you.
I mean, what didn't went wrong? It seems like everything we did, we just got wrecked. So it was not a fun game to play on the T side. It was really tough for us to get any openings. Some things we tried didn't work out that well. Some of the situations where we had a bit of an advantage, we still lost. So didn't get any momentum at all. The fundamentals weren't there as well. So, I mean, it didn't look too good. And of course, we are not satisfied with this at all. And yeah, it's really devastating, to be honest, right now.
Glaive, thank you for taking the time to talk to us. I'm sure it's a complicated moment. You guys have been together now for about 3 months. And we at the desk, we start struggling. We start thinking there might be some deep issues in the structure and how you're playing the game. Is that a feeling that you share, or is it just a bad moment you're having? What is your perspective on that?
I mean, I think our consistency is really, really bad. I mean, not only individually, but also as a team. Sometimes we're playing really good, we're talking good together, we're doing the right things, and sometimes we're just doing everything wrong. And I think that's where we struggle the most with the consistency. On some maps, we have a hard time finding ourselves, how we want to play, and yeah, sometimes we have a hard time finding out what we want to do against what the CTs are doing. Especially for me, I think can be pretty tough. And yeah, but I think we're working towards a goal. But I just think that we are pretty far away from that goal right now. I mean, you say we have been together for 3 months, and that is completely true. But we have been changing some things up on both the T side, also on the CT side, and we're trying to work around this. And I think it will take some time. And yeah, sometimes in practice it can be easy because yeah, it's just easier sometimes in practice because people make more mistakes. But when you're playing an official game, you don't get maybe the easy first picks and stuff like that. So I think we're learning a lot from these official matches when we're losing, at least. Yeah.
And you're talking about consistency and how it can be different from a good game to a bad game. You're one of the most experienced players we have out there. What do you think is at the root of this inconsistency? What is it that starts a bad game for you or a good game for you? Why do you take one road or the other?
Yeah, tough to say. Sometimes it's about the beginning of the game. Some players can really thrive if you get a good start into a game, and if they don't have the confidence, it can be tough for them to get back into it. And I think that's something we need to work on, and that is myself included. Yeah, we need to figure out how we want to, if we come behind at some point, and how we want to come back, and if we're in front, how we want to keep the lead. And I think that's our biggest problems right now on both sides on all maps.
And obviously, as being an in-game leader, a lot of people will point towards you. But I want to ask you, you talk about some of your players catching on fire or disappearing. How much of that is your responsibility to help them come back into the game, and how much is it their responsibility to pick themselves up?
Right now, I haven't watched exactly what happened in the game on the T side, but I will later. I mean, I believe I have a big responsibility, and I always put this pressure on myself. I need to talk to the players if they feel like they got some good duels, and if they say no, that they didn't get good duels, then of course it's on my shoulders, because then our game plan is bad, or something we're doing it wrong, or not doing how I want to do it. So that's something that we need to talk about. Yeah, we were not sure about the Mirage pick. We were like a bit confused after the NAVI game. Maybe we thought we were a bit better on Mirage that way than we actually are. So maybe we shouldn't have picked that, but I'm not sure. Maybe we would have lost anyway. Nobody knows.
Glaive, you said you're working towards some goals, right? But you're pretty far away from it right now. I'm curious, and I guess the viewers at home are as well. Like, what are the future plans for Astralis? Is it boot camping now coming into Katowice, or how exactly are you going to work towards getting better?
So what we're doing right now, we are talking a lot theory about the game. We're trying to add some new things. We're also trying to just implement the basic stuff, because I think we had a good understanding of how we want to play before, but with the role changes and stuff like that, it can be difficult both on the CT side and on the T side. So it's not only one thing we have to work on. It's like everything, and I think it will take some time before we're actually seeing the real Astralis and seeing it every game at least. I think right now we can pop off and we can be really good, but sometimes we can also just lose a game like this. I mean, Dust 2 was looking a little bit better, but still not good enough at all, and some of it was really on me on the CT side. I haven't been playing B on the CT side for such a long time. I don't think I have played in CSGO, and right now I'm doing it, and I'm trying to figure out how I want to play it, but still I'm just getting wrecked, and yeah, it's not good enough, and I need to find a solution for me if we want to be better on the CT side than Dust 2.
Yeah, no doubt that the inconsistencies are showing. A player that I want to point towards as well, because I regard him to be one of the best in Denmark when playing well, is obviously Config. He came in and played such a fantastic first tournament with you guys, but ever since it's been, as you said, very inconsistent. Do you think there's anything in specific you as an in-game leader can do to help him, or is it more so about the system and the team feeling comfortable for him to also be consistent?
I think it's pretty tough to say. I think some of it is on my shoulders, but I need to talk to him about it first. I need to know if he feels like it's his aim, or is it the way we're playing, or what is happening actually. Because right now it's tough for me to say when I'm not sure what is actually going on. But I also believe that Config is an amazing player. He has great individual skill, and I think I have a big responsibility to get that out of him, and I'm trying my best. And I'm trying to have talks with him about what I can do to help him more and make him more comfortable in our game.
Sure.
Well, Glaive, I know it must be a tough situation for the team to be in right now, but really appreciate some insightful thoughts after that series.
Thank you very much. See you around.
And it's
Bye.
going to be obviously a test for Astralis going forward.
Yeah.
It is an elimination here, but we really are going to have to see those improvements going forwards into that last chance qualifier.
Yeah, I just love how honest he is, you know, and how much responsibility he's putting on his own shoulders as well. You would see some players, you know, maybe denying or telling us it's not as bad as it looks, and we're getting better and practice is much better, yada, yada, yada. But I think he's acknowledging right now that it's not looking good. It's pretty bleak for Astralis. I love to speak to Glaive in that regard. I'm very interested as well, you know, the way he kept phrasing it, saying that he needs to talk to his player. He needs to figure out, is it just the aim? Is it the individual? Or is it the way they're playing? And do they have to change that as well? You said it yourself, Matthew. They've been together for 3 months. So if we're at a stage right now where they still haven't figured out how to I guess, make each other feel comfortable, something will have to change relatively soon. Whether that's the approach, player material, coach, I don't know. But something will have to change within Astralis.
Yeah, and Freya, you mentioned that they're not out yet, right? They're going to play obviously in the last chance, and I agree with you. The problem that I have is not all losses in Counter-Strike are the same, you know, and that loss right here is one that can haunt you, because you've truly had a full map where you were completely out of it. You had no way back into the game. Nothing was working. And as Glaive is saying, like, this almost needs to be grieved. Like, they need to talk about it together to understand what the hell just went on, because this could be a trauma of a game if they don't instantly understand together what happened.
Well, a loss for Astralis, but a huge win for Big. And luckily, we do have a few words from Tabson, courtesy of Banks.
Tabson, a spectacular game, a spectacular series from you guys, let's be honest. And you've got to look at it when it comes down to that veto. When you saw that veto, you must have just been full of confidence.
Absolutely. Like, we didn't expect that they left us too open, and also that they picked Mirage. We expected Ancient, to be honest. But yeah, the veto was definitely very comfortable for us.
And is it, obviously, we know how good your Dust 2 can be, and Mirage also being a very key pick for you guys, but does it also kind of give you the idea that Astralis are just not confident right now on their own map pool when it comes to this? Because we've seen what Config and BlameF can do on a map like Mirage, but they're going up against a full team and you guys that can put the hurt on them.
Yeah, I probably believe so too, yeah. I think they just played on their cards, like they just played on their strength. They probably didn't like try to anti-us or something, just play their own game. And fortunately, it went these 2 maps, and obviously we had a really good performance as a whole team.
And yeah, okay, everyone's going to be hyping up Syrison, right? Putting up these crazy numbers for sure. But it really was the team effort that even if you weren't looking at people with the most amount of kills, it was the way you guys were getting kills. It was the confidence being shown, the control you guys were taking over the map. But what were you doing as the IGL at times where you're so far ahead? Because it must get into your mind, you're thinking, okay, at some point, they're going to be able to fire back or we get too overconfident. What do you say to the players?
Basically, we just enjoy the moment. Like, I enjoyed it. Like I didn't enjoy playing a game like that before, basically, yeah. And I was just streaming, enjoying the game, obviously, and just trying to not hype so much after the rounds. Obviously, it can get close, you know, in Mirage, everything can happen. 13-2, it can easily get into a draw game or something like that if you're not really focused. So basically, yeah, just trying to hype them, but also try to stay cool and stay calm, obviously, in clutch situations.
And how important was this win to you guys, considering as well, I've seen the faces of like NKJ and yourself when we're looking at, say, back to that EG game?
It was very, very important. It's just one of the key moments that we have right now. Like, it was basically, we just try to replicate what we are able to do in practices. It works really, really out at the moment. And I'm looking forward if we can also do it against FaZe. And obviously after in the tournaments as well. Like, I'm just looking forward to have more time also with Faven and just get the system rolling and get more comfortable within the team.
And also, right, when we're talking about you guys being more comfortable, it's going to be quite uncomfortable to play FaZe tomorrow though, right? Because you can't really do too much research into what this FaZe is really going to throw at you, right?
Yeah, exactly. Like, it will be the same game like against EG. Most of the time, we will just focus on ourselves. They've played Inferno so many times before, so obviously we will not play Inferno. Other than that, we will just see what we will do and obviously just focus on our game.
Well, I'm sure you guys will come prepared and ready. I'm looking forward to seeing that game tomorrow. tabseN, thank you so much for your time, man. Go off and enjoy that victory, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you very much. Have a good night. Bye-bye.
I know we've talked a lot about the pains for Astralis, but man, what a huge victory from Big. I think the question that's on my lips, though, is can they pull this off consistently in terms of the star power? Sure, I mean, we're not expecting results like that Mirage map, but just in terms of some of the players showing up on a more consistent basis, that's kind of the question going forward when they meet FaZe.
I mean, the Syrison performance today, if we get to see just 80% of that or 90% of that, then no one, I guess, in the entire world outside of Simple and Saivu can shut him down. That was very spectacular. Big have been slightly underwhelming, I would say, so far in this tournament. Today was the first time I'm left with a feeling where I think to myself, okay, if you play at this level, if you continue down this path, then Big may make a bit of a mini comeback here in 22.
Yeah, I think a game like that is very important for Big, mostly when you consider that they're going to go up against FaZe, and the game is going to be quite different. I guarantee you FaZe is going to be much more of a resistance than Astralis, but then when you face the tough time, when things get dire, these types of games you can rely on to draw confidence, to draw trust. Like, guys, listen, remember how we did it yesterday? Let's stay in it. Let's try to absorb the moment. How were we communicating? How were we anticipating? Who was giving ideas? You can use that game to try and reproduce it. And as Jacob is talking about, when you have Syrison popping off, we know that for Big, that's the formula.
Well, to continue on these highs, let's dive into our CS Money Play of the Day. You guys know the drill by now. Make sure you're voting on the Blast Premier Twitter. And we're going to kick things off with a little bit of Zywu action.
My man Zywu with 3 clicks on the mouse with an angle that I can never hit anyone, but of course he hits.
I can't even see it.
I can't even see it, but that's because of the age. I don't know what's your problem. I'm just old.
He's just too good. I don't even know, man, because you're right. You never hit that shot. Zywu is fantastic. Another guy who is fantastic, another, I guess, mini rookie is Bit with this little cheeky deagle play, especially this wallbang. I don't think I've ever seen anyone from that distance with a deagle wallbanging, and I don't think Electronic have seen it either.
Electronic is a mood on that one. And finally, we have Plovsky with a little bit of a spray action right here, staying in the smoke. Great mouse movement, surprising everyone from Navi, being able to hold at the very end towards Simple.
Yes, and huge plays coming in today at number 5 here at the Spring Groups. And of course, we'll be recapping who's crowned our play of the day in our pre-show tomorrow. We're also going to be crowning a new champion thus far. Of course, we've got 2 more days for them to rock the boat bit. But
you hate to see Freya.
We are living in the simulation.
At least
I kind of hate it.
At least he was open with the fact that he couldn't just let us all have the same prediction.
Right.
So he himself didn't believe what he was doing. But again, I told you, insanity, genius, which side is he on?
Fine line. I mean, you said it earlier, Pimp, the sort of logic that he was mounting, making sure he picked big in this one. There was literally no logic. He just wanted to go against all of us.
Yeah, I guess so. I think the NIP one is the spicy one, you know.
Yeah, that was a risky bet. That was a risky bet.
You know, the MIBR was just stupid. But the big one. Honestly speaking, I know we all picked Astralis, but to me, that was a 55-45 game coming into it.
So you said you kind of saw it coming.
Now I'm kind of surprised that we all went with Astralis. You know, I don't think that you guys
sharing the crown if you did.
Oh, you picking my homework again and copying me, yeah.
Just make sure tomorrow you send it.
Now we're both losers because of you, Freya.
Moving on, let's take a look at the brackets to see exactly how everything is shaping up after those results. Definitely some surprises coming through in the 5th day of competition, but now we're going to be moving on to the finals tomorrow, Maniac. I am so freaking excited for that one because we're going to find out the first 3 teams who qualify for that LAN in the spring at the finals.
Yes, and we get Vitality versus G2. Vitality versus G2. The 2 hottest lineup swaps we've had in the Ready to Break, going up against each other, and there's no freaking warm-up time. It's 1 o'clock straight with your cereal. If you wake up late, it's G2 versus Vitality.
Yeah, set your alarms, people. You do not want to be missing out on that one. Of course, NIP taking on OG next up. It's been a little bit of a minute since we've seen OG. Of course, they topped the group back on earlier last week. And next up, man, looking pretty stellar doing so.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if they can continue down the path they laid for themselves in the group stage. That was looking super solid for OG. Then, of course, the last game being big, taking on their opponents in that one as well. I don't really know what to expect from FaZe, you know. I think that was a decent performance during the group stage, but with the way Big we're playing today, with the way Susan is coming in, they got to step up tomorrow if they want to win.
I think we've got some spice on the play. Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one going into things. Of course, the winners of those do qualify for the finals, and a second chance for the loser of that going into the last chance qualifiers, which will be happening on Sunday as well. So plenty more Counter-Strike action on the cards. Cannot wait to be delving into it. Of course, it's going to be back same time, same place tomorrow. 3 more best of 3s going down. We're finding out who is going to be taking on that LAN glory. We'll see you then.